Rugby Radio, bringing you the exclusive Melrose Sevens radio coverage with Turnbull and Scott.
Hello and welcome to Rugby Radio, and today we're covering the big event, the world famous Melrose Sevens, here at the Green Yards, and also at 3 o'clock we cross over to Mansfield Park for full commentary of the Scottish Cup semi-final between Hawick and Curry. So there's plenty for you today, 9 hours of broadcasting right across the world, and we're going to have a lot of fun throughout the afternoon. It's going to be a bit of a marathon direct from the Scottish borders, and before we get underway with the first tie in a few minutes, which ironically is also Hawick and Curry, I'm going to be bringing in Stuart McFarlane, who'll be busy today working for the BBC as well, and also doing some commentary for us later on. It's building up nicely into what should be a feast of quality rugby. Now, Hugh Brown is pitchside throughout the day, and we'll just check that the elastic bands and the sellotapes working. Hello, Hugh, are you down there?
Good morning, Stuart. Yes, they are indeed working. Welcome pitchside to the Green Yards, and it is a blustery morning here, that's fair to say. I think the wind's going to play a lot of impact on the way the games are played today, because we're forecasting 40-mile-an-hour gales at times, plus some heavy rain at 3 o'clock, but then it gets all sunshine from 4 o'clock onwards through to the final. So
you'll be a drowned rat by then.
Yeah, I will actually. You're right. But yes, the atmosphere is great. It's actually a pretty good crowd in here, and I think they've come to watch this first tie, which has actually started early, due to start at 4 minutes past 11. They started at about a minute to 11. It's currently Hawick 0, Curry 10.
Yes, well, they couldn't wait to get it started, and I can't blame them for that. Try and beat the wind. But let's go over to our commentary team for the first one, which is Sam Matthews, and a very good morning to Stuart McFarlane.
Yeah, good morning, Stuart. Good morning, everyone. As Hugh mentioned, we are nearly 5 minutes into the opening tie. It's Hawick 0, Curry 10. Two early scores for Curry. Matthew Laidlaw with the opening try of the tournament, swiftly followed by Alex Horley, both starting for Curry in their squad of 10 players for this opening tie of the 2024 Melrose Sevens. And Curry in possession, just on their own 10-metre line at the moment, wearing the typical golden jerseys with the black trims. And away once more goes Matthew Laidlaw. He's going to be in underneath the post for his second try in this opening tie. That will extend their advantage to 15 points to 0. And just to reiterate the point that Hugh made about the conditions out there on the park, it's going to be rather tricky, I would imagine, for those dropping goals, especially if they're from slightly acute angles, as has been the case. But as the first successful conversion, it has indeed. So it's Hawick 0, Curry 17, and we're swiftly approaching half-time. Of course, this particular Melrose Sevens offers up a great array of local talent, as well as those coming from the capital, players from far and wide. I think this is the first ever year that I can remember a Zambian internationalist being part of the Melrose Sevens. Dual registered Zambian and German international player. We'll, I'm sure, be talking a little bit more about him in the course of the afternoon, during the afternoon. And as well as that, in fact, could be as many as 5 Great Britain Rugby Sevens players will feature during the course of the day. We have, of course, the Eric Liddell 100 side coming out a little later on, primarily made up of Edinburgh University students. So, and we also have the 4th fastest Australian of all time, 100-metre runner, out in one of the guest sides, as well as Hawick from the restart make their way up towards the halfway line. There's a bit of solo play here and a decent run just on the angle from Finn Douglas, but he was brought down just over that 10-metre line. Little tap and go from Hawick, and off they go once more. It's Grant Huggan, a little offload there. Fergus Bell out towards the left hand side, and Sean McMeekin now trying to use a bit of width onto Bell once more. He's clattered into just 5 metres from the line. An opportunity for Hawick. This first time they're deep inside the opposition 22, and it remains Hawick 0, Curry 17.
And the half-time score, Hawick 0, Curry 17.
The microphone in. Yeah, good opening start for Curry. They've done well to get into the half. 17 points to the good. As you mentioned, the wind blowing directly across from Policeman's Corner. It makes every kick a non-guarantee, even right in front of the post. So Fraser Sayers will be happy to get his first conversion in the afternoon. But just a lesson for Hawick in being clinical with the ball, I think, for Curry in that first half there. You looked at Alex Harley, he's got one of the tries. He's one of the most experienced players on the side for Curry today. As you alluded to, a lot of the players currently waiting for their big 3 p.m. tie this afternoon in the 15s code. But a good opening tie, and it's showing you the level of rugby you can get. And for players like this in these squads, might not normally get a chance to play at Melrose 7, so they're making the most of it in the opening tie this afternoon.
Yeah, and as you mentioned as well, starting that little bit earlier, just a minute to 11 when the first of the players took to the park. Tom Meyer was the very first Curry player out of the changing room onto the park. Of course, with the artificial surface now in play and has been for a few seasons, it means regardless of the weather and the inclement conditions that we may well experience a little bit later on, the pitch will be in excellent condition during the course of the afternoon as the players break from a very brief half-time huddle. And of course the scoreline, Hawick 0, Curry 17 as they go into the second half. Many of the Maleny Park supporters, I'd imagine, will join those from Mansfield Park down there at 3 o'clock. Of course, live coverage, Robin Purdy leading the commentary on the Cup semi-final, which gets underway, as I say, in a few hours from now. That will be the focus of attention a little bit later on, but right now, right here, we have the restart, and that was taken by Adam Paul as Curry look to build on their lead, currently sitting at 17 points to 0. Nice little offload, and Gregor Gray trying to extend Curry's possession up towards that 10 metre line. Offload again, taking it to the midriff. Fraser Sawyers up and over the 10 metre line, was tackled, but he was able to offload almost on the deck there. Jack Peter in, 2 over on this left hand side for Curry. One of them is Gregor Gray again, and that little 1-2, and he's in underneath, well, not quite underneath the posts. He's going to be in on that 15 channel to touch down for another try. And you'd have to say, even at this stage in the second half, it's very much advantage Curry, a 22-0 lead.
Yeah, and they're looking really comfortable doing it as well. As you can say, they've actually managed to spread the ball comfortably using touchline to touchline there. The crispness of pass, something you'd expect from a Curry side. They're very well drilled in the fundamentals as Adam Paul lines up this conversion from just outside the 15 metre channel.
Lewis Crawford is on for Hawick. The conversion drifting wide of that left hand post. It remains Hawick 0, Curry 22 in the opening tie of the 2024 Melrose Sevens. Coming up, of course, we've Gala against Peebles, Jed Kelso, Watsonians Boroughmuir. That in the top portion of the draw. A little bit further down, Shogun Rugby against Heriots, Selkirk against Edinburgh Accies. The British Army were due to play Stirling County, but they have now received a bye after Stirling County pulled out. And Glasgow Accies against the holders, the Monaco Impies, the last of the first round ties. Hawick in possession once more, and that's taken on there by Adam Paul on the park and looking to make a contribution. So too Tom Meyer with the little tap and go there, as Hawick just looking on there, just on the edge of the halfway line, taken on by Grant Huggan. Huggan then across towards the right hand side, outstretched arms there of Hawick's number 8, Lewis Crawford, just couldn't quite gather possession of the ball. Back it comes to Huggan, floats the pass out towards the left centre field, and now a breakaway is on here for James Delaney. Delaney up towards the 22, stopped just short, a little offload there, tried to be taken on one-handed by Murray Rennick. He's managed to secure possession, but again that pass just too far in front there of Lewis Crawford, and play breaks down just on the edge of the 22 as Hawick again go to the bench, and this time they bring on Robbie Jack wearing number 9, and Hawick remain trailing this tie. Hawick 0, Curry 22 midway through the second half.
Yeah, and it's just been quite consistent. It's nice to see Hawick get some time on the ball. They'll want to come away with some points from this phase of play. They had good hands there. I think it was Duggan managed to get himself a good behind the back pass to get secure the possession there. So they'll be interested in what they can do from this scrum as Curry now have the ball.
Jack Peter into the scrum just on the edge of the 22. Referee signalling a Curry infringement. So Hawick have the opportunity then, pressing and probing this Curry 22. Only one really significant foray into the Curry 22 in the first half, and they'll look to try and do something here in the second half as they float the ball out towards that left hand side. Back it comes once again and taken on by Lewis Crawford, looking to become a central figure in the Hawick attack at the moment. It's picked up there by Grant Huggan. He's able to float the ball out there, this time towards Finn Douglas. the direction of him. He goes to ground. Back it comes once more to Huggin, increasingly involved in the build-up play. Floats the ball out there towards Lewis Crawford, out towards the left-hand side. Hoyt trying to cut inside there and press and probe there. Sean McMeekin on that left-hand side, but his route to the line was blocked off. So too is Huggin, as he's still inside the 22 between the 5 and 15 channels. Hoyt playing from left to right in this second half, running out of room here at the Green Yards, going into touch inside the Curry 22. It remains Hoyt 0, Curry 22, closing in on the end of the first tie. And Curry have certainly bossed proceedings for the most part, but Hoyt have had a better spell without getting points on the board.
Yeah, they have. They're getting the wrong play, or they're getting the right players on the ball, but just in the wrong positions. Obviously, Sean McMeekin, he's a name on the border sprint circuit here. He's very successful there. His brother won the New Year's sprint. They just want to find him in that open space, not him to try dance through players on his quick feet. But yeah, Hoyt have the ball just as they enter the 22 now, attacking Curry.
His brother Ryan, of course, a sprint specialist, is Hoyt now trying to work it round the corner, and they've got a clean grounding. They've scored a try through James Delaney, a consolation score, but they are first of the afternoon. Hoyt 5, Curry 22, and Delaney, well, he's made his mark this afternoon by scoring Hoyt's first try of the day. Of course, Curry winning this little battle, another one to come in a few hours' time, and a huge match for both sides in the Scottish Cup semi-final. But for now, Hoyt have points on the board. Delaney, I'm sure, will be quietly satisfied with his contribution there. Hoyt 5, Curry 22, the scoreline, the conversion wide of the upright. Still time for a restart, but an early indicator of just how the conditions are going to play a part today.
Yeah, exactly like you said. You can kick the ball one way and it goes, Matt. So you'll see a lot of players trying to keep the ball in hand, maybe more than they would as the kicking game has slowly encroached into the rugby world recently. They've used it as an attacking weapon, but yeah, they'll be trying to get on it, and Hoyt will probably want to get at least another try to try and make the score look a bit more presentable when they head back to Mansfield.
Gregor Gray up towards that 10 metre line with a break on, but he was stopped short. Hoyt a solid defence just along the halfway line. Little offload, and Gray has it once more, tries to dance, manages to get round his opposite number there and away from two players, offloads, and finds Matthew Laidlaw on the score sheet with that opening try. And it's a little pick up now by Fraser Sawyer. 1-on-1 situation, excellent tackle coming in there. Again, Huggin doing the defensive work there as Curry still a possession of the ball, and back it comes to Laidlaw, seesaws his way into the 22, works his way around the Hoyt defence, touches down in underneath the posts. Another try for Curry, and that's pretty much the icing on the cake, and they will head through the Assassin 7 against Curry. Incidentally, will be the first of the second round ties coming up shortly. Gala against Peebles, but for this particular occasion, Curry are just simply a bit too strong for Hoyt. But all credit to these lads for turning out today when there's so much at stake for both clubs.
Yeah, like we said in the first half there, a lot of them normally play for the Force or the Lindeen. They've got a chance to rep the Hoyt actual first 15 jersey here, and like we said, they've got to say they've played at Melrose 7, so a good day out for them as well.
The restart is lengthy, bounces once, goes into touch. The referee has a quick look at the watch and blows for full time. So we've reached the conclusion of our opening tie in the first round. It's Hoyt 5, Curry 29. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back for more action. Gala against Peebles coming up.
This is Rugby Radio.
Rugby Radio.
Many businesses struggle when it comes to their comfort or process heating, drying, cooling, chilling and other energy-saving challenges. However, many businesses don't, because they've put their trust in Turnbull and Scott, serving customers for over 90 years in many sectors including agriculture, building services, food and drink, low-carbon energy and more. Our loyal and growing client base value our expertise, integrity and accessibility. Why not find out what we could be doing for your business? Find out more and download our brochure now. Just search the web for Turnbull and Scott.
Based in Galashiels but covering the whole region and beyond, Borders Mortgage Hub is your one-stop shop for all things mortgage related in the Borders. Visit us at bordersmortgagehub.com or call us on 01896 807 008. That's 01896 807 008. Borders Mortgage Hub. Mortgages for the Borders in the Borders.
Rugby Radio, bringing you the exclusive Melrose Sevens radio coverage with Turnbull and Scott, providing heating, cooling and energy saving solutions to many local businesses for over 90 years.
Welcome back to the Melrose Sevens. Tie number 2 is underway, an all Borders affair. Gala 0, Peebles 0 in the early exchanges. Gala in possession of the ball just now and looking to try and make some inroads into the people's half. Ben Gill with an opportunity there. He's had 1 or 2 first team starts in recent times, was part of the Waverley Cup squad just at the turn of the end of 2023, turn of the new year, as Gala certainly enjoying an opportunity to get hands on the ball. It's taken on once more by Murray Wilson, making his way up towards the people's 10-metre line. Little offload there. Gregor Collins this time looking to try and work a position on towards Jack Niven, who takes the ball into contact. Recycled by Collins, still has it, allowed to bounce, and is trapped there just by the feet of Murray Wilson. Wilson then, back it comes again. Gala using Russell Kerr. A little offload this time and bringing in Angus Dunn across on that far side. They've opened things up a little bit. Gala, Gregor Collins again into contact, just short of the 22. Gala playing from left to right in this first half, in the maroon jerseys with the white shorts. People's in their familiar red and white hoops with the blue shoulders. The ball goes back towards halfway. Gala able to pick up again and reorganise. No scoring in this tie, but a little bit of space now for Russell Kerr to run into. A 1-on-1 situation. Tap tackle comes in. Excellent tackle there from Max McKeever. And Peebles just slowing up that Gala attack just on the edge of the 22, but Gala go once more. They're round the corner this time and they're in for their opening try of the sevens. Angus Dunn it is who touches down again over the line, but not necessarily underneath the posts. Doesn't make the conversion too straightforward in windy conditions like this, but Gala lead 5-0.
Yeah, club captain getting on the board first for Gala there with Angus Dunn. They have a bit more of a balance than the two sides we just saw. They've brought a lot of back row players with them, maybe to shore up that scrum, which you think with the wind and the knock-ons today might help them down the line. But a great well-worked try. They sucked in the Peebles defence there. As we saw as Angus Dunn was going over the line, the only man he had to really compete with was a fellow back rower in Finlay Collins for Peebles there, but Angus Dunn's stride and pace, he was always going to be round the outside of him there. And
the conversion attempt, well, it did just catch the breeze and drifts in between the sticks and over the bar. So Gala convert their opening try. Gala 7, Peebles 0. Of course, go back to that outstanding performance by Gala, the likes of Chris Patterson featuring prominently, perhaps an early introduction to a lot of the wider rugby public. His performance here in 1999. The restart kick though is some way short of the 10-metre line there, really caught in the breeze, and Russell Kerr will be disappointed with that as he heads back to his own 10-metre line. Peebles then with the tap on halfway as they have possession and an opportunity now for them in attack. Donald Anderson, who's really seen it and done it all before, part of the Peebles side this afternoon, trying to make some inroads into the Gala half. Peebles though penalised, and Gala this time with the quick tap, and off they go once again. Russell Kerr offloading across on this right hand side. Gala have 2 over on the right. One of them is Richie Mitchell, and he takes the ball up closer towards the halfway line, girdled back by Kerr. On quickly through the hands there of number 3 is Ben Gill, and again just round the corner tries to work a position. Gregor Collins slowed up as Gala once more trying to find some space, begins to open up, and Gala now accelerating over that 10-metre line. Ben Gill now, 1-on-1 situation. Oh, good powerful running from Gill down that 5 channel. He's going to be in to touchdown for Gala's second try. A good piece of productive play there from the Netherdale side. Of course, made the relatively short journey from just down the road to take part in this second tie, and they lead now by 12 points to 0.
Yeah, and the South of Scotland winger showing exactly why he was in the select squad there. He took it just on his own 10-metre line and he just made it look comfortable, didn't he? Just came back straight against the grain, had that arcing run. There's not many players in the borders, and indeed on the 7 circuit that can keep pace with a full flight Ben Gill, so a very well worked try for the Gala side.
Restart will come after the conversion. 12 points to 0. The scorelines for the conversion is just on the edge of the 22, and an opportunity here for Gala. That one is just caught again in the breeze and is just short and wide off the post, so an unconverted try, but Gala leading by 12 points to 0. Quick glance at the clock, with just over a minute of this first half left to play, and Gala have opened up a 12-0 lead and a chance for them to restart. Russell Kerr bouncing the ball a few times just on the halfway line, and his restart kick again just going short of the 10-metre line. Peebles were rushing forward to try and contest the ball there, but once more they get the tap. So Gala on a couple of occasions a little short of the 10 with the restart kicks, providing Anderson and co with an opportunity here. A little show and go almost there from Anderson as they carry the 10 metre line. Anderson over the ball at the moment. Donald Anderson back. It comes through the hands then of Finlay Collins. Out there on the right hand side is James Dow, and he's caught just over that 10 metre line. Couple of taps from Peebles and they have possession of the ball once again. Looking at Chris Thompson perhaps to open up an opportunity. Miles McLaughlin down this left hand side, but again caught just on the edge of that 5 channel over into the 22. Tap and go from Peebles once again, looking for some options there. Into contact once more goes their number 6 Chris Thompson, and this time Peebles have managed to engineer an opening for their first try. Miles McLaughlin, I think it was, who touches down, and that brings them very much back into the tie. 12-5 with a kick to come.
Yeah, and the Peebles relying on this great intake of youth there. McLaughlin and Thompson both won the under-18s final last night for Peebles, so their legs will probably be feeling it a bit, but great heads-up play and actually to secure the ball when McLaughlin had managed to get himself isolated on his first run of the 2 there, but conversion not quite as good as the try score from there, Chris Thompson.
Little indicator there perhaps of what to expect here in the future with the success they had last night and just the contribution they're making so far. Gala then leading by 12 points to 5, but Peebles, having just scored, I'm sure will be buoyant, having got points on the board from the restart. The Peebles restart certainly a lot lengthier, and the ball is allowed to bounce a few times. Gala scurrying after it. Richie Mitchell was able to watch the bounce of the ball and retrieve inside the 22. So Gala still with possession. Long floated pass there, 2 out on the right hand side for Gala. One of them taking the ball on there was Gregor Collins. Back it comes again, just over that 22. Collins was able to find Gill out the side door. Gala setting up another opportunity from a deep lying position, playing the ball on the deck, taken on by Jack Niven out towards the right hand side, loitering with intent is Collins, and Collins again had acres of space, green plane to run into, touches down for another score, and that will certainly make the half-time team talk that little bit easier for Gala, taking a greater cushion into the interval.
Yeah, and Dunn, Gill, and it was Kerr, I think was the final one there, with the quick hands and even quicker thinking to get the ball manoeuvred like that. It was easy for Gregor Collins there. He had a bit of a run in, but there was nobody around him for miles, and like you say, getting that just before the half-time whistle, that's going to make that team talk a lot easier for Craig Dodds to give the message to his men to get them through to the next tie.
So 17-5 the score, the conversion just wide. We've reached half-time, tie number 2. 17 points to 5 then the scoreline. Just a quick reminder of what is coming up. Of course, there's a few more all border ties in this first round. We've got Jed Forest against Kelso, an all Edinburgh affair as well, Watsonians Boroughmuir before Shogun Rugby take on Heriots, Selkirk play Edinburgh Accies. The British Army have a bye, so they are not involved in the first round, the winners from 2 years ago, and Glasgow Accies up against the holders, Monaco Impies, before we get into round 2, and we already know that Curry are through to take on the Assassin 7 in the first of the second round ties. So the conditions, the wind from our position inside the press box with the yellow framed windows open, suggesting it is pretty blustery out there, and Gala, they've opened up a 17-5 lead, but you look at their point of view, they'll fancy that they need another score really to cement their authority in the game, whereas Peebles, if they were to score early in the second half, then it opens up all possibilities for them.
Exactly that, and as we keep alluding to, with the wind, you could have a kick that could be totally mishit and the wind could bring it back in, vice versa, so a 7 point can be easily swung, like you said, but it will be a real case in the old cliche of whoever scores the next try is going to have real ascendancy for the final 7 minutes.
Gala then will get this second half underway. Russell Kerr will get this second 7 minutes off and running. Lengthier kick that has certainly carried the 10 metre line on this occasion. It's allowed to bounce a couple of times, goes into touch, so it'll be an early set piece. But yes, the wind on our lip mics certainly coming through, and an indicator of how strong it is. And Hugh mentioned that the crowd healthy in numbers. I think the hospitality tent sold out some time ago. It's a substantial number enjoying hospitality from the line out to Gala. Suddenly an attacking opportunity inside the 22, losing possession there, but Gregor Collins had eyes very much on the line and the posts there, but he was stripped, and Peebles suddenly turning defence into attack. An excellent piece of play here from Chris Thompson. Can he go all the way himself? Peebles having to play a little bit of football. Miles McLaughlin into the 22. He was supporting his teammate there down the left hand side. Grubber kick forward, and the ball was loose inside the Gala 22. They've managed to retrieve possession of the ball, but have been penalised, and Peebles now across on that far side have a chance to score perhaps in these early minutes of the second half. 17-5 to Peebles to Gala at the moment.
Yeah, and you have to say Chris Thompson managed to win the turnover back there after his kick through, and they've played it quickly, and now his captain from the under-18s, Callum McRobert, has just gone straight under the post after a quick decisive sidestep as well. Sorry to interrupt you there, Stuart.
No, absolutely fine, as we watch Peebles double their lead, double their scoreline I should say, 17 points to 10, so double their points tally, with Gala having taken the lead, of course, in the tie and be leading by 17 points to 5 at half time. Peebles making some changes. You can see David Collins has come onto the field, and Peebles now will just take their time. Donald Anderson walking with purpose into that 22, bounces the ball a few times, and then is able to land the extra 2 points. So it's 17 points to 12 now the scoreline. Peebles again looking to add further reinforcements from the bench as we come to a critical stage in the tie when it's close like this. Only 5 points separating the sides, and we've only got 3-4 minutes of the tie left to play. Anything that happens now is going to be hugely significant. Gala just outside of 22. Oh, they've found a little bit of space here to work up and over halfway, and it's a bit of an acceleration required there as it was taken on by John Turnbull. Got to turn the pace, and up beyond that 10 metre line he was able to go. And again, Turnbull found some space there. Perhaps if he had 1 or 2 more options to offload, that could have been very interesting indeed, because Gala had done a lot of the hard work to get the ball up to halfway and get a bit of space.
Yeah, exactly. He said they're doing a really good job of making the Peebles players have to sit back on their heels when they try to make the collision. They're doing really good at targeting outside shoulders, so it's making that defence have to sit. Luckily, David Collins was in the right place as the winger for Peebles this season, so he had a bit of pace to cover. But like you say, John Turnbull, if he'd had 1 or 2 more options there, they could have been clean from inside their own half through onto the post.
Not had too many scrummages in the tournament so far, as the ball was played into the scrum there by David Collins. Peebles have it once more through Donald Anderson, trying to open up a little bit of space. 17 points to 12 then the scoreline, closing in the final couple of minutes of the second tie. And once again it's David Collins trying to work his way beyond the edge of the 22. Peebles, remember, in the red and white hooped jerseys this time. They're playing in the second half from left to right. An opportunity now for Anderson, through the hands again of Chris Thompson, out towards the left hand side. Trying to break cover there was James Dow, in between the 5 and 15 channels again. And once more Gala wrapping arms round the tackled Peebles player, not releasing, and away they go once more. Peebles trying to take advantage. Oh, Anderson, he's found a gap. One-handed offload, showing a bit of skill there. Some real quality play from Peebles and from Anderson with the one-handed offload out towards the left-hand side, but Peebles running out of room as they go to the bench once more. 2 further players coming onto the park as they look to try and find a way across that Gala line once more and perhaps steal it at the death.
Yeah, you have to say, and unfortunately for Donald Anderson, I don't know if you'll like me saying this is his 20th Melrose Sevens tournament, so he actually threw it to a kid who's younger than 20, so he's had more tournaments than the guy outside him had actually been on the planet, and I think he just needed to hold it that bit more to make the last defender commit. But a great play, and you can see the deftness of skill of Donald Anderson to get through that defensive line there.
Yeah, that's quite a record to be able to boast 2 decades worth of appearances at Melrose. And Gala at the moment though, having had to soak up a little bit of pressure, escaping their own 22, and the offload is crisp and clean, and Gala taking the ball up now towards the 10 metre line. Once more again showing a bit of forward momentum and purpose as Murray Wilson leading the charge with the offload on towards Robbie Irvin. Ball allowed to bounce out on that right hand side. Gala have it once more. Over there, John Turnbull trying to make a nuisance of himself. Little opportunity now for Ben Gill down the right hand side. Couple of little goose steps round the corner he goes. He's had his jersey pulled, but his momentum has taken him over the line, and that try will surely see Gala into the second round, because at this stage, with them now leading by 22 points to 12, you can't see Peebles having enough time to engineer a comeback.
No, exactly. I just don't think there's enough time left on the clock for the men in the red and white, unfortunately. And not that I'm biased, but I would have liked to have seen that as a Peebles man. But yeah, Ben Gill, he brings that into his 15s game as well. He very rarely stays out on his wing. He hunts for the ball. So for him to spot the ball coming out of that ruck a bit quicker, a quick step, and he almost took David Collins with him over the line there, wasn't he? David Collins was trying everything to stop him going over the whitewash, but unsuccessful. Ben Gill now has 2 tries in this tie and 2 tries for the afternoon so far.
And Russell Kerr, desperately unlucky from across on that right hand side, watching his conversion attempt come back off the left hand post. The referee glanced at the watch saying we've got enough time to play, so there will be a restart. Gala 22, Peebles 12. Earlier on, Curry defeating Hoyt by 29 points to 5. The next tie coming up will be, of course, in quick succession, Jed Forest against Kelso, Watsonians against Boroughmuir then follows that, and that is the conclusion of the top half of the draw in this first round. Referee brings play back to the left hand side of the park as Gala are trying to make their way back into the Peebles 22. So Durham University will be the team watching on, I'm sure, with interest as they look at this Gala Peebles tie, and as things stand, they'll be taking on Gala in the second round. Gala have possession of the ball once more, and again looking dangerous is Ben Gill. Could Gill be in for another score? He's tackled in between that 10 and 22. Peebles, not surprisingly, in a hurry, looking to take the quick tap. They've a lot of work to do to get down into Gala territory. Again, one bounce of the ball and wrestling away from those in maroon, Jordan Charters, but he's forced back. Gala knocking the ball on as they tried to strip it from Charters, and we've reached full time. Gala 22, Peebles 12, so it's the winners from 1999 that march on to the second round and take on Durham University.
Yep, Peebles upholding the tradition of making sure they're one of the first in the pub, as we like to see, but I think you can see from their reactions there, they're annoyed. They knew that game was for the taking, but a very well done performance from the Gala men there. They were clinical with their tries, and not only that, they were just clinical with the ball in hand. They gave Peebles absolutely nothing. They had to earn every step they got, so a very well deserved victory, and they, as you said, they will face Durham Uni in the next round.
And straight on the park, 2 local rivals, 2 teams that know each other so well indeed. Jed Forest against Kelso. And just having a quick look at the Kelso squad, they can include the likes of Duncan Smith, Murray Woodcock. Their captain this afternoon is Frankie Robson, another player that has been around a long time. They've got James Thompson in their side, Andy Tate, who's more than a useful sevens player as well. And of course Jed Forest, well, they've graced a few semi-finals and finals here over the years. Of course they won back in 1974 in famous style. And of course they've got Lewis Young, he's going to be wearing number 10 today. Rory Marshall's in their squad as well. Gregor Young wearing number 3. I'm sure those twins will be looking to stamp their mark on proceedings this afternoon, wearing mainly white with the royal blue shoulder trims, the royal blue shorts and the blue and white socks, Jed Forest, and they're playing from right to left in this first half. Kelso, of course, have got that combination of black and white and their jerseys with the black shorts and the socks. Some of them are wearing a sort of more pronounced red socks than others, as Kelso now having to defend. Marshall looking to try and gain some ground beyond the edge of the 22 he goes just now, so plenty of experience in both camps here, and they'll fancy that this might be an opportunity this afternoon to get another extended run here at the Greenyards. No scoring in the early stages, but wins so far for Gala and for Curry. An opportunity then for Jed Forest. Finlay Scott also in their side this afternoon. Marshall's had a few touches of the ball in the early stages. Back it comes again. Jed happy just to get hands in the ball in the early stages of this tie, as they're running it rather laterally just along the edge of their 22 at the moment. Back it comes, long spun pass there from Bruce Walker. Into the 22 they go, and once more it's one of the young twins, this time Gregor Young, trying to extend the possession but take it beyond the 22. So it's all Jed just now. Kelso barely had a touch of the ball at the moment, and suddenly Jed Forrest are able through Mark Glenn to break ranks up and beyond that 10 metre line. Up and over halfway he goes, but Kelso had cover in place there. Dwayne Patterson with the tackle. Penalty then awarded to Jed Forrest. Quickly on they go with it. It's Robbie Shearer-Gibb on the park as well this afternoon. Another experienced campaigner, another very good sprinter as well. We've seen him at some Highland games during the summer over the course of past years. An opportunity now for Jed down this right hand side. Perhaps a wee 1-2 opening up for them. Finlay Scott it was that was trying to gain deeper ground inside that Kelso 22. Jed go once more. Opportunity for Gregor Young. Strong right hand there. Plants the ball down. Jed Forrest get the opening score. Jed then leading by 5 points to 0. And you have to say, really straight from kick-off, Jed dominating possession of the ball.
Yeah, it's also a great lesson in patient sevens there, wasn't it? They found themselves camped in their own 22, but they didn't panic. As you said, Rory Marshall, the big burly centre figure, he managed to get them some go-forward ball, just sort of suck the defenders in. And as you can say, when you've got the two young twins, very experienced sevens campaigners, they're always a threat from anywhere on the park, this Jed Forrest outfit.
Conversion attempt just drifting wide of the uprights, but it's Jed Forrest 5, Kelso 0. Of course, Kelso from the late 1970s through to the early 90s, a hugely impressive record in that time. 7 victories, many other occasions where they were beaten finalists. Jed too have enjoyed in more recent times appearances in the semi-finals and finals. Of course, suffered a fairly heavy defeat a few years back in the final, but it's an achievement in itself to get to a Melrose Sevens final. And when you think back to the teams involving the likes of Ross Goodfellow, they certainly served both Riverside Park and the wider borders proud with their performances as they have possession again once more. Showing a great deal of confidence. Marshall with a little offload. Shearer-Gibb on the right hand side. Stops, checks, is able to work his way up. Still just short of the halfway line. On then towards Mark Glenn. Glenn with the offload to Marshall once more. Certainly playing with a great deal of patience and assurance about this Jed Forrest side at the moment, as Glenn has it again, floats the ball out towards the left hand side between that 10 and 22, and again they're looking to accelerate. Finlay Scott up towards halfway. Ball is spilled, goes loose, picked up this time by Dan Wardrop. Little offload, and Gregor Young at close quarters, couple of fens there handing off the opposition. Keith Melbourne though just slows him up. Starting in the Kelso side this afternoon, Melbourne, or this late morning as it still is, of course, because the first tie kicked off just before 11 o'clock. Little offload, and Jed Forrest again accelerating down the right hand side. Loose Walker this time up and beyond the 10 metre line. Kelso would just love to get some possession of the ball. They may do now as Jed knock on just on that Kelso 10. It remains Jed Forrest 5, Kelso 0.
And as you said, they'll be looking to just sort of keep themselves with the ball for a bit. They'll try to get some rest back in the legs. They've had to make a lot of tackles. I've counted Keith Melbourne's made it 6 or 7 already, which as a big burly second row in the 15s code he likes to do, but there's nothing worse in a sevens tournament to get up and you see another player running straight back down your channel just as you've managed to gather your bearings from the last collision.
Into the scrum, and Kelso, little misunderstanding there, but no immediate harm done. They're forced back to build possession now from the edge of the 10 metre line. A splinter run here with some acceleration from Patterson up and over that 10 metre line. Played forward there with the side of Keith Melbourne's right boot. Melbourne still playing some football. Melbourne, can he go himself? Melbourne then gathers and touches down. And you have to say, an unorthodox score from such a big man, but all credit for his perseverance there. Maybe not the stylist footballer you'd ever see, but effective in the end.
Yeah, the big Irishman is another we spoke about the importance of the South of Scotland players, and Angus Dunn and Ben Gill there for the Gala side. Both of these men as well, Dwayne Patterson and Keith Melbourne, both represented in the Inter-District Championships, and anybody that's been watching rugby this year in the Scottish Borders will argue they're probably the two most informed players in Borders rugby at the moment, Keith Melbourne and Dwayne Patterson, and they showed their skill there with probably a less traditional try for Keith Melbourne. He's more used to a 5 metre pick and go, I think.
Yeah, I can imagine the nature of the score and his involvement from early on in the build up to that try. He'll be dining out on that, and as well he might, given the score. We get to see it again on the big screen just directly opposite our commentary position, and his face was just a picture of concentration there. I'll get the word out eventually, because he wanted to make sure all the hard work wasn't going to come to nothing. and all credit to him. He's managed to engineer a try, which brings the game level at 5-all, and first opportunity Kelso have had with possession. But Marshall now looking to set up Jed Forrest once more. They're up towards the 10-metre line. Shira Gibb now again accelerated, biting on that gum shield as he was trying to get up towards halfway. Back it comes though. Kelso have been able to steal once more. Robbie Tweedy now out on the right hand side, out the side door. Kelso again into the 22, but Jed have possession once more. Suddenly Jed Forrest are finding a bit more space to run into and accelerate and use the pace they have in those legs. Shira Gibb again just trying to protect possession of the ball on the 22. Kelso doing well though, protecting the ball and offloading with confidence themselves on the deck. But the referee, having watched Kelso, just made a slight handling error there on the edge of the 22. Says, well guys, we've had enough, we'll stop play at half time with the score up 5-all. And it's been an intriguing opening 7 minutes.
It has. Young Archie Barber there just brought the half to a close with a slightly audacious, which turned out to be forward, pass off the deck out the back. I think he saw every Sonny Bill Williams highlight video and tried to do them all in one there, but bless it didn't come off. But yeah, a great interesting tie. Jedburgh very patient, almost malicious with the way they're sort of targeting it, and Kelso it was get something on the board before the half, make it look a bit more presentable for themselves. But interesting tries, and it's interesting to see the dynamic. You have the experienced players of the young twins, Shira Gibb, and as you mentioned, then you've got these young firecrackers in Dwayne Patterson, Archie Barber, and quite interesting contrast. Both had very opposite 15 seasons, but you wouldn't know that based on the first half we've just watched in the Sevens code.
Yeah, there seems to be almost a different approach when Jed Forrest play the abbreviated game in terms of just their attitude towards it, the enthusiasm towards it. They're, I think, trying to protect and build on what has been a very impressive record that they've had over the years in the Kings of the Seven series when they've been there or thereabouts, and they've had to rely on a nucleus of very skillful Sevens players. You remember the young twins were selected at international level at one time, or deemed to be of that level, but they certainly, although they've sort of aged very well, they've certainly very effective players to still have out in the park. Lewis on one side, Gregor on the other. Gregor on the left, Lewis sitting towards the right. Jed with the restart, 5 points all against Kelso, and of course local bragging rights are part of the very much the mix in this particular tie, as once more opportunity for Keith Melbourne perhaps to add to his Melrose 7 story as he goes in with a little bit of a clear out, high tackle. Jed penalised, chance for Kelso to recycle once more. Away they go again with some intent going forward, and Andy Tate, another figure that's been around a long time, how he'd enjoy an extended run here at Melrose this afternoon. Kelso going back closer towards their own 22 just now with Dwayne Patterson. Patterson evades a few challenges now. He's got some green plane to run into up towards the halfway line, but he's looking for movement and options, and that was just knocked sideways there as Kelso, the referee, has signalled, well, it was actually forwards rather than a sideways tap, so that comes to nothing. And yeah, you could see that Patterson was thinking, well, I've got an awful lot to do if I go myself here, but who's around me that I can offload to and carry on this good work? He is.
He's got an unnatural knack for knowing everyone on his team where they are, as we sort of stop for an injury there, so we can look at a bit more detail. But Dwayne Patterson, he ducks a tackle of a very quick on-rushing defender, and like you said, he just manages to slow the game down around him. He was looking, unfortunately Murray Woodcock knocked it on in this instance, but his ability to see it, and then anybody that saw on the Rugby Radio highlights from the Peebles Sevens tournament earlier when Dwayne Patterson almost single-handedly brought his team back into that final. They were 19-0 down against Hawick, ended up winning it right at the end, but a truly impressive feat, and he's a pleasure to watch. But the tie is really just showing, and you mentioned about the young twins there as well. They're very attritional with the energy they expend during a Sevens tournament. I think that's a skill they really have mastered. They don't waste energy unnecessarily, so they do look fitter by definition, but they also look fresher than most other teams late on into a tournament.
And you touched on the patience aspect of Jed's play, and I think again that comes from knowing when and where to break and how to try and capitalise on any space. Marshall now with that little offload towards the left hand side. Lewis Young has appeared on the left up towards the edge of the halfway line. Jed penalised a little tap for Kelso, so 5 points all. Now at this stage in the previous two ties we've had an outright leader, and we've had an indication of who perhaps would go into the second round, with Gala and Curry already through to round 2 after round 1 successes, but this one is very much in the melting pot. Andy Tate with the offload there out towards Cammy Thompson on the left hand side. Tate has it once more just beyond that 10 metre line. Back it comes to Patterson again, has a little look at his options. He's able to find Archie Barber, and Kelso just running out of room as they knock the ball forward, and Jed Forrest will have the opportunity from the restart from the 5 channel on their 10 metre line on that right hand side from this scrummage to try and orchestrate something in the second half. Main stand filling up very nicely indeed. Of course, an all border tie is perhaps going to attract just that little bit bigger a crowd in terms of those spectators sitting in to watch. Lewis Young, a little 1-2 opening up, and Lewis Young again doing well, bringing Lewis Walker into play up and over the halfway line to go as well. Marshall up and over the 10 metre line is tackled. Lewis Young goes in to try and scoop the ball up off the deck, which he does. Little tap on now towards Mark Glenn, who's been very hard working and productive. Gregory Young now has it out the side door. Jed Forrest now suddenly into the 22, into the heart of the pitch, and Mark Glenn is going to be in underneath the posts. An excellent Jed Forrest score, and that's certainly worthy of a team of Jed Forrest's quality, and perhaps worthy of seeing Jed Forrest reach the second round. But Kelso will have other ideas. There's still some time. Jed though now have the lead by 10 points to 5 as they go to the bench and bring on some fresh legs.
Yeah, and I think Finlay Scott's just managed to make that 12 points to 5 as well with the hooker that kicks for Jed. But as we mentioned, Gregor Young, brilliant, just took 2 defenders in and that split seconds before just out the back door, and it was all there. Mark Glenn had nothing to do but fall over the try line realistically.
Yeah, so 12 points to 5. And as we said, an all Edinburgh tie coming up in the form of Watsonians against Boroughmuir. Jed then with the restart. Kelso will contest the kick, and they manage to win back possession of the ball, and suddenly they're up and over halfway, and this could be one of these great lung-busting Melrose Sevens tries as they go half the length of the field and more to touchdown. And Murray Woodcock has suddenly brought Kelso right back into the tie as we started to speculate, had Jed suddenly done enough to reach the next round. This is going to be such an important conversion from underneath the posts. It's 12-10 with the kick to come, and this will level up what has been an absorbing all borders affair in the third match of this first round, and Kelso are back very much in business at 12 all.
That's what I say, you just cannot count this Kelso team out. I don't think they ever believe they've lost the match until somebody tells them after they've walked off the pitch. I think if they didn't get told, they believe they won it. They have that much belief as a team, but what a lung-busting run from young Murray Woodcock. I bet they're happy they got it to one of the sub-20-year-olds. He's been very impressive in his first season in full-time adult man rugby. He is really impressive for such a young character, and the composure to not get try-line fever there as well.
Yeah, one of those classic Kelso tries that we've seen down the years. As mentioned, 7 times winners, back in a very rich spell of 15 years contesting semi-finals and finals, and very often taking the silverware back down to Poynter Park. The Ladies' Cup was a regular feature in the trophy cabinet down there at one time, but from the restart it's an opportunity through a scrummage for Kelso. Feeding the ball into the scrum will be their number 9 this afternoon, Dwayne Patterson. Has possession of the ball at the moment. So this scrum in between the 5 and 15 channels on the Kelso left, inside the Jed half of the field. That ball barely made the scrum. So it'll be a reset. The referee, back he goes into position. Ball barely left the hands there of Dwayne Patterson. Wind continues to swirl around. Many spectators just making their way past Policeman's Corner, glancing in, those that perhaps haven't made it quite into the green yards yet, still eager to watch the action. They can see the big screen. They can perhaps see now Angus Roberts trying to round the corner as he gets his way up towards the edge of the 22. Back it comes to Patterson, through the hands again as Kelso are building. Robbie Tweedy with a touch, back to Tate. Tweedy has it once more, up into the 22 he goes. It's tackled, Tate picks up then, little offload towards Patterson on the edge of the 22. Now it's spread out there towards Kelso's Archie Barber. Move just breaks down, the momentum just drops ever so slightly. Kelso knock on. Referee another quick subtle glance at the watch there. Kelso and Jed Forrest locked at 12 all, and this tie is everything we hoped it would be.
It was, and as we say, a Premiership border affair. What better to get everybody amped up. You can see the crowds they've grown in this game alone, never mind, and it's been exactly what I think. And I think what's been so important is Andy Tate, normally at the base of a scrum barking orders, he's now actually managed to find himself in the middle of a 6-man scrum, and he's still barking orders. You can see him looking almost sideways towards the referee as they go down for this engagement.
Down it goes and contested again by Patterson, but picked up then by Glenn of Jed Forest offload. That was a little bit untidy there as it bounced rather awkwardly just in front of Ben Fotheringham. And the referee just signalling, well, that's the conclusion of the regulation time. So we've reached full time. Jed 12, Kelso 12. So very early on in the tournament we have period of extra time, and perhaps it's just as well that the first tie kicked off 5 minutes early.
Yeah, I think that puts us on time now. So see, all's well that ends well here at Melrose Sevens. Everybody knows what they're doing, but you've great, and you look at the players both teams have got on their benches there that have managed to get a bit of a rest. It's quite interesting to see. You've got Dan Wardrop for Jed there in the 1 jersey. If he comes on, that brings you a lot more stability. Back row, second row player, really safe hands, played with him at uni, a really deft bit of skill for a forwards player. And then Kelso vice versa, number 10 jersey today, Nick Stingley, is actually a German international. He's got skill for days, and he's also got lightning pace. So they can really change this game with who they bring on, or Frankie Robson, who's just making his way back off the pitch, a big burly centre who likes to take collisions and draw defenders in. Totally different ways they can play this, and it's really tough to call. A nice, interesting first round tie.
Yeah, so Kelso will have the kick-off to get this period of extra time underway. Tie number 3, and of course, as I say, an all-border affair still to come in the form of Watsonians against Jed Forest, Watsonians against Boroughmuir, as Jed Forest and Kelso on the park at the moment. Hearts and Balls, incidentally, are due to play the winners of this tie just before 5 minutes to 2 in the second round. Jed have it again. Lewis Young got a Kelso player with arms round the ankles there. Lewis Young with a little tap and go, tries to fend off a couple of Kelso players coming towards him. Penalty as Kelso again not releasing the tackled player, and it's now back with Glenn. Floats the ball out towards the right hand side, and Jed once more looking to bring the likes of Robbie Douglas into play. Up into the 22 they go once more. Glenn comes across, acting as the scrum half with a little pick and go option to go direct towards the line. Scored an excellent try in the regulation time in the 14 minutes. Picked up Jed Forest, sensing that this could be their opportunity to finally seize the moment, seize the day, and Jed Forest are in underneath the post, and it's that old campaigner Lewis Young underneath the posts, and it's a successful try for Jed Forest. And Jed now lead by 17 points to 12, and you have to say that they're worthy perhaps of that victory, but my goodness me, Kelso went toe to toe with them and played very well indeed.
I'll tell you what, if the rest of the games in this tournament stay like that, we're going to have a very fun afternoon here, because that was an absolute cracker of a tie. Commiserations to Kelso, well done to Jed Forest, they've made a cracking start to this tournament.
Yeah, well, the full-time score then was a victory in the end for Jed Forest, 19 points, 2-12. They're through to the next round. They'll take on Hearts and Balls just before 2 o'clock. But the next tie-up is an all-Edinburgh affair between Watsonians and Boroughmuir.
And we'll be hearing more from Sam and Stuart later on in the programme, but time to go down pitchside where Hugh Brown is there, and he'll be talking to a couple of players. Hugh?
Yes, indeed, Stuart. I've got with me Keith Melbourne. And Keith, you lost that one. It was a close tie.
Yeah, really good game. Jed put it up to us. Just, I think the first half we took a little while to get going, didn't get many plays, and it cost us in the end. But good to get out in the 7th circuit again after the 15s.
You scored a brilliant try, though.
I think there was a few lucky bounces in that, and I'll take a look at the Irish maybe.
Of course, it's been a fantastic season in the 15s for Kelso. You've done brilliantly. You would have been hoping to, still are hoping to do well in the 7th.
Yeah, first one of after the 15s now. Good to get the ring row stuff, and hopefully in the coming weeks we'll get a few wins and get further into the tournaments as well.
Wish you well with that. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
Keith Melbourne, and also with me now is Lewis Young. Lewis, what a match that was. It went to extra time.
Yeah, that's excitement in Melrose Sevens, isn't it? Especially when we're up against a border rival there, and yeah, that was one of the very enjoyable ones here.
And you scored the winning try.
I know, rolling back the years. Yeah, the legs are getting old now, but thankfully it was only like 5 metres out rather than 25.
I think even I could manage 5 metres out. But you know, it's been a very difficult season for Jed because you've been relegated. You'll be hoping that you can get something out the Sevens circuit.
Yeah, that was one of the last things we said in the change rooms before we came out, was it's time to restore some pride in the club. We're a difficult season, and to come here and do well and perform well in the Kings, you don't forget about what's happened over the last few months, but it's certainly a good start for next season.
Certainly is, and you'll be looking forward to the rest of the day. And how far do you think you can go?
Well, I don't know, we're up against the guest side now, and you never know what players they bring, but that one will help us. We showed there that we can grind it out as a team, so fingers crossed the next one we don't leave it till extra time.
Wish you well for the rest of the day. Lewis Young of Jed Forest.
Very well, that's Hugh Brown, who'll be chatting with quite a few players as they come off the pitch, and we'll be rejoining him very, very shortly. But change of commentators in the box now as we move into round one, tie 4. It's an Edinburgh derby between Watsonians and Boroughmuir. Calling this one before they head down to Hawick for the big cup match this afternoon are Ewan Welsh and, first of all, Robin Purdy.
Thank you, Stuart, and you join us here for the Collington Road derby. Watsonians 7-0 to the good early try by Torquil MacLeod, who's played most of the season on the wing for Glasgow Hawks in the Premiership, so he's no slouch, and it's Watsonians in the ascendancy here, in possession just outside the Boroughmuir 22. Stuart Allison cuts back inside, and there's a 4-on-2 situation here from User, but that's good defence by Boroughmuir, but the ball's gone backwards, says the referee. It was fumbled by the Watsonians player, and they're up towards the 5 metre line here. That's Ross Stanley, Finn Jacobs rather, in possession, but he's held on just that fraction too long, and Ewan Watsonians on top in the early exchanges.
Yeah, and this is really the first chance Boroughmuir have had a chance to the ball, so they're going to need to pin the legs back and go for it.
And that's exactly what they're looking to do here, and that's a lovely inside pass. Now, has he got the pace, the Boroughmuir player? He's up over the 10 metre line, but he was well scragged by his Watsonians counterpart, but Boroughmuir still in possession. Big shot in there by Tom Kelly, not the biggest, but that was a big tackle by the Watsonians man, but the penalty's been conceded, so Boroughmuir are going to tap and go here through Finn Jacobs. Looks to go quickly just outside the Watsonians 22, looking to claw their way back into this. There's a break on here, and it's going to culminate in a try. Great piece of running there by Magnus Finlayson for Boroughmuir, and they're right back in it.
Yeah, and that just shows exactly how you can go from one end of the pitch to the other in very quickly. A couple of penalties coughed up by Sodians, and it just allows that a little bit of space, a little bit of room for the Boroughmuir attackers to really try and get in behind that defence. And a couple of all it took was a couple of times, and after that they were in for the try. So a level playing field once again.
It is kick to come. Watsonians 7, Boroughmuir 5. Challenging day for the kickers, of course, with a breeze that is expected to stiffen throughout the afternoon. Now, that's got nothing to do with the wind. However, that kick, that's probably the worst that you'll see this afternoon. Didn't get 6 inches above the synthetic surface here at the Green Yards, but nonetheless, Boroughmuir back in this. Watsonians 7, Boroughmuir 5. Boroughmuir in their traditional strips, blue and green, navy shorts. They're attacking the Eildon's end here, and it's kicked off by Gav Lockhart. Now, that's not gone 10. It's been caught by a Boroughmuir player, so they're going to come back for a Watsonians free kick. Watsonians maroon and white, of course, great supporters of Kings of the Sevens over the years. In fact, they're the last Scottish club team to win this event, 2018. Great 7 they had back then, as they've had on a number of occasions over the years, and they're in possession here on halfway. Finn Bloomfield. It's out here to Stuart Allison. Played a lot of sevens over the years, and he's off down the tram lines here, Allison. He's a burly character, and he's tried to flick it back inside when it might have served him better to keep hold of it, but there's hacked forward, fumbled and spilled over the line by Watsonians, but the referee deems they were playing an advantage, so they're going to come back for a penalty here. They're 10 or so metres from the Boroughmuir line. It's back in the hands of Allison after his lung buster. Oh, lovely bit of footwork there. Finn Jacobs dancing off the left, onto the right, under the post, and that's how you do it.
Yeah, and it just took a little bit of time for Watsonians to kind of find the room and see where it was working, but once they got into Jacobs' hand, he just managed to find that bit of space and committed to it, and that just shows that he's obviously got the confidence within himself to back himself, although he was only a couple of metres shy, just to go for that bit of space, the little dart and run and just get over the line, and that kind of puts Watsonians back in front.
Yeah, and with a little bit of daylight as well, because the kick is good as you'd expect from bang in front. Watsonians 14 now, they're near neighbours Boroughmuir 5. I'm going to have a ding dong here. the winners will progress to face what is thought to be one of the fancied outfits here this afternoon, Scott White's South Barbarians. So a tricky assignment for whichever these two teams progress here. And the losers will no doubt have a decent day out. But Boroughmuir are off and running again. They're up over halfway. Still in possession. Got a man over here on the near side, but the space has been closed. Luke Whittaker tight to the touchline, and he's still going, and he's managed to keep in field. That's good play by the youngster. So Boroughmuir back in the hands of Finlayson, the try scorer. Oh, there's a big tackle there in the midfield on Strath Mackenzie, the Boroughmuir captain, but they've managed to keep a hold of it. And Finlayson goes to ground this time, and they've been awarded a penalty, Boroughmuir. So 30 metres or so from the Watsonians line. Kyle McMillan has a crack, and McMillan's through. Good footwork by McMillan, and he's looking for support, none forthcoming, but eventually somebody turns up, and they're 5 metres short now, Boroughmuir. Oh, lovely footwork again by the number 12, Kyle McMillan. It was him that started the move, him that finished the move. More good play, Ewan.
Yeah, and again, it comes. Both teams have been really good at keeping the ball alive and just waiting their time and not getting too stressed, but no scoring very quickly. And so what that allows is just for the space to build up, the defence to tire, and there Boroughmuir really just exploited that little bit of space, committed men to the breakdown to keep that ball, and then when they shipped it wide, there was a bit of space, and a little bit of just individual flair have just helped this Boroughmuir side get both their tries. And they'll be looking to keep the pressure on Watsonians now. Yeah, and another conversion attempt by Boroughmuir that was none too clever. Sadly for Jamie McRae, tasked with the kicking duties this afternoon. Let's not forget that Boroughmuir have a 15s game this afternoon, so they're not at full strength here, but they're giving a good account of themselves so far. 2 tries apiece. It's half time, incidentally. 2 tries apiece. Watsonians converting both their tries. 14 points to 10, and yeah, Ewan, it's going to be a tough assignment for either of these teams if they progress to the semi-final against, as I mentioned, the fancied South Barbarians. Yeah, it is, and I think the winners of this tie will relish that challenge, and they'll just be happy to get another game. You know, it's difficult for these boys to commit themselves when they're, you're only guaranteed 50 minutes of rugby, and that can be difficult, especially when, as you mentioned, Boroughmuir are relying on a lot of players who aren't a part of that first team. And when you actually look at the size of the two squads, even now in their huddles, that Boroughmuir side is a small built side, and they are built of small players. However, in sevens that can mean they're a lot of quick players, and there's a lot of individual skill involved. We've seen that last night in the 2 competitions that we watched last night. So I think both teams will be looking to progress in this competition, although they will be facing a much stiffer competition in the face of that Barbarians team. Yeah, a lot of big guns here. The names of some of the teams may not be that familiar to the casual observer, but those that know their sevens know about these invitational teams. You know, the likes of South Barbarians, Shogun Rugby, who not so long ago were known as Samurai. A lot of people fancying them this year. Monaco Impies as well, last year's champions. People know about all of them. They kind of flew in under the radar last year, but they're not going to do that this year. Much fancied by a lot of people, and we're back underway here. Boroughmuir have kicked off, and Watsonians are in possession, but it's been fumbled. The referee says it's gone backwards. It was untidy, but they've made the most of it, and streaking up the touchline for Watsonians and going to go all the way is the pacey Nick Adler, and it looked for all the world like he'd made a mess of it, but he's gone 70 metres potentially right up that far side, behind the post as well, no less. And great start to the second half for Watsonians, but the absolute last thing that Boroughmuir wanted. Yeah, definitely. When we kicked off for the second half, Boroughmuir were just the 4 points behind, and I try would have put them in the front. However, Watsonians have obviously disturbed that thought process for Boroughmuir, and they've the ones that have got the next try, and that could be huge in the outcome in this game, Robin. And the kick is good as well, so they're out to 21 points to 10. Watsonians, great pace it was as we watched the replay on the big screen here. Really is a great setup here today at Melrose. People starting to stream in, ground starting to fill up. Big screen, plenty food and drink options for the punters here as well. So a good day ahead as Watsonians gets back underway, and you can see the strength of the wind there as the ball hangs up, and that gave Stuart Allison the chance to get up, and acrobatically he won the ball. It's back on the side of Watsonians, but the referees deemed that a Boroughmuir hand got in there to knock it on, so they're going to come back for a Watsonian scrum. And like I say, Ewan, shaping up to be a good event. Absolutely, and people all say what they want about it not being the same as it used to be, but let's be honest, we're still in the early stages of the first round, only halfway through the first round, and that far side that as we look at it is starting to really fill up, and that can only be a good sign.
Yeah, it's barely PM here at Melrose, 6 minutes past 12. I can see people streaming into the beer tent, so it must be PM, but penalty by Boroughmuir, and Watsonians through Allison. He's played well so far. Direct player, and he goes route one, but he's got the skills to get it back, but the referee said they've not gone 10. No advantage played there, bizarrely, to Watsonians. They were in possession, but they'll not care a jot because they're going to come back and have a penalty 22 metres from the desired destination, that being the Boroughmuir try line, and they're going to fire it wide here and go early, and the most recent try scorer has fired it out there. Good defence by Boroughmuir in the corner though, but he's managed to roll forward Watsonian player in at the corner, and another good try, Ewan, and that takes them to a point where it's hard to see Boroughmuir getting back and picking up the spoils here.
Yeah, and it comes from that kind of mindset at half time where Boroughmuir would have been looking to get that next score and put themselves in front for the first time in this match, but what happened was the contrary, and Watsonians have kind of run away with it so far in the second half, and they'll now be the ones that you would say will be wanting the next try. I think the next try would probably seal it for them.
Yeah, well, 26 points to 10. Exceptionally difficult kick to come. Struck it well. It's held up in the breeze, however. Oh, but it's managed to creep over the bar, and you'll be surprised if there's a better kick than that this afternoon. That really was a tremendous effort from out wide into the wind.
Yeah, definitely. And I was just going to say it's definitely in the wind because I can feel it coming right across my face.
Yeah,
so
certainly is.
It's definitely into the wind there, and that's been a great kick. And these kind of kicks matter in games like this.
That's it. So Watsonians 28 points to 10 to the good. Again, less familiar names in the Watsonians outfit than maybe yesteryear, but they've come here to play, that's for sure, and that's a good tackle, a textbook tackle round the ankles there on the Boroughmuir player, but Boroughmuir have maintained possession just outside the 22, and under strength Boroughmuir by virtue of the fact that their first team have a big game today. Jamie McRae tries to break through, fed out there by Strath Mackenzie, the captain. McRae again, Doug Frew who's come on, back to McRae, he weighs up his options. Back to Mackenzie, but it's been fumbled by Boroughmuir and kicked forward by Watsonians, but no, the referee's going to bring that back. It's deemed that Boroughmuir have knocked that on as the Watsonians reinforcements come onto the field. Gav Tulloch is on, as is Tristan Cummings. He's a big unit as well. So scrum head and feed's going to go to Boroughmuir. 5 metres outside the Watsonians, or 5 metres outside their own 22 rather, so they've got it all to do here. They're 28 points to 10 down, the clock not in their favour, but they've got a centre field scrum and they've been driven off the ball, but illegally so, says the referee, so they're going to get a free kick. Boroughmuir will be taken quickly by Brodie Clark. Now it's with number 20, who we've not been given that particular number, so that will be what he will be known as. Gav Tulloch, he feeds it out here, and there's a bit of space on the far side for Ross Stanley. He was the scorer of the most recent try, and he's still going, Stanley, and he's gone all the way. Oh, but the referee's deemed there to be a bit of crossing there. I was going to say Stanley, almost like a hot knife through batter there. Some might say a Stanley knife, but it's academic because he's not scored. The penalty was given for crossing, so Boroughmuir are going to have to go coast to coast here if they want to go back into this, but the little half break was there, and that's a great offload. They're up and out the 22 now. It's fed back inside, but taken by a Watsonians player, and illegally so, to the point that the referee has flashed the yellow one. So Watsonians going to probably see this one out with 6 men as opposed to 7, and the space opens up as you expect it to do so, but Boroughmuir have fumbled that when I was going to say the line was at his mercy. He was fully 60 metres, but there was open prairie in front of him, open green yard real estate, and it's the number 20, he who shall not be named. So it's going to be a Watsonians scrum as they attempt to see this out with a man on the naughty step. It's going to be fed by Finn Broomfield. It's It's came back on the Watsonian side. Good harrying and hassling by his opposite number. No, it's been hacked back football style, but it's to Stanley again, and Stanley now's got a wee bit of space in front of him. He's a big unit, Stanley, and he's got a bit of pace, but he's fumbled that, knocked it forward, so it's going to be a Boroughmuir scrum, but advantage being played. So Boroughmuir in possession now. It's now or never for the men from Maggotland. Good strong tackle there on Ben Somerville, who's come on. Now trying to expose the space that's become available. He's tripped over his own bootlaces there. Tom Gill, they're up and into the Watsonians half, and they've given away the penalty. Nothing going Boroughmuir's way now, even though they're playing against 6 men, and it's Watsonians who look the more likely to score, even down in numbers. But it looks, the player asks the referee, is that time? Referee nods in agreement, and it's whacked off the pitch to bring proceedings to a close in the Edinburgh Derby. Watsonians winners by 28 points to 10, and I think looking at the two teams that went to form.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think as the game kind of got to the latter stages, it was kind of a case of seeing the game out as it was, and Boroughmuir were probably unfortunate not to play get a try when they had the one extra, but that was just the way it was meant to be, and no matter how much they tried, they just little handling errors or little situations like that just didn't really help the situation a little bit, and so what I allowed was for Watsonians just to kind of keep the pressure on, and they were quite happy. They weren't needing to score a try or anything, so they were quite happy to leave it as it was, and they're the ones who progress in the next round.
Okay, I shall just jump in here because hopefully we're going to be going down to pitchside with Hugh Brown. I don't know if he's there. Hugh?
Number 4.
Clearly not, so we'll be back very shortly.
This is Rugby Radio. Rugby Radio.
Many businesses struggle when it comes to their comfort or process heating, drying, cooling, chilling and other energy-saving challenges. However, many businesses don't because they've put their trust in Turnbull & Scott, serving customers for over 90 years in many sectors including agriculture, building services, food and drink, low-carbon energy and more. Our loyal and growing client base value our expertise, integrity and accessibility. Why not find out what we could be doing for your business? Find out more and download our brochure now. Just search the web for Turnbull & Scott.
Your pet deserves the best, and that's why your pet deserves the care and treatment offered by Border Vets. We focus on delivering the very best care to each and every one of our patients and clients. We get to know you and your pet and offer treatments tailored to every animal's individual needs, from our conveniently located surgeries in Galashiels, Selkirk and Earlston. Ask about our Pet Health Club for your cat or dog, giving you peace of mind by spreading the cost of vaccinations, regular checks and more. From dental care to travelling abroad and the whole range of veterinary services, bordervets.co.uk is where you'll find everything you need to know. Border Vets, where your pets are part of our family.
Rugby Radio, bringing you the exclusive Melrose Sevens radio coverage with Turnbull & Scott, serving a growing loyal client base in many business sectors throughout the Scottish borders and beyond for over 90 years.
The next tie is between Heriots and the favourites, Shogun. Let's go down pitch side. Hugh Brown has got Neil Hinnigan with him.
Yes, indeed I have. Neil is with me now. Neil, what do you make of this game then? What do you think Shogun are going to do well?
Well, yeah, hopefully we just get off. That's us off to a good start. So it's really important to get off to a good start. And some of the lesser teams are going to come at us early. So if we can get an early try, makes life a bit easier.
Well, of course, they've been runners up twice, haven't they? They were looking for it to be third time lucky.
Yeah. Hopefully, that's the idea here. We've kind of ramped up the squad a little bit and felt we've been a bit unlucky, but that's the way it goes. In sevens, a bounce of the ball can make all the difference. So hopefully today it goes our way.
And it's first blood to Shogun by the looks of it.
Yeah, that's what I say. We need a good start here and get the confidence up and momentum going. So couldn't ask for a better start.
Quick mention for your home club. Sadly, they lost to Jed in extra time.
Yeah, they did. Unfortunately, fair play to Jed. They turned up today with a good squad and had a real go at Kelso. And yeah, some elementary mistakes and early on for Kelso just cost them today. But I'm sure they'll come back next week a bit stronger.
Tremendous thanks. Neil Hinnigan, who's coaching today Shogun, but of course also very much involved with Kelso as well, Stuart.
Thank you very much. Hugh Brown down at pitch side today. It's quite loud as well down there, but hopefully we will get plenty more action from downstairs a little bit later on, probably after this tie as well. Some tasty players in that Shogun side, including of course Jamie Farndale, Max Pepper, who's a regular in the series, and Jordan Edmonds as well, former Boroughmuir man, who's lining up today. But let's turn our attention to what's on the pitch. Robin and Ewan. to take us through this one with the grey numbers on blue and white stripes. Good luck with this. It's Robin and Ewan.
Yeah, it's a battle of the unreadable numbers in this one, Stuart. But as we say that, Shogun have romped in for their second try, and it's ex-Scotland Sevens man Matt Davidson. He's played for Heriots in Super Series. He adds to the try by Will Glover, who's an ex-England Sevens international, 16 appearances and 3 tries in the World Series. And Ewan, that's what Heriots are up against with this composite invitational side. Shogun, of course, previously Samurai, as they'll be known to many.
Yeah, and there's 2 ways to look at that. Obviously, you can think that it's a bit of an unfair draw and you're going to be right up against it, but at the same time, you get to play against some really, really good players that have expressed themselves on some big circuits in the sevens world. So no, I think it's one of those that Heriots will just enjoy the occasion and try and lay a punch if they can.
Well, they've not managed to fire a shot so far. It's Shogun 14, Heriots 0. Shogun it is in the first half, playing into the wind, playing towards the picturesque Eildons, looking resplendent today. But it's Heriots with the first possession of this tie, and that's gone to ground the pass, but it's been picked up off the bootlaces by Morgan Bruce. Now it's Chris Yule, the captain. He feeds it out and he goes straight to his hamstring, Chris Yule, and comes straight to the touchline. So that's his race run by the looks of things, sadly for him. 3 minutes into this tie, and a penalty's been conceded. Now Shogun, half break here on up towards the 22, and a lovely out the back door pass. They've got Farndale lurking on the wing, but his services are not going to be required, because that looks like Matt Davidson again, who's cut through the defence for his second try. And Ewan, it just looked a wee bit too easy, that, and that's no slur to Heriots. They're playing against a superior outfit here.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's kind of difficult to even pinpoint how and why exactly that space was there, but it just seems that team, the Shogun team, they're not going to have been together for long, but it just seems that they kind of know each other. They're already kind of working off each other and working well. The only thing that would flag up for me is that they have got an extra tie to get through, and that, come the end of the day, if they do get as far as that, it could come down to little things like that extra 50 minutes of rugby they've had to play.
Yeah, it could do, but some might say as well that it gets the running into the legs. Whoever wins this, and you have to say it, you fancy Shogun. They'll play the Eric Liddell 100 in the next round, so 2 invitational teams going head to head, unless Heriots can claw their way from 21-0 down, and that kickoff has gone the 10, and it's bounced on this synthetic surface right back into the hands of the Shogun players. And now it's a man with many Scotland appearances, Farndale, going down the touchline. He feeds it back inside. Now he has to come into the ruck, but Heriots have got bodies over that illegally, however. So it's taken quickly there by Harrison Friday for Shogun, and they're in here for their 4th try. Again, easy does it. That's Will Glover's second, so 2 for Glover, 2 for Matt Davidson, and they're absolutely laying down a marker here.
Yeah, it is, and it's something to kind of watch and appreciate. You can just tell they've got that Sevens experience, and they just totally know exactly how each other are going to play, and that's surprising because they've obviously not been together for too long. But people around the ground now can watch this kind of tie unfold and just appreciate the level that Shogun are playing at, and just how good the individual skill is as well as that team performance.
First missed kick for Shogun, 4 tries, 3 conversions. Matt Davidson it was with the attempt, drifted to the left of the uprights, but it matters not, as they're 26-0 to the good, still in the first half here. Shogun, ex-Samurai, and the likes of Jordan Edmonds, who's going to get close to this kickoff. It's not gone 10. Jordan Edmonds has barely touched the ball yet. He's a GB Sevens cap, no less. Ex-Edinburgh development player, Burrabeer Bears, Super 6, a physical specimen. He is, as are all his teammates, to be honest. They look littered with players that can go the length if need be, and that's what you need to win a tournament like this these days. But it's Heriots in possession through Matt Dillon. Heriots have a Matt Dillon and a Pete Burns in the ranks today. For our older listeners, Ewan Welsh next to me, that will be absolutely lost on him.
Not a clue.
But penalty's been awarded to Heriots. No, the referee actually extended his arm to signal half time. So, as many would have predicted, Shogun up in this tie at half time, 26 points to 0. But again, similar to Boroughmuir, Ewan, in fairness to Heriots, let's not forget they have a big game as well today. They play a cup quarter final against Edinburgh Accies.
Yeah, and things like that need to be remembered, because there's going to be a lot of players in that Heriots team that probably wouldn't have expected to be here today a couple of weeks ago, and it's only because of clashes like that they're here, and so they will be happy to be here. And we've mentioned it earlier on, where the likes of the Hoyk team and the Curry team and that, there's boys there that would never have ever thought they would have played at Melrose Sevens, and so to get that opportunity is great for them, and especially for these Heriots boys. They're getting to play against some really world class players. Some, as you mentioned, that haven't really even touched the ball yet themselves. So no, I think it's just more of the same for Shogun, and Heriots would probably like to have a bit more of the ball and maybe try and work up the pitch and maybe get a consolation try. But I think Shogun will just try and see this one out and get through without any injuries. And what obviously we've seen one of the Heriots players, with a hamstring injury, and that's the kind of thing you don't want to happen for the favourites of the competition.
No, that's right, and they'll look to use the full squad, as you mentioned, and they're obviously playing this extra game in what is now the first round. It used to be a preliminary round, as they used to call it, but it's the first round now, and the likes of them, Monaco MPs, the British Army, all in that. Less of a seeding system these days, but they're sort of underneath us now, Ewan, and you look at the makeup of some of them. It's a different breed of sevens players to what we see normally on the Kings of the Seven Circuit.
Yeah, and I think they look like specialist seven players, and that's what's different. There's no little players that look like nippy. They all look massive but also nippy, and that's the difference. And that's where you can just tell the kind of professionals for the amateurs, sort of.
That's it. Professional athletes here, and that's what they are, athletes. Heriots in possession, though. They've taken the kick, or the kickoff's been fumbled by Samurai, so there's going to be a scrum here in favour of the men from Goldenacre, giving a gutsy account of themselves so far. They've very little ball to play with, but they've certainly not shirked the defensive side of things. There's a wee bit of a gulf in class, as one would expect. Let's not forget, club team whose first team are playing a 15s game today against largely professional full-time sevens players, but they're going to have a crack here, Heriots, and it was Ben Evans to start with. Now there's a handoff there, and they're going to try and go up the far side there. Ross Burney it was, but it's gone into touch over on the far side as the fans here continue to filter in. Decent numbers here, given that we're barely into the afternoon. Many will be here, came early to see the likes of Shogun, see what they're all about and how they will potentially fare in the latter stages. They're in the same half of the draw and could meet the home team Melrose in the quarter-final, so the locals no doubt have a keen interest in this. But there's another break on here from the 22, and the Shogun player's going to go all the way over the 22 under the sticks without a mitt laid on him, and keep saying it, Ewan, but that's what they can do. We spoke about it last night in the tournament, the under-18s, less so there, but more so here. For this type of tournament nowadays, you can't just have 2 or 3 guys that can go 70 metres. You need to have 5 or 6 minimally, and some of these teams potentially will have 7. Yeah,
definitely. You need to have players that are going to be there and support. You need to have players that are going to create the space and allow maybe 1 or 2 players who've got that extra bit of skill just to kind of run away with it. But as you say, you kind of just get away with having 2 or 3 good players and the rest just be your kind of bang average players. You need players, if you're wanting to progress in these kind of tournaments, you need to have players that are all working well with each other, that are working in unison and in harmony, and I think that's what this Shogun side look like they're offering. They look like, although they've only been put together to play this week, that they've never been away from each other.
Yeah, they look like they've played for a long time together. They've got an understanding. They have been together since Thursday, in fairness. Had a hit out against Kelso Thursday night, trained yesterday. Oh, that's been taken, the kick-off. My word. Straight from the kick-off. Taken in there by Jamie Farndale. He goes in for his first of the afternoon. Incidentally, Matt Davison was the previous try scorer. That's his hat-trick in this tie. 3 tries for him already in barely 7-8 minutes of rugby. But Farndale, 51 international tournaments for Scotland, the ex-Edinburgh Accies man. He's a World Series winner twice at Twickenham, and You can't say fairer than that, really, can you? That's the types of boys that you want in a squad if you're coming here to do a job and try and pick up the 1883 Centenary Cup.
Absolutely, and typically we just mentioned how you need to have loads of players that are great, and you can't just have players with individual skill. But that was pretty much a solo try, purely from the kick-off, and I think it's something that I've noticed the kind of whole game is that from the kick-off it's been very, very close to always being retrieved, and that's something that we've only really seen with this team, and that just shows that elitism that is there when players can, every single time they're putting the ball with the wind that we've got here today, they're almost retrieving it every single time. That's quite amazing.
It is that's another chance there from the kick-off for his forwards to get underneath it, but it's been fumbled in attempting to catch it by Herriot, so it's going to be another piece of possession for Shogun. It's going to be a scrum 30 metres from the Herriot's try line. Shogun 38, Herriot's 0 as it stands. 2 tries for Will Glover, a hat-trick for Matt Davidson, a try for out-and-out 7 specialist Jamie Farndale. So as we await and the pack down into this scrum, it's going to be fed by Harrison Friday. Plays his club rugby for Taunton. Friday, he's got a crash, man on the crash there, up towards the 22. Penalty's been conceded by Herriots, so they'll look to go quickly here, or are they going to tee it up for a set move? Shogun. Friday's in possession of the ball. Are they potentially going to take a scrum? Yeah, they've signalled for a scrum here, so they're obviously thinking about a set move. James Reed's on now for Shogun. He's going to pack down. Off comes Farndale. Back on goes Will Glover, so Will Glover seeking out a hat-trick. He's going to pack down into this scrum. Paddy Kelly on now as well. The ex-Scotland Sevens heir, Glasgow and London Scottish man. And just like that, they're in once again. Great piece of running there. That looks like Will Hendy to me. So Shogun in for another try. I beg your pardon, it was Max Pepper, whose brother Guy plays for Newcastle Falcons, and Max was in the Falcons Academy himself. And yeah, for want of not sounding like a broken record, Ewan, it's just it's too easy. It's a unfortunately for Herriots, given what else they've got on today, it's a wee bit of a mismatch, this one.
It is, and as you mentioned before, it comes down to the taking away the seedings for the draw, and you would say with a team like this, I mean, this would definitely have been a seeded Shogun team. However, they have had to play this first round game, and they have had to play Herriots. I think the only way that Herriots can really look at it is that they've had the opportunity to play against the likes of Jamie Farndale and Will Glover and these kind of names that even people who haven't got much of an interest in Sevens rugby but no rugby in general have heard these kind of names. So that's huge for these players who, as I say, will just be relishing the opportunity to play here at the Melrose Sevens.
Well, they're going to try and get the 0 knocked off. They're in possession. They've taken in the kick-off, so it's their first possession of any note for a good number of minutes. They go route 1 up and over their own 10-metre line. It's in the possession now of Chris Yule to McSorley, trying to use the width here, but smothered by the onrushing Shogun defence. Flung out there by Seb Smith, who's on. Now they're back in their own 22. They're in reverse here, Herriots, but still trying to do something with it, not giving up the ghost. Receive a decent cheer here, one would assume, if they can get up and over the line, but they're not going to do that, not imminently anyway, because they've coughed up a penalty in possession, holding on. So it'll be Samurai with a penalty at no more than 10-12 metres from the Herriots line. And again, Samurai, the second penalty in a row, they're going to pack down for a scrum, and that's obviously a tactic that they're looking to employ.
Yeah, they're obviously seeing there's opportunity there. We talk about Herriots really trying to get rid of that 0 on the scoreboard, but they just couldn't get there. And we've talked in earlier games about how it was just a case of teams waiting for a bit of space to crop up. That just never happened with the Shogun team. They were never forgiven any room, and now they're the ones that are in attack.
They're in attack here, tripped over his own bootlaces of the scrum half, so they've still managed to have cleared out that ruck with ruthless efficiency, and they're still in possession here. So flung out to Max Pepper. He's got a man on his outside. Oh, good tackle there. It was on Paddy Kelly. Back with Pepper. He's looking for a second try of the tie, but he's well met there. Back with Kelly. Kelly looking to sniff out the space. He's got Will Glover in support. Glover on a couple of tries so far in this tie. There's a Herriots player hanging on for dear life now, but Shogun still in possession. A little dummy comes back and goes, cuts against the grain. Now Shogun is fed out there. They've got a man over on this near side. He's not going to be required though, because they're in once again. Great running, full of fitness, full of pace, and I make that Ewan their 8th try off this tie, no less.
Yeah, this will be probably one of the most one-sided games in this competition, and that's obviously unfair from a Harriet's point of view. But you know, they've been on the end of a howking, let's be honest, and it's been a great effort by Shogun to really make their mark down. And if they weren't favourites before now, I would say they definitely are now, based on that performance and based on the way they made it look simple. And to be honest, they don't even look tired. They look like they could go on for another 10-15 minutes at that pace and at that level.
And that was the last act of the day, that try by, or the tie rather, that try by Will Hendy, and it brings up the half century of points. So finished here, tie number 5, Shogun Rugby 50, Harriets 0, and Shogun will progress to play Eric Little 100 in the next round.
This is Rugby Radio. Rugby Radio.
Many businesses struggle when it comes to their comfort or process heating, drying, cooling, chilling and other energy-saving challenges. However, many businesses don't, because they've put their trust in Turnbull & Scott, serving customers for over 90 years in many sectors including agriculture, building services, food and drink, low-carbon energy and more. Our loyal and growing client base value our expertise, integrity and accessibility. Why not find out what we could be doing for your business? Find out more and download our brochure now. Just search the web for Turnbull & Scott.
If you're looking to develop or hone your green skills, look no further than Borders College, your local community college. Visit borderscollege.ac.uk today. Borders College, regionally focused, globally engaged. Rugby Radio, bringing you the exclusive Melrose Sevens radio coverage with Turnbull & Scott, serving many sectors including agriculture, food and drink and building services for over 90 years.
Okay, it's time to go pitchside. Jamie Farndale's with Hugh Brown.
He is indeed. Jamie, that was quite an easy game then, 50 points for Shogun.
Yeah, all went to plan. I've got experience playing here myself, and it's a long day, all being well. So good to get that first one under the belt, and get the legs moving. And thought we showed, everything we targeted that we wanted to do well, we did. So really happy with that.
Now, of course, you've come runners-up twice as Samurai. Now you're Shogun. You must be hoping to lift the trophy today. Definitely, yeah. Especially, and I know the Hong Kong 10s that was won last weekend was something they've been chasing as well for a while. So it'd be great to tick them off back-to-back weekends. You're very much a sevens specialist, aren't you? I mean, you've won the World Series. You're very experienced in the GB Sevens team. You must love playing this style of rugby. Yeah, it's why you love the game, isn't it? Events like this. I mean, the home of sevens. There's not many more special places to play. So great having all these experiences. And there's a number of my teammates that have played in the World Series as well. But when you come together for an event like this, this is what it's all about. You must be disappointed that there's no longer a Scots 7. It's a GB 7 now. Yeah, there's a lot of positives. It's a lot of higher standard of players coming together, and hopefully long term, a lot of things will work out. But it has been tough in the meantime. We're learning lots of each other coming together, but there's obviously those teething problems. The setup's been tough. The program, it's no secret, isn't in a great place. The way it's run, but it's just even more special coming from that into somewhere like this. You get that love for rugby. Tell me a bit about the Shogun team then. They looked really good in that first tie against Heriots. How do you all come together? When do you come together? We came together on Thursday. We had a training session against Kelso Thursday night. We had yesterday a bit of a run through. But like I said, a lot of these guys we've played together. There's 3 or 4 of us that have played for Scotland, a couple of England caps. So we know each other pretty well. So it didn't take long to gel. Well, you're up against the Eric Little 100s next. That's a bit of an unknown quantity. Wish you well for the rest of the tournament, and who knows, you might well lift that Centenary Cup. Well, that's the plan. Thank you. Jamie, thanks very much for joining me. Yes, thank you.
Well, a small switch in the commentary box for the next couple of games. Robin Purdy is joined by Dale Clancy, and first up is Selkirk, who have never won the Melrose Sevens. In fact, they only ever appeared once in the final back in 1897. Dale Clancy remembers it very, very well indeed. They lost 16-3 to Hawick and Enbrackies, who last won in 1949 but have appeared twice in the final in 2014 and 2019. They will certainly start as favourites. The game's underway. Robin and Dale.
Thank you to the Fossil for that kind introduction, and it's a try apiece for both of these sides. Selkirk struck first through Andrew Grant-Sooty. The reply from Harvey Cameron Bart means that we're currently 7 points to 5. Selkirk lead their city rivals as they get the ball through the hands. Callum Anderson looking to try and ghost his way across the 22, cuts it back. Waiting there was Ryan Cottrell, who spent some time here as a Southern Knight. Now back in Souters colours as Welsh feeds Grant Sooty. Gets it over that 15 metre line up to the 22. Looks to have a little bite at that little gap which was presented in front of him, but just not able to manipulate it enough. Aaron McComb now centre field, gives it to Ryan Cottrell, a little kick of the heels, and now he's in behind Big Fend, but he's been tracked back well there by Inbrackie's number 9, Johnny Jones, who's got a bit of pace about him as well. Callum Anderson now goes back in field, beats a couple of defenders, then wraps and tucks the ball in close centre field over this halfway line. Cottrell going against the grain, finds McComb, and then has got the services of Lachlan Ferguson waiting on the left hand side here. Aaron McComb away from the breakdown, finds Welsh, who finds Anderson. Grant Sooty travels over the 15 metre line, then has a little bite of that gap. He looks like he's going to have the pace in the corner. Big Fend, and he ducks the ball down, and Grant Sooty at the double, and he was able just to keep away Fraser Lindsay for enough to get that try and extend Selkirk's lead here. It's now 12 points to 5.
It is indeed, Dale, and he's one of the top performers for me in and around the border circuit. Second try for him already this afternoon. He spent much of the 15 season injured, but the Souters will be delighted to see him back.
Yes, Stuart Cameron alluded to it. Selkirk only ever been in one final. That was in the 1800s, which is a while. They've threatened to progress through the round. Only a few years ago, beaten by eventual winners University of Johannesburg, when they had the players likes of Lee Jones and Fraser Hartness to call upon. Aaron McComb gets play back underway. Unsuccessful conversion, but still means that they hold a 7-point advantage here at the Green Yards. Cameron Bart throws a dummy at the breakdown, just in Brackie's camp, just outside their own 22. Get the ball through the hands now, trying to exploit that width, and that wild loopy pass is just hung up in the wind, and it has also drifted forward. The referee Ross Maben just signalling that that ball is drifted forwards in that act there, so it's going to be a put into the scrum to Selkirk, and they'll welcome that. Good territory and field position, and force the error there from Edinbrackies, who are having to play from deep.
Yeah, they've started pretty well, Selkirk. To be fair, they've, on paper they've got a good squad deal. They'll be looking to progress from this tie, and then they've got a chance to go further when they play the home side Melrose as well.
Yeah, it's a favourable tie, but they're surrounded by some interesting teams as well, as Cottrell weaves his way out of trouble, then throws a lovely low pass to Aaron McComb off the deck, which was well collected. Then Anderson links up with Welsh, who's been able to shake off the injury from Canal Park when representing the south. Lachlan Ferguson now travels, fixes the defender, gives it to Cottrell. He's now got a chance for a 2-on-1 and is able to release Finlay Whelans, and he's going to get his first try of the tournament, and he's going to extend Selkirk's lead further here. But it was textbook sevens from the Souters, and they were able just to pick off the Inbrackies defenders and go in the corner, and young Finlay Whelans gets his first 5 points.
Yeah, good sevens player, young Finlay Whelans. It's almost like he almost comes alive at sevens time. One of the quicker players on the circuit around these parts. McComb with a conversion attempt, but yeah, good start, good first half by Selkirk.
Yeah, there'll be
a decent strike.
It's been held up in the wind. It was a decent strike, but Aaron McComb not happy with not being able to get the legs on it, but into a really strong wind which is flowing from the Eildon side and going across the pitch. It's going to be difficult and challenging kicking conditions, but at half time it's Selkirk 17, Inbrackies 5, and as you say, Robin, the Souters will be happy with their start to this game, although anything can happen in sevens, and Inbrackies have shown they've got players in that team that can exploit the gaps. 17 points to 5 is a handsome advantage.
It is, and again, like Heriots and Boroughmuir that have gone before them this afternoon, Dale, let's not forget that Edinbrackies' first 15 have a very important cup game today. They play Heriots in the Scottish Cup quarter-final, so yeah, Accies with probably a lesser seven or a lesser squad than we'd otherwise be here this afternoon, but certainly giving it a crack against Selkirk. But yeah, as I mentioned before, you look at the Selkirk team, look at some of the names in the team. Andrew Grant City, Callum Anderson's a great player, Aaron McComb, there's Ryan Cottrell in there, he's back at the Souters now, and then you've got the likes of Lachlan Ferguson and Finlay Whelans that can finish them off. Some might say that they could be a dark horse to go reasonably far into this tournament.
Bracky's players like Richard Milt, who got a yellow card in the opening stages of this game, now back on the field. He was a finalist in 2019 with Bracky's. So certainly some really experienced Sevens players in the Bracky's ranks. Johnny Jones, one of them as well, and try scorer Harvey Cameron Bart. Kick-off has been gobbled up there by Will Stephen, but it's been knocked on in the act there as they look to try and get that ball under control just inside the Selkirk half straight away at the start of the second half. 17 points to 5. Selkirk still lead. And the form that they're in, they certainly look like a team that could probably strike from deep.
Yeah, they've got the players that can do that. Mentioned to you and before, you and I spoke about it a lot last night, Dale. You need a number of guys now that can go from deep, and Selkirk look to have that in the arsenal.
Cottrell gets the ball centre field, then looks to release Whelans, and he darts back inside. Great offload to Lachlan Ferguson, who's arriving at pace, and he flings the ball back to Aaron McComb, gathered by Welsh, then across to Anderson, travels over the 10-metre line, takes contact, but offloads out it to Grant Sooty. He does well to tuck the ball under his right arm. Now travelling towards the 22, scampers back in field. He's got some support from Josh Welsh, but you could almost put a blanket over the both of them. Interlink again, pirouette out of contact, back to Grant Sooty. And he's on a hat-trick, and we've seen a few of them in the opening stages of the Melrose Sevens, but Grant Sooty's perhaps has been one of the hardest earned hat-tricks so far.
Oh yeah, hat-trick in the first tie. You can't ask for better than that, Dale, and yeah, just underlines the importance of this particular player to this particular team. As I mentioned, missed a lot of the season, but yeah, definitely, in terms of forwards as well, he's almost like an old-fashioned Sevens forwards. A lot of teams nowadays do have the centres playing, centres from the 15s or whatever playing in the forwards, but yeah, he's got a bit of dog about him as well.
Yeah, and he's got a bit of blood about him as well on this synthetic surface. And graze on the knee, and he's going to be replaced by Robert Cook. Also, Hugo Alderson has replaced Lachlan Ferguson at scrum half. So a couple of changes just to try and keep this squad fresh ahead of what's going to be an interesting tussle against the home side. Melrose always a well-drilled Sevens outfit. Welsh flaps it back from the restart into the hands of Callum Anderson, but it's just drifted forward there. So it's going to be a put into the scrum, 10 Brackies. Still a bit of time in this game for Brackies to try and get themselves back into it. However, the way that Selkirk have been playing, the shape that they've shown, perhaps illustrates that it's going to be a challenging task for the City side. They roll the ball in. They're nudged back at the scrum. Mill does well just to fling the ball back into the hands of one of his playmakers. Able to evade his 22-metre line. Good work on the ball there from Struan Wells. Now passed back in towards the 22. Some footwork there from Cameron Barr, who's trying everything, trying to deploy everything in his arsenal to unlock this defence. And now fixed one-on-one, great offload out the back door as well. There's a player tracking in the middle, but has been watched all the way back there by Ryan Cottrell. Rory Brogan was herring up the centre field. And now some attritional work at the breakdown. Alderson wants to go quickly. Cottrell then casually travelling with the ball. He stamps off his feet. He's able to bundle over the challenge and then offload in a really congested area. It's almost a high shot there that came in from Brackies. Aaron McComb gives it to Welsh, and then Welsh has been driven back about 10 metres here at the green yards, done well to offload, and there's a little bit of afters as well as Ryan Cottrell is starting to coast over the 22-metre line. It's now into the hands of Robert Cook, and he's going to go in for a try, and just as he goes in for a try, there was 3 Selkirk players against the one Brackies. So I don't know if he's the most popular member of their team, but he was certainly not well supported in that little scuffle.
No, he was kind of left to his lonesome there. There was the Selkirk players keen to get involved in what was a wee bit of a scuffle, to be fair. One Aki's player, he'll be having words with his teammates after that, but in all of that, Aki's bizarrely had the numerical advantage in defence because of that incident, but they couldn't use it to their advantage because Robert Cook for Selkirk's gone in, and that you field Dale, that puts the tie to bed.
Robert Cook is like Michael Bublé at Christmas. He just seems to appear at sevens time, doesn't he?
I was literally going to say that, yeah. Or George Ezra at festival season.
Yeah, exactly. He's dust him down at springtime, get him out of the cupboard and get him on a...
Or Dale at the buffet.
No, that's all year round, Stuart.
As Stuart Cameron fills his face with chocolate. Literally.
Aaron McComb gets play underway. And it's just unfortunately evaded the head of Stuart Cameron and it bubbles off the field of play. It's an accurate kick-off there from Selkirk. It's just, you could see it just stay in the field of play and then bobble off Richard Milt with his red skull cap on and his sky blue Enbrake's top. A familiar sight now, used to be the black and yellow hoops of Melrose. Good line out there, the wraparound comes on well from Matt Campbell, who links up with Mill and then he's able to deploy Cameron Barr centre field, but again the ferocious work at the breakdown from Selkirk has been able to dislodge that. Ross Nixon was able to get himself into a position to make a nuisance of himself. We're going to see the introduction of Callum McNeil, who's going to replace Ryan Cottrell. He'll be a difficult sevens character to try and keep quiet.
Low centre of gravity, hasn't he? But he can run as well.
He's quick, he's sharp, good skill set as well. An incredibly long set of shots, but I don't think that'll hold him back this afternoon.
It looks like he's playing in the 1923 FA Cup final for Preston North End.
Enbrake's trying to attack, but they're stripped in contact by Aaron McComb. He deploys the ball to Ross Nixon, and then waiting in the corner is Blake Cullen, and he puts on the afterburners, goes round the outside, and he extends the lead here for Selkirk, and it is an absolute cakewalk for the suitors.
It's been impressive for Selkirk. Blake, you could say Blake is good at sevens. There's a joke in there somewhere, but yeah, it's been brought to an end, this tie, and impressive stuff by the suitors, Dale. You're absolutely right.
Well, it is Selkirk who march into the next round. A convincing win. And it's Selkirk who progress 32 points to 5 victors over Enbrake's.
This is Rugby Radio. Rugby Radio.
Many businesses struggle when it comes to their comfort or process heating, drying, cooling, chilling and other energy-saving challenges. However, many businesses don't, because they've put their trust in Turnbull & Scott, serving customers for over 90 years in many sectors including agriculture, building services, food and drink, low-carbon energy and more. Our loyal and growing client base value our expertise, integrity and accessibility. Why not find out what we could be doing for your business? Find out more and download our brochure now. Just search the web for Turnbull & Scott.
Borders College is your local community college with qualifications recognised and valued by employers. To find out more, visit borderscollege.ac.uk today. Borders College, regionally focused, globally engaged.
Rugby Radio, bringing you the exclusive Melrose Sevens radio coverage with Turnbull & Scott. From heat exchangers and heat recovery to coolers and chilling, proudly serving businesses for over 90 years.
Well, we've just seen Selkirk go past Enbrake's into the next round, and they'll be playing Melrose. That's round about 2:45 time. We can go pitside. Hugh Brown has got Callum Anderson with him.
I have indeed, Stuart. Callum, well done. A good first round tie then for Selkirk.
Yeah, really good. I mean, we knew Aki's had a cup game on elsewhere, but they're still a very, very hard team to break down. A lot of big boys in the pitch, and you showed they've got a few speedsters as well, but yeah, happy to get the win.
Absolutely. Now, you've had a great couple of weeks actually, because you've been playing for the South and you scored 2 tries.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how that compares as to going on the sevens pitch. Nothing really compares to that first test of the season. But you know, happy how the last few weeks have went, yeah.
What's the difference then, opposite speed, between the 15s and the 7s here at Melrose?
I think you get a breather a bit more on the wing in 15s. With 7s you're on your toes all the time. You're probably running at 75% most of the time. So it's just always moving, I think.
Tremendous. Now, next up you've got the home side Melrose, round about 2:45. That's going to be a cracker of a game.
Yeah, I mean, familiar opponents last couple of seasons, but you know, we know how the threats that they've got in the teams, but really good to play the host in their home patch. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Do you think you can go far in the tournament?
Yeah, we'll see. We're just taking one game at a time, but you know, we'll see what we can do.
and you must be delighted that the South picked up the inter-district trophy.
Yeah, definitely. Unfortunately, wasn't part of it last season through injury and whatnot, but nice to play with a different group of lads and a few nights out with a different group of lads as well. It's good to speak to them off the pitch and stuff like that. It was good.
Callum, all the best for the rest of the day. Thank you very much. That's
Cheers,
Callum Anderson. Also with me now from Heriot is Richard Mill. Richard, good to see you again. A well-kent face, a veteran.
Yeah, well, still going. I think it's 15th season, 15th time Melrose 7, so I feel very fortunate, but it's gutting to lose, put it that way.
You got a bit of a beating there by Selkirk.
We did. Frankly, we weren't good enough. Selkirk were better than us. And these things happen sometimes, and knockout rugby is tough, but we've just got to bounce back next week in the Kings. Simple as that.
Yes, you must be hoping that Heriots will have a good run in the Kings of the Sevens.
Accies.
Beg your pardon, Accies.
Yeah, that's what we hope every year, and it's a mindset thing really. It's just nervous, and a lot of young boys play for us today, and first time playing at Melrose Sevens, and it's a different environment from what a lot of people are used to. But we've got a lot of talent at the club, a lot of talent, and we've got to gel better. Simple as that.
And actually, you're an ex-Melrose player, obviously, and your team will be playing Selkirk in the next round.
Yeah. I mean, the time of my life here when I played for Melrose, and had some great memories. And but life moves on, and all the best to Melrose and against Selkirk now.
Well, keep those those old legs working away, and good luck for the rest of the Kings of the Sevens.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Hugh Brown talking to Richard Mill, great guy. Of course, I spent quite a bit of time with him in Kenya when he was part of the Samurai team a few years back, and wonderful memories there as well. And great to see him still on the pitch. In fact, he's much, much older than Dale Clancy, but you would never know it because Dale's just in the commentary box. He doesn't play anymore. Now listen, as well as the men's tournament, there's a women's competition taking place today. 4 teams in a kind of round-robin competition, and first up it's Shogun against the holders, the Lionesses. Let's rejoin Dale and Robin.
Yes, thank you for rejoining us here, and it's been an electric start from Shogun Rugby. They have raced off to a 19 points to 0 lead. Conversion to come for the most recent try, which came through Alicia Maud, the English woman. A successful conversion as well. The restarts have been incredibly accurate too. Two tries from Grace Crumpton got things underway for Shogun, who are doing well to brush aside at the moment last year's victors of the Mike Bleasdale Cup, who are finding possession and territory really difficult to come by. Chance now to evade the clutches of the Shogun defence, flung back into the hands of Katrina Epp, and the German looks to get out of trouble, but they eventually do win the penalty. So it's a chance for the Lionesses to enjoy the possession, but they've just been bundled off the field of play there. And that was Karina Gauto. The American looked to weave her way out, but again, the penalty goes the way of the current holder. So Bobby Haywood looks to try and ignite some purpose into this Lionesses cause, and on the wraparound now. Donkersloot, the Dutch rugby player, tried to make inwards into the Shogun half, just not able to. And now it's a chance for Shogun to capitalise on some loose defensive structure from the Lionesses. Shogun get the ball at the breakdown on the 22 and then get the ball through the hands, and it's an acute line, and it's an excellent cut-in line there from Isa Prinz. And the Dutch playmaker goes in for a try. Excellent acute line from the towering Shogun player. And certainly Lionesses looked good last year, but they've struggled to have the ball in hand, and Shogun Rugby are making them pay for some scrappy defence.
Yeah, the abbreviated code, Dale, it's all about possession. The Lionesses have had hardly any so far against this Shogun Rugby outfit, who, like their male counterparts, have raced into an early lead here.
Yes, they definitely have. They've charged into a lead here, and Shogun kick the ball deep again into the Lionesses 22. It's bounced up, it's been gathered there by Mandika Lewis, and she is herring out of her own 22 over the 10 metre line now, and she is definitely not going to be caught. It looked like the Kwanzaa was trying to get back to make an effort, but just not able to make a valiant effort, and there was an excellent display of pace there.
Certainly was. It wasn't just the pace, it was the intent. She took the ball deep inside her own 22, and my word, she ran hard, and she burst through the first couple of tackles, and she's gone 80 metres. Great piece of running there, and that the Lionesses needed something pretty quickly, and they've got exactly that from Adika Lewis.
Yeah, it was a brilliant bit of play there from the Lionesses, and as you say, they needed it at that time to burst through and get that try and get that score. I think there's a potential it might have been Lizzie Musa, but we'll get confirmation of that. Pippa Robinson, Lizzie Musa and Bobby Haywood were 3 players that have been retained in the Lionesses squad, so a completely new makeup, although the legacy of the invitational team still does live on, doesn't it? You know, it still moves forward, so you do see a change in the personnel that are being deployed for these sides, but that was great work from the Lionesses at the end. But Shogun have got off to an electric start.
Yeah, they have. Shogun Rugby, you mentioned there, the players that return. There's no, there are a few returning teams this year, but there doesn't appear to be that many returning players. So some new faces, but you don't imagine the level of quality is going to drop off at all. These invitational teams, both in the male and female categories, littered with what you'd class as proper sevens athletes. And yeah, there's been some good play on show so far in this tie, none more so than that breakaway try there by the Lionesses, but all it's done is it's given them a lifeline, because they're still 28 points to 7 down, and you fancy that if Lionesses, or Shogun rather, score first in this second high, then that could be the tie over.
That could be the tie over. Lionesses get the ball from the restart, they pass it back, it's then fumbled in the act of gathering the ball, but the referee has not spotted any real issues with that passage of play. Bit of movement in the attacking line, which is good, and it asks the Shogun defence to organise themselves quickly and get into a position to offer their services up. A charge forward there, this time by Jazz Rampton, passed away by Haywood, the captain. And some good play now from the Lionesses, who are looking to retain the ball. Adler is one of the players to enjoy a spell with the ball in hand. Penalty taken quickly there by Haywood. Slowly calculated approach towards that line to try and ask some further questions of the Shogun defence, but it's a great turnover at the breakdown by those ferocious women there. And as it's going forward, Shogun sniffing opportunity on the outside. The offload goes back inside. Good work at the breakdown to get there quickly to disperse the challenge that came on from the Lionesses. Ball getting through the hands, up quickly in defence is Epp for the Lionesses. Not breaking away, so it's taken quickly there by Shona Campbell, the sole Scotswoman in the side for Shogun, and she's laid it on a plate for a hat-trick for Crompton. And Shogun, and especially in this format of this progression to the final, it's about racking up some points, and they're putting up an impressive tally against this Lionesses side. 33 points to 7, they currently lead.
Yeah, she's got a bit of pace, Crompton, exactly the kind of pace you need. As you say, Dale, they're going to need to, the teams are, because of the format, are going to need to rack up some points, and Shogun doing exactly that. And again, like the ties that have gone before, it's not the first hat-trick we've seen this afternoon, but yeah, she looks like she's got something about her.
Is it the first set of leggings we've seen this afternoon?
I think it is the first set of tights. I think there was a couple of pairs on show in the men's tournament last season, but it's the first we've seen today.
Well, a nod to Crompton, certainly doing their job. Grant Sooty for Selkirk could have probably done with a pair of them and grazed his left knee on his road to getting a hat-trick as well. And from the restart, Shogun are awarded a penalty. 35 points to 7, they currently lead. Working back, it's good work there from Maud. Weaves out of trouble, in and out. and it's another score here for Shogun, and that's them up to 40. And it's an excellent try. Great work from Shogun again. Obviously formerly known as Samurai, now under the banner of Shogun. And there's been a relentless nature from this side, and they further enhanced their credentials in this Mike Bleasdale Cup.
Yeah, you fancy they're going to take a bit of stopping. You wouldn't bet against a Shogun double here this afternoon based on what we've seen so far, but there's a lot of rugby left to be played, of course. But yeah, Shogun are certainly going to emerge victorious from this tie.
They definitely are. 40 points to 7 they currently lead, and it was a quick tap penalty and some good work and back inside. Some excellent work off the ball from Shogun. And they look to go short from this restart to challenge it, and they push their way over that blue wall that awaits them from the Lionesses at that breakdown. The Shogun tops, which are black littered with green and pink, very similar to the male ones. Different sponsors in the front, that's about all that's a difference between those two shirts. Knock on from the Lionesses over the 10 metre line. They're certainly facing an uphill battle, but they'll be trying desperately just to get any sort of points, because it's going to be crucial if they want to try and have another tilt at Shogun. You would imagine they're going to have to score some points just to try and get their points differential a little bit more favourable.
Oh yeah, do you think they want another tilt at
Probably
Shogun?
not. No.
Based on this evidence, no. Shogun look very, very impressive, but yeah, Lionesses are, you fancy they're going to have to win their remaining games and get a couple of late tries here, but they're not in possession at the moment.
Shogun make their way over the 10 metre line and get the penalty as well. Good work from the Shogun side. I've been very impressed with their attacking shape as well. You'd be naive to say it's exactly the same sort of rugby that you see in the men's game, but it's a different type of rugby. But the shape and the skill set of these females is really impressive. It's very physical at the breakdown as well.
Yeah, you don't get to play. You don't get to play for Shogun, male or female, unless you're a player.
Yeah,
you have to have something about you.
Free kick at the scrum. Lionesses obviously nervous about the scrum that awaits them, and it's a great orchestrated 2-on-1 situation, and it's going to be a try for Emma Hennessy, the Welsh winger. And she got the wheels turning, and she's in for that score. And there's a few changes coming on. Lacey, Robinson have entered the fray for the Lionesses, and one other, which numbers evade us at the moment. 47 points to 7. Conversion is just trundled in front of the posts, not successful. Can perhaps let them away with that.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. Some great kits on show this afternoon so far, I have to say. Big fan of this Lionesses kit. Nice and plain.
Is it because it looks like a Jed kit?
No, I was more thinking sort of Uruguay stroke Man City, but tidy nonetheless.
The Lionesses out of contact, give it into the hands of Madeka Lewis, offloaded back inside to Gauto, who's weaving her way out of trouble. It's been well gathered and well caught there. Izzy Drury, number 14 on her back into the hands of Gauto, the sole American in this side. Rolls to try and present the ball back. It's been well presented and then passed away from the breakdown by Shicot. Great offload again in contact, but it's just been fumbled forward. So the Lionesses will not add to their tally, and they're defeated 47 points to 7 in this game. So it's a blistering start from Shogun. It's a huge tally to rack up against Lionesses, and they've given themselves the perfect start going forward. And next up we've got another cracking tie, because we've got Glasgow Accies, and they're going to be playing last year's winners, the Monaco Impies, and Glen Bryce And Tyler Bush, who will be bringing you that live.
Let's go down pitch side, and one of the hat-trick heroes from that particular match, Grace Crompton, is now with Hugh Brown.
Grace, congratulations, a very good win then for Shogun.
Hi, thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, what an amazing atmosphere. I've never been to Melrose Sevens before, so it's truly a privilege to be here, and yeah, really good for the girls to get that win.
You must feel very chuffed, you got a hat-trick of tries.
Yes, it's nice to have a bit of a run around for sure, but it was a whole team effort to put that score against them, a really well invitational side, when we only came together yesterday. Yeah, something to be proud of.
I was going to ask you that, how long have you spent together, and there's the answer. It's not long really, is it?
Yeah, we came together yesterday. We speak, I think, 3 different languages in total, so we tried to keep the game plan quite simple, and it worked for the first game, so I think, yeah, going into the next game we'll do a similar thing, just back our super strength and work together.
You've got a very, very strong side. You've got lots of GB Sevens players, haven't you?
Yeah, it's amazing to be able to be here. When we got told that we have the opportunity to be here, we all grabbed it with open arms. So to be able to play in the invitational side is amazing. I used to play a few years ago on it, so it's nice to be back.
It's a fantastic atmosphere. Great, huge crowd this afternoon.
Oh my God, it's amazing. I've never seen anything like it. Yeah, you can sense the passion in the air, especially the Scots in the crowd. It's an amazing spectacle to be a part of. So yeah, really happy.
Can Shogun go on to win the women's tournament?
Fingers crossed, that's the plan. If we display what we just did in that first game, I'm sure that we'll be on to good things.
Wish you well for the rest of the tournament. Grace, congratulations, well done. Hat-trick of tries, can't be better than that.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Hugh Brown talking to Grace Crompton, scoring a hat-trick in that 47-7 win for the Shogun against, remember, last year's holders Lionesses. The women's competition, though, it's a kind of a round-robin, a pool system. You've got Hearts and Bowls in there as well. You've also got Hammerhead Sevens and Eric Little 100, the women's section as well. So we'll be following that all the way through. Don't forget, we're live all the way through till 8 o'clock tonight. We're only 2 hours into it already, and we're all relaxed and fine, and we're going to have another tie for you. In fact, the last try in round 1. Let's rejoin Sam Matthews this time and Ewan Welsh.
Thank you, Stuart. Yeah, the last tie in the first round, and it's Monaco MPs, the reigning champions, and they're playing Glasgow Archies, and it's the MPs who have run off an early lead. They've crossed the whitewash already, and that was through Jack Rampton that they managed to get right under the sticks. So a 7-pointer for them in the early stages here, as Glasgow Archies try and find their way into this game. Attack from deep against the reigning champion, so a big task up against them. But they get out the 22 and then win a penalty, so they've got a chance now to build a bit of an attack. Glasgow Archies winning the competition so far, I think, for the worst numbers on jerseys. The same colour as their jerseys, I think, so that's great for me and Sam up here in the commentary box, but we'll try our best anyways. Archies just get outside their 22 and really try and start a bit of an attack, and again another penalty won, so MP's not getting everything their way at the moment. And now they can start an attack for Glasgow Archies. They've not been here the last couple of years. I believe they're here this time purely because they are in the same league as Melrose, and they actually finished above Melrose in National 1 in the 15 season. However, they've coughed up the ball now, and MPs have a chance to attack, and that's through Conan Osborne and Tyler Bush, who I can still remember last year lifting the trophy at the end of a great competition. Now he's coughed up the ball, so Glasgow Archies now having a chance to attack from within the MP's half, which is a great attacking platform with plenty of space on this stand side. And now they can attack, and that's Adam Scott, who's given the ball out wide into the hands of Ross Cowan. He's brought to ground by a strong MP's defence. Ball's recycled, and this is a fairly long passage of play as Archies really trying to attack this line. They're now well into 22, and now they have a bit of an advantage, so they can really try and attack as they go towards the stand side, and he tries to go himself, but it doesn't work, and so the ball's coughed up, but it'll still be Archies' ball, I think, was the signal. So Sam, it's been a bit of a frantic opening.
It has. Jazz Rampton really got the thing off to a flyer, didn't he? He ran in from about 60 metres out. He used his pace to get around the outside, just underneath the iconic press box here for us. But a lesson in attrition here from Glasgow Accies. They've been really patiently worked up. They've forced Monaco Impies to concede 2 penalties. They've worked the ball around the pitch, and they've actually forced Monaco Impies to kick it out into a forward pass, which has now resulted in the scrum. So Glasgow Accies about 7 metres away from the Monaco Impies try line, and a team with nothing to lose are a dangerous team to play, and that's what Glasgow Accies have got to finish off this first round. Yeah,
they're definitely the underdogs in this one, but they're going to relish the challenge as they launch a bit of an attack, but the Impies defence right up in their face and causing some issues. Glasgow Recycling will now try and find a way to break down this defence. However, the Impies are right over the top of the ball, and Conan Osborne tries to win the turnover to no avail on this occasion, despite wrestling Jack McCready. And so Impies can now attack, and they're going to build a bit of a counter-attack, and it's going to result in a try, a bit of a breakaway try for Augustin Slovic as he races away, and he's going to just ease up a little and take a bit of time before touching down to double the lead for Monaco Impies. And the start that we kind of expected, Sam, for the Impies.
Yeah, and a man that was here last year, and I think he'll be happy that he cut off that iconic mullet that everybody was praising last year, because that would have made him a bit quicker for, once again, what is another 50-plus metre run-in. But they do make it look so simple, don't they? But that's just having that ability to get that 5-yard pace. It's devastating for you. There's so much open field to cover. If you have a man that has that first 10 yards, it's blistering. It feels like you're running in treacle. You just cannot move to compete with them.
And counter-attack in sevens is such a huge aspect of the game and can really turn into points really quickly.
Yeah, it's the old cliche, isn't it? It's like a 14-pointer. We were just talking about how they're 7 metres away from the Impies try line. Now, once again, they're facing a kick coming on towards them and a barrel of professional outfit across the sevens world running straight towards them.
Yeah, well, Blake Boylan's had 2 from 2 conversions for the Impies, so that takes him out to a 14 points to nil lead. And Glasgow Accies going to have to work hard to get back into this contest. Despite having most of the ball, they do find themselves 2 tries down and are now trying to create something from deep, but the Impies defence working very hard to keep them as far back down that pitch as possible. And Accies now having to try and create something from individual skill, and they do just that through a blistering bit of attack, but well brought down there was Rory McGinn, and a great offload allows Glasgow Accies to still attack. Great bit of defensive work there from Radin Ranrova. He manages to put a big tackle in there and brings that a bit of an attack, but it just shows you, Sam, that Glasgow Accies have got the ability there to really create something if they can find the space.
Yeah, exactly that. And you have to think the other teams that are probably considered quote-unquote favourites in this tournament, especially on the tougher half of the second draw, they'll be getting real motivation watching Monaco Impies either they're still off the private jet from Monaco, they're still waiting to get their Scottish land legs, but they're clearly not coming into the blistering form. Like Shogun started so hot, they had 40-plus point win. Other teams have been really successful. They know they're going to face another strong outfit in the next round, and don't forget we've not even seen Army yet today, so a first half that probably is going to raise a few alarm bells for Monaco Impies, but it's going to really instill belief in Glasgow Accies. Imagine they scored at the end of the half there, 14-7 at half time. Anybody's game. Still anyone's game.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you say there, it's half time now, and a bit surprised, if I'm honest, that it is only 14 points nil. I was expecting a little more for the Impies, as you say. And so what do you think the message is to the Impies team at half time, considering that they maybe aren't quite as far in front as they would have liked?
Well, it's interesting. So Stuart McFarlane and I spoke about it in the third tie, Jed versus Kelso. Jed do a great job of not expending energy, and as a result they appear to be fresher than most in the final stages of a tournament. It's a real delicate balance of, you want to put in fact when you want to give that fear factor to your upcoming opponents in the first round, but at the same time there's no point you repeatedly just running hundreds of metres up and down and doing shuttles for 6 hours then saying, well, you've managed to get to the final, but you've crawled onto the pitch by this point. You're being held together by tape and willpower.
Well, the winner of this one will go on to play the OG7 side in the second round, another invitational side, and whether it is the Impies or Glasgow Accies, that will be a difficult challenge as Monaco Impies line up ready to get us back underway. They lead 14 points to nil at the moment, but Glasgow Accies will very much be in belief that they can get themselves back in this tie. They have showed glimpses of greatness, and they'll just try and win this ball. However, it's the Impies who've managed to retain it, albeit with a knock-on. So the first real attack of the second half will be for Glasgow Accies, and Sam, they'll be looking to try and get some points from this.
Yeah, they will. They'll be happy there because they lost the kick-off there. Great work by Glenn Bryce of Monaco Impies. He towered above his opposite man, and he just took the ball out of the air like that. But the knock-on from Tyler Bush, a very uncharacteristic after his last year performance. So they've managed to get the ball back. They've got a platform. As you say, if they capitalise on what they missed at the end of the first half, this gives it a total 5-minute run-in where it could be anybody's game. But Glasgow Accies have looked very impressive in this game, I must say. They've just had an unfortunate draw, I think.
Yeah, and they'll be kicking themselves. They had a lot of the ball at the beginning of the first half and it didn't really result in anything. Then they had a little bit of ball at the end and it didn't result in anything either. So they'll be looking to try and get their first points very quickly, and they do so through a great bit of attacking play here as they work their way up to the halfway line. And there's a bit of space if they can find it. Well, it's tainted ground, and so they'll have to recycle. And then they come towards the stand side, and there's a nice little kick through there from Adam Scott. He'll try and chase it back, but it's going to be well picked up by Jack Rampton, and he's gathered literally just on his own try line, so he's going to have to go from deep. However, it is well recycled, and the MPs can try and create something from deep, and it is Tyler Bush who sees a bit of space and goes for it, and sees he's got a man outside and going to use him, although the pass is a bit of a bad pass to Conan Osborne, so he's going to have a bit of time to try and assess his options, and then still having an attack from inside their own half, the MPs. That's a nice ball through to Blake Boyland. And now they try and come towards this stand side where there is a space, and Radian Arova goes himself, beats the first and the second defender, and almost gets past the third before giving the offload to Marius Marty, who manages to skirt through a few defenders, and then he's going to go in for the try. So a pretty slow try, Sam, but it was just constant from the MPs, and they were just never forgiving up.
It is, and you could see it in the collision there. You know, Radian Arova, he took 3 bounces off him, but you could see the Glasgow Accies players shudder as they made that collision, and that's the difference when you get these guys that are performing to, I don't know if semi-professional is the right phrase, but you know what I mean, just that level above, and you can just see it's like, I was down there helping on the pitch side for the Shogun game, getting the interviews together, and the size of them, they're just massive, and not only that, they're just solid men. It's a tough battle to do, and it's a real war of attrition for a team coming up against them, but I think you can just start to see it start to take that hold on these players. I think it was Declan Papadakis, he just had that last shudder, and you can see his body just fell to the ground at the end of it. He was just knackered.
And the MPs look like a side that have got a mixture of both pace and physicality.
Yeah, that's it. You just have that speed. It's the perfect sevens build there. You see Tyler Bush is the personification of it. There's not an ounce of body fat on him.
Well, they've managed to get the ball back underway. I think the conversion was missed, so it's just a 19-0 lead for the MPs, but they'll feel that they're probably much more in the driving seat now than they were at half time, although Glasgow Accies will try and definitely get the next try, which would again just give them a bit of a hope, although there's a definite attack here for the Accies. Tyler Bush with a tackle and then the turnover, and that could be pivotal in seeing the rest of this game out as the MPs look to keep a clean sheet and go into round 2 with a comfortable win, as they now try and attack with a great bit of blistering pace there for Conan Osborne, who then dances back on the inside. Is eventually brought down before giving the pass out to Jack Rampton, and now the ball gets recycled, and there's an advantage there, but it's not going to be needed because Glenn Bryce just dances through and manages to find a bit gap and then goes for it, and that's the Glasgow Accies head starting to drop a wee bit now, Sam.
Yeah, you have to say that's the 4th try of the afternoon for Monaco MPs here so far, and Glenn Bryce, he was the recipient there. It was great work from all involved. Radanover had a play, Jack Rampton got his hands on the ball, and like you say, that crispness of pass, that sort of attention to detail that you can focus on in that semi-professional outfit, it just starts to tell, especially in the later stages of a game. But I mean, nothing. The scoreline has not reflected the first half that Glasgow Accies had there in the start of the second. They've really held themselves well this afternoon, and like I said earlier, if they'd had the different draw, they could well be seeing themselves in the second round this afternoon. They've played really well,
and perhaps just lacking a wee bit in the physicality factor a wee bit as well.
Yeah,
we're back underway here, and it's going to be another try for the MPs from kick-off. It was collected straight from kick-off by Oliver Brown, and he's just managed to canter in for the try, and that'll probably seal it. And it just shows exactly what we were saying, just that kind of level above Sam.
It was just that switch off moment, isn't it? You're just not ready for the kick-off. You're expecting a bit more time in the gaps between. Unfortunately, I think the only bad part MPs have had in the second half is they're kicking from the boot after the tries.
Yeah, 31-0 the lead. They've perhaps a story of the win that in the second half they haven't really managed to kick any other conversions. 31-0 lead over Glasgow Accies in the last tie of the first round here at the Melrose Sevens, and Accies will be doing their best now to try and just get something on the board before the full-time whistle, because I think they probably deserve it, Sam.
Yeah, they definitely deserve a try. They deserve some points. Players have played well. Adam Scott, he's been particularly impressive. Connor Niblack, he had a good showing in the first half. But like you say, for them, as we discussed about with Hoyk and Curry, the players coming through, it's a chance for them to still say, we went up against a Melrose Sevens champion in the first, and for 10 of the 14 minutes, they gave it a proper good go.
Yeah, absolutely. MPs have the scrum just outside the Glasgow Accies 22, and they'll want a couple more tries just to really assert their dominance here today. Last year's winners, they've won a penalty, and the urgency shows that they're not willing just to ease up here. They're wanting more tries, and give it to the big burly forward there, manages to carry it in. He's wearing a red scrum cap, and he just hit up there, and it's giving the ball out to Jack Rampton, who's going to go in for a little solo try, and a great little solo effort as he kicked through, then collected, and then touched down. And Sam, those little bits of individual skill can really be the turning points in the later stage of the tournament.
That's a beautiful bit of brilliance. He identified that the quick ruck speed came through. Grubber through to ball, all in the space of about 6 metres there. Quick down on the boot. Grubber managed to get that lucky bounce. It's always the third or fourth. It spikes in the ground. Came straight back up into his hands. He fell over the try line. A great play from Jack Rampton. First try of the afternoon, and could possibly be the last one of the first round tie as well.
Yeah, a conversion there for the MPs. That takes them out to a 38 points to 0 win, and that for them is a huge win in what was a difficult first half. They managed to really assert some dominance into that second half, and they'll now take that forward as they go ahead to play the OG Sevens in the second round. As for Glasgow Accies, they do end this tie scoreless, and they drop out of the competition, but they can hold their heads up high for putting in a great first 10 minutes performance, albeit a loss of 38 points to 0 at the hands of Monaco MPs.
They were Glasgow Academicals, who put up a really good fight early on in that match, losing out in the end to the sheer class of Monaco MPs, 38 points to 0. We're going to have a chat with Tyler Bush very shortly. He's heading towards our colleague Barbara Shield, who's after him at the moment, but she'll probably have more success than the Glasgow Accies team getting close to him. He's now making his way downstairs towards Hugh Brown, and let's hand over to Hugh right now, talking to the great man who lifted the trophy, of course, 365 days ago.
Tyler, not much of a workout for you then in that first game.
The first game's always a tiring one, no matter, even if we are running them in. I'm pretty tired, but it was good to get the first one out the way with a win, get that initial blowout, and I think it will get us in good place for the next game.
You lifted the trophy, of course, last year. You'll want to do it again this year.
Yeah, of course. I think I heard that if you win this competition twice, you're not invited back. So, usually it's not a good thing not to be invited back somewhere, but hopefully after this, the end of the day, we won't be here again. And yeah, 2 on the trot would be amazing for all the boys.
Stronger this Monaco MP side compared to last year. Is it a different side or fairly much settled?
The core squad is all there, so that's probably about 6-7 boys, and then the rest, we've had a bit of a change around. Some boys weren't able to make it, some are away, but I think we've got a squad just as strong as last year, if not better. But I think it's not even about that. With the MPs, we've got the best vibe of any team. We're like brothers, best friends already, even the boys that we met 2-3 days ago. So I think that's what keeps us strong.
And you'll be, as I say, you'll be anxious to lift that trophy again. But a few games still to come. Do you think you come the end of the evening, you might well be a winner of the trophy, the Centenary Cup again?
Certainly. I definitely believe we can. We've got some tough opposition. Again, Shogun, they're probably the ones to watch this year. They've got a really good squad, but I think we can top them.
And just finally, how much does appearing at Melrose Sevens mean to you?
It means a lot. It's the origin of Sevens, and I think it's only really when you come here and see the supporters, everyone really enjoying it, all the history behind it, that you really kind of take in how big of a competition this is. So it means the world.
We wish you well. Tyler Bush, thank you for joining me.
Thank you so much.
Good to hear from him. A little bit of crackle on the line. We'll try and get that sorted out for the next time that we go pitch side with Hugh Brown. But we're now into round 2. Tie 1. Curry, who won the very first game of the day, 29 points to 5 against Hoyk. They now take on the Assassins. Let's rejoin Sam and Ewan.
Thank you, Stuart. As you mentioned, this is the first of the second round ties, and it is the Assassins who play Curry. Curry, who did come through that first tie of the afternoon when they defeated Hoyk. Both teams were a bit depleted in their normal squads in that one, due to the fact that there is that Scottish Cup semi-final taking place this afternoon, which will be live on the radio. And it is a late entry for the worst numbers on backs of shirt competition for the Assassins, as they have white numbers on white jerseys. And Sam, that's probably going to win it, I think.
Do you know, it may have been the toughest competition all afternoon, the worst number jerseys. I'm going to coin them the Dalmatian Sevens team, because it does look like that. It's very difficult to read to them, but thankfully we've got people with good high quality cameras here that can zoom in and make it a bit easier. But yes, so far they find themselves camped on the Curry 5 metre line.
And just as you said that, Sam, they have managed to get themselves over the line. As expected, they're going to rush off to an early lead, and Curry will have to try and lift their heads up and try and get back into this game, because it's an early they go behind early at the hands of the Assassins. And Sam, Curry will be happy to go through that first round tie, and will now look to just try and put a bit of an effort into this game, and try and hold their heads up high for what's been a good showing this afternoon.
Yeah, I think a terrible conversion as well there by, unfortunately, Murray Johnson. He got the try, but he couldn't match it with his conversion there. But yeah, as you say, the Dalmatians, the Assassins 7, you can see they've set their stall out, and vice versa. Curry knew they're probably going to go behind in this game, so nothing really has that much changed for them. I saw while Hugh was interviewing Tyler Bush, Matthew Laidlaw was down holding the shoulder, and he obviously got 3 tries against Hoyk in the first round, so hopefully he's just got a sort of stinger or something he can recover a bit quickly, because he was inspirational for them in that first round tie.
Well, they are 5-0 down, but it is Curry who will try and launch the next attack, and that's a great little bit of play put through there by Fraser Sayers. And he's done well to keep playing football with it, and just as he went to pick it up, he's knocked it on, so it was all there apart from the final finish. But that's a showing a wee bit of positivity there for Curry.
Yeah, it is, and then obviously he had the experience of Rory Steele from Heriots chasing him down there. He's kind of like he's a familiar figure around the Edinburgh circuit as well. He knows what he's doing, he's clever. I think he backed off Sayers a bit there, and Sayers thought he didn't have as much time as he had, and he actually could have slowed down and picked up the ball. But it's one of those clinical mistakes you get in the Sevens tournament when legs start to get tired, but they just have to now try win the ball back and make this pressure count in the Assassins 22. Yeah,
Assassins do have the ball, but they are in their own 22, and Murray Johnston launched a bit of an attack and then tried to use the rest of his players to get involved and try and encourage them to go forward with the ball, and now they do just that, and there's nobody home for Curry, so it's going to be a 2-on-1 effort as they're chasing back now, Curry, but it looks like Assassins are running in for the next try, although he is well brought down there, so they're going to have to look for other options as Curry go over the ball and try and steal a turnover, but they do concede a penalty, so Assassins have went from 122 to the other, and now they look to try and get another try, already leading 5 points to 0. But Curry win the penalty, so Curry rewarded for their hard work in defence there, and now can launch a bit of an attack and do so through a lot of clever hands. But space doesn't quite offer itself just yet, so they're going to have to recycle, and they do so through the hands of Adam Paul, and then the ball finds itself back in the hands of Sayers again, but to no avail on this occasion. But they do win a penalty, so it's slowly come together for Curry, and now they come back towards the stand side, and that's through the hands of Alex Hurley, and they're looking to try and just find a bit of space, but it's not quite offering itself yet as Adam Paul goes into contact, and again another penalty, so it's 3 or 4 on the bounce now as Alex Hurley tries to go himself with no one in support, so Assassins can try and win the ball, but the clear out's well done from Curry, and again they're just slowly working their way back up into the Assassins half. Gregor Gray that was with the ball in hand, but he shipped a bit of a hospital pass into the hands of Adam Paul, but then it was a high tackle, so another penalty and now more advantage, so it's all going in the way of Curry at the moment as they get slowly up, and Sam, Curry showing a bit of skill there.
They are. What I'd like to actually see them do is slow it down, ironically, for Sevens. They know they're kind of in, I think the football term is a smash and grab situation, isn't it? You get your points, get them and go, but they need to take as much time off the clock as they can because they don't want to defend too long for this outfit, but they're making a real go of it here. Yeah, I think that's Matt Bradshaw that's taking it into contact just 5 metres short of the line, so a bit of a recycling effort needed here, although it might have been turned over, has it? No, that's Curry who have managed to get over the line, and that's a great try there for Fraser Sayers, who it looked like it had maybe been turned over by the Assassins, but Curry held on to it and managed to get over the line, and that's a bit of an unexpected try there, Sam. Yeah, a real sort of collector's item there, a very unscrappy try. As you said, the turnover was good. I believe it was Ewan Miller for the Assassins managed to get the ball over, but then he tried to put it back to a ruck that wasn't there, and Sayers was alive to it. He basically crawled through somebody's legs, for want of a better phrase, got the ball down and that, but doesn't matter. It doesn't say on the scoreboard 5 points via crawling. It says 5 points, and now Curry are right back in this game as we hit the half-time whistle.
Yeah, and you mentioned that word alive, and energy can be such a key part of a game of sevens, can't it?
Yeah, exactly that. It's a real momentum builder. You go in at that break and you look up at the scoreboard, and vice versa. Assassins will look up at the scoreboard and think, we've touched the ball. We've had the ball for the majority of this half, and we're losing. They scored the conversion. They're losing this game. Assassins are losing. So Curry have just got to go in and go, well, if we do the same thing twice by law of repetition, we're going to win this tie, and we're going to go through to a tie that nobody expected us to be through. So that will instill belief, and these players are all going to play for each other. I think a good point that we spoke about before we came on air this morning, because we've been here for a while now, is the players here don't get a normal chance to represent their first team. They're coming through from seconds, maybe filtering on the edge of a first team part, and now they're getting a chance to represent the Melrose Sevens. They can say they've played at Melrose Sevens. They've now won 1 tie. They're on the cusp of winning 2. That gets you through to a quarter-final at Melrose Sevens. That's a huge achievement.
And probably one of the teams that have got the biggest amount of supporters here, of course, because the supporters have made a bit of a stop off on the way to Mansfield Park to watch their team in the sevens competition. And the way it stands at the moment, they're going to have to make a decision. Do they go to the semi-final of the Cup, or do they stay for the quarter-finals of the Melrose Sevens? That's a decision the play weren't expected to make at 10:30 this morning.
Well, that's it. I'm looking at the schedule now, and the quarter-final one is at 4:10. So either they're going to have to hope they get through this, and then the boys go down to Mansfield and do an absolute job there, that they can then come back up for 4:10. But I know what you mean. How much of a good day out would it be for Curry if they can say we got to the quarters, or who knows how far we're going to go in this, but we also went down to Hawick and we put points on them in a semi-final.
Well, Assassins will do as much as they can to try and stop that from happening as they get us back underway in the second half here. The first of the second round ties, and the player's already been stopped for an infringement. So Assassins, Sam, they'll be looking to really try and get the next try to assert some more dominance back into this game and get themselves back in front, because let's be honest, that's where they should be.
Yeah, exactly, and they've played the age-old trump card of sevens, that is bring on your Pacific Islander if in doubt. Ratu Lino Masala has come onto the pitch now, and he looks like he's going to try cause a bit of damage.
Well, there's been an opportunistic kick through there by Curry, and that was through Gregor Gray, but it's going to be really under pressure there for that. For the Assassins, they're literally right under their own try line, but they've managed to get it free, and now there's a bit of space through a bit of a counter-attack, and they're going to go down the far side, and that player manages to just get away from the first defender, but he's been chased back, and now the offload's needed, and the offload does go at the hand of Tuamasa Salu, and he's going to run in, and he's going to get the try. So just as we mentioned that, Sam, they were going to want the next try, and they have managed to get it, and I actually think it might have been Henry Carlin that got the try, but it just shows you that it can come from nowhere in sevens, can't it?
Yeah, that's exactly it. And Henry Carling, he'll take a lot of credit for that, but we have to give credit to, unfortunately, the man in the white shirt with the white number away from us at the moment. It's quite hard to identify, but he knows himself, and hopefully if he listens to this back, he'll get the credit because he took it from his own 5 metre line, and I don't think he gave the ball up until he got to Curry's 22 in that half there. And a very well deserved try, puts Assassins back in front with a successful conversion as well.
Yeah, that's all positives for the Assassins, and they'll be looking to continue this and make a second half showing a bit like the MPs in the previous game, Sam, and just try and get a bit more points on the board and just assert that they're here to compete.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the attitude that they'll take as they come against these invitational teams, against the local sides. It will be, we want to prove a point against this invitational side, and then it will kind of be a sort of, we will outwork you in this first half, because these teams predict themselves. For example, this is Assassin's first game. Curry have already played a round. Their job here is to warm themselves into the tournament, make sure there's no surprise upset. They don't want to be the talking point of this round by being the ones that went out to one of the sides from the first round.
Yeah, Curry will be looking to get the next points on the boards, because at the moment they only trail by 10 points to 7. Although one scoreboard says 10 points to 7, the other says 12 points to 7. I'm going to go with 12 points to 7 because I think he did get the conversion there. And Curry having to do a lot of defensive work here in this second half as the Assassins try and work for their third try. And they do manage to do a lot of the hard yards, but Curry have managed to turn it over. Although there has been a penalty conceded, so Assassins will look to take this penalty quickly and go for it, and that's going to be a hard run there for Ewan Miller. Just under their own post, but 8 or 9 metres short, and so the ball now comes to the stand side, and it is going to be a running try for the Assassins. They make it look quite easy there, Sam, and the Assassins now have a bit of a lead to be more comfortable with.
Yeah, exactly. It's that skill we talk about, that spreading the distance between the pass. The ball moves faster than the man, it always will. Being able to zip it like that, and we spoke about him. Ratu, he carries that threat. You could see the way just he held the ball. He's got that traditional Pacific Islander hold of he seems to be allergic to the ball. He holds it as far away from himself as possible, right at the tip, and you watch his hand move almost like, for better want, a Jedi with a lightsaber. He twirls it around with such precision, but yeah, he just commands such attention that you leave that overlap on the outside to try cover him. But yeah, a successful try for Assassins to get themselves within some daylight room of the Curry Chieftains outfit.
And Murray Johnston has got the conversion, which is a great effort in these conditions. The sun has come out, but don't be fooled. The wind is howling here at the Greenyards and causing issues at kickoff and in conversions. And that restart there just held up in the air a little bit, and that helps the Assassins win the ball back, and it is knocked back. And now the Assassins can attack from just inside their own half, and it is to Masalu, and then it can come down this wing, and they work slowly into the Curry half, but the turnover and conceding a penalty allows Curry to now get the next attack, and they trail by 10 points. They'll be looking to try and get the next try in this first of the round 2 fixtures. The winner of this one goes into the quarter-finals, and Curry have had a bit of a break here, and that's going to be Alex Hurley who's going to run in for an opportunistic try from well within his own half, and that puts it right back in the balance, Sam.
And not only that, that's one of the more assurable 7-pointers I'd like to think we're going to see today, and by that I mean he's right in front of the post. And yeah, Alex Harley, 2 games, 2 tries this afternoon. Whatever happens today, he can talk. He had a good, confident tournament for himself there, a good showing from Harley, and yeah, he's even converted it as well. He's converted his own kick, so we got 3 points in it with 5 minutes to play.
Yeah, great, exciting stuff here as one of the invitational sides, which is Assassins. They are now leading the Curry team by 17 points to 14, and it isn't the first Curry team. Don't be fooled. This is not the Curry team that find themselves in a playoff final in the Premiership at 15s. This is a second string Curry outfit, with the first team being at Mansfield for that Scottish Cup semi-final, coming to you on Rugby Radio later this afternoon. But Assassins are desperate to get another try, although they have kicked it out on this occasion. So Curry are going to have the ball, and Curry, who trailed by 3 points, will be looking to get the next points with just minutes remaining in this clash. And the Assassins are now putting some changes on as they really try and get a bit of a foothold in this tie. They only lead by the 3 points, and it's Rory Steele who's came on. He's calling the shots now, but it's Curry who have the ball, and they're the ones who are going to attack from within their own half, and that's Hurley, who's performed very well indeed in the 2 ties that Curry have played this afternoon. Goes towards the far side, and Curry looking like they're the ones who have the wind in their sails. They do have the wind behind their back, that's for sure, and now they win a penalty. They are inside the Assassins' half, and they look keen to try and get some points. Ross Niven, he's the one who darts down the far side, and now into the hands of Tom Mayer, who then gives it to Hurley. He puts a little chip in, now we're going to try his best to try and get behind him. He gets the heart of the ball, and he's going to go over the line, and that's going to put him in front. And Alex Hurley has done all the work in that try, and Sam, this could be one of the biggest upsets of the afternoon.
Yeah, Alex Harley, take a bow. I said you had 2 tries in 2 games. You have 3 in 2 games. A brilliantly worked over the top dink there. He lined up against possibly the 2 most dangerous players in the Assassin 7, Tui Masala and the experience of Rory Steele, who knows exactly how to cover a kick. He's a fullback in the 15s code. He was left stranded. He was like a man on an island. He's absolutely done him for pace there and composure. And I believe they've got the conversion as well.
I think he missed the conversion, but it matters not, because Curry have beaten the Assassins, an invitational side who were here to play and compete. But in the end, they've came up short against a Curry side who are the second string Curry side, and the supporters on the far side of the Greenyards, who are on their way now to Mansfield for the Cup semi-final. They have the option to stay here and watch their team in the quarter-finals of the Melrose Sevens, and it's a team who probably weren't expecting that when they came to play the first tie of the afternoon here against Hawick. It's Curry who beat the Assassins by 19 points to 17.
This is Rugby Radio. Rugby Radio.
Many businesses struggle when it comes to their comfort or process heating, drying, cooling, chilling and other energy-saving challenges. However, many businesses don't, because they've put their trust in Turnbull and Scott, serving customers for over 90 years in many sectors, including agriculture, building services, food and drink, low carbon energy, and more. Our loyal and growing client base value our expertise, integrity, and accessibility. Why not find out what we could be doing for your business? Find out more and download our brochure now. Just search the web for Turnbull and Scott.
Based in Galashiels but covering the whole region and beyond, Borders Mortgage Hub is your one-stop shop for all things mortgage related in the Borders. Visit us at bordersmortgagehub.com or call us on 01896 807 008. That's 01896 807 008. Borders Mortgage Hub. Mortgages for the Borders in the Borders.
Rugby Radio, bringing you the exclusive Melrose Sevens radio coverage with Turnbull and Scott. To find out how they could help your business, download the brochure now. Search the web for Turnbull and Scott.
Thanks to Ewan Welsh and Sam Matthews. Ewan and Robin Purdy have done their warm-ups for the big commentary later on at 3 o'clock. Hoyk against Curry in the Cup semi-final. They'll be back later on to cover some more games for us at the Melrose Sevens as well. They've certainly earned their packet of crisps and a chocolate bar today here at the Melrose Sevens. So they're departing, and that means we need two other commentators. So we've brought in, at great expense, Ian Hurd and Stuart McFarlane. It's Gala playing Durham University.
And Stuart, you hand to us as Gala have opened their account at the start of this second round tie. An excellent score there by their number 8, and Richie Mitchell had a lot of work to do when he took possession of the ball just inside the Durham University half of the field, but Gala have opened their account at the start of this tie and they lead by 5 points to 0. And the perfect start after negotiating what was certainly a tricky opening round tie against Peebles. But Ian, as the sun comes out, the 1999 winners are certainly enjoying their time on the park at the moment. A missed conversion, but a perfect start against what in fairness is a bit of an unknown quantity in this Durham side.
Yeah, Stuart, a great start. Richie Mitchell, obviously Scottish Youth Commonwealth Games winner. Also, he was a special recipient award on Thursday night at the Hall of Fame dinner. Durham, they were absolutely superb in a couple of tournaments they played last year. Eddleston they won. I think somewhere else they played as well. It's a sort of fast young guys, but speaking to their coaches last year, it really depends on what they get coming through the university as to how strong they're going to be.
Yeah, that's the thing about a university side. It's about a consistency over a longer period of time because of the natural churn, but they're in possession of the ball at the moment, looking for an early touch there. Callum Grieve, just as you see between that 10 and 22. Finn Livingston acting as the scrum half. That pass, a long floated effort there, just over the head of number 5 Freddie Wooler. Out on that right hand side, ball bounces into touch, and again you get an illustration of just how busy it is when you look across the banking over on that far side. No temporary stands over there. The commentary position for the Melrose Stream and BBC coverage over on the far side. Big screen on show as well, but really healthy numbers inside the green yards as Gala are able to win back possession from the throw in over on this right hand side. Gala then through their number 8 now, Richie Mitchell again. Mitchell looks a dangerous prospect for this Durham University side, but the tap now for Durham University. And away they go, just outside their 22. Callum Grieve again, just setting up the attack. On they go now once more, and Freddie Charles up and beyond the 10, inside the Gala half of the field. Mopped up very quickly by Livingston. A little tap and go, and back it comes once more to Grieve. Out towards Earnshaw. Earnshaw needs the offload, is able to find his captain, Charlie Coe, inside the 22. Coe gets it again, a little 1-2, and Charlie Coe is able to feed Callum Grieve, and Grieve is in for a response score for Durham University. In fact, he has just drifted into touch there.
Good cover tackle there by Angus Dunn. Gala forward just managed to brush him into touch. So defensive line out for Gala here, but some good play there by Durham, just drawing the man and putting the man in space. So just unlucky that he was nudged into touch.
Yeah, just run out of room there as Gala from the line out, able to win the throw in. Now they're just caught in that right hand corner. They're playing from left to right in this first half. They're looking for an exit just over the ball at the moment. Gala trying to use Angus Dunn as a means of escaping, but they've shipped it from right to left across on that far side. Murray Wilson, part of the Gala squad this afternoon, just on that left hand side, but the referee penalising Gala, and suddenly Durham University have another opportunity. A tap and go inside the Gala 22, taken on again by Callum Greaves. They're going to try and work it out towards the left hand side, but this time they get closer towards the sticks, and it's Boris Ames who's able to finish off a move. There was something inevitable about Durham University being able to conjure up a score with that visit into the Gala 22, and Gala even winning that line-out ball, Ian, couldn't get it beyond their own 22 metre line.
I think the problem that Gala have got at the moment is that they're getting out to the edges, and then the player on the edge is actually going to take contact, and the first clearing player from Gala is not getting there quick enough. Durham have been absolutely fantastic getting on top of the ball and winning it from there. As you say, it's just a numbers game each time. Durham have been able to get that man on the outside, and then get the opportunity to go through the gap and score under the post.
5 points all. Midway through the first half, Durham University then with the restart kick. Ball just caught in the breeze, but gathered there by Gala's Ben Gill. Just outside the 22, looking for some possession just to settle back down into the tie. Angus Gunn, possession of the ball, takes the ball into contact, was able to offload and find Gill once more. He's tackled, mopped up there by Jack Niven. On it goes once again through the hands of Russell Kerr. Still just outside the 22, little interchange and passing with Niven once more, floated out towards the left hand side. Ball going forward though. Gala looking to make a change, coming off the bench, Robbie Irvin bringing some fresh legs on. Gala sustaining a knock, so Irvin is on for the closing stages of this first half. 5 points all, and for a neutral this is a perfect stage in the tie for it to be all level.
Absolutely, it's been interesting. Gala have just kept hold of the ball, but they've never actually looked to make a break other than the one that was made by Richie Mitchell. They do just need to try and string 2 or 3 phases of play together and not get sucked into a sort of contact battle, which Durham seem to be winning.
Finn Livingston did well there from the set play to make his way into the Gala 22 just round the corners, but the glances to the heavens there as that opportunity just comes to nothing, and the referee blows for half time. So we're at the interval at 5 points all. Just the one tie so far that has gone into extra time. That was the all border affair between Jed Forest and Kelso. Jed winning that one, so we know that the remaining ties in the second round look like this. Hearts and Balls against Jed up next. Then the South Barbarians, will be interesting to get a good look at their side. They take on Watsonians. The Eric Little 100 team take on Shogun. Now I'd imagine after their performance, their emphatic win over Heriots, they're pretty much cemented as one of, if not the favourite to lift the Centenary Cup. Then Melrose take on Selkirk. The Lions Rugby Sevens will play the British Army, and Monaco Imps, the holders, will take on the OG Sevens in the last of the second round ties. Ian, that's all still to come. I mean, plenty of attractive rugby to look forward to, but particularly the lower half of this draw, when you look at Monaco Impies against OG Sevens, British Army against Lions Rugby, they're going to be in fascinating ties as well. Not to mention Shogun against this selection of university students representing the Eric Little 100.
I think there's going to be some really good ties in the second half of the draw, but it's quite interesting to look at the top half of the draw now that Curry have beaten the Assassins, which I think was a bit of a surprise, is that these two teams that are out here just now, and Curry have got a real chance to get to a semi-final of Melrose Sevens, which we've sort of said that club sides are highly unlikely to do so. Bad start from Gala, obviously knocking it straight out on the full there, giving Durham University the free kick at halfway. It's simple errors like that can make a huge difference in a tie that's as close as this, 5-all at half time.
Yeah, free kick then to Durham University just from that mistake at the start of the second half. And the University again looking just to try and gain some ground in early stages of this second period. Lucky Lawson wearing 15 this afternoon with the offload there. Freddie Charles again. Lawson has it once more out towards the left hand side. Opportunity now for Ames, who was up and over the try line a little bit earlier on in the tie. 5-5 the scoreline. Back towards the 10-metre line they go. They're playing from left to right in this second half, and it's the dancing feet of the skipper, Charlie Coe, up towards the edge of the 22, and a nice little offload, and away he goes in for a score. Jack Harris, strength and confidence to take the ball on there on the edge of the 22 underneath the sticks, and Durham are growing into this tie. They're obviously a confident bunch of lads, but just finding their feet today.
Yeah, just good support play there. Every time somebody went into contact, they managed to get the ball offloaded. So Gallagher's tackling there, they missed one tackle which led to the try, but prior to that all of the tackles were probably leg tackles. There was nothing that was stopping the ball getting played out, which is obviously what you're looking for in sevens, is to get the hands free and get that ball out. So it's crucial now that Gallagher really need to score next to keep this tie as close. I think if Durham score again, their ability to keep a hold of the ball and that little bit of speed is going to be make a big difference.
Rather ominous that there's one or two umbrellas beginning to open up and appear across on that far side. To keep a solid grip if I had one of those as well, because you might end up disappearing over to Norway if you take off in such a breeze. But the rather change in conditions. It was bright and sunny. Now we get a little bit of Melrose 7 sleet, which is not unheard of in past years at the Green Yards.
Absolutely not.
Set play then, Gala looking to try and come from behind. 12 points to 5 the scoreline, but Gala trailing. And just on the edge of the 22, Ben Gill out towards the right hand side again, just trying to make some inroads into their own half of the field beyond the 22. Well, Durham University penalised for not releasing the tackle play. The ball allowed to bounce just on the deck. Gala having knocked the ball forward, so that these conditions are just going to add an extra layer of intrigue as the scoreline remains Durham University 12, Gala 5. And Ian Hurd alongside me.
Passing becomes extremely difficult in this weather. If you're playing with the wind, it has a tendency to drift forward. Obviously, if you're playing against the wind, you've got to factor that in as well. And it just really becomes difficult, especially when it's as gusty as it's been in the last sort of 10 minutes or so.
Durham University again trying to work it down their right hand side. Andrew McCall was drifting across on the right and has to take the ball back infield and into contact. And Callum Grieve operating centrally. The ball has worked its way out towards one of the replacements, Lockie Lawson, who's going to be in for a score, which I think Lockie Lawson's try at this stage in the contest, with just a couple of minutes of the second half still to play, may well seal the deal for Durham University. 17 points to 5 the lead with the kick to come. It's going to be an awkward one in sort of in between the 5 and 15 channels by the 22. It's gusty, as you can tell through the breeze coming across our microphones, but 17 points to 5 it remains, and Durham very quickly back to halfway to restart. So they at the moment are in pole position to take on Curry in the first of the quarterfinals just after 10 past 4 this afternoon. The restart is long, it bounces once, a couple of yards from the edge of the 22 and goes into touch there. So he judged that kick, Ian, with pretty much with perfection.
That's 2 on the bounce, Stuart, that have actually done that. They've both bounced into touch now, although it still gives Gala the throw-in. It's a gusty wind, as we said, and the throw-in's not easy, and actually you're slowing the game down and you're giving people that set piece and a bit of defensive structure, whereas if they take the kick off, it gives them that little bit of opportunity to be playing in the open. And again, Gala just they're sort of running up an alley quite often here, as there's 3 Durham defenders round 1 Gala player there.
Yeah, they're very mobile as they track across the edge of their own 22. They're protecting the Gala 22 metre line as if it's their own try line, to be honest, as Gala are trying to get up towards the 22. Tackles coming in. That was a good block challenge there from Andrew McCall of the University, looking for a turnover opportunity. Gala still scrambling. Penalty awarded though to Durham University. Quick tap and go. And Durham again have got 2-3 players centrally and one across on the far side, and that one player readying himself is Finn Livingston. He goes in and Livingston then is able to mop up possession of the ball back through the hands of McCall, taken on this time by Johnny Smith. Out on that left hand side, Earnshaw was blocked off, but it's been picked up once more by McCall. McCall again is stopped short. There's Gala this time. We've got a higher defensive line. Mopping up Boris Ames. Watching this, the scrum half, a space opens up in the Gala defence. They're going to be in. Ames underneath the sticks. That takes them beyond 20 points, 22 points to 5 with the kick to come. The one thing I was going to ask you, Ian, was in terms of the change of conditions, how much, if any, allowances can a referee make to conditions in terms of the nature of play?
So, I mean, I think, obviously we're playing on an artificial surface, so there's less chance to make a bit of allowance for people sliding off their feet, etc. like that. But again, at the end of the day, I think your line-outs, you sort of have a little bit more leeway with the ball being thrown in, because otherwise you're going to be picking them. But again, so Durham have taken a quick kick off there and gone short.
Durham University again working it down the left hand side. They're finding space, and they're maybe finding Gala a little bit more sluggish defensively as they make their way down the left hand channel. Alex Earnshaw, and they're just mounting up the scores now, becoming a little bit more emphatic. We wonder if Curry will be watching on with interest here, but Durham University, Ian, you mentioned the quality that they brought and the quality that was on show at Earlston in recent times last year. When they're on song, they've certainly got a group of players and a coaching staff that can come to tournaments like this and make a real impression, and they'll fancy an extended run this afternoon.
Absolutely, Stuart. What impressed me with them in that tie there was that in defence, they had 3 players round the Gala player and really swarming them, and then actually when they did make a tackle, they got up quickly, they got back in the defensive line, so they didn't give Gala any opportunities to make breaks. When Gala were defending, quite often they were putting the player at the ground, so there was 2 Gala players on the ground, which then means that Durham University have got excess players out, which then creates overlaps, and they worked it well. They look quite well drilled. They look like they've got a bit of pace and they've got a bit of strength. So it'll be interesting to see how they get on against Curry now that they've got a tie under the belt as well.
So next up, Hearts and Balls against Jed Forest. This is the first outing in the 2024 tournament for the Hearts and Balls. Jed, of course, an extra time victory over Kelso, and they were first to break from their huddle. Hearts and Balls in their sort of pale pink tops with the blue shorts and the white socks. Jed Forest in the mainly white jerseys with the royal blue shoulders, the royal blue shorts and the royal blue socks, and it will be Hearts and Balls side that will get this match underway, and the Hearts and Balls team playing from left to right in the first half. So again, 7 minutes each way for these sides, and one of the last teams then to show what they've got, play their cards in this second round of the Melrose Sevens. We've got the British Army and OG Sevens and the Eric Liddell hundreds side still to come, so some of the invitational sides beginning to appear for the first time. Lewis Young caught in the tackle just close to his own 5 metre line. Recycle ball there, opportunity now for a youngster really making an impression so far this afternoon in this side, Mark Glenn of Jed Forest. But Jed just hemmed inside their own 22 at the moment. Were very, very patient for long periods against Kelso, but they've knocked the ball forward inside their own 22 centrally just now, and Hearts and Balls will have an attacking platform, having really had very little opportunity to touch the ball since kick-off.
Yeah, again, it's just that defence. I mean, I think when you look at these invitational sides, one of the things they work really hard on is the defensive aspect. Getting up in the face of the opposition, stopping that offload, and just putting them under pressure, so that they in this case, Jed are having to try and find something to do to actually get a little bit of space and things are moving a little bit, but.
Scrummage then for the Hearts and Balls side, centrally inside that Jed Forest 22. No score in this tie, and remember the winners of this tie will take on the winners of the South Barbarians against Watsonians. Barbarians, of course, another team we have yet to see, as the Hearts and Balls going round the corner and in for a score. Stuart Kirk backing his pace round the corner of the Jed defence, and Jed Forest having really led against Kelso and been pegged back. They've conceded first in this tie, so they'll have to come from behind, but early stages, and all credit to the Hearts and Balls. First attacking opportunity, and they've 5 points on the board.
Yeah, just a bit of individual individual excellence there by the Hearts and Balls player. He just took on the Jed defender and went outside him, gave him a handoff and managed to get the ball down in the corner. So again, the one-on-one skills there that he showed provided the try for Hearts and Balls.
Stuart Kirk then with the opening try of this tie, and the conversion unsuccessful. He tried to convert his own try from out wide, just wide of the uprights. So Hearts and Balls 5, Jed Forest 0 is the scoreline, and Kirk then bounces the ball a few times back right on the halfway line, and Jed are able to gather possession of the ball from the kick-off there. That was Finlay Scott positioning himself well. Back goes Lewis Young, as I say, wearing the 10 jersey this afternoon, and he's caught just on the 5 metre line. Jed looking to recycle, having conceded first. They'll want the next points on the board. Back it goes again through the hands there of the youngster Mark Glenn. Jed have got it back, still on their own 5 metre line with Gregory Young on the left hand side in between the 5 and 15 channels. They've gone central, the ball goes loose, and the referee I think had already spotted a Hearts and Balls infringement as they were pressing, and really they've got Jed Forest hemmed in and penned in inside their own 22 at the moment. Glenn and Jed will look to try and do something a little different on this occasion, Ian, just to try and get down the park.
Yeah, I think Jed just they're playing a very sort of traditional form of sevens, the border way of sevens, which is that they keep a hold of the ball and let the opposition come onto them, as opposed to just really going up and making contact and trying to commit a couple of players to create a bit of a gap, which Robbie Shearagib's now done. Let's see if Robbie's still got the legs.
Yeah, Robbie Shearagib, of course, we mentioned earlier on the sprint circuit in the summer months to keep his sharpness. He's able to offload there towards Mark Glenn. Glenn now goes to ground and picked up by Wardrop. And again, Jed and Young. This is Gregory Young taking the ball, plants it back very deliberately. Robbie Shearagib just up with play at the moment, looking to try and snarl possession of the ball once more. Jed though have lost possession, and suddenly Hearts and Balls have got a 2-on-1 situation out on that left hand side. They're not going to be caught. There's certainly no route to get the ball planted down underneath the posts, but that's 2 scores for them. And Hearts and Balls lead by 10 points to 0. No conversion opportunity is going to be easy in an afternoon like this with a swirling breeze. It's going to be out on that left hand side. But again, you have to say that Hearts and Balls defensively very good, snatching on a half chance there and coming up with at least a minimum of 5.
Yeah, exactly, Stuart. And what they did was they identified the contact area that Jed hadn't put an extra player in, and they counter-rucked really well. Jed just didn't quite secure the ball at the contact. The counter-ruck came in, turnover, and then you're always going to have people overlaps, and they basically 3-on-1, and it was just strolled in by the Hearts and Balls player.
That shower we talked about is eased off. It's sort of blown its way through for the moment at least. We're expecting some heavier rain and hail around about 3 o'clock, but certainly the conditions have been tricky at times for the players. Gregory Young is able to win the restart, but solid challenge coming in there as well from Michael Jameson, and the ball just bubbles out of play there, and Hearts and Balls have got a real stranglehold on this tie in the first half. But the way they've approached the game, they're probably very aware of how Jed Forest have got some wily characters in their side, very streetwise sevens outfit, certainly up Borders level. But Hearts and Balls just enjoying a little bit of an upper hand at the moment. The underarm throw in from the line, it goes a little bit long and astray there, and Jed come away with it through Finlay Scott and spread the ball from left to right very quickly across on that far side in between the 10 and 22 and the 2 channels 5 and 15. Shearagib gets back to his feet. Hearts and Balls look to have stolen possession of the ball once again, but coming through there was Lewis Young. But anything that Lewis Young can do, well, Hearts and Balls, they've won the penalty, and again the referee just goes once more with the Hearts and Balls side, having picked up the Jed Forest infringement. But just as I say, that Hearts and Balls infringing inside the Jed 22, knocking the ball forward. So a little untidy spell after that second try. But Jed have had precious little opportunities, Ian, to get inside the opposition half.
I don't think they've been out of their own 22, to be fair. It's just been sheer pressure by Hearts and Balls. And again, that scenario there where Jed won the line out off the Hearts and Balls throw, there was nobody really committed, sort of, standoff centre winger. Again, they're really just not committing. They're just, and again, Hearts and Balls are just lining them up, making the tackles 1-on-1, And there's just no real go forward from Jed, which is what they need now. They've got a chance now, though.
Yeah, down this left-hand side again, Robbie Shiragib just offloading, and Jed looking to try and open up an opportunity. Lewis Walker just cutting back infield, and just outside the 22, the young twins linking up back briefly with Walker, but he's able to spin a pass inside the 22, has it once more, and he's able to offload again and taking on this right-hand side, again under some pressure, and going to ground was Finlay Scott. And once more, I mean, this 22 metre line is protected almost as if it's a try line. Glenn is over the line and no more for Jed Forrest, and it's back now. Robbie Shiragib up and over the 10. Can he go? Well, he gets to the 10 and then goes to ground. Then it bobbles away from Gregor Young. He launches himself towards the ball, lands on it, and Jed now suddenly up closer towards halfway. Mopped up by Glenn. On then towards Lewis Young. Out towards the right hand side. Jed Forrest have two players across on that far side. One of them is Wardrop. They need somebody to try and splinter through this Hearts and Balls defence. Half through was Finlay Scott, but he goes to ground, and Jed, it's hard work for them as they're up towards the Hearts and Balls 10 metre line. It looks as if one of the Hearts and Balls players has picked up a knock. He seems to have certainly suffered as he's on his hands and knees as the referee blows for half time. So Hearts and Balls may be forced into a change at the interval, but they're certainly, with precious few opportunities inside the Jed half, have landed 10 points and they're good value for their 10-0 lead.
I would agree. Yeah, I mean, again, just looking at Jed there, that attack, it's taken them so long to get from the 22 up to the Hearts and Balls 10 metre line. There was a couple of half breaks, there was a couple of times where Jed players went into the contact, drew two Hearts and Balls players in, but there was nobody running that angle off them time and time again, which is something that, in the past you'd have seen the likes of Lewis and Gregor Young just running those angles and sprint away and scoring underneath the post. So there's just a little bit of lack of cohesion, if you like, with the Jed team. Where you would expect to see them making these breaks and managing to get through these holes and taking the half chances. Just not done it so far. Hopefully it'll click second half. They're only 10 points down, so considering how much possession they've had but done very little with it, they're only 10 points down. It's only a couple of quick tries and they're back in the game.
So this second half about to get underway. The next tie up is the South Barbarians against Watsonians, then Eric Liddell 100 against Shogun. Of course, Eric Liddell didn't feature here as a Sevens player, but he does have a Melrose connection through a long-term resident, 50 plus years, Sir Philip Christison, who was a general in the British Army and was one of the brains behind the very first Edinburgh military tattoo back in 1950. And the story goes that Sir Philip Christison was asked by George V to speak to Eric Liddell, to introduce him to the then king, and to try and persuade him to run on a Sunday. And of course Liddell opted for the 400 metres, and he's going to be remembered here through a university select side that will be playing a little bit later on. But that is a rather tenuous link with Melrose and with the 400 metre winner in the Paris Olympics 100 years ago. Jed Forrest then from the start of this second half. I've got play close towards the Hearts and Balls 10 metre line. Back it comes then to Rory Marshall, another wily campaigner wearing the blue scrum cap, picked up then by Lewis Young. Young then is nimble, fleet of foot. Jed looking to perhaps spread the ball wide as Gregor Young now has somebody on his shoulder. That is Mark Glenn. Mark Glenn though is wrestled to the ground inside the 22, in between the channels. Jed on that left hand side playing from left to right in this second period. Again, Lewis Young tries to cut inside. Still he's going, still he's upright, but he's eventually forced to the ground. So this is eating up more valuable seconds as Jed looking for this first score in the second half, their first of the tie. Back it comes once more to Finlay Scott, who remains upright. Finlay Scott, excellent footwork. He's forced to the ground. Can't offload before going to the deck. Gregor Young goes in once more, finds his twin brother Lewis Young. Maybe not the best option, but it's back to Gregor Young. Gregor Young stays upright. I think he got a clean grounding. The referee's happy he did. I mean, it was a case of telescopic arms because he was quite upright to land the ball on the ground without dropping it. A one-handed grounding of the ball. It's 10-5, but Ian, that's a hard-working score for Jed, isn't it?
I think, sitting up here looking, it's very easy when we sit up here looking at it from the press box here in Melrose, but you can look at this and see probably 4 opportunities within that 30 second to a minute spell where somebody running off the shoulder of one of the Jed players, or using it so that you pass and draw and pass, they scored much far easier. But you know what, they've got a score. It's 10-7. They're back in the game. Interesting times now.
Yeah, that changes the complexion of the game, and Jed have been here, they've seen it, they've done it before, they've been in some close ties in this sort of stage of the competition in the past in this arena. They're very familiar with these surroundings, of course, but the Hearts and Balls looking to now accelerate from a deeper line position, and away they go, and Kyle Adams showing some good acceleration up towards the halfway line and just beyond, and he was able to offload, and Adams over the ball at the moment again with a decent offload on then towards Nathan Ross. And again they're trying to spread the ball more centrally and then out wide, and that's a nice loop pass bringing in their number 8 Jamie McGurk, and McGurk looking to go towards the corner, but he's been able to offload on that 15 channel on the left hand side, taking on then little tap and go, and a chance for Hearts and Balls. The referee's saying it's not been taken quite in the right spot, I think, as Jed penalised for not rolling away, and once more the Hearts and Balls players suddenly stung, having conceded that try, very quickly find a way to the line. They're over for the score, and Finlay Brown is in for their third try off the tie, and that just adds a little bit more of a cushion to the lead that they have, 15 points to 7, and I think they wanted to stamp their authority back on the tie just at this stage in the game. 15-7 with the kick to come as the rain comes back on again. It's swirling around the green yards. Hearts and Balls won't care at the moment. They're looking to add the extras. That just drifts the wrong side of the posts. So Jed on the coattails, but they've work to do in the tie. 15-7 to the Hearts and Balls.
Yeah, and again, as I say, that the Hearts and Balls, their movement off the ball is just that little bit better than Jed's at the moment. So they're creating more opportunities. Again, they probably could have scored a bit quicker there, but they just look a little bit more cohesive as an outfit at the moment.
From the restart, a longer one towards the edge of the 22. Lewis Young finds Mark Glenn, and then taken on by Finlay Scott. Again, Gregory Young coming to help Finlay Scott, who has it once more. Jed playing the ball through the hands. Robbie Douglas is on now. Jed almost having to throw caution to the wind now as they bring Lewis Young into play. Up and over the 10 metre line he goes, but he's been tracked back there by Adam Fraser, who kept upright body position. Picked up again, Jed once more just on the 10 metre line, but in their own half of the field at the moment. Again trying to wrestle away. Gregory Young up and over the halfway line he goes, but he's followed all the way by Hearts and Balls defensive cover. Stuart Kirk, who opened the scoring much earlier in the tie, was forcing him sideways there, Gregory Young. And on some Kings of the Sevens tournaments, Gregory Young and Lewis Young have the pace just about to outpace everybody, but at this level, with players in the Hearts and Balls side, they can more than match them today.
I think the other thing is they obviously realise that they don't have the pace they used to have, which is, at the end of the day, they've been around for a long time, and they're all absolutely fantastic rugby players. Yellow card here. Hearts and Balls players just, when the ball went to touch, he's kicked the ball away. So again, referees have been asked to make sure that things like time wasting and negative play like that is picked up on quite quickly, so that's good. But the good thing was, say, with Gregor and Lewis, is they understand their limitations, but the slight difference. So they're now playing slightly differently, and they're trying to bring players to come off of them.
More creators than maybe the out and out finishers that they once were. Well, just now, Jed Forrest looking at Marshall, accelerating up towards the 10 metre line, and that almost dives into contact there. 15 points to 7 the scoreline. Rain back on at the green yards. Lewis Young just trying to disrupt and ensure that Jed have possession of the ball once more. Back it comes in. Robbie Douglas out towards the right hand side. Gregory Young now he's found a bit of space, but in days gone by he might have been completely through there. He was half through, and it's back now towards Douglas, and Hearts and Balls looking at an opportunity for a turnover, but back it comes on the Jed side once more. Ben Fotheringham up towards the halfway line, picked up this time by Gregory Young. He's forced backwards towards his own 10, looks to try and wrestle the attentions of Stuart Kirk to the ground. Kirk goes to the deck. It's picked up this time by Lewis Elder, then quickly through the hands there of Scott out towards the centre field, and Lewis Young is central, and Marshall is out on that left hand side. Rory Marshall now, he's going to have to do a lot of work on his own here. Marshall fends off a couple of players, still has it, remains upright. Lewis Young comes onto the ball at some pace on the edge of the 22, but again he's got players around him very quickly, so that just slows the momentum of the Jed attack somewhat as it comes back again towards Douglas. Jed then out towards the right hand side, an opportunity here as the clock is ticking down, and Fotheringham tries to make his way towards the line, which he does, and Fotheringham is in for a score, and that just keeps Jed's hopes in this tie alive, because Jed Forest have scored once more. 15 points to 12 now, the score line. And Jed Forest, well, a lot's going to rest on this conversion. A lot's resting on the clock. I think, Ian, is it just too little too late?
Yeah, time
15
up.
12.
Just, yeah. I mean that try that Jed scored just now, Stuart, I mean there was that little bit more of intensity in the attack. Like say Gregor and Lewis taking it on that little bit stronger, and I think if Jed had maybe done that earlier in the tie, it may have made a difference, because at times there was that, not slow, but they weren't quite as pushed in as you would, or going at full tilt as you'd like them to do. So, but good performance by Jed, decent hearts and ball side. So it will be interesting to see how they perform in the next round.
So that's the end of Jed Forest's afternoon. We know that the quarter-finals are beginning to take shape, with Curry against Durham in the first of the quarter-finals. Hearts and Balls will take on the winners of the next tie. The teams are out on the pitch. It's the South Barbarians against Watsonians.
Thank you to Stuart McFarlane for his contribution today. We've got another change in the commentary box with Andrew Fleming coming in to join Ian Hurd for the next couple of ties. And don't forget, at 3 o'clock we cross over to Mansfield Park for the semi-final of the Scottish Cup between Hawick and Curry. But very shortly we're going to go pitch side with Hugh Brown, and he'll be talking to Mark Glenn very shortly after the break.
This is Rugby Radio. Rugby Radio.
Many businesses struggle when it comes to their comfort or process heating, drying, cooling, chilling and other energy-saving challenges. However, many businesses don't, because they've put their trust in Turnbull & Scott, serving customers for over 90 years in many sectors including agriculture, building services, food and drink, low-carbon energy and more. Our loyal and growing client base value our expertise, integrity and accessibility. Why not find out what we could be doing for your business? Find out more and download our brochure now. Just search the web for Turnbull & Scott.
Based in Galashiels but covering the whole region and beyond, Borders Mortgage Hub is your one-stop shop for all things mortgage related in the Borders. Visit us at bordersmortgagehub.com or call us on 01896 807 008. That's 01896 807 008. Borders Mortgage Hub. Mortgages for the Borders in the Borders.
Rugby Radio, bringing you the exclusive Melrose Sevens radio coverage with Turnbull & Scott, providing heating, cooling and energy saving solutions to many local businesses for over 90 years.
Yes, welcome back to the Green Yards. It's the Melrose Sevens, and we've now got the South Barbarians on the pitch against Watsonians, who are wearing the Melrose kit because of a colour clash, both in red and white stripes. But before all that, let's go down to Hugh Brown. He's got Mark Glenn with him from Jed Forest.
Mark, you pushed Hearts and Balls all the way, didn't you?
No, we gave it a good shot. I think we're just a bit slow at the start, getting going, and then the rain and wind came on, which sort of changed things a bit, but gave him a good run.
The referee for this tie is Ross Maben.
Conditions are quite tough today, actually, because of the wind and the rain.
Yeah, no, it's especially the last sort of half an hour. It's really picked up, and the wind's picked up in the rain. It's just that slippy ball and just making things got to tighten up a bit and just making that bit harder. But
you got through to the second round. You might have wanted to go further today, and of course Jed will be keen to do well in the Kings of the Sevens.
No, it's looking good like this. We scored with no really trained at all, and just sort of chucked together a good few experienced boys, but we pushed Kelso well, I thought, and played well against them, and it'll be good to go forward onto the next few sevens and see how we get on.
You played for Jed Thistle Under 18s last season, didn't you?
Yeah, no, I was at Thistle Under 18s last season, lost the final here, so a bit sour, but no.
Freddie Owsley touches down for these
How does it feel to be playing for the senior team?
It's a big change, physicality, speed, everything, but I want to push myself, and I think that's the best way, and I'm definitely pushing myself to try and play as well as I can at a higher level, so I'm enjoying it.
What about the club itself? Because obviously they were relegated this season, which was a big blow to them. How are you feeling?
Conversion
about
by
the
Craig
coming
Jackson.
season?
Well, it was a big change, but them border league
12.
fixtures, that made a big difference in spirits. I think playing better on them, getting the win against Peebles and nearly close win against Gala and then drawing with Melrose, it just showed that next season we should have something there to build on and young boys coming through. So I think we've just got to build from where we are, and hopefully we can and push for staying top of the Div 1, I think.
Well, I wish you well for the rest of the season in the Kings of Sevens. Thanks for joining me this afternoon. Mark Glenn, in the rain down here pitch side. It's all right for you lot up there in the cosy press box with macaroni cheese and coffee and things. Spare a thought for the poor pitch side reporter with absolutely nothing down here, soaking wet, drenched to the skin.
There we are. We'll send something down for you, a nice packet of crisps or something. There we are. Hugh Brown, he'll be back later on if he dries out. Let's go to Andrew Fleming joining us for the first time today, and Ian Hurd still with us. It's the South Barbarians against Watsonians, playing in the Melrose jackets to make sure there's no colour clash, and it's currently 17-0. Here's Andrew.
Yes, thanks Stuart. You join us as South Barbarians take control of this tie fairly early on in this match. It started brightly with a try from Hector Patterson inside the first minute. A further try added by the former national sprinter Freddie Owsley, showing a great turn of pace down the stand side, and a third try added there. Looked to be from number 11, Tiago Romero, I think it was, but as you say, yes, South into a 19 points lead early on, Ian, and it's a pretty impressive start.
Yeah, it's been pretty simple stuff, Andrew, isn't it? It's just been a case of get ball and score tries. You know, the Watsonians have sort of coughed up ball a couple of times, once off a kick-off. And it just looks like South Barbarians are going to have a bit too much for Watsonians, but you know, it's only a couple of minutes in. We'll see how it goes.
As Watsonians look to get out there 22 with possession, but it's stripped by the South, and it could be in again here. Lovely hands from Hector Patterson, and it looks like a try in the far corner. It is for Scott Bickerstaff, and that extends the South lead. 4 tries already on the board, and that was just clinical stuff, Ian, and great hands out the wide channels to finish.
Great work by Tiago Romero, who ripped the ball in the contact, spun it out quite quickly. Hector Patterson, great hands. His dad will be proud of that. And then popped into the corner, and Bickerstaff, not quite a complete run in because he had a guy to beat on the outside there, but he was always going to have enough pace to get in at the corner. So that takes us to, and the conversion, great conversion there by Craig Jackson, takes it to 26-0 to the South Barbarians.
Yes, it was very, very impressive conversion there from Craig Jackson. The experience he brings, obviously, from his former Scotland Sevens days, and having just recently won the Super Series with Stirling Wolves, of course, too. So, yeah, the South in complete control of this second round tie so far, and looks like they, even with less than 7 minutes on the clock, will be looking to book their place in the quarter-final, and they'll face off against Hearts and Balls in the next round. Unless we see one hell of a comeback here from Watsonians, who go into the South territory for the first time in this match. They look to secure possession on that halfway line, and referee Ross Maben awards Watsonians a penalty just on that halfway line as the ball comes wide. Taken into contact again on halfway, but a strong jackling in the tackle. Ross Maben doesn't like it, and another penalty for Watsonians as they come away. Taken into contact as they look to switch play here. Lovely pass out the back here from Watsonians, but in all truth they're not going too far. South Barbarians holding a strong defensive line. Might be a break on now, and it's well tackled out on the right hand side, and yes, South looking pretty disciplined in their defensive work, Ian. Yeah,
absolutely. They're making the tackles, and now you look at this and it's sort of flooding through. There's 4 or 5 South Barbarians players got, and maybe one Watsonians players. They're just a little bit disjointed.
Yeah, I think they're living up to their name with the Barbarians with some of these offloads. Hector Patterson involved there out wide for Tiago Romero to score his second try of the afternoon, as the score goes to 31-0 with half-time hooter about to sound. Craig Jackson again will line up the conversion to potentially make the score 33-0, but this really has been one-way traffic. The conversion does sail through from Craig Jackson, and half-time score, as I say, is South Barbarians 33, Watsonians 0, and I think they've kind of 1 foot in the quarter-final already. Ian.
Yeah, there's not a huge amount to say about the first half. It's just been one-way traffic. A couple of times that Watsonians have actually had possession, they've been turned over fairly quickly. The Barbarians have in defence, they've been patient. they've made the tackles when the tackles came about, and turned ball over. You know, when you've got 2 or 3 guys flooding into the ruck in the contact area, it's easy to turn over. And then they've got the fitness and the knowledge and the ability to you know, if they do lose the balls, to get back into the defensive line, which then means there's not that easy tackle. Whereas when the Barbarians go in with the ball, Watsonians make a tackle, a couple of guys committed to it, and they don't have the same discipline to get back into line, which then means they've got numbers up. And you know, when you've got players like Hector Patterson, the hands that he's got, Craig Jackson, who'll have an absolute ball today in the conditions back at his original ground, and then you know, Romero, Bickerstaff, Owsley. There's just pace throughout the lineup, Andrew. Yeah.
Seems to be a great mix they've got in terms of that experience and youth. Obviously, as you mentioned, the Bickerstaff brothers who've been Mar stalwarts for years and obviously had experience with Scotland Club 15, and then you've got the likes of the aforementioned Hector Patterson and Finn Douglas, just bring that energy, and they look a really good side so far.
Yeah, and again, looking at the bench as well, you've got 2 or 3, you know, fairly big players coming on. I think Munro Jobs come on, and a couple of others. So Amina Cathasauer, that I knew I'd pick the wrong one to comment on. So yeah, Munro Jobs nice and easy, but these guys will add it. So I don't think they're going to weaken their team by bringing subs on.
As the second half gets underway here, the kick-off that was just on the 10-metre line, but Watsonians managed to gather. They've precious little in terms of possession in this match, and they've been stripped already. As Monroe Job picks up the ball inside, and it's a nice break from Jamie Mata, and he's got pace to burn. It looks like he could be in for another score for South Barbarians, and it is a fantastic score there from Jamie Mata, who played for the Samurai here 2 years ago and was a very impressive performer that day. And just an extra turn of pace to get away from that Watsonians defence, and clinical stuff yet again as the rain continues to pour here. Drop down in here at the Green Yards, and from your point of view, Ian, how difficult are the conditions in terms of handling?
They must be really difficult now. You know, it's the gusting wind. I think we said that in the previous tie. It's the wind that's gusting. So a great kick there, but you know, it makes the passes so much more difficult, especially when, you know, in sevens there is the odd occasion where you want to throw that long pass out. Which then makes it so much more difficult. But again, the last try again, it's Tiago Romero. That's the second turnover he's made in the tie already, and it's massive when you can make turnovers like that and change the direction of the play quickly.
And the kick-off from Jamie Mata is right on the money. His conversion was equally impressive. As a first knock-on and first mistake we've really seen there is, I think it looked to be one of the Bickerstaff brothers, Connor Bickerstaff, with that knock on just 5-10 metres inside that Watsonians half. Watsonian looks to go from deep, and the ball, it's just not happening for them in this tie, as the ball goes long pass, goes wide into touch, and the South will have a line out 5 metres inside that Watsonians half. But I think this game's done and dusted, and I think South, they'll look to play Hearts and Balls, who, you know, that they were quite impressive in the way that they dispatched Jed Forrest, and many people would have fancied.
I think they were very well organised. They defended well. Again, from what I've seen so far, and it's difficult to comment when you've got, you know, different types of teams, but I think for me, the South Barbarians look like a good side. You got to fancy them to sort of head towards the semi-final and final. But you know, obviously, each tie is different. They just look to have a bit more power and pace than Hearts and Balls had, although they were very organised.
And a penalty awarded by Ross Maben to Watsonians for an extra roll there in the tackle. And Watsonians take play just outside their 22. Break in there from the aforementioned Torquil McLeod. Competed for out the breakdown again. Not a huge lot of distance being made here for Watsonians, but there is a nice break. A good, lovely break there, up at the middle from the co-captain, Finn Broomfield, and they will register the score as the rain really starts to come down here at the Green Yards. But Watsonians, they've not had much in terms of ball and hammer. That was a great break there from Finn Broomfield, and deservedly on the board. Yeah, and actually, sort of looking at that from a refereeing point of view, he did a really good job there of using Ross Maben as a sort of shield. Ross was standing in the position he should be in. He looked up, noticed him, took a couple of steps towards him. The Babas defender obviously can't then go through Ross, so it's very sneaky, but it's a good way of doing things. As we see a mass exit from the far banking into the beer tent with the weather turning away it is. As the South continue to have possession, but knock on there from Finn Douglas will give Watsonians a scrum just outside the 10 metre line as Ross Maven has a check of his watch. We can't have too long left in this second round tie, but it's South who will book their place in the quarter final with a tie against Hearts and Balls to follow. Next up, we've got the Eric Liddell 100 against Shogun, who were very, very impressive in that first round match. And how do you see that game going, Neil?
It'll be interesting, Andrew, because obviously we don't know anything about the Eric Liddell, but from what my understanding is, it's sort of students. You've got to look at the Shogun. You know, they're pretty much semi-professional, professional team. I think there's something like 5 of the GB7 squad in that team, and that makes a big difference. There's Finn Douglas just showing what sort of pace he's got. Well defended there by the Watsonians player.
Yeah, it was Finn Douglas, the young Edinburgh winger, who was also a former sprinter, showing just what pace he has on the far touchline. But the offload back into his Glasgow Warrior player, Amina Kakasau, was knocked on, and a few handling errors in the second half from the South after a fairly faultless first half performance. But as we say, these conditions with the driving wind now and the driving rain is not really helping the level of rugby on display in the second half.
Yeah, I think you could call it unpleasant at this present moment in time. You know, it's not unusual to say that at Melrose you can have all sorts of sevens weather in the day. I've been here when it's been snowing, when it's been 20 odd degrees, but this is probably as unpleasant as you're going to get. It's as you say, driving rain, which makes a huge impact on the passing. The ball gets slippy, even though we are playing in on an artificial surface, but.
And that was a fantastic. And as the ball's going to go into touch 5 metres from the South line. It was a great idea there from Watsonians to kick from deep, but ball into touch, and there'll be a line out to the South 5 metres from their own try line.
And therein lies one of the issues of these artificial surfaces. In the good old days, that would have stuck in the mud, and he probably would have got to it and scored a try.
Difficult to comment on which players are playing in possession for Watsonians, of course, as they do wear the yellow colours of Melrose to avoid the kick clash this afternoon in this tie. But the South with possession on their own try line. Dangerous play here behind their own try line, but that's fantastic break. Difficult to know who it was, and the offload, very scrappy stuff, I must say, and I think that was carried over their own line. In fact, no. Ross Maven, the referee, has awarded the try to Watsonians. A bit of a discussion here going on with his touch judge, which has now been disallowed, and that is in fact full time score here is South Barbarians 40, Watsonians 7, and that was a clinical display from the South who put their place in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I think Scott White will be quite happy with that as a coach. Second half, as we said, probably the level dropped a little bit, but it's very difficult in these conditions. I think he'll be fairly pleased with that first tie. It's a warm up. It gets them moving. It gets them used to each other on the pitch, and hopefully they'll click for the full 14 minutes in the second tie.
Yeah, as we say, that's South Barbarians comfortably through into the quarterfinals. Coming onto the pitch now, we've got the Eric Liddell 100 against Shogun, and we'll catch you back after this break.
This is Rugby Radio. Rugby Radio.
Many businesses struggle when it comes to their comfort or process heating, drying, cooling, chilling and other energy-saving challenges. However, many businesses don't, because they've put their trust in Turnbull & Scott, serving customers for over 90 years in many sectors including agriculture, building services, food and drink, low-carbon energy and more. Our loyal and growing client base value our expertise, integrity and accessibility. Why not find out what we could be doing for your business? Find out more and download our brochure now. Just search the web for Turnbull & Scott.
Your pet deserves the best, and that's why your pet deserves the care and treatment offered by Border Vets. We focus on delivering the very best care to each and every one of our patients and clients. We get to know you and your pet and offer treatments tailored to every animal's individual needs, from our conveniently located surgeries in Galashiels, Selkirk and Earlston. Ask about our Pet Health Club for your cat or dog, giving you peace of mind by spreading the cost of vaccinations, regular checks and more. From dental care to travelling travelling abroad, and the whole range of veterinary services, bordervets.co.uk is where you'll find everything you need to know. Border Vets, where your pets are part of our family.
Rugby Radio, bringing you the exclusive Melrose Sevens radio coverage with Turnbull and Scott, serving a growing loyal client base in many business sectors throughout the Scottish borders and beyond for over 90 years.
So Hoyk line out, Fraser Rennick, following the concession of a Curry penalty. Kirkford has sent a meaty punt down the Mansfield paddock, so Fraser Rennick will have his second throw in just outside the Curry 22, and it's been taken in cleanly by Connor Sutherland. And Hoyk start to rumble this, as is their wont. Fraser Rennick at the tiller here. Jay Linton comes in. He was loitering with intent in the backs, but he comes in now to add his considerable bulk to this rolling maul. But Curry have stemmed the tide here. Hoyk are going to have to use it. Gareth Welsh waiting for the ball to come back. He goes in now to burrow for it, but Curry have held that up and they've prevented it from going to ground. So it's a Curry scrum after all that. And Ewan Welsh, it's been as nip and tuck and as tetchy as you'd imagine in conditions like this.
Yeah, and just a point to note, the last time these two sides faced it, when it was the playoff final here at Mansfield, I remember that game, the cup final rather, last year, the cup semi-final, the situation was, of course, that there was a lot of fans for Curry on the far side, and you couldn't quite hear them as much, but today they're in the stand, and I tell you what, that was really vocal when they won that scrum at the minute.
Yeah, I think a few of them may have made their way over. There was a reasonable contingent of Curry fans at Melrose Sevens, and a few of them may well have made their way over. The second time today these two teams have met, of course. Curry emerging victorious at 11 o'clock this morning, and another penalty conceded by Hoyk. Curry beat Hoyk in the first tie over there. Different ball game here at Mansfield this afternoon, though. This is the stuff for the purists. 15-a-side cup rugby, and Charlie Brett has relieved the pressure to an extent. He's hoofed that from within his own 22 up to equidistant between the halfway line and the Curry 10-metre line, as the Curry forwards amble towards this line out. A familiar looking look to the Curry pack today, but it's Hoyk that's palmed it back, but way over the head of Gareth Welsh. Gareth Welsh goes down on it, and that means that Nicky Little's in there to play scrum half. Hoyk content to keep it tight for the time being, as you'd expect given the conditions and given that we're only 8 or so minutes into this game. But decent kick there downfield by Kyle Brunton. Now is that going to run for a 50-22? It is indeed. The crowd will tell you that's a beautiful punt right off the left boot of Kyle Brunton, and I've said it before, you, and he's a bit of an unsung hero in this Hoyk team. Yeah, he goes about his business quite unnoticed and just quietly goes about it, and he's one of those players who you don't always notice he's there, but the minute you take him out the team, you notice there's someone missing, and I think he's one of the he's quite a key part of the team, and to the fact that a lot of people here wouldn't really shout about him as much, but he's one of the key players who has been consistent throughout this Hoyk team this season. He certainly has. You don't lose one game in 2 years if you've got Mug playing 10, that is for sure. So it's a Hoyk line out. Fraser Rennick, and has been taken right at the point of his fingertips by Stuart Graham, but it's been guddled backwards, and Hoyk are going to have to go from 5 metres behind from where that line out was taken. So it's going to go up the jumper here. Nicky Little had to stoop to catch it, but he's managed to take it in, so they're going to go again. Dalton Redpath this time, he's stopped on the gain line though, but the Hoyk forwards pile in round behind. Curry now tried to steal that, but an indiscretion comes in. The second penalty they've conceded this afternoon to Hoyk as well. So this is on the 22, and it's about 18 metres in from the banking side here at Mansfield. So yeah, the finger of Sean Muir, the erstwhile Hoyk skipper, points towards the uprights. Hoyk attacking the hawk end here. It's Hoyk 3, Curry 0. Decent first kick for Kirkford. Curry have kicked off now, and it's taken in by Kyle Brunton, and again shimmies back on the left peg, and it's another left-footed howitzer from Kyle Brunton, and he sent that from his 22 to over the Curry 10 metre line, and what an accomplished start the number 10 for Hawick's had, Ewan.
Yeah, absolutely, and in conditions like this, that's not easy. But Hawick are playing with the wind slightly behind them, so they'll be looking to use that to their advantage as much as they can in this opening first half.
So, Curry line out, Ryan Stewart, in it goes, and it's been knocked backwards by a Curry hand. It wasn't taken cleanly. So, Curry now, attritional stuff at the moment from both these teams. Curry, again, keep it tight in the forwards. Tipped on though that time by Cardosi to Ali Bain, and I don't think he's expecting it, the rangy second row, and he's been held in there, and there's a Hawick choke tackle, and they're going to have to get this to the deck. Curry is moving forward, but the whistle is gone, and my word, Ewan, it's a mere scrum being awarded to Hawick, but this crowd are bang up for this afternoon.
Yeah, they definitely are, and I mentioned before about the Curry supporters and how you heard them when they were awarded a scrum, but the same happened to Hawick just now, and the crowd almost felt like they had to outperform their travelling supporters, and they did just that. And there is a great atmosphere within this stand. We're sitting right up the back of the stand, and you can really hear it echoing. I think there's 3, maybe 5 people standing over on the banking, which is unusual, but in this conditions you can't blame them.
Yeah, there's 3 people on that far banking, and I don't know what on earth they're doing, because let me tell you, it is absolutely biblical here at the moment. The rain is coming down in sheets, so fair play to those 3 hardy souls, and for that reason the stand is very busy here at Mansfield. Supporters of both clubs as the scrum is fed, and the Hawick nudge comes on at the scrum, and it's picked up then by Linton, and it's Welsh to Brunton. Brunton's got Andrew Mitchell, 20 tries to his name on the cut, and he's still pumping the legs. Andrew Mitchell, he's up to the 22, he takes it to the deck, and there's a wee bit of pushing and shoving. Kyle Brunton and his opposite number, the 2 number 10s, neither of them renowned for the skullduggery. It's normally associated more with the likes of Dalton Redpath, etc. And speaking of which, Dalton Redpath's in possession now, and he tried to offload it, and he's knocked it on the 22, and yeah, I don't think it's a day as it stands at the moment. I know the conditions are not such for attacking flair.
No, but at the same time, Robin, the weather changed to be like this very quickly, so there's every chance it would change back, and that'll be a real testament to how strong these teams are, is how quickly they can adapt to the conditions and just move with how the conditions play out. Right now the wind is howling that badly, the rain's kind of going horizontal, and I think that's where that doesn't really suit these teams as such. They would rather have the ball in hand. You've seen the couple of lines that were run at just now, especially Andrew Mitchell with a great line coming in off that ball, and he just crashed into the Curry defence. But they're the kind of plays that will have to be played if the conditions dry up, and it's a risk to play it in these conditions.
So scrum penalty has been awarded in favour of Curry, so they'll get a chance to relieve a wee bit of pressure that's just been building, certainly territorially. Much of the rugby being played in Curry's half so far, but as Ewan alludes to, they are playing into what breeze there is, and Charlie Brett has kicked that to touch, and I think there's maybe more of a breeze at pitch level than maybe is at the back of this Mansfield stand, because that clearly was held in the wind. Assistant referee's flag on the far side blowing as well, but Curry have taken that line out. It wasn't the cleanest, but Cardosi powers forward through the heavy traffic, and now Curry have got men over on the short side here, and there's a wee bit of a break on up that far side, but stoic Hawick defence brings that to a halt, and now it's been knocked forward, come off a Hawick hand, so scrum coming the way of Curry. And yeah, you and I have hot-footed it along the A7, Ewan, from this, the warmth of the Melrose press box, where it was a kind of lovely sunny day when we left there, but the same can't be said for this at the moment.
No, and I think we went that quickly in terms of getting set up here that we missed how this weather came to be. We kind of turned round at kickoff and it was suddenly like wild. So no, I think it's as I've said, it's going to change quickly, and that's these players have played in all conditions this season, and it'll be testament to how resilient the teams are and who can last 8 minutes in these conditions.
That's it. And if it finishes 9-6, the victor will not give a monkeys. But Curry have gone up the middle here. They've broken through the Hawick defence, and they're in a good attacking position, and it's Boyer. That's good play there by the captain Forbes, and Curry have got a couple of men over there, but Cardosi elected to go route one, and that's maybe a sensible thing in these conditions. And now it's Ali Bain, his second or third carry of the afternoon. He sets it up for Boyer. Boyer to Beckett, to Tom Jeffrey. He's chopped down there by a flying Hoyk forward. That was Nicky Little, and it's Beckett again. Beckett's got lovely footwork, and he showed it there, and he was taken by Gareth Welsh, and there's some Curry calls for a high tackle there, but nothing doing it. It's been spilled by Rhys Davis, but it's gone backward, so say the referee. But Lee Armstrong's all over his man in there, and Curry have gone back 10 metres, so they're going to have to reset and go again, and they do exactly that through Rhys Davis, the ex-captain. Jamie Forbes with the armband these days, but it's been knocked on here by Curry, so Hoyk in possession now with Brokenfield. Dalton Redpath thinks better of it though and goes back inside. Now it's been flapped back to Kirkford, and yeah, Kirkford knows the advantage is coming, and yeah, I can see us, Ewan, you know, as long as this weather persists, we're going to be talking about fumbles and about drop balls and about loose passes.
Yeah, and it's things like, scrums, isn't it? We've already had a few, and we're probably going to get a lot more in conditions like this, where the handling's probably not going to be just as slick as we would have liked, and probably as slick as we've seen in Melrose this earlier today. Yeah,
very different conditions here at Mansfield Park, but like I say, this is rugby for the purists. The glitz and glamour of Melrose Sevens has been left for now as we concentrate on rugby radio on the Scottish Cup semi-final. 17 minutes gone, remains Hoyk 3, Curry 0. Hoyk scrum inside their own half. Jay Linton picks up and goes down the blind side. He's scragged but keeps pumping his legs. A couple of Curry players in trying to haul him to deck, and now it's set up for Gareth Welsh remonstrating with the referee about Curry slowing the ball up. So Hoyk forwards content to hit it up at the moment. Brunton, this time off the right foot. Another decent connection by Brunton. It's gone over the head. It's flew over the head of Ryan Daly. It's heading towards the touchline. Oh, and Daly slipped, touching the ball at the process in the 22. Ewan, we're 18 minutes in. There's two 50-22s to Kyle Brunton. One off the left, one off the right.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a great kick in there by Kyle Brunton, and Ryan Daly he's seen it. He kind of went, oh no, that's going to go over my head because of the wind. It went right over his head, and then just as he went to gather it, he put his foot in touch, and so yeah, it's a Hoyk ball, and this is a really promising position for attack.
There is going to be some leeway given to the players today, Ewan, because of the conditions, but let's be honest, Ryan Daly made a mess of that.
Yeah, he did, absolutely, and he really should have been gathering that fine, but his left foot just managed to go over the line, and so it is a Hoyk ball.
Yeah. Ex-Super Series player Ryan Daly, he's a good player, but the line out not straight, so say the AR on this side. So Hoyk forwards not particularly enamoured with that decision, but it's going to be a Curry scrum, but Hoyk will be content enough with the territorial advantage that they've gained from that massive punt from Kyle Brunton. His confidence will be through the roof. He's had 3 wonderful raking touch finders so far in the early part of this game. So we wait for what seems like the umpteenth scrum already in this game. There's going to be a few of them, and it's been fairly even Stevens so far, I would say. Front rows renewing acquaintances after inter-district rugby, where many of them participated. The Hoyk front row, Sean Muir, Fraser Rennick and Nicky Little, packing down against Tom Jeffrey, Ryan Stewart and Graham Carson, all of which have featured in the inter-district championship. Just as we're waiting this reset scrum, I'll quickly give you the Hoyk team. It's Ford at fullback, wingers are Charlie Welsh and Ronan McKean, in the centres Lee Armstrong, Andrew Mitchell, Kyle Brunton and Gareth Welsh at 10 and 9 respectively. Front row Muir, Rennick and Little, Boiler House is Sutherland and Redpath, and in the back row Stewart, Graham, Callum, Rennick, Jay Linton. So Curry with the scrum, and it's inching forward here. Cardosi's controlling it at the back. It's going to be a titanic battle between him and opposite number Jay Linton today, but Hoyk have conceded the penalty, and you and the Curry scrum just in the ascendancy there, and the Hoyk front row didn't have it all their own way in the inter-district championship either.
No, and we've talked about how big scrums could be today, and that is a great marker to put down for Curry after we're halfway through this first half, and that's a penalty one from a scrum. So, the Hoyk will have to kind of reset. The forwards especially have had a squint throw and then a penalty lost off the scrum. So there's going to be a big task ahead for this front row.
Scott McLeod and Roddy Deans in charge of the Hoyk forwards at the moment, on a temporary basis for now. We'll see in the coming weeks, no doubt, if that becomes a permanent thing. but the line-out's been taken and Curry have managed to muddle it back one way or another. It wasn't the cleanest. Tough conditions for the throwers and the jumpers today at line-out time. Now Curry have set the ruck here inside their own 22 and it goes to Tom Jeffrey. He spins and pirouettes out the first tackle. There's a Hawick player over that, but he's been nudged out the way, so Boyer sets it back to Beckett. Brett comes into the line, giving it some air here deep inside their own 22, Curry, but one of the forwards decides enough is enough and hits it up. That was Ryan Stewart, the hooker, but it's been stolen by the Hawick forwards. Dalton Redpath in there with his considerable bulk. Now it comes to Connor Sutherland, and Connor Sutherland, that looked a seatbelt tackle from here, and the referee agrees the arm is out, so a penalty coming Hawick's way, free ball for which to play. Lee Armstrong out the back to Mitch, out to Kirkford. Now there's a bit of space on that far side for Ronan McKean. Ronan McKean cuts back in, straightens up, back into heavy traffic, takes a couple of Curry players to haul him to deck, so it's Welsh now to Fraser Rennick. Fraser Rennick, he's met with a meaty challenge by his opposite number, but he's managed to maintain possession. He's still going, scragged by the ankle. So Welsh again to Brunton. Brunton's got Connor Sutherland coming on a cute line, and he's over the gain line. There's a Curry player all over that, but he's taken out of there by the Hawick players. Lee Armstrong goes to ground, but still playing with the advantage. Decent enough defence by Curry, but Hawick just starting to look a bit more menacing. You.
Yeah, and on a dry day there's probably a try coming there, Robin, but it's just because of the conditions again, that ball just wasn't quite accurate enough, and it just was a little knock on there by Lee Armstrong. But Hawick are just slowly working their way into the game. They've not had it quite all their own way, but you talk about winning penalties, and a big call now for Hawick to go for the penalty into the corner, but perhaps a sense of the conditions and the weather that's swirling around Mansfield.
Yeah, 22 minutes gone, Hawick 3, Curry 0. Kirkford penalty. Kirkford had no thoughts of what was a kickable penalty there though, because they've nudged it into the corner, Hawick, and they've got a 5 metre line out. Last one was just a little off the straight and narrow, so Fraser Rennick will be looking to rectify that, and this time he's found Sutherland, so we all know what's coming here. A Mansfield tradition, and it's rumbling forward now. Fraser Rennick at the tail. Gareth Welsh is in there as well, guiding traffic. Charlie Welsh now. They're over the line, Hawick, and they've flopped down, and it's Fraser Rennick, the Hawick hooker, and Ewan Redpath. It's Ewan Welsh rather. It's been seen countless times over here at Mansfield for as long as I can remember. Driving maul like that, and it results in a try.
Yeah, and it just, it started moving slowly and slowly and slowly. You thought it was coming, and then, Charlie Welsh runs in and just bolsters that little bit extra, and it just kind of helped them just kind of get going, and right enough they just piled over the line. And a try there for Hawick on a day where scores could be few and far between.
Yeah, you'd imagine that will be the case. No bonus points required on a day like this. However, let's remember it's a cup semi-final. The other game being played today is a quarter-final between Edinburgh Accies and Heriots. The winner will play Mar in the semi. So these two teams here at Mansfield today battling for the right to face one of three as it stands at the moment. Hawick 8-0 to the good. Kick to come, Kirkford. Not particularly easy kick in the swirling wind conditions. No, wind got that and it's drifted to the right of the post, so Hawick 8, Curry 0. No, the rain has died a little, still coming down at a 45-degree angle, but it's not as heavy as it was. So it'll be Charlie Brett, the Curry fullback, the highly impressive Curry fullback, to get things back up and running. And he's gone reasonably deep with that. It's taken in by Jay Linton, and Jay Linton, as he always does, beats the first man. Although it was the slight figure of James McCaig, the winger, Ryan Daly rather, the winger, on this near side, and another huge left-footed punt by Brunton. Curry fullback, solid under that though, Brett, and he tries to goose step off his right foot, but he's met with a hard challenge by Lee Armstrong. The Hawick inside centre, Cardosi's smashed by two Hawick forwards. You don't have to say that too often we are commentating on Curry, that he was smashed, and there's a wee bit of off the ball stuff going on here. So wee bit of niggle, wee bit of afters, and in all of that they're going to come back for a knock on stemming from a double tackle, a huge double tackle on Sam Cardosi. This hugely impressive Curry number 8 really is a battle of arguably the two top number 8s in the division these days. Although Bruce McNeil might still have something to say about that, as may the Mar number 8. But it's going to be a Hoyk scrum here at the moment, fed by Welsh. That man Linton at the base, and he picks up and feeds Welsh, and they're going to run a move here, Hoyk, and decent little grubber through by Kyle Brunton, and it trickles into touch just into the Curry 22, and Hoyk playing the percentages, and that's a smart thing to do in these conditions.
Yeah, Kyle Brunton's showing some real accuracy with the boot, and that's something that could be pivotal in this game. I think the rain's almost stopped completely now with the wind. Still a wind, but just that lack of rain can sometimes just help with concentration, I feel, Robin.
Yeah, the rain's, I'm pleased to say, just died a wee bit to what I'd class as a drizzle, and there's a few more hardy souls on the banking. And Curry this time with a squint throw. Ryan Stewart, and there's some verbals being exchanged between the forwards, which is to be expected in a highly charged cup semi-final occasion like this one. So Hoyk are going to have the scrum right on the 22, 15 metres in. Gareth Welsh just waiting for the front rows to come together in what has already been a plethora of scrums in this game as a result of spilled passes and squint line-outs. Just as a reminder, Hoyk 8, Curry 0. Forwards try chalked up to Fraser Rennick as Hoyk rumble round the corner now through Callum Rennick, and Callum Rennick's beat the first man, and it takes a couple of Curry players to drag him down. There's Curry players in over the ball, been told to leave that by the referee, so Sean Muir this time the latest to trundle it up, drops the shoulder as he seems to do on umpteen occasions every match. Now it's the try scorer Fraser Rennick, and he's beat the first man as well, and it's just starting to win the collisions, the Hoyk forwards. Now it's Lee Armstrong to Andrew Mitchell. Andrew Mitchell's hauled down but not held, so up he gets and has a second crack at it. Welsh at the base of this time to Connor Sutherland. Curry doubling up on the tackles here, and wee chink of light opens there for Callum Rennick, and he bursts through it, takes another metre or two. Little out the back door to Brunton. Lee Armstrong, footwork, not a day for his electric footwork, but he's came back into the heavy traffic. Hoyk still in possession here, going through the phases, content just to keep the ball. Smart play in the conditions. Sean Muir again gets another half a metre. Brunton, almost through there was Stuart Graham, but wasn't the most sympathetic of passes down round the bootstraps, and he's, as expected on a day like this, knocked it on. But Hoyk just in the ascendancy, as we keep saying you.
Yeah, they are, and I think Curry had the opening maybe 5, 6, 7 minutes, but after that it's pretty much been Hoyk calling all the shots, especially Brunton. I think he's had an excellent first half. He's really coordinated things for the whole team, but I noticed there's a lot of efforts for Hoyk where they get to maybe 3 or 4 phases in, and then they almost pull out a bit of a move. You've seen Nicky Little having some great hands there, and just little things like that. They've clearly got confidence behind them. Let's be honest, they've had one defeat in 2 seasons. I mean, it speaks for itself. There is confidence in this team. And the players are out to prove a point. They've had a difficult couple of weeks, and they'll just be out to do their stuff and prove a point that they're unfazed by it, and just put it out on the pitch and make that the statement.
Yeah, I think they'll be pretty keen to get out here and play a bit of rugby today. The Hoyk players, there's been stuff, of course, bubbling away in the background, more at management level. Of course, this is the start of the post Matty Douglas era. As we await this scrum, there's an injury here to a Curry player. That looks like Sam Cardosi, who's down. Curry most certainly won't want to lose one of their talisman. Still down, Cardosi, looking a wee bit affected by whatever's occurred.
I don't think I've ever seen the medic staff leave while the player was still sitting. Dude, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, Robert.
I think he must have given them the signal he was okay. But he's back up and running, which is good to see. One of the league's top performers this season. So, Curry scrum, 5 metres inside their own 22, where they've been camped for much of the first 31 minutes. Hoyk 8, Curry 0. Kirkford penalty. Fraser Rennick try is all that separates these two teams, and Hawick have got a big nudge on here, and that's enabled Gareth Welsh to wrap up his opposite number. Now Welsh is in over the ball, and Curry have done well to maintain that. Another fraction of a second, you'd imagine it would have been a penalty, but Curry still hemmed in here. Players getting pulled into the ruck. Stuart Graham, they're trying to get under his skin, trying to stop him from charging down the box kick, which was taken but held up again in the wind. And it's going to be a Hawick line out this time in front of this busy Mansfield stand. Not much further forward from where it was kicked. It's now just outside the Curry 22. Hawick forwards having a bit of a confab there. Sean Muir comes over to give his hooker Fraser Rennick the message. As mentioned earlier, tricky conditions for the hookers, although the rain has subsided a bit for now, and it's just a wee bit brighter, but that's gone right over the top and into a Curry hand, and it's Cardosi who picks it up, and he's hauled down again by a couple of Hawick players. There's Hawick players in over that as well, and arms out. Some of the Hawick forwards screaming to the referee that there's holding on, but it's back with Beckett. Now it's with Jamie Forbes. Hacked downfield by Charlie Brett. Kirkford's back here, and he's got his winger Charlie Welsh. Now Charlie Welsh has seen a bit of space down the middle of the park, and he's sent it down there. It's going to bobble and bobble and bobble just over the try line. Now will Forbes decide to dot this down? He's not in any hurry, so one would imagine that's exactly what he's going to do, and he's done exactly that. And again, just there's no two ways about it. You and Hawick very much winning the kicking battle at the moment.
Yeah, and I think Hawick will be very disappointed that didn't get a penalty on two occasions there. One particular, Gareth Welsh, I thought he was right over the ball. I thought that was dead certainly to be a penalty, and I think he's still annoyed at that. I've noticed he's spoken to the ref a few times just about that, but you just need to look at the pitch, and that speaks for itself. It's not exactly a heat map, but it's a mud map, if nothing else.
Yeah, well, that's it. There's a lot more mud starting to show in the Curry half than the Hawick half, which tells you everything you need to know about where much of this game is playing out. Now there's a wee bit of head of steam there for Sean Muir. He was offered up a few metres and he's only too happy to take them. Now it's Lee Armstrong, and Mitchell's on the wraparound. Mitchell goes headlong into Cardosi, manages to maintain the ball. It looked like it might be slipping from his grasp. Now it's Nicky Little, he only knows one way. Again, couple of Curry forwards haul him to ground. Now it's back with Brunton. Brunton goes out the back to Armstrong. Armstrong had Charlie Welsh hearing up on his inside, but he's managed to keep a hold of it. They kind of got in each other's way a little bit there, but still Hawick possession on the 22, and the penalty comes for what looks like not rolling away from a Curry perspective, and it's fairly central this, Ewan, just outside the 22. You'd imagine Kirkford will step up here.
Yeah, Sean Muir just points to the post there, and that says, it's one of those games where you want to just build up a consistent amount of sport, and I think there's a bit of score, and I think that's what Hawick will be looking to do now. Just slot 3 points and just move on and try again. They've got they're in the ascendancy, as I say. There's all the plays been in that half, and they'll just look to continue that going into the last 5 minutes of this first half.
The first half that has around 34 minutes gone, 6 minutes remaining. Hawick 8, Curry 0, penalty attempt from 4 to come. We will bring you updates from Melrose Sevens when we can, because I can tell there's been all kinds of technical problems, unfortunately, for the team over there, and I believe the most recent is a can of Coke has exploded over a piece of our kit. So you're with us for 15-a-side semi-final rugby in the meantime, until we can get that rectified as we await Kirkford. 245 points in the regular season. Comes off the right boot. Make that 248. 3 more added to his tally. And likes of Kirkford doing a penalty attempt to that on a day like this, that's meat and drink time.
Yeah, it is, and I mean, you'd buck him and get it every time, and there's very few players, even at this level, there's very few players that you could say that about. I mean, it's such a tool to have in the toolbox, because especially on days like this when 3 points can make or break a game.
Yeah, and I'm looking down at the the sort of flags around the pitch here, and they are blowing really quite significantly. So that probably tells us more of a wind down there than there is up here at the back of the stand. And it's 11 points to 0 to Hawick, but they've conceded a penalty from the kick-off. Curry will play with the elements at their back in the second half. Will they have a crack at the posts here? It's probably on a windy day like this right on the edge of Jamie Forbes' range, and it looks like he's having a look at it. Actually, he's having a look at the sticks, and he's decided to take it on. So I would suggest that on a normal dry non-windy day, this is well within the capabilities of Jamie Forbes, but this will be a testing kick.
Yeah, it will, and this would be really disappointing for Hawick. I mean, I can imagine that just before half time, the last thing you want to do is first of all get 3 points and then concede them straight back. That's the last thing you would want. So, worrying for Hawick that this is the option to go for the posts, but a big chance for Curry here just to take that 11 and make it 8. Yeah, I think they'll be delighted. Curry, there's a player came forward to hold the ball as we try and get that steadied up. It'll give you the Curry team, which you've not a chance to do. It's Charlie Brett at fullback, the wingers are McCaig and Daly, Forbes and Innes in the centres, Boyer and Beckett are the half-backs, Tom Jeffrey, Ryan Stewart, Graham Carson the front row, West and Bain in the middle row as we await this run-up for the Curry captain, Jamie Forbes. Struck it well, Forbes, but it's been held up in the wind. So, yeah, just a wee bit out of reach on a day like this, and hoofed down the park again. Massive punt with the left boot of that man, Kyle Brunton. As good as I've seen him play for a while, Brunton. And Curry now back in their own half. Hawick players swarming into this. This came back on the Curry side, however, they've done well to maintain that as they try and inch their way back up to halfway. So, fed out there, but dropped, it's gone backwards, and Hawick players are all over that like a rash, but Curry have managed to maintain possession, and Carson has to stuff it up the jumper and trundle round the outside of the ruck. Not making much headway here, but it's back with Cardosi. Cardosi's hit, scragged by the ankles. Good tackle by Stuart Graham. Doesn't miss many, Stuart Graham. Over 200 games now for the Green Machine. Again been spilled by Curry, and again it's gone backwards. But no, Hawick have come up with a pill, so Hawick now with a chance to extend their lead. 2.5 minutes remaining. Hawick 11, Curry 0. Brunton, he goes out the back to Lee Armstrong. Lee Armstrong sensed a wee bit of space, and that's going to trundle towards touch, and it's over the touchline. He was just inside the Curry half, so it's not going to be a 50-22, but as I mentioned earlier, Ewan, they've got the wind at their back, but they're using it to great effect, and they're winning the kicking battle, Hawick. Yeah, they have, and that's all they can do. They can't predict what Curry's going to do in the second half. They can't predict what the weather's going to do in the second half. They've just got to play as time goes. Dare I say, even the sun's kind of came out now, so
it's just brightened
up a wee bit. So this is definitely, Hawick have just got to maintain pressure for the last 5 minutes and just accept that they've had the first half momentum behind them.
So lineout's been taken by Curry and it's been taken in. It seems to have been an awful lot of lineouts from that exact position just inside the Curry 22 stand side here at this famous old ground on a typical Mansfield day. Hawick forwards in their absolute element here in the gloire, but they've just been a wee bit over keen because they've conceded another penalty, so that'll give Curry a chance to relieve the possession. The wind still howling down this Mansfield Park over the roof of the clubhouse and down towards the Hawk. As Charlie Brett has shanked that to use a golfing term, but his winger managed to get underneath it, and it's been knocked on by Curry, then by Hawick. So I mean, that tells you everything you need to know about the wind. It was kind of shanked by Brett, and it held up enough from a punt to touch that wasn't an up and under, that his winger had the chance to get underneath it.
Yeah, definitely, and it's getting to, I think there's a bit of an edge with the crowd at the minute, where it's the question would be is if the weather continues, the weather, especially the wind, the way it is at the minute, is an 11-point lead enough for Hawick? Because that's just it's 4 penalties, and Curry would, in the second half, and Curry would see them in front. So I think there's a wee bit of a bit confusion in terms of, have Hawick done enough in this first half to see themselves well enough in front going into the win second half?
Yeah, I was going to ask you that actually at half time, Ewan. There's about 30 seconds left to go in the dying embers of this first half, but yeah, spoke about it a lot over the last couple of weeks at the Inter-District Championship, that given the wind that we've had, is this a 10-point wind, is it a 15-point wind? I think with Hawick it's almost a bit different because their defence is so resolute that they can see it out probably better than other teams if they're playing into a strong breeze.
Yeah, definitely, and also you've got to consider that you can't just rest on the fact that this is going to be the weather for the next hour, because it really isn't. Because we've had we've pretty much seen every possible condition today. We started off the day with glorious conditions. We had good weather in Hawick this morning, so it can change just at the flip of a coin.
And the Hawick scrum moves forward to the point where a penalty has been awarded, and Fraser Rennick is right in the face of his front row adversaries there. They're trying to get under the skin, I would say, Hawick, of Tom Jeffrey. He has been rattled a couple of times this season when we've seen him, none more so than at Poinder, when the Kelso forwards got to him and he lost the place a wee bit, the young prop. So the penalty's been awarded, and I would imagine this must be the last play of the first half, because Kirkford's going to have a crack at the sticks here.
Yeah, he was maybe just listening to what we were saying, and I think that's just, it's that kind of end of the first half. I think Hawick would be much more comfortable with 14 points on the board than just the 11, and I think, we talked about how good a kicker Kirkford is. With a win behind him, this is well within his range, and he'll look just to step up and really put it to the test.
Yeah, even with the win behind him, Ewan, with the heavy surface, this would go down as a wonderful effort if Kirkford can get this one. Hawick 11, Curry 0. Ford's 3-point attempt to come. He's 4 or 5 metres inside the Curry half, just shy of the halfway line. I tell you what, he struck it well, Kirkford. It's heading towards the post and it drops just under the bar, so he was right to take it on as the whistle goes for the end of the first half. And the Mansfield crowd, or the vast majority of them anyway, are happy enough, Ewan Welsh, and why not? They've seen a decent, workmanlike, tough, nuggety Hawick performance that has been very befitting of the conditions.
Exactly that, and exactly what you just said. They've worked to the conditions, and it's to come off, Sean Muir's just having a word with the ref. It'd be interesting to know what he's talking about, because I think the ref has had some difficult calls to make. The conditions have made it difficult. There's been a lot of potential penalties, especially for Hawick, when they've been in positions where they would maybe have went for the posts, so that could come back round to be an issue. But I think for both teams, they've played well to the conditions. I think Kerry have defended pretty well, just to concede what they have. I think they've not done horrendously bad at that. Many teams would have conceded 3 or 4 tries in that space of time, although I would say that there's probably been something that's went in terms of there's been moments in this game where I think that Hawick would have scored if it hadn't been for the rain and the wind, because there was maybe 2 or 3 times where I think they were eyeing up a try, they were eyeing up a move that would have resulted in a try, and what's happened in the end has maybe been a knock-on, or there's been an infringement that wouldn't have happened if it hadn't been for the conditions. But that's rugby, and you've got to play to the conditions, haven't you? Yeah, that's right. And Curry have been into the element. They've been playing towards the elements. But is it fair to say that they've not fired a shot yet, or have they not been able to fire a shot because of the Hawick defence, or have they not been able to fire a shot because of the weather? I don't think they've been able to fire a shot for a mix of reasons, and mainly because I think every time they've cleared their lines, Brunton's been there to put a kick in that's kind of put them right back on their own line again, and I think that's where they've found it difficult, and is into the wind. It's been so difficult to first clear their lines and then also to then make a bit of an effect. And I think what they'll be trying to do in the second half is the word at half time will be a case of, right, now we've got the wind, there's no excuses, let's attack, let's try and get some points on the board, and let's try and claw back this 11-point deficit that we currently chase. Well, that is it for the first half here at Mansfield. We will hand back now to Melrose Sevens. It's currently Hawick 11, Curry 0.
Thank you very much indeed to Robin Purdy and also to Ewan Welsh there. We're back here at Melrose Sevens. It's almost like a different planet we're on now, because the wind has dropped, the sun has come out, and drama here because the OGs are 21-7 ahead of Monaco, and Monaco, of course, are the current holders. They've just kicked off the second half. Let's find out what happens with Andrew Fleming and Sam Matthews.
Yeah, as you join us, Stuart, just as a yellow card for a cynical high tackle there just at the start of the second half. And that sees the OGs go down to 6 players. But as you say, yeah, they've holding a 21-7 advantage here against last year's champions, Monaco Impies. And OGs took the leads with two quick-fire tries, and Monaco worked themselves back into the game. But no, Sam Matthews, I think OGs quite good for their lead so far.
Yeah, we've just been reliably informed that the 3 tries scored in the first half are all by the same man, wearing Melrose's number 21 jersey, but he is listed as number 10, Ben McGee. So when we see him in the more than likely in the next round. He should be wearing blue and white. But yes, a very impressive first half from him. And also we managed to have Loic Legal, number 10, in the Monaco Impies outfit. He got the one try of the first half for Monaco Impies, so all to play for. And now that the OGs are going to spend a bit of time with 6 men, Monaco Impies will probably send some blood in the water.
Yeah, I think they will do, but obviously last year, Monaco Impies hugely impressive, but just handling errors there, still creeping into their game. They knocked on just midway between their 10 and 22 metre line. So it's a scrum down to OGs. As you say, down to 6 players, so it'll be interesting to see what they can do with this attacking move. Unable to know who's playing for who here, which players are which with the numbers, as Sam says, wearing the Melrose jerseys, which are a wee bit confusing up in the commentary box here, but OGs just inside the Monaco Impies half. That's a nice wee break, but he's brought to ground just shy of the 10 metre line. Recycled by the scrum half, who's met well by 2 Monaco Impies players. Yeah, double roll, Monaco Impies with a penalty. They'll have to go quickly with this numerical advantage. There is space out wide on the right hand side if they use it. It's a nice break up the middle there by number 10. And here's a nice play Oliver Brown, but yeah, frustration really kicking in here. Frustration's really kicking in here. It was a knock on, and it's a sin bin for the cynical kicking out of the ball. And just as Monaco Impies had their numerical advantage, that's been wiped away because it's a yellow card for Augustin Slowick, who was here last year and one of the standout performers in the Monaco side, but yeah, he's really not helped the side there at all there, Sam, with that, has he?
No, exactly that. He dyed his mullet bleach blonde last year, but he shaved it off this year, so he just wanted to make sure he saw some sort of yellow. But as you say, you've been given that advantage to give a cynical knock on like that. You're giving yourself all the work to do. You're already 14 points down. You've got less than 6 minutes now. Like, be sensible with it. You're making this more difficult for yourself than it needed to be.
There's a break there by OG's Ben McGee in the middle of the park. It's a kick ahead, and there's a race on the left-hand touchline, but that ball's just going to fall into touch. Has it? Yes, the linesman's flag's going up now. There'll be a line out to the Monaco Impies just outside their own 22, and as I say, 21-7 down. There can only be 4 or 5 minutes left. They'll need to score very quickly if they've got any hope of regaining their title from last year.
Yeah, you saw Harry Williams trying to put the nail in the coffin there for the OG Sevens. He managed to run down the touchline but gave it out, and now, as you said, Monaco Impies have got it all to do with a flashy line out just at their own 22.
It's a good break up the touchline there by I think it was Jack Rampton, but the ball's come back into play as Impies try to stretch this OG's defence. And it's Glenn Bryce with the bleach blonde hair, who's taken the contact just inside the OG's half. Well competed for it, the breakdown by the OGs. The ball was there for them to use, it's turned a bit scrappy, but the ball's dropped inside to Sean McCartney. As I say, a bit scrappy here. Ross Maben, what's he going to award here? Scrum down. I think it's going to be an OG's ball, yep, for Monaco Impies. Knock on, but yeah, things are getting a bit scrappy now, Sam.
Yeah, I think it was just a case of, you saw there was just 4 or 5 knock-ons in a row. He had to get some control back under the game. We love broken field rugby in sevens, but when it's just like that, you need to get it sorted out. And we see all the changes coming on. Ben Trubin, Dan Randall and Freddie Clark coming back on for the OG Sevens here. I think we just saw as well Augustine Slowick come back from his yellow card. So yes, both teams back up to 7 men complement. Scrum down, OG Sevens ball. And I think the crowd here will just be happy to see a Melrose team in the lead at the start, because they've had 3 shots at this now with 3 kits on the pitch, and they've lost the first 2.
They have indeed. And yeah, some fans starting to filter back out the beer tent as the weather improves here slightly. We've been hampered all afternoon in this press deck by the driving rain and wind, but no, we're back underway now with the sun shining. And it's Monaco Impies taking play up towards the OG's 22. Recycled, and there's Loic Legal. There's a nice kick forward. That's, I would have said, holding there by the OGs. And right enough, yeah, referee has awarded a penalty, and that will be a further sin bin. Real lack of discipline in this match, it has to be said. Can't quite see who's been awarded the yellow card there, but if as I said again, I think it might be James Dyson who's got yellow card. But Monaco Impies 5 metres from the line. They have to score now if they've got any chance of turning this game around. They're within metres now, and the referee has awarded it. Try, it could be Conan Osborne potentially. Can't quite see who's grounded that ball. Extras have been added, which takes the score to OG's 21. Monaco Impey's 14, and game back on now, Sam.
Yeah, exactly. They'll want to make sure they get the ball off OGs as fast as they can. We spoke about a second yellow card there for the OGs. It was a deliberate tactical foul. They held Jack Rampton back because he had them for pace, he had them on the turn, and so a very clever foul, but now you're relying on your other 6 men to really hold out for the final minute and a half.
Surprisingly, they've gone quite deep with the restart, which is collected well by Harry Williams, and there's a break on. Referee stopped play here. Unsure exactly what happened there. Looked to be a...
He wants to talk to somebody about something. He's called time off.
Too many players on the pitch potentially. I'm not quite sure, but coming across to have a word with an official, Ross Maben, with one of the tournament directors, I would presume.
He's not happy about something. Yeah, he's
checking his watch as well. Yeah, not too sure what was happening. So OGs were...
It looks like a disagreement on timings, Andrew. They were both pointing at their watches. Pretty sure which one knew that was 14 minutes had passed, but...
OGs were making a break up the stand side for potentially a score which would have rounded off proceedings. Ross Maben just explaining to the players, and it's going to be a Monaco Impey's ball, which is very interesting considering OGs were in possession. Ross Maben says scrum down, Monaco Impey's ball inside the OG's half, and yeah, it's now or never for Monaco Impey's if they...
A lot of confused faces on the pitches as well, Andrew. I think people are actually still trying to figure out how we re-get this game started. They've called for a scrum, but there's a lot of people looking rather... I think 14 players believe they all should have the ball right now.
Yeah, and I think we were a bit just equally confused up here as to what the decision was. The ball comes out the back of the scrum, and it's been won back by the OGs. Huge steal at the back of the scrum, as they can, and they've scored the penalty as well. That could be the game. There's Ross Maben, another check of his watch, and yeah, Harry Williams puts the ball out, and there we have it. Monaco Impey's, last year's tournament winners, are out at the quarter-final stage. Back to Stuart Cameron.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's go straight to Hoyt. The teams are coming back on. We've had one shock here. Are we going to get a shock over at Mansfield Park? Robin Purdy, Ewan Welsh.
That is indeed a big shock there at the Green Yards. Last year's champions, Monaco Impey's, falling to the OGs, who may have flown in there under the radar, but we're back underway here. Hoyt kicked off, and Curry, as Hoyt did in the first half, used the wind, hammered it down the field. The line-out's been taken by Hoyt, and they're back up to about halfway. So Stuart Graham drops the shoulder and drives 3 or 4 metres. Hugely impressive performer this season for the man in green. Jay Linton, another of those. He takes it in, still in and around the halfway line. Hoyt, 1 minute or so in this second half gone. It's Hoyt 11, Curry 0. Hoyt playing at the element, so they're not nearly as bad, it has to be said, in this second half as they were at the start of the first half. Manful Curry defence there in and around Hoyt, the halfway line, keeping Hoyt at bay, but Gareth Welsh thinks he sees a little gap and nicks another metre, but he's held in there, so Hoyt forward has to come in and play scrum half, and Sean Muir bashes through a Curry forward. Welsh is back up on his feet now. It's Brunton, hugely impressive in the first half, Kyle Brunton. Kirk Ford now in possession. Hoyt not making too much headway here, and are they holding on there? Yes, Kirk Ford guilty of that. Curry have made a change at half time. Substitute scrum half is Gregor Christie, as we've said so often on this show, brother of All Black Finlay, no less. So Curry with the first penalty of the second half, and you would imagine Ewan they'll task this to Callum Beckett to ping it from the halfway line as far down towards Hoyt YM as he can.
Yeah, when we talked about playing the conditions, and this is Curry's opportunity to use the conditions to the best of their ability and get as much ground as possible off kicks when you've got the wind behind him, and he's managed to get down to 22.
Another substitute on as well, it's Cammy Gray, 66th appearance for Curry. 3 tries from 7 outings this season for the substitute, so they've rung the changes. Obviously not too happy with what they saw in the first half, the Curry coaching staff, Mark Cairns, Ali Donaldson, and they won't be too pleased with that either, because the line out has gone awry. Mentioned in the first half, not the easiest conditions, in fairness, Ewan, for the hookers this afternoon.
No, and it can be, a gust can be the difference between a throw and a good throw and a bad throw, and this is where you have to hope that the referee can accept that and just tries his best to kind of level the playing field. And they have got a difficult, but I suppose it's fair for both teams, isn't it?
It is indeed. And while there's a break in play here, the quarter-final lineup is now known at Melrose. It's Curry, who are here and also there, v Durham Uni. Hearts and Balls will take on the South Babas. Shogun v Selkirk, who've made it through to the quarters. Fair play to them. And Lion Rugby versus the OG Sevens. So, from Melrose back to Mansfield, it's a Hoyk scrum on their own 22, fed by Gareth Welsh. Now it's picked up by Jay Linton, and Jay Linton's allowed to make 5 metres or so. He's gone to ground, and Welsh is in at this. Again, another impressive performer for Hoyk so far this afternoon. Days like this are made for Gareth Welsh. He does the nuts and bolts so well, the basics. Back to Brunton. Brunton with a little chip over this time, varying up his game, but it's been taken in there by Gregor Christie rather. Dark hair rather than ginger. And it's Cardosi this time out the back door. Curry trying to get up ahead of steam here, but good Hoyk tackle on the 10 metre line, and it's been hacked through there. So Kirkford's going to have to come back here, and Kirkford into the wind. There's a decent clearance kick. Now will Curry attempt to take this quickly? No, Jamie Forbes thinks better of it, and again, Ewan, doesn't feel that bad up here, but you look at the flags down there.
It's howling a gale, I think, down there, and yeah, we're maybe feeling the benefit of it just being tucked away at the back of the stand. But no, I think it plays on the mind of players as well. It's not just a case of what it actually physically does, it's also the mental ability, and it just takes that extra split second for players to realise what's happening and try and make decisions based on it.
The line-out's been taken by Curry. Oh, there's a big challenge in there. Big challenge. Now what's going to happen here? A Hoyk player's come off second best there. Now there is the referee.
Fraser Rennick's flat out, I think.
Fraser Rennick. Yeah, it looks like Fraser Rennick. He's took a dull one. That's a head knock, I would suggest. He doesn't look in the best of health, Fraser Rennick. He came off second best in what was 2 players going in, both reasonably high there. There was a leading arm, but Rennick was a wee bit on the high side. Now it'll be interesting to see here, Ewan, if the referee deems that there's been foul play or not by Fraser Rennick.
He is setting up just for listeners.
Yeah, that's good. That's good to see. But certainly, I think some of the Curry players suggested, they're looking at their body language and how they remonstrated, might have been a wee bit unhappy with that.
Yeah, and I think that's, as you say, it was 2 players going full tilt each other, and the question will be, was Fraser Rennick low enough? He has came off second best in terms of injury, but the question will be, was he low enough when he was going into that challenge, or was it a head on head? And all these things will come into play, and it'll be up to what the referee saw.
So it was the 2 hookers who collided there, and yeah, I think it is going to be a penalty being awarded to Curry. Yeah, arm of the referee goes up, so a high shot, and Jamie Forbes, the captain, wastes no time in calling for the tee. So with 6 and a bit minutes gone in this second half, Hoyk 11, Curry 0, but a chance for Curry to get the first points in this second half, and you can see that the tactic of Curry is probably going to be similar to what Hoyk did in the first half, and that's hoof it down this park with the wind at their back.
Yeah, and I think it's important that they get off that 0 and get some points on the board, and this will be an ideal opportunity to do so. It's interesting that Fraser Rennick's still on the park. I thought with his reaction, the way he went down, that would be a head knock and he would come off, but it's interesting to see him still there. He's got his hands on his hips. He's probably just taking a minute to kind of regather himself a wee bit, Robin.
Yeah, I think they take no chances nowadays, so he obviously is fine. The medics were over to him. So we've got a penalty here, awaiting a penalty for Jamie Forbes. Reasonably straightforward effort with the wind at his back, just outside the 22, 15 metres in from the banking side. Ideal for a right-footed kicker as it heads towards the posts, and it doesn't trouble the ARs. So, chance, you have to say, Ewan, that is an opportunity to get on the board. That's gone a begging, and Hoyk will be absolutely thrilled.
Yeah, not only would that have made a difference to the scoreboard, but also to the mindset of the players on the pitch, and that is a big 3 points missed, and that could come back to haunt them come the end of this game.
Yeah, it could indeed. You'd imagine that points could be at a premium in the second half. Only 11 scored in the first half, all to the home team Hoyk, and the dropout has been taken. And speaking of dropouts, it was, my word, what's happened there then? The dropout was taken by Hoyk from behind the sticks, or the dropout was taken by Hoyk. It's gone to Callum Beckett on the halfway line, and in filthy, wet, heavy pitched conditions, he's dropped a goal from the halfway line. Number 10, Callum Beckett. The young standoff, the diminutive standoff, has just stroked over a dropout from the halfway line. So, yeah, Hoyk 11, Curry 3, Ewan.
Yeah, and that's. I mean, we were just talking about the mindset that would give the players if they'd gotten that penalty, and 2 minutes later, not even 2 minutes later, 90 seconds later, he's managed to strike it over the post. And when it first came off his boot, I thought he didn't have a chance, but the substitutes are warming up behind the post and their arms went up, and that kind of told you the story.
Yeah, and if I sound surprised, that's because drop goals are lesser spotted in this day and age, let alone ones from the halfway line in conditions like these. So all credit that man, and Curry have put it down the park again. You can imagine that's going to happen a lot in this second half, so Hoyk are going to have to try and bash it up here and try and re-establish some kind of territory, because they've had none so far in this second half. But it's with Sean Muir, a couple of Curry defenders quick to shut down the head of steam that he was attempting to get up. Welsh at the base, and another kick off the left foot of Brunton, not nearly as far in this half though as it was in the first half, and Charlie Welsh tries to grubber it, but it ricochets off the knee of Andrew Mitchell and into touch just in front of our vantage point here, which is around the halfway line. So it'll be another Curry line out. Ryan Stewart, the ex-Peebles man, ambles over to take it. 16 appearances this season, 6 tries, decent return from a front rower, and Curry just working their way back into this game, and Chris Anderson's on now as well. Curry have won the line out, but squint, says the officiating team, and I think Hoyk will be quite pleased with that.
Yeah, they will. I mean that kick by Kyle Brunton, it went not even half as far as it would have went in the first half, and that just shows you what the wind's like down there. And Hoyk will be very pleased to have come away with what they did, because they tried to clear the lines. They only managed to gain about 10 yards off that, and then obviously the line-outs went squint. But that was a real attacking platform for Curry, and they've came up short. So Hoyk will now want to try and get as far up this pitch as possible.
They will indeed. 10 minutes gone in the second half, half an hour to go. Hoyk 11, Curry 3. Testing conditions here. Hoyk, as a reminder, playing into what is a stiff breeze, to put it mildly, as Gareth Welsh feeds the scrum, and Curry get a nudge on, so Jay Linton's going to have to pick it up and go down the blind side, and he's managed to ride a couple of challenges, Linton, but he's hauled towards the touchline, and on this wet surface he slides towards it, but he's managed to stay in the field of play. So Nicky Little rumbles it up as the crowd starts to get a bit more vocal. The half-time pies have been consumed, and the crowd are back into it, and it's Stuart Graham trying to pump the legs up towards the halfway line, and Welsh has dummied that, and Dalton Redpath's taking it, and nice little offload to Callum Rennick. Now it goes out to Brunton this time off the right boot, sees a bit of space, but Curry players are back there, and the wind once again holds it up, and so Curry have returned it with interest, and Kirkford has to trap it football style. Now he's coming back towards the Curry line, tries to just chip it over, and it's taken in by Christie. Christie now, there's a break on DJ Innes down the far side here. As the sun breaks through the clouds now, still very windy, but the rain is gone for now at least, and Curry in the ascendancy here as they try and inch up towards the Hoyk 22. It's a different looking Curry outfit in this second half. You'd imagine they'll have the rocket at half time, the hairdryer treatment, and they've made the changes. One of them's Christie, advances it out to Beckett. Beckett goes to Innes. Innes straightens and beats the first man, which was Stuart Graham. Again, Christie digging like a demented mole. Beckett with a little chip over here, and that's going to turn Ronan McKeenan. The big winger's going to have to go back, but that's going to go dead in goal. He just got his protractor just a wee bit wrong there, Callum Beckett. I would imagine he's absolutely buzzing at the moment, but that one's just a wee bit skew whiff, and that'll give Hoyk a scrum back where he kicked it, which is centre field about, what, Ewan, 8 metres outside the Hoyk 22?
Yeah, and that was, as you say, he's that buzzing after the drop goal. He's probably just put an extra little bit on that than he needed to, and it's disappointing because they were building up a bit of attack there, and a couple of, on that far side there was just a couple of movements that they looked like they were almost going to break through and get the try, but they're now ringing the changes, and I think Curry are playing the ascendancy now, and I think the people that have paid to get into Mansfield and are sitting down the left hand side of this stand are feeling a bit neglected because they've had nothing down that end.
That's right, yeah, they're having to watch it from afar at the moment. There's been no rugby at all really in the half closest to the club rooms here, and it's a beautiful sunny day now. Beautiful April day, although the wind is still blowing somewhat. Hoyk scrum, Welsh to feed, the gargantuan figure of Roy Vukagu is on the big Fijian, the ex-Warringah man in Australia. 2 appearances in the offside line, team of the week this season, 4 tries from 14 games. He also played a bit of club rugby in Spain, but he's put himself about in the occasions that I've seen him this season, that is for sure. And he's on for Ryan Stewart, which is he's a strong man to bring off the bench, but Ryan Stewart's a top performer as well, so have plenty of strength and depth at hooker Curry, as have Hawick of course. Russell Anderson prowling the touchline today, hugely impressive as an impact sub for the South in the Inter-District Championship recently. That's a strong Hawick scrum, starting to just inch forward as well. Jay Linton's got it at the base, it's gone round the 90, the referee's going to bring that back, but no, an indiscretion by the Milani men leads to a Hawick penalty, and I would imagine that Hawick will be absolutely chuffed at that unit, just takes the sting out of it.
Yeah, they are, and I think they've weathered the storm a wee bit there, and they've not really hit the cuff up. Obviously there was a very opportunistic 3 points taken, but other than that it's been just kind of business as usual for Hawick. They've worked so hard on defence this season, and that's came to show, and they've now turned over, and now they've got a chance to go up this other end of the field, but they've got to contest the wind.
Yeah, Kirkford kicks it into the wind, and it's going to be a Hawick line out right and halfway. Curry can only muster 1 try here in the game back in September. That was scored by Jamie Forbes, the captain. He got all the points that day, but I can think of at least 2 games this season where Hawick have stopped teams from scoring tries, one of which was against Mar here, no less. Mar could have played for a lot longer and not scored, such was the Hawick defence that day, but the line-out's gone awry for Hawick. Curry have got a big mitt in there, and it's coming back on the Curry side, and the referee's going to bring them back for a scrum. And we've mentioned it would be in tricky conditions for hookers, Ewan, and it's certainly having an impact at line-out time.
Yeah, it is, and there's been a fair few stoppages in play. I think looking around Mansfield at the minute, I think that kind of suits, because I think there's about 40% of Mansfield's currently watching the Grand National on their phones, so I think they're quite happy that there's no scores at the minute.
Well, there's first-class sporting fare here as well. Melrose Sevens today, the Masters Cup semi-final here at Mansfield, a fine weekend of sport. As we await this Curry scrum, fed by Christie. Cardosi keeping it in there, Curry trying to nudge it forward, but Hawick holds firm. Beckett on the wraparound. Welsh is scythed down by Charlie Brett is scythed down by Charlie Welsh. The 2 Charlies coming together there is a great tackle, textbook stuff by the Hawick youngster. Now Curry caught behind the gain line on the 10 metre line. So comes to the rampaging Cardosi, who gets back over the gain line. Christie feeds it back into Beckett, who's dropped into the pocket, and he tries a little chip over the top, and that's almost drifted over the head of Kyle Brunton, who managed to just get a hand to it. He's knocked it on, but it's a good job he did get a hand to it, because there was Curry Prairie's rampaging through there, and that's Beckett just veering his game up again.
Yeah, and he's been a key player for Curry this afternoon, and he's obviously he's in ascendancy, and I think Curry are still probably the team that I would say are in ascendance at the minute. They could do with some points, I think, just to boost them further and really try and tell Hawick they're really at the races today.
Yeah, as it's Hawick 11, Curry 3, 17 minutes gone in this second half. Wind still blowing here. The rain has stopped, the sun is out. That will hopefully find its way over to Melrose as well for the latter stages of that competition. But for now, it's the Cup semi-final in the Curry scrum on halfway. Cardosi picks up and feeds the scrum half. Now that's came off the right of the boot, and that's drifted out on the full. Some sarcastic Hawick clapping there from the players in the direction of Gregor Christie as we await the Hawick line out. And yeah, I think they were pretty pleased with that, the Hawick forwards.
Yeah, I think Callum Rennick, just as the ball was coming off the boot, Callum Rennick put a bit of a hit on Christie, and I think whether that's inflicted the ball or no, I'm not sure, but it just puts up pressure on the player, and it's great. Callum Rennick's such a dedicated player. He really puts his heart and soul into every single thing that he does on the pitch.
He certainly does. He's been a warrior for Hawick since coming back from the Southern Knights. That's a beautiful throw in right in front of us, taken in by Dalton Redpath, another ex-Southern Knight, but Curry have managed to snaffle that somehow, and they're now back in possession, and that's been the story of this second half. It had to be because they had no possession at all in the first half, and Christie's caught. Beckett's having to go out to Forbes. Forbes has got Lee Armstrong all over him, and Mitchell's up and interested, but he's just knocked it on in the art of trying to intercept that, and that really would have taken the wind out of Curry sails.
Yeah, it would have, and again, who's to say if it wasn't for the conditions, that would have been straight to the hands, and that would have been a walk-in try for Mitchell. You know, we've seen him do it before. I'm sure we'll see him do it again, but it comes back to the conditions, and you know, the Hawick backs will play field. They've not had a lot of the ball, and they've not really had a chance to really do any attacking. But it's a forwards game today, Robin.
Oh, it certainly is. I've not seen too much of either back line, which is quite understandable. Andrew Mitchell, 20 tries from 18 appearances. That's more akin to something you get in the mini rugby, let alone high level Premiership fare. That really is a ridiculous return. He's been on fire this season, the big centre. Of course, it's the occasion of his 100th game in the green jersey. A real momentous occasion for Mitchell and his family this afternoon, but he's got his mind on defensive duties at the moment. But Hawick, with a scrum that was nudging forward, have conceded a scrum penalty, so that just will enable Curry to bang it back down the field with the elements at their back again. Their centre field just outside their own 22, so Beckett it will be. Hugely impressive last week for Cali in the Inter-District Championship against the South. Scored a wonderful try, and he sent that down towards halfway. Dare I say, Ewan, that the wind's maybe dropped a wee bit?
Yeah, it has. I'm looking at the flags directly in front of us, and they've really toned down a little. So you know, it's just luck of the draw, isn't it?
It certainly is, yeah.
Hawick are now the ones that are maybe benefiting for the fact there's not so much wind, so you can use that to their advantage. But you know, Curry will still feel that they've got the kind of ascendancy, dare I say, because although they've not turned it into points just yet, they look like they could strike at any moment.
They do, and the line-out's on that far side. Curry just managed to get a hand out. Now that's been knocked forward by Curry, but it's been picked up by Fraser Rennick, and he's rampaging forward, but the sticky underfoot conditions enable the Curry forwards to get back to him. But Hawick now with their first real foray into the Curry half in this second half. Sean Muir with his trademark dipped shoulder carry gets a couple more inches, but it's flung back in to back infield by nobody in particular by Kyle Brunton. His first error of a day where he's been otherwise sublime. Now it's Lee Armstrong. Lee Armstrong had Charlie Welsh inside him. He dummied to Welsh and took it himself, and it's going to be the other Welsh, Gareth, this time. And Hawick faithful calling for offside, taken in again by Sean Muir, the ever-present Hawick captain. Now it's with Jay Linton. Jay Linton again bursts through a couple of tackles, takes 2 or 3 Curry defenders to haul him down. Nicky Little screaming for a penalty that's not forthcoming, so it goes to Armstrong. Armstrong comes back in field again. Couple of would-be Curry defenders stop him in his tracks. Kirk Ford now the latest to take it up. They're just inching forward here, Hawick, making the best of the possession that they've got, but they've lost it now, and Curry have got a free ball to play with here. Curry faithful now screaming for a high tackle, but that was never high. That was Callum Rennick on a towering second row. Ronan McKean's the recipient of the Curry kick, and he's going to try and run it back here. McKean's off and running here. Great play, and he's going to beat Beckett as well. Now Cardosi gets back to him, and Charlie Brett's in over the ball. Great play by the sprinting winger. There's Curry players offside there, and the referee's arm is out, and the volume just goes up a couple of octaves here. He's been cleaned out, the Hawick scrum half Welsh, but they were coming back, and Dalton Redpath and the replacement scrum half are coming together. Christie exchanging words, exchanging pushes. And now Jay Linton's in. And yeah, as I've said before, it's often said that that's not the kind of thing you want to see, but let's be honest, it's exactly the kind of thing you want to see.
Well, hey, it's a Scottish Cup semi-final, and the day, you know, you're going to have these heated moments. Curry are chasing the game, Hawick are trying to find their foot in the second half, so I think that you're always going to have these things boiling to head, especially when you've got heated players like the Dalton Redpath on your side. You're always going to get moments like that, and I think, you know, Curry will just be frustrated, and that's where Christie's kind of blown out a wee bit from there, because he's just frustrated that they've not been able to really do anything with the ball that they've had. And I think it was very, very clever play from Gareth Welsh there when the ball was at the foot of the rack to notice there was players running back from the offside position, and just to ship that ball right into where they were running, because that shows his awareness of what was happening, and he was able just to clock that pass there that ran into those players. So it was a great mental awareness there by Welsh just to know to do that, and now Hawick have the opportunity to work their way right deep for the first time in the second half into that Curry half.
Yeah, and Kirkford's hoofed the penalty just into the Curry 22, which is where Hawick have not been at any point in this second half. Gareth Welsh, he's had a brilliant game this afternoon, in my opinion. Him and Kyle Brunton at 9 and 10 have been nigh on immaculate in very testing conditions. Real controlled performance by the two Hawick half-backs as we await Fraser Rennick's throw-in. Goes to the middle, and Redpath's up, and Redpath takes it in, and Hawick are trying to rumble this up the jumper stuff from the men in green, and now they're really getting ahead of steam up, and it's Fraser Rennick again, and there's a penalty coming as they rumble fully 20 metres towards the line, up towards the line, over the line, and down they go. The Hawick forwards, I've no idea who is at the bottom of that, Ewan Welsh, but let's just chalk it down to the 8.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, it looks like it is. It is Jay Linton. I think that's managed to get that try, and or Fraser Rennick perhaps. But I think it's great. It's great play just by the entire team. You know, when you're under the cosh for as much as the second half as they have been, it's just rewarding for the players who have just defended so well to finally get that attacking opportunity. And I see Graham Hoggs on the touchline telling us to keep it up, because they haven't really done anything wrong. Although they've not seen a lot of the ball or seen a lot of the territory, they haven't really done anything wrong, and they'll just be looking now to continue in where they've went. And this will really be a blow to Kerry, who have really should have more than 3 points on the board, you'd expect, with the ball they've had.
So we'll do our best, our level best, to find out who scored that Hawick try. I did see Fraser Rennick receive a couple of slaps on the backside, but it could also have been Jay Linton, and Barbara Shields turning round and asking us if it was number 1, who is Sean Muir. So we'll do our best to find out. As far as Hawick are concerned, their 8 have rumbled over for a quintessentially classic forwards drive. That must have been 20 metres, that driving line out against a stern pack as well. You know, this is not a cup game against lower league opposition. Kirkford with a conversion attempt now, struck that well forward. Oh, it's hit the upright, but the faithful won't be too discouraged by that, because it's gone out to Hawick 16, Curry 3, and there's only 14 minutes remaining, Ewan.
Yeah, and Curry have been very quick to get the restart underway, because they know that they need 2 converted tries to nudge themselves in front, so they'll be looking to get as much of the ball and get as far up the pitch as possible, but Hawick are going to make it difficult for them.
Yeah, they've got it all to do. Curry now, clock against them. Andrew Mitchell in possession now, and Mitchell cuts back inside, and that looked a wee bit on the high side from Cammy Gray, the tackle, but the referee seems happy enough, and it's Gareth Welsh again to Nicky Little. Nicky Little tips it on to the ever industrious Connor Sutherland, back with Welsh to the centre, Lee Armstrong, and there's just a bit of needle starting to creep into this as well. It's been, and there's a big shot in there, and that's a high shot as well, and there's pushing and shoving. Now, who was that? That was Gareth Welsh, none too happy. I think that was possibly Tom Jeffrey with a shot on one of the Hawick players, and the referee straight away signalled for the penalty, and yeah, it's just starting to bubble up.
It is, and it comes down to frustration. Curry are probably seething that they've conceded that try when they did, and Hawick are the ones in ascendancy now, and Curry need to know that they've got the clock against them, and that just ramps up that pressure on them, and they're going to be struggling now, because Kirkford's going to put this as far on the pitch as possible.
So from inside his own half, Kirkford into the wind, plays it safe on that occasion, comes into the crowd in front of us in the stand here, so it's going to be a Hawick line out just inside the Curry 10 metre line as the Hawick forwards trundle towards this line out. No massive hurry, as you'd imagine. Fraser Rennick, who took a hefty knock a wee while ago, but he's soldiered on and he's playing really well in the second half, and that's not gone to the intended target, however, and Curry have come up with the ball. Now it's Christie to Carson. 179th game for Curry this afternoon for the veteran. That's off the side of the left boot of Beckett, and it's right into the breadbasket of Charlie Welsh, and he's off and running, and he pops it out to Lee Armstrong. So Curry now on the back foot, Hawick back into the Curry half. Sean Muir must be into double figures of carries now, and Welsh is going to have to take that himself, but he didn't have the protection from his own forwards, and he's just dropped that, Gareth Welsh, and in what has been an otherwise highly impressive performance, and that's probably his first mistake of the day, and I think you can be honest and impartial, even though you're a family member.
Yeah, I know. I think it just comes down to the fact that I think we've got 12 minutes to play. I think we're due to have a 15-on-15 bit of a ruckus because there's a lot of tension within both the teams and the little players having bit pops here and there. I think we're due everybody just to have a big calamitous bit of a row and then let it settle that way, because at the minute it's just becoming two little pockets of people just having a bit of shove, and you'd rather it was just settled and that was it.
So a couple of changes being made here. That looks like Kyle Brunton coming to the touch line. What a game Kyle Brunton has had. Possibly my man of the match. The toss up between him and Gareth Welsh, I would imagine, and Stuart Graham as well. What a warrior he's been for Hawick this afternoon and over the years. 211th appearance for Mr. Dependable, and now that scrum's gone to deck, and illegally so from a Hawick perspective. So Curry have taken it quickly and Hawick have not gone 10 here, and I think I can see the referee tickling the pocket, and he's going to bring them back here. He's got Rhys Davis rather in his ear, so no, there's no more sanctions other than a 10 metres conceded. I did think I thought I saw him going to the pocket, Ewan, but thankfully from a Hawick perspective nothing doing. But Curry will have the chance to punt it down the paddock, and it'll be Callum Beckett, who's went pretty well this afternoon, it has to be said. The 3 points that Curry have managed to muster have gone to him from what was a hugely impressive drop goal from the halfway line. We didn't see it coming, it caught us by surprise, and he's put the resulting penalty down to 3 or 4 metres outside the Hawick 22. Now if Curry are going to get back into this in what is a 2-score ball game, they're going to have to get their first effort pretty quickly. 10 minutes remaining on the scoreboard clock, and that's gone right over the top from Vukagu, and it's into the grateful recipient mitts of Fraser Rennick. Welsh now to Muir. Not the first time that's happened this afternoon. Muir puts the head down. Welsh again, this time to Redpath, and Redpath does exactly the same, and that looked borderline high as well. 2 Curry players, and there's a Curry player right in over there hassling Gareth Welsh, and the referee's arm comes out and Hawick are playing with an advantage. Welsh again hassled and harried by more Curry forwards, and Andrew Mitchell sends DJ Ennis to the ground with a shove, but they get up and shake hands and get on with it. Fraser Rennick getting gingerly to his feet, soldiering on. Fraser Rennick, Russell Anderson on the bench, no doubt itching to come on. Kirk Ford's got a penalty to kick here just inside his own half, so it'll be going to the touch line. So Ford, centre field, probably will play it safe here. Goes to the banking side, and yeah, you can see that's caught in the wind still, Ewan. So as much as we said it looks like it's died down a bit, not a bit of it judging on that kick.
No, there's still a lot of wind, and I think, Hawick will feel like they've not really managed to gain much ground when they've been kicking away, but what they have done is defended very well and stopped really any major threat coming, whether it's been Hawick that have had to stop the threat in attack, or whether actually Curry have maybe made a mistake. There's a couple of times now that line-outs have perhaps no went to hand, and there's been a couple of occasions where the ball's been coughed up, and they're the kind of moments that maybe are the turning points in games, and that's the moments where, after a really strong opening period of the second half where Curry were in the ascendancy, they never really turned that pressure into points, and so the minute Hawick had the ball, it was a case of their opportunity just to kind of settle all the kind of nerves.
Now Hawick are trying to break back into the Curry half here, and it came back on the Hawick side. They're on the Curry 10 metre line. It's been spilled by Nicky Little, but it's gone back, and he's flopped his considerable frame on it, and that's secured possession for Hawick. Welsh, he feeds it to Sutherland. Sutherland goes to deck, and it'll be Welsh again. It looks like Ford's playing in the 10 position now, and Dalton Redpath pumping the legs and heading forward and taking every inch that can come his way, and there's a pick up and drive there by another Hawick forward, and they're up and over the 10 metre line now, and it's Ford to Linton. The second try may have been attributed to Linton. We're still waiting on confirmation of that. Now it's Sean Muir. Sean Muir bounces off the first tackle and heads on, and the referee finds himself on the deck, and he's back up and running. And now Connor Sutherland, that was a bit of a shoulder charge there on Sutherland, but he managed to ride it and continue in a forward direction. Ford to Armstrong. Ford in the wrap around. The Curry hand got in there, and it's gone backwards, or has it gone forwards? The referee has blown his whistle. We're waiting to see in what direction the arm goes. The ball's certainly gone to deck, but the clock is running down nonetheless. 7 minutes to go, and a penalty's been given to Hawick. It must have been for palming down, and you have to say, Ewan, this has been it's been a virtuoso defensive performance by a team who just put their bodies on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, we say it every time we cover Hawick. You know, they're just so their ability to defend and just accept that they're going to have a period where they're going to have to defend, and they just do it, and they never feel like they never looks like they're under pressure. Let's be honest, they've conceded 3 points to an immaculate drop goal from the halfway line. Barring that, they've never really looked like threatening. And
Curry have not been within 20 metres of Hawick's try line, have they? I can't think.
I can't think so. Honestly, I think even if they were to get within that distance, you would still put your money on Hawick to see it out, because of the defensive ability in terms of pushing teams back. Some of the forwards have put in such a shift today,
real
but
shift.
they still look like they could go on for another 20 minutes.
That's it, and the line-out's been taken, and Hawick are looking to rumble this again. Now they went from this distance the last time, and it's starting to inch forward again. They're 17 or so, 18 metres maybe from the try line. Comes back to Ford, or Mitchell rather, cuts back inside. Welsh, Callum Rennick beats the first man. Couple of Curry defenders, including Vukago, bring him down. Curry player in over that is Cardosi, but he's been told to leave it by the referee, so it comes to Fraser Rennick. Callum Rennick with the initial breach now. Fraser Rennick pumping the legs, and they're almost into the shadow of the Curry post here. Hawick back with Ford. Ford's got Redpath hits it up hard, and again Curry player tries to get over that, and again he's whacked out the way. And it looks like Fraser Wilson is on for Hawick. He picks it up, stuffs it up the jumper, and tries to nick another inch or two. Welsh, this time to Sutherland. Sutherland's chopped down by the thighs. Sean Muir goes backwards ever so slightly. Had a couple of Curry players for company, and it's been flung back there at Lee Armstrong, and Lee Armstrong's knocked it on. Now, for me, that's never a knock on in a million years. That went half a yard backwards, and Lee Armstrong thinks so too, given the body language. But the assistant referee's on as well to have a chat with his referee. Rob McDowell, incidentally, is the referee. His father, an Irish international referee back in the day, so they're going to have a chat about something. Less than 5 minutes to go according to the scoreboard clock. Hawick 16, Curry 3. So the referee's back in, and there's a penalty given to Hawick. High tackle by the looks of things. So just inside the 22, 15 metres in from the stand side. The crowd absolutely loved that, incidentally. So Hawick, interesting call. It's Fraser Rennick heading now to the touchline, and he should get a rousing round of applause if he goes off. He's been very, very good this afternoon. Nicky Little come to the touchline as well. He looks a wee bit the worse for wear. Nicky Little, so they're going to ring the changes in the front row for Hawick. Tom Hope's on. Russell Anderson as well. Just illustrates the strength of this Hawick squad. Ewan, when men of that calibre come on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and especially when you've got players like Ross Graham and that can't even make the team. I mean, it just shows that there is strength in numbers for Hawick, and that is testament to the kind of the player buy-in here at Hawick. Is it's evident. Very rarely does the squad see massive changes, because there's just a constant want to play for the green jersey.
That's it. Both these substitutes, one time off the Muckletown down in Langham, and it'll be Russell Anderson for his first throw in, and he goes to Redpath, and Redpath takes it cleanly, and there could be another drive here. We've seen two already this afternoon, but the referees deemed that didn't go straight, and Curry are off the hook, because Ewan, the smart money there would have been on Rumble try number 3.
Yeah, and I think it's it's something that you notice is that once it happens once, teams often can do it 2 or 3 times in a game, but on that occasion obviously the ball's just been judged to have went a wee bit off the true line, and it's one of those. There's been a few of those today, and you can only put that down to the wind in some way, you'd say.
Very, very difficult conditions for these hookers. 3 minutes to go. It remains Hawick 16, Curry 3, and unless something very dramatic happens now, Hawick, in their quest for the double-double, are on their way to the Scottish Cup final at Murrayfield in a few weeks' time. Callum Beckett goes for the kick pass here from the scrum, and it's been taken in knocked backwards by Charlie Brett to Andrew Mitchell, and he goes to ground. So Hawick back in possession in the 22, and that's another driving run from the Hawick forwards there. Numbers are starting to become difficult to identify, but we can clearly see that's Sean Muir with the latest carry. Such as the underfoot conditions. Now it's Andrew Mitchell pumping the legs up 5 metres from the line now. Digging for this is Welsh. Out the back door it goes. Bailey Donaldson's on now, and it was him that fed it out to the fullback Kirk Ford. 2 minutes now on the clock. Hawick right where they want to be here in the Curry 22. Callum Rennick's in over that, leaves it for his scrum half Welsh. The substitute now, Tom Hope, he's hit hard, he pirouettes and positions his body such that Welsh can pick it. He does exactly that, and Hoyt just happy here to come round the corner with the big forwards. None more so than Dalton Redpath, another Hoyt player who's had numerous carries this afternoon. Big player in the tight exchanges. Here come Hoyt again now, just pumping the legs, starting to win or very much winning the collisions as they've done for most of this encounter. Now it's an inside pass there from Ford to Charlie Welsh in, looking for graft off his wing. He's going to have to get some forward assistance though, because there's Curry players in over that, but it's going to come back on the Hoyt side and it'll be Welsh again. Welsh this time goes to Fraser Wilson. Fraser Wilson, representative honours recently. Welsh feeds it back inside to Hope. Hoyt going through the phases here, eating down the clock, which has got less than a minute on it now. Hoyt still in possession. Over on that far side in front of the banking where there's a few more souls than there was in the pouring rain of the first half. So Hope, this time at the base. He feeds his fellow Langham substitute, Russell Anderson. Dalton Redpath again. Hoyt just content to bash it up here. Linton, he's the latest to go, and he again keeps those legs pumping, and Hoyt not making much headway here, but they're right where they need to be, 10 or 11 metres from the Curry try line. Callum Rennick rather. And Sean Muir comes round the corner. They're lining up on this near side now, and is back with Ford. Ford's got Andrew Mitchell. Andrew Mitchell looks like he's taken round the neck there by Vikagu, but Hoyt's still in possession, and it comes back like an egg laid out the back of that ruck to Welsh. Hoyt looking for a third try here. The game is done and dusted anyway, you feel, but this would be the icing on the cake in what has been a very professional performance for the men in green. Hugely impressive stuff in defence, and with what ball they've had in attack, horrible conditions in which to play, they've been absolutely masterful as they continue towards the line here in front of the expectant supporters in front of that club room. Beers in hand, waiting to celebrate. Welsh again. Oh, that was very high there on Sean Muir, but he's managed to ride it and get the ball back, and the referee's not seen it. That looks borderline as well. The Curry challenges starting to ride up now as Hoyt continue to go through this multi-phase play as Hoyt forward comes crashing round the corner, and they're still in possession, and it's Gareth Welsh, and it's Redpath towards the line, looks to offload it, and he's fumbled it, and a Hoyt player flops over the line, but it did go forward. The referee looks at his watch, Rob McDowell, but there's still going to be time, Ewan, for this Curry scrum by the looks of things.
Yeah, and that would have been quite ironic if Ronan McKean had went in the corner against Curry at Mansfield, in the same corner that he, of course, won the playoff final last season. However, it wasn't meant to be, but listen, it's what it is. You said the word, it's professional. It's been a professional display from Hoyt, and they've really put the hard work in, and they've taken their opportunities when they've been there, but when they've had to defend, they've defended very well, and you know it's gotten to the point where Curry will probably be disappointed at their performance today. I think they'll have wanted to have punched harder than they did, and I think they'll have to go away and work on it, considering they're coming back here in a couple of weeks for that playoff final.
Exactly that. Now there's not a prize for it today, Ewan. There's not been one being awarded, but if I was to ask you for a man of a match, who would you pick? And no nepotism, please.
I think without a doubt, I think Kyle Brunton had the best performance in that first half. I think he made a couple of mistakes in the second half, but for me that first half display was exactly what you wanted. With the wind behind them, they played it very well, and his mindset with the wind behind him was brilliant, and so I would give it to Kyle Brunton.
I'd be inclined to agree as Curry try and exit their own half, and they're charged down a Beckett's kick, and now they've been driven back over their own line for good measure. They've touched it down. It's going to be 5 metre scrum. He looks at his watch again, Rob McDowell, and he brings proceedings to a close. Rapturous Hoyt crowd here are absolutely delighted with that. Hoyt, hugely impressive performance given the conditions, given the level of opposition. Couple of tries. The first one definitely went to Fraser Rennick, Not too sure about the second one, to be honest, because there was a pile of bodies, the result of a line out that was driven from fully 20 metres out. I think we're maybe going to attribute the second one to Fraser Rennick as well. We'll see if we can get that confirmed. Couple of penalties to Kirkford. Wonderful drop goal for Callum Beckett to get the 3 points that Curry mustered. But Ewan, you know, we've mentioned it already. Workmanlike, professional, hungry, dogged, everything that you've come to expect from this Hawick outfit.
Yeah, and to be honest, that last passage of play is probably how we would sum up the game. That the ball was in the air, Curry caught it, but the hard work for Hawick just to drive him over the line, that pretty much sums up this afternoon, because when it was there for Hawick, they took their opportunities and they never really looked like failing at that. But when Curry had their opportunities, it just felt like they were just coughing it up too much, and they just couldn't have quite managed to turn that pressure to points, because there was a period, let's not lie, there was a period of play about 20 minutes in the second half where they looked like, with the wind behind them, they could really go ahead and turn pressure to points, but they just couldn't quite get over the line. I think that'll be the biggest takeaway from them, is that they need to, whenever they get the opportunity against this Hawick team, which is, let's be honest, a head and shoulders above a lot of the teams in club rugby in Scotland, but when they get these opportunities, Curry, they're going to have to take them, especially when they come back here in a couple of weeks.
They are indeed going to have to come back, Curry, and they're going to have to work it out in the meantime. But it is finished here, the Scottish Cup semi-final, and it is Hawick who will head to Murrayfield. The double is on. It's finished here. Hawick 16, Curry 3.
Thank you very much indeed to Robin Purdy and to Ewan Welsh, who were covering that match for us. And it will be Hawick who will be heading to Murrayfield for the final on April the 27th in 2 weeks' time. We'll be there for live coverage of the final, which will kick off at 7:15, giving us plenty of time to be at Langham for the Langham Sevens during the afternoon. I feel another marathon coming on, and Ewan and Robin both worked extremely hard today. They were here at the Melrose Sevens, of course, earlier on. They'll be back here later on to do more from the Melrose Sevens. What a sterling performance from them both. But let's bring you right up to date here at the Melrose Sevens. We've had a few technical issues. It's been blowing a gale. The rain came down like I've never seen it before. It completely knocked us out. The Wi-Fi went down. Go Fibre went down. Everything went down. Luckily, we managed to bring you the Hawick match against Curry in the semi-final of the Cup. But let me bring you up to date with round two. The Assassins were put out by Curry by 19 points to 17. Durham University beat Gala 31-5 in round two. Hearts and Balls against Jed Forest. That was a narrow win for Hearts and Balls, 15 points to 12. The South Barbarians made light weather of Watsonians, 40 points to 7 in that one. Then it was the Eric Little 100 guest side, featuring a lot of students from Emory University. They were no match for Shogun, though. Shogun going through 19 points to 7. Lion Rugby against the British Army. It was after extra time, a huge shock. We brought that to you at half-time during the Mansfield Park game. 24-19 to Lion Rugby. They go through to the quarter-finals. They've knocked out the British Army. And OG Sevens, another shock there. They disposed of the champions, Monaco Impies. They've gone out 21 points to 14. In the women's section, we've had so far Shogun looking very impressive, beating Lionesses 47-7. Hammerhead Sevens beat Hearts and Balls 31-7. In the Eric Little 100 against the Lionesses game, it was a victory for the Lionesses 28-17, and two more matches to go coming up at around about 5:40. We're running about 20 minutes late because of an injury during one of the games. Shogun will play the Hearts and Balls, and also Eric Little 100 against the Hammerhead Sevens. That's coming up a little bit later on. We'll be bringing you live coverage of that one. But we're into quarter-final one now. It's Curry versus Durham. It's just the second half just starting. Curry 0, Durham 17 is the scoreline. Make that 22 points to 0. Durham University, of course, got here by winning the preview tournament last season, and they're certainly worthy competitors here at the Melrose Sevens. Looking at this one for us, Sam Matthews, and welcome back to Stuart McFarlane.
Yeah, thanks very much, Stuart. Yes, Finn Livingston scoring an early second half try, and he'll be looking for the conversion, which is successful there. Magnus Broadley with the conversion, and Durham University leading by 24 points to 0. Curry, of course, no strangers in recent years to the quarter-finals at Melrose, playing the hosts back in 2018 and losing out on that occasion in the last 8. And as we've been hearing, of course, the 15 side losing out to Hawick in the Scottish Cup semi-final, and Curry, the men from Maleny Park, certainly got a bit of work to do here, Sam, in the second half. They really need the next score, but at 24 points to nil, this Durham University side look defensively very strong.
Yeah, and they showed this last year in the pre-qualification tournament. Only 3 players have came year on year, as you'd expect with a university side, but yeah, it could be a tough 14 minutes here for Curry across the borders, unfortunately, for the Edinburgh men.
Curry building some phases from just the edge of their own 22 at the moment. They're playing from right to left in this second half in their gold jerseys with the black shorts and black socks, and looking to run rather laterally there to open up an opportunity. Fraser Sawyers was half through there, was tackled just beyond the 22. The little tap and go as Durham University have drawn the infringement from Curry. A chance for them now to build some phases. Freddie Charles looking to go towards the line. Charles just working his way around the corner, and again he's got the easiest of tasks, to touch down practically underneath those sticks to add to the woes of Curry. 29 points to nil the scoreline, and we're now approaching the midway point in the second half, and certainly this Durham University side, it's a favourable side of the draw for a team like the University to perhaps make it all the way to the final.
Yeah, as we discussed earlier in the day, the top half of the draw was a place for somebody to really make a run at it, kind of why Curry have probably got further than most expected based on the draw this morning. But this Durham outfit, they're a quality operator, they know themselves. Their captain Charlie Cole last year, he said they came with real emphasis, they knew they could, and obviously 3 times Bucks champions in the past 5 years, like they know what they're doing when it comes to throwing around the egg-shaped ball.
And the conditions have improved somewhat. Stuart touched on the very unpleasant weather from about half an hour ago. It's certainly eased as the wind has certainly got a bit of strength to it, because the kick-off there from Magnus Broadley just a little too strong going out on the full. We've seen quite a bit of that during the course of the afternoon, but plenty of blue sky overhead. It's still very, very breezy, not quite as strong a wind as earlier on, but delighted to say that the conditions have improved, not nearly as wet. And Curry was almost going down a blind alley there. Ross Nevin had to backtrack and was able to offload there. Matthew Laidlaw with the little offload, and Laidlaw was one of the first try scorers this afternoon, or rather late this morning, when Curry were onto the park before 11 o'clock when they defeated Hawick. But Hawick getting some revenge in the 15s game in the semi-final 18 miles down the road at Mansfield Park, as brought to you by Robin Purdy and the team down at Hawick. Here then at the Greenyards, quarter-finals underway and Curry in possession of the ball, but looking you'd fancy just for nothing more than consolation at the moment. That goes loose, but is eventually picked up there by Gregor Gray, trying to work it round the corner again up towards that 10 metre line, looking to recycle. Durham again, a disciplined high line defence there. Tackles coming in, Andrew McCall leading the defensive cover for the University students. Curry still playing with some confidence, playing passing, handling through that section of pitch between the 10 and the 22, and a clutch of players going to the deck there. The last of them, Durham University, back on their feet. Curry trying the chip and chase there, but that ricocheting off the chest of Johnny Smith, who was up defensively, but adjudged to have knocked the ball on there. So at this opportunity, Durham looked to bring on a couple of replacements. Carl Grieve stripped in on the park, and so too is Charlie Coe, the captain, wearing number 13, on just to close out this tie. And I suppose, Sam, it's all about just conserving energy now as you reach the semi-final stage with a 31-0 lead at this stage. That's all about, thinking ahead to what comes next.
Yeah, exactly as you said there. You can see every break in play, 2 or 3 players from the Durham bench are sort of being siphoned off the pitch, and they'll just be trying to conserve the energy in the legs. But Curry will still fight this to the death. There's no opportunity to rest when they're on the pitch. The Durham players will still have to focus.
Durham again on the attack, offloading with some confidence on the deck there, and that was taken on by Lucky Lawson, and Lawson out towards that left hand side. Suddenly some acceleration being applied by Alex Earnshaw. Can Earnshaw work his way around the corner? He can indeed, and it's about these arcing runs. Whenever they're out wide, they've got enough room to try and round your man on the outside and then cut back infield to make the conversion a bit easier.
Yeah, they do, especially when they're attacking with that depth. They do a good job of targeting the inside shoulder, and it almost seems like they have a telepathic note of which man, as you say, is going to go for the arcing run around the outside. They don't even leave it to the last player. Normally they wait for that dog-legged defender or the one who's sat too far on their heels trying to worry about it, but it's just clinical from pretty much every player on the park. I think the only mistake we've made was the kick straight into touch from a kickoff that you've alluded to, really.
Yeah, and we saw Ty Williams, the Australian sprinter, from a standing start accelerating of a short distance very, very quickly indeed. There's 36 points to nil as the full-time score. So Curry's afternoon comes to an end, but the team that got us off and running with a victory over Hawick are eliminated at the quarter-final stage, so they go no further than they did in 2018, and it looks as if it's going to be a guest-dominated tournament. 6 of the 8 quarter-finalists guest sides, and Curry have done well to get to the last 8, but Durham University's too strong, and they head through to the semi-finals, the first of the semi-finals, which will be played a little bit later on this afternoon.
Thank you very much indeed to Stuart McFarlane. Unexpected little extra gig for him there. Much appreciated. Sam Matthews in there as well. I can tell you the result of the Scottish Cup quarter-final today: Embrackie's 19, Heriots Blues 10. So next week Embrackie's will be going to Fullerton Park to take on Mar, and we'll find out later from Conor Bickerstaff of Mar, who's here today of course playing sevens for the South Barbarians, who are next up, and they're going to be taking on Hearts and Balls. That's quarter-final 2, which is right after this.
This is Rugby Radio.
Rugby Radio. Many businesses struggle when it comes to their comfort or process heating, drying, cooling, chilling and other energy-saving challenges. However, many businesses don't, because they've put their trust in Turnbull and Scott, serving customers for over 90 years in many sectors including agriculture, building services, food and drink, low-carbon energy and more. Our loyal and growing client base value our expertise, integrity and accessibility. Why not find out what we could be doing for your business? Find out more and download our brochure now. Just search the web for Turnbull and Scott.
Based in Galashiels but covering the whole region and beyond, Borders Mortgage Hub is your one-stop shop for all things mortgage related in the Borders. Visit us at bordersmortgagehub.com or call us on 01896 807 008. That's 01896 807 008. Borders Mortgage Hub. Mortgages for the Borders in the Borders.
Rugby Radio, bringing you the exclusive Melrose Sevens radio coverage with Turnbull and Scott, providing heating, cooling and energy saving solutions to many local businesses for over 90 years.
Welcome back to the Melrose Sevens. What time is it? It's 4:50. How long have we been on air? Nearly 6 hours, but we've got plenty of energy left and plenty of rugby left for you as well. And quarter-final number 1, done and dusted, 36 points to nil to Durham University. Fantastic guest side. They're coming to the Earlston Sevens as well. Of course, they're the current Earlston Sevens holders. So they're in the semi-final. Who will they take on? Will it be Hearts and Balls or will it be the South Barbarians? Let's find out now as we join Sam Matthews and, first of all, Andrew Fleming.
Yes, thanks, Stuart. Welcome back. And it's South Barbarians who've taken an early lead through a try on the right-hand side through Freddie Owsley, converted by Jamie Mata for an early score line of 7-0. Hearts and Balls just with possession. Midway between their 10 and 22 metre line, the referee awarding a penalty to the Hearts and Balls. And Sam Matthews, a quick start from the South Barbarians.
Yeah, you have to say as well. And the thing that I'm starting to notice creep into the South Barbarian side though is there's a lot of anger, and they have that professional thing. You know, they leave a mark on their opponent, which is really helping them. And I just saw Hector Patterson there. He gave away a penalty for exactly that. He just tried to leave a shoulder in and let him know. And so that may be a weak point that Hearts and Balls will look to exploit here, because they come with a real professional mindset, this South Barbarian setup.
They do, absolutely, and they were hugely impressive in their second round match there against Watsonians, which they won very, very comfortably. The South, and they could be in again here as Craig Jackson picks up from the base. He's got support. It's a fantastic line from Scott Bickerstaff, the Mar stalwart, who's gone in for South's second score, and they're taking control of this tie very quickly. The Scott Bickerstaff with 9 Premiership tries to his name this season, and obviously experience playing Scotland Club 15 International as well, so a hugely experienced player, and that came at a very important time for the South, Sam. Yeah,
and he made it look very easy, didn't he? Just came back against the grain, he fired through at the Marman, and we've been watching him do that all year in the Premiership. It's really not a mystery for people how to do it, but knowing what he's going to do and stopping it is two totally different things, especially when he's got the confidence of having his brother on the pitch with him as well, and Ethan McVicker. He's got familiar faces around him in an invitational side.
They do, and that's a cute wee kick-off from the South. Just went the 10 metre line, but Hearts and Balls have reacted well, and they're into the South half now. The good break. It's been clawed back well, Freddie Owsley, but referee doesn't like that. It's going to be a penalty to the Hearts and Balls. About 5 metres inside the South half. Looks like Freddie Wheeler on the ball. Gathered up well by Jamie Mata, right on halfway. As Hearts and Balls look to recycle possession. It's a half break made up towards the 10 metre line. Hearts and Balls recycled. There's space on the left hand side if they want to use it. The ball does come that way. Cute wee, lovely, cute wee grubber kick from Hearts and Balls, and it could be in. There's going to be space out wide if they can get the ball offloaded. And the ball has drifted into touch. Hugely disappointing there. I think it was number 4 Scott Clark, the Preston Lodge man, with a lovely cute wee grubber kick through. He beat the South defence quite easily. There was space out wide, but the pass couldn't go to hand, and Hector Patterson with the line out inside his own 22. It's been gathered by Hearts and Balls though, and they've got a chance just shy of the 5 metre line if they can use it. Number 2 going towards the line, that's Grant Hall of Edinburgh Accies, stopped just short of the line, and there's space there. Are they over? No, they're just shy. Another pick and go. It's almost like 15s rugby here. Pick and go on the try line. Ball's come back. Scott Clark has fired it wide. They've got numbers if they can use it, but there's space inside, and they're going to go in for the score. That looks like number 13 Stuart Kirk, the Dundee man who's gone in under the sticks, and that's coming at an important time for Hearts and Balls just before the half-time whistle, and on the board, and they deserved that score.
Yeah, they did. Scott Clark, he's been doing it all year in National 3 on Preston Large. It's charged back up into National 2. He's been comfortable just under pressure. He sees space before it happens. As we know, he was one of the only National 3 players in actually the whole Inter-District Championship, so he's very well respected for the, as you'd say, he probably plays below the quality of rugby he could play at in National 3, but he gets a chance to show his talents on the 7 circuit, and you can see it with the players around him. He looks very comfortable, and Stuart Kirk just capping up that move for him, the man from Dundee.
That's it, yeah, no, Scott Clark hugely impressive in the recent IDC, won by the South last weekend up in Inverness. As the ball gets back underway, play gets back underway, as break from Jamie Mata inside his own half. Now he's got pace to burn as he looks to outpace Hearts and Balls. He's making it up to 22 metre line. He needs support. He weaves in and out. Still got possession. It's a lovely floated pass which has been gathered by Freddie Owsley. Let's play midway inside the Hearts and Balls 22 as the South loose to end the first half with a flourish. Craig Jackson, floated pass out to Hector Patterson. He's got support inside, and it's a try scored by Tiago Romero. Very well worked try. Craig Jackson with a floated pass out to Hector Patterson, who had support inside from Tiago Romero, and the South extend their lead just on the brink of half time, and that was a well worked score, Sam. Yeah, another great score you see from the South there. They've managed to get that third try, re-establish that daylight. They like having that 12-point gap. Obviously conversion still to come, but we'll just see how they do it. But a great try. Craig Jackson, unfortunately, I think that's maybe one of the first inaccuracies he's had today, arguably the easiest kick he's had in terms of the weather, so maybe he's got to readjust his scopes after dealing with torrential rain and horrific winds now that he's got clear sunshine. Yeah, we've had all the weather conditions here at the Greenyard this afternoon as the half-time whistle sounds, and the score is South Barbarians 19, Hearts and Balls 7. You know, South came out this traps very quickly and took a two-try lead, but you know, fair play to Hearts and Balls. They've shown what they can do, and they're still right back in this match. And I think the player that's been impressive for me the first half there was Hector Patterson. He's wearing number 9. He's done his hands up, looking like Triple H. He seems to have more tape than skin available on his hands this morning, but it's clearly working something. You can see sort of marshalling the team around him, and you know, he's one of the younger players in that squad, but he knows his quality and his staff. He's commanding the men around him, and you think he's got Craig Jackson, he's got the Bickerstaffs, he's got Freddie Owsley, he's got players that have played a lot of rugby in very vocal positions, so to command that presence, you just show what a talent he actually is in the South Barbarian side. Yeah, no, Hector Patterson, obviously the former Jed Thistle product, the youngest member of this South Barbarian squad at 19 years old. He's been very impressive this afternoon, and as you say, there's a real blend of youth and experience in this South squad, which is hugely important in terms of a successful team. Craig Jackson with the ball in hand as he looks set to get the second half underway here at the Green Yards with a score 19 points to the 7 in front. As juggled by Hearts and Balls, the kick-off. Freddie Owsley looked to be taking advantage of that, but it's been put into touch. Will be a Hearts and Balls ball. Line out halfway between their 10 and try line, 22 metre line and the try line. But the live wire, as we see on the ball here, Scott Clark has been hugely impressive, as Sam's alluded to already. Both press and lodge, but that's not his finest moment. Line out inside his own 22 has been snapped up by the South, who I would imagine will be in the corner here. They are. It's Freddie Owsley, the former national sprinter, showing his bags of pace to round off, and that's a real sucker punch from Hearts and Balls. They had the chance to secure possession and work their way upfield, and that's one of the very few mistakes you'll see from Scott Clark, and that's gifted South attacking platform which they're taking full control of.
Yeah, and I think the problem we speak about the experience of Hector Patterson and commanding a room. You look at what we've got here in the Hearts and Balls team. You've got Stu Mel players who are obviously Nat 2, Dundee players, Nat 1, Nat 2. The only player that plays Premiership, or two players that play Premiership rugby, beg your pardon, Grant Hall, Edinburgh Accies, and you've got Kyle Adams from Musselburgh. So they really need to step up here. But then you look at that experience of big game fighting a losing battle. Do they have that in them, or is this South Barbarian outfit just they've got ahead and stayed ahead? I think is probably the way this is going to go.
I would say so. Conversion unsuccessful from Craig Jackson, but his side hold a 24-7 lead, and the kickoff could work well here. Scott Bickerstaff, I think it was, who was racing onto that, but wasn't quite able to gather. There's another line out to the Hearts and Balls on their 22 metre line. They'll look to gather this one and the launch attacking platform. If they've got any way of getting back into this game, it's crucial to take hold of this and don't allow the mistake from last time to creep back in. Scott Clark with the ball in hand, but 2 metres outside of his 22. It's been juggled at the line out, but it's come back on the Hearts and Balls side. Taken on by Nathan Ross in that midfield. Been dragged to the ground by about 3 players. The ball does come back into the hands of Adam Fraser, and that's a nice wee kick across. Is it Scott Clark again? I think it's taken forward. Scott Bickerstaff controls possession inside his own half. Ball shipped wide. Craig Jackson, he shifts it on to Fergus Watson. That's a lovely break from Fergus Watson. He's not going to be caught, and I think, Sam, that will be the tie. Done and dusted. South go up into 29 points to 7 lead, and it looks very much like the South Barbarians are going to book their place in this year's semi-finals.
Yeah, and we speak about experience, but we speak about quality. What the professional, semi-professional outfit can do in South Barbarians is they cheat more discreetly. I know that sounds really silly to say over the radio, but the things of, I understand the ref is on the other side of this ruck, I know where I can leave a foot, I know where I can nudge a hand. These things, they play a huge part, and especially in sevens where leaving a bit of space open results in arguably turnover and the resulting try. But like you say, I think Scott Clark was probably a victim there. He was trying to do everything himself in one play and drag his team back into it, and it'd be unfair to label him with that mistake because it was good quality play and great awareness by Fergus Watson to just scythe through the gap.
It was, yeah. Fergus Watson, the bigger man, the fullback, who's been named in the Glasgow Warrior Senior Academy, who was named in the Senior Academy ahead of this season, showing just what he can do with the ball in hand. Hugely impressive run as Hearts and Balls look to create opportunity for themselves as the ball's chipped wide. Finlay Brown is recycled. Rather static play there in the middle from Nathan Ross, and he's been wrapped up by 2 South players. South players calling for a maul there. It's not been given by the referee. The ball juggled back. Finlay Brown on the ball yet again for this Hearts and Balls. Penalty awarded just inside the South half, and it's taken quickly. Jamie McKirk is well met by Craig Jackson. He's got the offload away though. If the ball can go to hand, it's not. It was Adam Fraser who took the ball on. There might be a space out wide now if they can use it. Straighten up. It's a powerful run there for Grant Hall. And there's a yellow card awarded to one of the South players for an infringement just outside the 22.
McVicker, I think?
Looks like it could be Ethan McVicker.
Scrum half getting a yellow card for talking back to a referee. I never.
Scott Clark, that man, goes again. He's been hauled down just inside South 22. There's support if they can use it. That's been juggled. all getting a bit scrappy here in the closing stages of this quarter-final, and it's the South who lead by 31 points to 7. It's Hearts and Balls look to finish with a flourish. It's taken on there by Kyle Adams, and there's been a knock-on. Knock-on given by the referee. It'll be a South ball inside the 22, and fair play to the South. They've come and they've done enough to put their place in the semi-final, and they've probably got a bit to spare.
Yeah, a very clinical job, exactly that you say. They're just coming down for what will probably be the final phase in this scrum, but they've just been, like we said in the first half, they got their 3 tries pretty quickly, conceded 1 in the process, but after that slight blip, it's just looked like plain sailing for them. And I think having that quality and depth, you look at the numbers 1 to 12 there, every player can do a job, so you don't get a relief as Hearts and Balls when they make these subs. Another high quality player comes on back in their place.
That's it, and as we see Craig Jackson come off to applause from his coaching staff and fellow players, a huge shift put in from him. That's a fantastic break again. It looks like it could be Fergus Watson that's in for the score. He's tracked all the way by Finlay Brown, but he's going to go the distance, and a fantastic bit of running. Fergus Watson, the second try in this half, and it's going to be first semi-final between Durham Uni and the South Barbarians. Clinical second half from the South. When they've had chances, they've taken it, and Sam, that's just been the difference. They've been clinical when they've had the chance of the ball in hand.
Oh, absolutely. 6 tries, so 6 tries, 4 conversions in a sevens tournament. You're not going to do pretty well to be competing against that. They've absolutely smashed it. It was never a doubt, and I'm really looking forward to the semi-final tie that now brews us. You've had a very strong defensive outfit in Durham Uni throughout this whole tournament. They were very strong last year when they were in the pre-qualification. So how we're going to see them now fare against this attacking, open-minded rugby from the South Barbarian outfit is a semi-final that's going to be mouth-watering, but we've still got a lot of rugby to go before we get to that round of this tournament.
We have indeed. Yeah, so first semi-final will be between Durham Uni and South Barbarians. The second quarter-final just about to take place. Third quarter-final, between Shogun and Selkirk. I'll hand you back to Stuart Cameron.
Thank you very much indeed. Some great rugby still to come, of course, and quickly run through the fixtures for today, because in the Cup quarter-final it was Embrackie's 19, Heriots Blues 10, Hawick 16, Curry 3 in the Cup semi-final. A big result, and they'll be through to the final on the 27th of April, and of course they have the Premiership final as well. In the League Cup quarter-final, Lasswade are through to the semis. They've won at Stirling by 35 points to 7, and we're still looking for Boroughmuir and Newton Stewart's result of the moment. We'll bring that to you as soon as we can. But let's go down pitch side as well, because Conor Bickerstaff from the South Barbarians, and of course a Mar player as well, the Mar captain no less, is with Hugh Brown.
Thank you very much indeed, Stuart. And Conor, well done, you're through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, no, it's a good feeling. I thought it was another strong performance. Good start to the game from the boys, starting 7 again, and finishers came on, managed to hold on in the end, and good win.
Durham University are your next opponents. They're always a good team, a strong team.
Yeah, no, definitely. We've seen them over the past few years when they competed here. They're a good side, young boys, play nice rugby, so yeah, it'll be a tough game for us.
Tell me about this South Barbarians team then. Who's it made up of, and when did you come together?
Yeah, we just came together this morning, actually, the first time. A lot of boys from all over the place, quite a good contingent from the south. A lot of young boys from Knights and Hawick and the likes, Hecky and boys Fergan, that, so it's good to bring the other boys from the west coast like me and my brother, and to the Spanish boys, Mata and Tiago together, so it's been good. Whitey leading it, it's a Melrose boy, gets what it's all about, a bit of Baba's flair to it, with the mixed bag of players, but no, it's good.
It's a good idea to bring some of the players that perhaps wouldn't have played here together, isn't it, and take part?
Yeah, definitely. I think there's a good mix of age as well. There's a lot of young boys playing their first sevens here, and us, obviously a few experienced heads coming in, so some boys might not have got the chance, and it's a good blend, it's a good group of boys, and yeah, we're enjoying it.
Now, you're the captain of Mar. Mar had a very good season, didn't quite make it all the way, but the news, of course, about the Cup, I don't know if you've heard this yet, because Edinburgh Accies were playing Heriots this afternoon. Have you heard the result?
I haven't, no, not yet.
I can tell you, Edinburgh Accies 19, Heriots 10.
Oh, there we go, yeah. Well, I thought it'd be a tight game anyway, so I didn't know which way it'd go, so yeah, looks like we'll be going to Accies next week.
And if you get to the final, you meet Hawick, because they beat Curry 16-3 today over at Mansfield Park.
Yeah, pretty impressive from Hawick, good side, showed it last year, and again this season have been very good, especially at home, so yeah, it'd be quite nice to get another crack at them in the final, but we need to take care of next week first against a good Accies side.
Yes, that'll be a tough one, won't it? I mean, they are a good side, as you said, and you will. No, I'm not saying you won't struggle, but you'll certainly have to be on your best game to beat them.
Yeah, no, definitely. We've got to have the best squad that we can and have a good crack at them. They're well coached, experienced players, young players across the board. So yeah, no, it's going to be a tough game for us. I'm looking forward to it.
Wish you well. We'll see you next Saturday at Rayburn Place. Conor Bickerstaff, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Edinburgh Accies next week against Mar, and we'll be at Rayburn Place for that one, as well as at the Hoyk Sevens as well. So plenty of good stuff to come in weeks to come. But it's Shogun against Selkirk at the moment here at the Melrose Sevens. It's the third quarter final. We've already seen the South Barbarians and Durham University go through to the semis. Let's rejoin Andrew Fleming and Sam Matthews.
Yes, thanks, Stuart. You join us about 3 or 4 minutes into this third and final quarter final here, and it's Shogun who have gone into a 14-0 lead. An early try from the Scotland Sevens legend Jamie Farndale, over 130 tries on the World Sevens Series to his name, and then the second try added in there by co-captain Will Hendy, and as I say, going in for a third try. Looks like Jamie Farndale again in that right hand corner, and Sam Matthews, Shogun in real control here.
Yeah, absolutely free flowing rugby here from the Shogun outfit. You can see it. They're just, I don't even think it's a case of they're outplaying their opponents. They're outplaying themselves. It just, everything seems to be going to hand. When everything's dialed in right, it looks like all the screws are tightened, all the bolts are in the correct place. And Jamie Farndale's been the recipient of 2 of those tries, but I was down there earlier on the pitch, and I don't think people realise how big the Shogun outfit are. Him, Ross McKnight, I was stood next to Ross McKnight, and he is massive. A man that can move at that speed with that size is a monster stopping. Grant Sutty, Josh Welsh, these players are huge in their own right, but they're being dwarfed by this Shogun outfit.
Jordan Edmonds here on the stand side, just another one to add into that huge physicality, but boy can he shift as Freddie Roddick looks to get play underway with his side. 21-0 to the goods. It's hoisted high, one back by, looks like Paddy Kelly, and Shogun on the move again. Roddick in midfield. He's got support, and that's a lovely crossfield kick. Jamie Farndale could be in for his first half hat-trick here if he can gather. And he is, he finishes well in that corner. It was a fantastic move. Didn't quite see who the kick came from, might have been Matt Davidson. But equally, yeah, well judged kick. Jamie Farndale again the recipient, and not bad at a first half hat-trick in a Melrose Sevens quarter final.
Yeah, he's making it look extremely easy, this sport, isn't he? But yeah, like you said, you've got Freddie Roddick. I think we've also got Paddy Kelly on the pitch at the moment. They're just having fun. They're seeing things before they happen, about 3 or 4 phases. They're almost just walking into these beautiful situations that's been orchestrated. And the key now for Selkirk is get their hands on the ball, try keep it. I know it sounds silly to slow it down, but they want to get at least a score, possibly 2 before the half-time whistle, but not only that, they want to make sure Shogun have to run around a bit. They've not really been tested defensively so far in this tournament.
No, they've not, and Shogun 4 tries to the good early on, able to ring the changes as both Paddy Kelly and Freddie Roddick come off for a rest. As the ball is hoisted high, gathered by Selkirk, but again, penalty given. This is a real grapple on for possession here, off the ball. Jordan Edmonds looking to take this penalty quickly between the 22 metre line and the 10 metre line. It slowed down, and Shogun elected to go for a scrum. But yeah, hugely impressive start, and there's such a huge bag of experience in this side. You have Jamie Farndale, the GB Sevens, Tom Roche, the former Ireland Sevens captain, and Matt Davidson, Freddie Roddick. They've all played in the World Series, as has Jordan Edmonds, and it's such a quality outfit, and you wouldn't be surprised if they go all the way today, Sam.
Yeah, I think you can say they took losing last year to heart, didn't they? They've gone and they phoned in a few friends, I think, but I just can't get over the size of it. And look at this, Jamie Farndale's straight away down the wing now. He's making it look so comfortable.
Hacks ahead, Jamie Farndale, wee grubber. He was pushed out of play, which he didn't look too happy about, complaining to the referee, and there's going to be a word here with the touch judge. Interesting to see what comes of this. Jamie Farndale, wee grubber kick ahead. He looked to be in for his 4th try in this first half. And what's the referee going to give here? Penalty has been awarded to Shogun. It's going to be taken by Tom Roche. No, it's not. They've elected for another scrum, so just able to conserve a bit of energy. There's no need to go for quick flow in rugby. They're 26-0 up, and we're still in this first half. The game you would say is almost done and dusted. I mean, Selkirk would have come into this with confidence, having knocked out the hosts, Melrose, in round 2, but they've met their match here against Shogun, who are going to be in again. And it's Matt Davidson, who has gone in, the former Scotland age grade international, who's also had stints at London Scottish and Heriot Super Series side. And that's a fifth try of the first half, and Shogun destined for a place in the semi-finals.
Yeah, Shogun are just having an absolute field day with it, aren't they? Matt Davidson, he had 3 tries and 5 conversions in the first game. He's got a try now in the quarter-final. He's just been coasting, hasn't he? You could pick any player. You know, James Reed's on there. He's on it as we go for half-time, but I think you could pick any player out of here, and they look like they're going to score every time they touch the ball in this Shogun outfit. And I think the biggest confident credit you can say to them in that is they're not playing a bad side. They're playing a Premiership outfit in Selkirk that have brought their best sevens team to this park this afternoon.
They have a frustrated looking Aaron McComb calling orders for his players, and a well needed team talk at half time. But as much as we say, obviously Selkirk are a very well respected Premiership outfit, but you're playing against players who have played professionally on the biggest stage, and they've certainly met their match this afternoon. Conditions have improved a huge lot since mid-afternoon when we had our technical problems with the wind and driving rain, and it's turned into a lovely evening for Sevens rugby now, Sam.
It is, but you're talking about Aaron McComb's team talk to fire up. That's going to be probably the greatest team talk of all time if they manage to come back and win this, and Aaron McComb will get his own poster here in the Melrose changing room if he manages to get a team talk that inspires them like that. But like you said, you're coming up against GB athletes. So Jamie Ferndale's 130 plus tries on the international circuit. He's used to crossing the try line, but not only that, he's used to galvanising a team. He's an imposing monster as well physically. I know I sound like I'm their biggest fan. I'm there, but I think the skin tight lycra tops seem to be helping them for an imposing factor. But there's not an ounce of fat on any of them. They're all absolute monsters.
As we see the Shogun technical staff come off after their team talk, Terry Sands, Fraser Harkness, and our own Neil Hinnigan having given their orders. That's a superbly timed offload. Kick-off, rather, I should say, into the hands of Jamie Farndale. The Shogun, it's almost exhibition stuff now, as we see a mistake. The first mistake of the game here from Shogun. Get the ball into Selkirk 22, and that's a late hit on Jamie Farndale, which he doesn't appreciate at all from Ryan Cottrell. Ball comes wide. There could be a space in again. Into the hands of Jamie Farndale, but the ball's gone into touch, and there's a couple of errors creeping into this Shogun side, Sam, but at 31-0 up, they can get away with them quite easily.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to put a bit of flair on it as well, but it's great to see players like Ryan Cottrell back in. He's really had a sparse bit of rugby over the past sort of year and a half due to concussion issues, so it's great to see him actually playing rugby again as well. A real test of how well you've come back from injury as you get put up against these guys this afternoon. But yeah, I'd like to see Selkirk get a bit of time, but last border side, and you'd like to see them get some points and try take it to Shogun for the final remainder of this game.
Yes, of course, Selkirk, the only Borders team left in the competition after they knocked out Melrose in round 2. And it will be a Selkirk ball with a scrum down inside their own 22. So if they want to register the scoreboard, they're going to have to go the distance as Jordan Edmonds takes a breather from his Shogun side. Penalty awarded by the referee. Selkirk taken quickly. Lachlan Ferguson with the ball out wide. Break here from Ryan Cottrell. Made it almost up to the Selkirk 10-metre line. Ball comes out wide. Callum Anderson. Josh Wells picks up. Fresh from experience playing for the South in the Inter-District Championship. The experienced Ross Nixon out to Lachlan Ferguson. That's a wayward pass, and Sam, just as a look to get a wee bit more possession, it's a gift back of possession to Shogun. Yeah, and you're watching the body language of the Selkirk outfit here. They know they've been absolutely put to the sword in this quarter-final tie. You can see that Ryan Cottrell was on the wing, meant to receive the ball. I think his hands were up in the air before the ball had even gone past him because it knew it was totally out of reach. And it's been a tough old 14 minutes here for this Selkirk side, but you can't take anything away. I don't want to call them the professionals because that diminishes it, but it's like the people that know how to do their job have turned up and they've just executed flawlessly. They have, but having said that, another slight mistake from Shogun with a squint line out, but Shogun, who will book their place in the second semi-final. They'll take on the winners of Lions versus OG Sevens, two teams who we maybe didn't expect to make it in the quarter-finals. Lions causing somewhat of an upset against British Army, and OG Sevens knocking out last year's champions in Monaco Impies.
Yeah, I mean, we said it in the first round against Glasgow Accies. Monaco Impies really had to work to get that. The scoreline didn't reflect it with the final 5 tries at the end, but yeah, the next round is the tie of the quarter-finals for me. OG Sevens versus Lions, two unknown commodities, but as they've proven in the start of this tournament, two teams that know how to play a good ball when they want to.
They do indeed. As Lachlan Ferguson shifts the ball back into the hands of Hugo Alderson, shifted wide into Ross Nixon, an experience he brings to the 7th circuit. The referee penalising Shogun for a high tackle there. And yeah, as you say, the body language from some of the Selkirk players tells you all you need to know and how much of a battle this game has been for them. Ross Nixon with the ball in hand again, flat pass taken on this time by Callum Anderson. It's a huge break from Callum Anderson. He's in the 22 and he is going to go into the corner. Selkirk on the board, and hugely impressive bit of running from Callum Anderson. 2 tries for the South last weekend in their win up at Inverness to lift the district championship, and on an afternoon where this hasn't been a great game for them, Sam, that was a hugely impressive bit of running.
It was, and Callum Anderson showed exactly why he just got put into the inter-district squad. One of the names that people would have maybe looked at with maybe a question mark, not like the sort of other players that were up at the top of the table for the South squads this year, but Callum Anderson, he's lethal from anywhere on the pitch. He's got that pedigree about him, and especially in sevens, he knows what he's doing. So nice that Selkirk can come away with some sort of cheer from it from this afternoon. You saw the crowd sort of giving it a bit of an extra cheer for them there, because they realise what an effort they've put in against this strong Shogun outfit here in the quarter-final.
Exactly, as we see a replay of that try on the big screen, collecting the ball inside his own half, and a superb clean pair of wheels shown by Callum Anderson to get in for the try. As the kick-off has gone right way back to the Shogun 5-metre line, taken on by Ross McKnight, who Sam alluded to already, a huge figure for Sevens Rugby. Ball's recycled, and that's a nice break on if he can get the offload away, which he has, and there's a break on here. Looks like it might be Matt Davidson. An offload is given away, and that's going to be a try for Shogun to wrap up proceedings. Can't quite see the number, but it's a final try which is going to put a nail in the coffin of Selkirk. And just when Selkirk got the try on the board, Shogun responded, and they've just got so much pace and pace to burn all day, Sam, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. They're taking this up to what will realistically be 38-0 with the kick to come, but that's commentator's curse, so we'll have to see how that one goes. But yeah, you say it. We've said it the whole game. I know the listeners may be even getting sick of us, that any time one of them touches the ball, wherever they are on the pitch, you think if they decide they want to score, they're probably going to score. It's lethal what they've been doing, and yeah, I think you can confirm that try scorer there was was it Jordan Edmonds? Was it not?
No, it was Tom Roche.
Was it Tom
the
Roche?
Former Ireland player, Ireland Sevens regular on the World Series. Had a stint at Stirling Wolves in the Super 6 setup, in fact. As Paddy Kelly looks to get play underway. There can't be long left of this match now. It's hoisted high. There's a knock on by that man, Tom Roche. And that is full time. It is Shogun Rugby who emphatically seal their place in this year's semi-finals. A full-time score, Shogun 38, Selkirk 5.
So Curry 0, Durham University 36 was the result of quarter-final 1. Quarter-final 2, Hearts and Balls against South. The South winning that convincingly by 38 points to 7. We've just seen the remaining Borders Club go out, Selkirk, but they do get 3 points for the Kings of the Sevens. They're the only team who will get points today on the Kings of the Sevens circuit. So that's something for them to cheer. They stay in second place. Kelso have 20, and Selkirk move up from 10 to 13 points. Other than that, I'm afraid it remains the same. We're going to be going down very, very shortly to have a chat with Hugh Brown and one of the Selkirk players, probably Aaron McComb, who I think is heading his way towards Hugh. Let's just see if he's actually made it. Hello, Hugh, are you down there?
Hello there, Stuart. Yes, indeed he has. Aaron is with me. Aaron, he went out, but it was a tough game against the opponents.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there are a lot of international players in that squad, and this is a tournament where you're challenged against some of the best athletes in the game, and I thought the first 2 games we played really well. We played some good sevens, but as you say, you're coming up against some top athletes in there, so it was tough.
Well, the good news for you is that you're the only Borders side in the Melrose Sevens to pick up any points for the Kings of the Sevens. You get 3 points and are in second place.
Yeah, it's good. Just try and pick up as many points as we can going through the tournaments. It's a long old season, but we'll pick up points and hopefully get a couple of wins along the road, so see how it goes.
How important to Selkirk is the Kings of the Sevens tournament?
I think it's massive. A lot of players kind of long season with the 15s, then you come in and you can show what you can do in the sevens pitch, and it's really exciting. So yeah, we look forward to the tournaments coming ahead and see how it goes. Yep.
I bet you're glad you weren't playing in that heavy rain a wee while ago.
Well, just as we came on against Melrose, it started teeming down, so it was tough, but it's conditions and you just have to adapt to it and hopefully play the best you can.
So what's next for Selkirk then? Onwards and upwards to the next sevens then?
Yeah, go back to training Tuesday, Thursday, work on a bit of stuff that we need to work on, and then Hoyk Sevens this weekend, so we'll move on to that.
Mansfield Park, that's always a good one, but a tough one.
Yeah, it is. It's always tough at Hoyk. It's a difficult place to play, regardless if you're playing 15 sevens or whoever you come up against, so we'll see how it goes next week.
Which do you prefer playing? Have you got a preference between the 15s and the sevens?
If you asked me when I was a bit younger, it would have been sevens, but it's tough on the old lungs, so we'll see how it goes. But I like the openness of the game. And it's really good to be a part of when you've got a good squad like we've got, so hopefully we'll start building for this weekend.
Well done for getting through to the quarter-finals. We'll see you next Saturday at Mansfield Park.
Perfect, thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Darren.
Adam McComb talking there to Hugh Brown. So we now know that Durham University and the south of Scotland Barbarians and Shogun are through. Who's going to join them? It's now Lion Sevens against OG Sevens. No score. Let's go back and join Sam Matthews and Andrew Fleming.
Yes, thanks, Stuart. But 2 minutes gone in this final quarter-final. It's, as you say, Lions 0, OG Sevens 0. Both teams making up some sort of upset, if you like, in the second round. Lions seeing off British Armies and the OG Sevens seeing off last year's champions in Monaco Impies. So 2 slight surprises, you would say, given the form book, but 2 sides that looked very, very impressive in their respective matches. Nothing to separate them so far. This play taken up by OG. Lovely offload there as they make a break. Looks like number 12, Harry Williams. It was Ben McGee who made the initial break. Lovely, well-timed offload into Harry Williams. And Sam Matthews' first blood to OG Sevens.
Yeah, OG Sevens picking up right where they left off. Obviously, Ben McGee especially, he got the hat-trick in the first round when he was wearing the mystery number in the Melrose jerseys. We tracked him down, got his name, and yeah, Ben McGee, if we weren't sure about who he was when he was wearing the Melrose jersey, he pretty established himself pretty quickly on this game there for the OGs, and obviously he sent his teammate Harry Williams, who, fair enough, he still had 40 metres to cover, so it wasn't a walk-in, but yeah, he made it look pretty convincing himself, and they take an early lead, which could be quite pivotal in this very close quarter-final tie.
Exactly. No, it was far from a walk-in. It did very well. Show a clean pair of heels. As I say, first blood to the OG Sevens, who look to get play underway again through their captain Charles Morgan with the kick-off. Bounces favourably and is picked up by the OGs, who've made it up to the Lions' 22-metre line. That's a lovely bit of football there from Charles Morgan, the captain. Inside, taken on by Elliot Morgan. Ball shifted back, and it's that man again, Ben McGee. What can he do here? And again, it's that superb partnership. It's the exact same partnership from the first try. Ben McGee with the ball in hand, took the contact, and it's into Harry Williams. And almost like an action replay of the first try, Sam. Great interlinking between those two.
Yeah, I think Harry Williams definitely owes Ben McGee a pint in the 10 after this, because Ben McGee was superb there. He had a man hanging off each of him. As he went down to one knee, he must have heard a shout or something there, wasn't he? Because he wasn't even looking. He just threw it over his shoulder, and Harry Williams was there. Like I said, still closer in, but it's exact same. Offload, try, Harry Williams scores, runs it in at a considerable pace.
And the conversion is successful, which means the OG Sevens race into 14-0 lead in this last quarter-final. Of course, the prize for winning this game is a rather daunting-looking semi-final showdown against on-form Shogun side, but there's no easy games at this stage of the competition, as the Lions secure possession. They've not had much of it in this first half. It's a ball shipped wide, taken on by Aaron Watkins. He's fed it back inside. He stayed in play. Has he? No, the touch judge has his flag up. But yes, Aaron, they've not had a lot of possession, but no, Aaron Watkins showing a bit of pace there on the touchline, but nothing coming of it this time.
Yeah, and I think Stuart McFarlane said he's the first ever Zambian international to represent at the Melrose Sevens, so he can officially put that in his record book for history. But yeah, you saw him there. He managed to get himself out wide, and unfortunately, I think he was gunning for an offload, but his right foot just sort of got dragged into touch by the covering defender.
Now that line out from OG was far from straight, but they've gotten away with it. Is that man yet again? Ben McGee. He's hit. I would have said he was holding on there, but the referee thinks otherwise. Taken on by the captain, Charles Morgan. He's got support inside. Taken on by Elliot Morgan this time. Held up by the Lions defence. Well, there's numbers here for OG if they can use it. Lovely bit of footwork in the middle there from the try scorer. Double try scorer, Harry Williams. He's been wrapped up midway inside the Lions 22. Ball comes back. Oh, and it's a juggle there. A knock on. Ball not going to hand there for OG. And you got to say, I think if Lions want to get back in this match, they've got to try and launch something from this scrum.
Yeah, you want to see them score sooner rather than later. Sorry there, Andrew. But as you know, Charles Morgan, he had it out, and I think he just saw his man outside him, George Worthing, who had a one-on-one, and I think the definition of drilled the ball at him there. It was long way short of just putting it off his boot. He fired it right into his chest. I don't think he even had time to see it come towards him. Never mind catch it. So as we say now, Lions just inside their own 22. They need to go the distance, but they need a try sooner rather than later to just try get a foothold in this game.
They do indeed. It's a dangerous looking move here, and that's a fantastic break. Looks like, I don't know how I'm going to say this name, Biapello, the South African. The ball's come back in play, a slip in midfield. Biapello again, the South African, taking the ball on. He's got support inside, but it's a knock on that 22 metre line. Well, the referee's penalised OG here for an offside. So Lions with a chance to launch an attacking platform with a penalty just on that 22 metre line. Taken on this time by number 5, who we've not got a number for. And it's number 9. He's made a good run to the line. He stopped about a metre short. It's a very well received score. Penalty there for the OG. It was Joshua Coward, the Australian, who'd made the break, and he was shot just a metre's short of the try line. But it's a fantastic defensive display from OG. Keeps the score at 0. Knock on in the. So that's going to be half time. We've reached half time in the last quarter final. And the score line is Lions 0, OG 7s 14, and Sama a clinical first half when the chances were there for OG.
Yeah, exactly that. OG just took the chances better, but you can see what Lions Rugby are trying to do. Number 10, Curtis Watkins, and then you've got Biapello Cagliathan. They're the two players that they're trying to get to. You can see it. They're coming in. Biapello Cagliathan, he's obviously slim build. You can see it there, but he's got that dynamic running about him. He's very upper body heavy, but he's not burly. You can just see it in the way his shoulders carry. I think there's probably about a 30-inch diameter difference between his waist and his shoulders there. Whereas we're looking at him as he's back on in the team huddle there, but you can see the players they want to get the ball to. You can see what they were trying. Aaron Watkins obviously was out in touch on the far side to us there when he was trying to get the ball through the hands as quickly as he could. But once again, OG Sevens, they had an absolute lung buster in their first tie of the afternoon, but they putting away Monaco Impies as we said, but they're doing the exact same thing again. They're taking exactly what they're giving off their opposition, and they're just giving nothing back in return. They're making them work for every single possession step, anything that they can get their hands on, and they're not giving it up without a fight.
No, they are not at all. It's been a fairly clinical first half performance there from OG, who lead Lions Rugby by 14 points to 0 at the break. As the OG go into their huddle. Lions, you have to feel, if they want to get back in this game, we'll have to score early. And as Sam says, they've got a number of strong runners in this side, but so far the OG defence has had the answers. It's a play loose to get back underway. It's Joshua Coward with the ball in hand. The Lions stand off. having a chat with the referee as we wait for the second half to begin. The referee blasts off the whistle and Joshua Coward gets us underway, and that's a fantastic take and restart. But again, it's that superb physicality shown at the breakdown from the OGs, who tried to give the ball to the referee to give the quick penalty, but he wasn't going to take it. Taken on this time. There's a break in midfield. That's a dangerous shot in there, but the ball comes back on the OG side. It's a nice break. Ben McGee, yet again, the playmaker. That's a nice looking break down the left touchline on the stand side. Darting run inside, fantastic footwork. Is he going to have the pace? Dan Rundle it was, and he's 5 metres shy of the line, but it's a knock on just as they were looking to get the third try and really put some emphasis on this scoreline. But Lions have done just enough to stay in this match, Sam, and that could be a crucial intervention.
Yeah, that could be. That was a great run there, but how are we looking at it now? Just outside their own 5 metre channel, they've managed to get the stop, but they have to get this ball back. They have to put it. Lions really have to get that score sooner than later, but it's an easy game now for the OG. They just casually turn up the pressure. They just keep tightening the screw. They don't let them give. They can afford to get a bit nasty now. We saw there with the questionable high shot by Lima Sayavina from the Lions team there. They can see that niggles are starting to get in there. The frustrations are starting to grow as the drop passes happen. So yeah, OG just really now, they just need to use their mindfulness as much as their physical ability to just really tighten this quarter-final and put it to bed.
They do. The OGs, who saw off Monaco Impes by 21 points to 14 in the second round. Now it looks like a maul. Very well defended. A huge outcry there from the OG coaching staff and substitutes. Yeah, you can see how much this means to Sam to be here and to compete at the level.
Yeah, you can see that. And just as I spoke about it, getting in their head, you saw Dan Rundle there. He's just come off the pitch after breaking that breakthrough, and he's halfway down the touchline screaming at the team that have just won the resulting line out from the ball. Sorry, yeah.
And again, it's OG at the breakdown. Ball's come back, and it's a knock on. Things have just got a wee bit scrappy here, but yet again it's the Lions in possession, but a floated pass. That's a bit dangerous, but yeah, referee playing no advantage. It's going to be a knock on and a scrum down to the Lions. But yeah, I think OG just, especially physicality at the breakdown, and they're just giving Lions absolutely nothing in the second half.
Yeah, they haven't. You can see the players are starting to look dejected here. Lima Sayavina is just walking off. I think he signalled he might have an injury, and he's feeling his knee a bit, but he's had his head down for the past 3 or 4 plays now. He knows what the task is going at hand, and it's only getting larger and larger with each second that passes by here.
It is indeed. Little over 3 minutes remaining here in the final quarter-final, and that's not going to help the Lions proceedings at all. Out the back of the scrum, wayward pass, and it's gone over the dead ball line. As OG players just acknowledging each other's efforts there. They'll have a scrum down 5 metres from the Lions line, and you'd like to think they'll go for the juggler here, and the third try, which we would feel would cement their place in the semi-final. It's going to be that man again, Harry Williams, who feeds the scrum. Ben McGee, the playmaker. And how impressive has he been this afternoon as he wriggles his way around the last defender over the try line. And if we had to pick a player of the match, Sam, can't look any further away from him, from Ben McGee.
No, absolutely not. He's had a great tournament so far for the OGs. 3 tries in the first game, 2 assists, if you can call them that, and 3 tries in the second game, and a try for himself now capped off. But beautifully there, he just ran round his opposite man in the back line, and he just held him off at arm's length. It was comfortable. He looked like he was going to score from the second he got the ball. He's playing with confidence now. He's coming off to get a well-deserved rest now before he most likely faces what will be a very physical outfit in the Shogun team.
Yeah, he does take a well-earned break. Conversion was successful there from the captain, Charles Morgan. It takes the score out to Lions 0, OG 7s 21, as the ball comes back to OG yet again. Every break of the ball seems to be coming their way, and they're taking full advantage. Charles Morgan again, looping pass out wide. Taken on the touchline. That's a great bit of running. inside, and that's going to be the try that secures it. It was James Dyson offloading to Freddie Clark. James Dyson with the run down the left touchline inside to Freddie Clark, and clinical soft stamp, and we can say for sure now it's going to be Shogun versus OG7s in that second semi-final.
Yeah, and that was a try scored on a defeated team that you could see it. You know, when the running just starts to slow, there was nobody diving to bust the gut to get it around there. They were more than happy to let him go around the outside, and even though they had the angle on him, his pace and desire just got him round there, and a well-deserved just try for Freddie Clark there. Yeah,
we spoke at the start of this game about a potential surprise it was when the OG knocked out Monaco Impies, last year's champions, in that second round, but they've been able to back it up, and somewhat in this quarter final they've been ruthless with the chances they've had. So they're not here to muck about, they're here to compete, and they've certainly done that in this tournament so far. There's a break on from the Lions Rugby into the OG's half, well wrapped up yet again, and it's just clinical stuff every breakdown, Sam, isn't it? OG penalty, and they've been marched back 10 metres by the referee. We'll have Lions, and the breakdown especially has been very, very clinical, Sam. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, exactly that. The Lions are just having a tough day at the office now. You can see that they've given away a penalty for going straight off their feet because the covering player just flew into that ruck. He just wanted to hit something. You can see the frustration there, and then, like you say, answering back, not giving the ball over when you've clearly conceded the penalty. You're getting marched back 10, and all that does is, like we said, it just winds them up further. So they want to get a try on the board. They want it to look presentable. You don't want to lose 28-0 in a quarter final, but they're going the totally wrong way about it right now.
They are. Scrum down, Lions ball, midway inside their own half, and I think that just kind of sums up the game so far. It was number 5, Coward, Josh Coward, who took the ball, kicked forward, but has gone straight into touch. And that is game, set and match. OG7s booked their place in the semi-final. A clinical 28-0 win over Lions Rugby. We now know the semi-final lineup will be Durham Uni against South Barbarians in semi-final 1. And it's going to be Shogun against OG7s in semi-final 2. We now return to the Mike Blessdale Cup, the women's tournament. And it's Shogun Rugby coming up next against Hearts and Balls.
This is Rugby Radio. Rugby Radio.
Many businesses struggle when it comes to their comfort or process heating, drying, cooling, chilling and other energy-saving challenges. However, many businesses don't because they've put their trust in Turnbull & Scott, serving customers for over 90 years in many sectors including agriculture, building services, food and drink, low-carbon energy and more. Our loyal and growing client base value our expertise, integrity and accessibility. Why not find out what we could be doing for your business? Find out more and download our brochure now. Just search the web for Turnbull & Scott.
Based in Galashiels but covering the whole region and beyond, Borders Mortgage Hub is your one-stop shop for all things mortgage related in the Borders. Visit us at bordersmortgagehub.com or call us on 01896 807 008. That's 01896 807 008. Borders Mortgage Hub. Mortgages for the Borders in the Borders.
Rugby Radio, bringing you the exclusive Melrose Sevens radio coverage with Turnbull & Scott, providing heating, cooling and energy saving solutions to many local businesses for over 90 years.
Yes, if you've just joined us, where have you been? Hawick have got themselves into the final of the Scottish Cup. We heard from Robin Purdy and also from Ewan Welsh earlier on at Mansfield Park. The 3 o'clock kickoff down there ended 16 points to 3, 11-0 at half-time. And they will face either Mar or Edinburgh Accies. They play off next week for a place in the final at Murrayfield, and that will kick off on the 27th of April at 7:15. But back here at the Melrose Sevens, well, we now know who's going to be contesting the semi-finals. Durham University against the South Barbarians and Shogun against the OG7s. Now, hopefully, with a bit of luck, we can go pitchside and rejoin Hugh Brown, and I think he's got a member of the OG7s with him.
I do indeed, Stuart. In fact, I've got Charles Morgan with me. Charles, congratulations, you're through then to the semi-finals.
Yes, thank you very much. It's quite a tough start, obviously, a bit of a tough draw for us boys. Only our second ever year of competing as a sevens team, but we've done a pretty good job. Got a couple of flyers in our team in the likes of Ben McGee and Harry Williams that are doing a great job, so yeah, we're enjoying it, we're loving it.
The question everybody's asking is, what does OG stand for?
So OG stands for Old Grovians. We're an old boys team from Woodhouse Grove School. So I think 6 out of the 12 in the team today are all from the same school over the years. So yeah.
So have you played regularly together then?
So not really. This is our second year of playing sevens. A few of us have played in a few different teams before, but this is our first hit out as a full team this season. We've got some good connections, but yeah, there's a few new boys, so we're just learning how to play off each other. But yeah.
Presumably you were pleased to be invited to be a guest team at the Melrose Sevens.
Absolutely, it's an honour for us really. We couldn't even imagine when we first started having the conversation sort of a couple of years ago about creating a team. We didn't even think we'd get a shout, but we had a great year last year and we've got a few boys that have played here before, so yeah, it's an absolute honour and we're just so happy to be here.
And you provided the shock of the afternoon by dispensing with the reigning champions, the Monaco Impies.
Yeah, well, we saw the draw. We knew it was going to be a tough stint. We thought we might get Army in the second round, but Lions obviously did a great job knocking them out. So, yeah, it was a bit of a shock, but we know a few of their players. We've all played against them a few times for various different teams. So, in a game of sevens, it started to rain, the ball was slippy, but you're always in with a shout if you get the rub of the green, and we played pretty well. So, yeah, we're pleased with that.
Now in the semi-finals, what a tough one, up against Shogun.
Yeah, Shogun. I mean, played against Samurai a number of times, obviously rebranded as Shogun, and it's always going to be a tough game against them, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, we're looking forward to it.
Would you like to lift the Centenary Cup tonight?
We would absolutely love to lift it, yeah. We'd absolutely love to lift it. That's the plan, so we'll see how we go.
Wish you well in the semi-final. Charles, thanks for joining us on Rugby Radio. Charles Morgan.
There we are, Charles Morgan talking to Hugh Brown down at pitchside, and well done to the OG Sevens, the Old Grovians, who have got themselves into the semi-final. They're going to be playing Shogun, one of the favourites, and then on the other half of the draw, Durham University, and they disposed of Selkirk, the last remaining border local team, by 38 points to 5. Right now we turn our attention to women's rugby. It's the fourth of the pools. It's Shogun against Hearts and Balls, and we can rejoin Sam and Andrew.
Yes, thanks Stuart. You join us at 3 minutes into this match, and it's Shogun who've taken an early lead and they'll have a chance to add to that lead. It was a try by Esme Ligvoet early in the first 2 minutes. A knock on by Hearts and Balls just 5 metres from their own try line. Gives us a scrum down, Shogun ball. The referee asking for a reset here, but yeah, Hearts and Balls haven't been out their own 22, I don't think yet, Sam.
No, they're facing a tough task. You know, they had a first outfit against Hammerhead, which they lost, so they're up against it now to get themselves to this final, as it's the best two teams that perform in this sort of pool round robin format go through it. You know, it's no easy task after losing the game you probably wanted to win, coming up against the dominant outfit, which is a vast majority of GB7s, and I believe it is Grace Crompton that's just gone over again for her fourth try of the afternoon. She got 3 in her first match, so she made that look ridiculously easy at the back of the scrum, didn't she?
She did indeed. It was Grace Crompton who's gone in for the second score. As you say, yeah, Shogun with a 47-7 win over the Lionesses this morning, and Hearts and Balls coming up short 31-7 against the Hammerheads. So Shogun fairly comfortable so far, I would say. Conversion unsuccessful. There's a 10-0 lead they have. The kick-off back underway. Bounces just on the 22-metre line. Picked up by Hannah Crispin, the vice-captain of Hearts and Balls. Balls recycled. There looks to be space out there if they can use it. A wayward pass has been gathered, but the referee says it's gone forwards. And yeah, Sam, the Hearts and Balls really struggling to put a few passes together and to get out to this strong defensive line that the Shogun are putting up.
Yeah, and I think the pressure comes from the Shogun defence there. You know, that's Lisa Martin there. It's like long-time Scotland 10. She's played it in all age grades. She's been a presence in driving women's rugby in this country, and she was totally suffocated from the ball there. The second she had it at the base of that scrum, she didn't stand a chance. Now Shogun are back on the attack.
That's clinical stuff. It's try number 3, and this time it looks to be Shona Campbell, the experienced Scotland Sevens star. And as you say, when they've got ball in hand at the back of the scrum, some weaving runs, they make it look so easy. And Shogun in full control of this match, and very worthy of the 15-0 lead, Sam.
Well, yeah, you look at it and you think the 3 try scorers that have scored just now, you've got England and GB7 star Grace Compton, you've got Esme Ligvoet, who has just got her Netherlands through to the women's VXV3 after beating Spain. They're currently sitting top of the Rugby Championship as well for themselves. And then, it can't get any worse. Oh no, just Shona Campbell running at me from 22 metres out. Scotland International GB7s, you know. Like, you must be sat there as a H&B saying, right, let's just take a day off, we'll just get the ball and we'll just keep it, and now they're tackling each other, making things even worse.
They are. The kick-off gathered by 2 players simultaneously, but the ball is secured and come back on the Hearts and Balls side. That's a good line picked. Contact has been taken. If they can shift the ball wide now, there is space. It's taken on the stand side by number 10, which is Freya Walker. But the ball's been held up, and that's a fantastic line yet again. And it is going to be a try in the corner, and it's going to be, is it Grace Compton? Or sorry, it's Shona Campbell yet again. Clinical running, her second try of this match, and Sam, it really is one-way traffic at this stage.
Yeah, it is. I think it just must be a rule that if you're a shower and you've got a blonde ponytail, you just seem to be able to cover 50 metres in about 3 seconds. They're making it look so easy, and they're not, like, I can't stress this enough. It sounds like it's a walk in the park. It might be, but they're not playing against easy opposition. They're playing against former internationals. They're playing against people that play week in, week out. They've got themselves into this new Celtic Challenge, but that's exactly why this Celtic Challenge is a thing. We're increasing the level of women's rugby around it. We've just reached half-time now at the score of Shogun 28, Hearts and Balls 0. So the thing they can take away is they've not had a conversion yet. So if they can get conversions as well and get some tries in the second half, there is room to do it. And I do genuinely believe, you smile at the competition standard here, but there is players in this team that can unlock a defence. I mentioned Lisa Martin, Freya Walker, she's a long-time sevens. That Bryony Nelson, her sister, plays for the Scotland team just now, Helen Nelson. So there's skills in here to unlock this team. So it's not all done yet. So don't go away from this and make a cup of tea or anything if you're listening on radio around the country.
No, not at all. Hearts and Balls, as you say, plenty of experience and some big names in that lineup. But so far, it's Shogun who've just proved the clinical nature, and that's what sees them into. We've got a conversion appeared from nowhere on the scoreboard, so 22 points to 0 scoreline is. There's another game to come in this round robin. Eric Liddell against the Hammerheads still to come in this women's tie before we get on to the men's semi-finals. So a lot of rugby still to be played, both in the women's and men's competitions here at the Green Yards. The sun's back out, the supporters are back out the beer tent, and the weather's far more received from the crowds, who are in good attendance, it has to be said, throughout the Green Yards. The banking well filled on the far side. As Hearts and Balls get the game back underway through Hannah Ramsey with the kick-off. Taken to ground by Shogun. A bit of a wayward pass there. It's been picked up. It's Grace Compton with the pass, but the ball's gone shifted wide. Now on the left touchline we have a foot race. Taken on, and that's going to be... Is she going to be in? It's a Gridlun. Chased all the way. Can't quite see the number. But it's going to be another try for Shogun. And any doubts this game was still in the balance has been taken away now. 5th try for Shogun. Very, very clinical, as we can't quite see who the try scorer was this time. And the stadium announcer can't help us with that either. But no, clinical stuff from Shogun, who had their 5th try of the afternoon of this match. Looks like it might have been number 14, Celia Kwanzaa, who showed a great pair of heels down that far touchline. Chased all the way by Hearts and Balls, but she had enough in the tank to get there. And that's take the score out to 29 with a successful conversion. Shogun 29, Hearts and Balls 0. Kickoff goes deep and over the head. That's going to drop into touch midway between the try line and 22-metre line of Hearts and Balls, and that's just going to put them under a bit more territory pressure. And Sam, Hearts and Balls have not had much possession in the second half again, but they'll need to try and attack from deep.
Yeah, and they've got a whole new difficulty to face, as well, as this low-hanging sun is now coming right across from Policeman's Corner, diagonally right across this Green Yards, in what's turned out to be a lovely evening after the earlier rain. But yeah, they can't even now rest comfortably, because every time they look up, they've got blinding lights staring them in the face. So it just seems to all be going against for Hearts and Balls at the moment now, and they've coughed up possession again. They
were put into touch on the far side, and Shona Campbell straightens up, and it's going to be a hat-trick for Shona Campbell. We spoke about her earlier, the experience she brings from the Scotland setup, and of course GB7s, And it's been a very, very clinical show. The Shogun run the changes now. Jordan Heel coming onto the pitch alongside Tabby Bruff. And some well earned rest for some of those Shogun players, but 34 points to the goods. The conversion drifts wide on this occasion, but 34 points to nil has been fairly one-way traffic in this contest. Shogun will move on to 2 wins from 2, and they will book their place in the final, you would have got to presume. 47 points to 7 win over the Lionesses, and now they hold a 34-point cushion against the Hearts and Balls. Ball taken on. This time it was Hannah Crisp, the Hearts and Balls vice captain, as they make it just outside the 22. But again, it's just relentless pressure at the breakdown. This time the referee has penalised Shogun. So Hearts and Balls with a penalty, about 5 metres outside the 22-metre line. That's a nice line, and the support. There's a break made by Freya Walker. We've already spoken about the quality she brings. And this time it's Ciara McDonald in the middle of the park, but she's wrapped up well. Another penalty given away by Shogun though. Hearts and Balls just slowly creeping up towards this halfway line. Hannah Ramsey with ball in possession. Inside to Freya Walker, has been wrapped up and dispossessed. And it's Shona Campbell, drops the shoulder, and she's going to be in for her 4th try of this match. Apologies, it's Grace Compton. It is Grace Compton, in fact, who scores great pair of heels down that left-hand touchline. And Grace Compton and Shona Campbell both at the double in this match, Sam, and it's been hugely impressive.
Yeah, you have to say, like I mentioned earlier, they just seem to have it. These two, we'll call them wingers. They just sit on either side of the pitch. They don't really have a position, but you give them anything more than the space of a phone box, and they can run around you and they can make it look really comfortable doing it. So a great outfit here, this Shogun side. They've really pulled together, similar to the men's team. They've made sure they've got the best possible players they can get to come round. Shona Campbell was representing GB in Hong Kong last week. She's come straight back just for this. She's left GB camp to come and play in this competition. She'll probably go back to it there. So how do you compete against players like this? They're going to get arrested now for the final against, well, probably the winner of the next tie we're about to watch, because realistically that'll be how that one goes after Hearts and Balls have lost 2 in a row now, probably either Hammerheads or the Lionesses.
Yeah, no, it has been clinical stuff as we see Celia Quonsa come off for a break for Shogun. There's the potential of a Shogun double here this afternoon. It's looking very likely, with Shogun in the men's semi-final against the OG Sevens. That's coming up in the next hour, and it's going to be Shogun who will put their place in the women's final too. There's the ball straightened. Alicia Mudd out to the right hand side, taken on this time by Mariette Lucian. There's space out wide if they can use it. Gathered this time by Molly Gardner. She was well hauled down just outside the 22. Ball recycled out to the right hand side, and that's a nice line. Straightened this time by Megan Highland. Ripped this time by Hearts and Balls. Taken on by Ciara McDonald again at the thick of it. Bit of a late hit there, and another fumble by Hearts and Balls, but it was an offside infringement first from Shogun. So Hearts and Balls forced to go from deep again. And that's a clinical turnover at the breakdown from Shogun. The story of this half. And if the ball can go to ground, if the ball went to hand, it would have been try time. It might still be. Good break down the left hand side. Looked like it might be Molly Gardner again, but Hearts and Balls this time appear with possession, and there could be numbers here. Straightened. Ciara McDonald again with the break. And referee awards a penalty to Hearts and Balls midway between the halfway line and the Shogun 10. Ciara McDonald. No tempo here, but that's well played. And Hearts and Balls will get on the scoreline on the score sheet. It's Hannah Ramsey. Some good play there from Ciara McDonald. Freya Walker involved as well, and a well-deserved score there at the end for Hearts and Balls, Sam, through Hannah Ramsey.
Yeah, she has to say she gets a try. She's deserved it since she came on at the half-time whistle. She has been orchestrating this team in the place of Lisa Martin, and she's got a reward. She's probably one of the players that's never really given up on this. You know, the head's not dropped, and she gets the final touch of the ball for the Hearts and Balls this afternoon there. And you know, they can hold their heads high. They played against some high-level opposition, and they really took it to them.
Yeah, they did indeed. Full-time score here in the second match for these two teams in the women's game, and that finishes Shogun 39, Hearts and Balls 5. As we move on, Eric Liddell 100 and Hammerhead Sevens taken to the field. But just to recap, yep, Shogun Rugby, very impressive, and they finished scoreline 39-5 winners, and they booked their place in the women's final.
And we'll return very, very shortly to Sam and also to Andrew Fleming, working very hard for us today live here at the Green Yards at the Melrose Sevens as we just come up to 6 o'clock. So what's that? That's what, 7 hours gone? 2 to go. What an important couple of hours we've got as well to look forward to. At around about 20 past 6 it will be Durham University against South Barbarians, followed by Shogun versus the OG Sevens. That's the old Grovians, of course. And don't forget, Shogun have been runners-up for the last 2 Melrose Sevens. Can they actually make it third time lucky? Durham University, of course, are newbies here at the Melrose Sevens. They actually got their place by winning the preliminary tournament, which took place last year. They won it in style. They're also appearing at the Earlston Sevens in May the 5th, I think, the day after the Kelso Sevens. So something to look forward to there. And certainly Durham making a mark, certainly taking the whole Sevens circuit seriously. So they have a big challenge against the South Barbarians. That's coming up, as I say, about 6:20. But right now we're on to the final women's pool match. It's the Eric Liddell 100 against the Hammerhead Sevens. You'll remember the Hammerhead Sevens put 31 points on Hearts and Balls earlier on, and they've done very, very well so far. Let's rejoin Sam Matthews and Andrew Fleming.
Yes, thank you, Stuart. As you say, it's Eric Liddell 100 here up against the Hammerheads. Hammerheads, of course, with the 31 points to 7 win over Hearts and Balls in their first game. Would fancy their chances, you've got to say, against the Eric Liddell side, but nothing to separate the teams so far. 2 minutes gone. Ball taken up there, this time by April McKenzie. Hannah Walker at the thick of it there. This play reaches the 10-metre line. There's no players to the left. Ball's going to have to come right. And it comes through the hands quite nicely. Morven Thompson. Well tackled. And she's got the offload away though. Nicole Flynn inside to Kieran Bell. Over the top of the ball there. Clinical stuff there from the Hammerheads up the breakdown. And there could be space here if they can use it. There's a foot race on the touchline. Into touch. It's Pippa Robinson who was trying to lock down the stand side, but the Eric Liddell doing just enough to shift her on the touch, Sam.
Yeah, great defensive cover there by the Eric Liddell 100's outfit. They're coming up against it here in a very impressive Hammerhead Sevens in their first outing against Hearts and Balls. They've got experience in abundance, but so did Eric Liddell. They've got, I think it's something, yes, Celtic Challenge. They've got 8 players in their thing from the new Celtic Challenge, 5 representing Edinburgh, 3 representing Glasgow. So they've got players that know how to play, and they know how to play in a professional capacity. So defence will be the one that decides this game here, and it will be who can concede the less tries, as silly as that sounds, and as I say it out loud.
Yes, and Eric Liddell were very competitive in their first game against the Lionesses, but came up just short, getting beat 28 points to 17. There's great defence again shown by the Eric Liddell 100 as the Hammerheads look to be in the left-hand corner, but shepherded into touch, and it's Hammerheads doing most of the running, but fair play to the Eric Liddell 100. Sam will defend them well.
Yeah, exactly that. Megan Gaffney there for Hammerheads just ushered into touch with a conflicting tackle by, I think it was It was it was an opposite number. Kayleigh Ainsworth just managed to shepherd around the touch. Not often you find two people in the same jersey number going after each other on the 7 circuit, so a nice little bit of trivia there. But as we can see, Eric Liddell, they're just using their touch lines to their advantage, that extra defender. They've now been rewarded winning the ball back just on their own 5 metre line, and they'll look to get away from there as fast as possible.
They will indeed, but they're not going to do that very quickly with a knock on deep inside the 22, and that's just going to give possession back to the Hammerheads, who have a scrum fairly central and about 10 metres outside of that try line.
You see Megan Gaffney there. She's just letting the Eric Liddell know that they've made a mistake. She's bunkering down in the prop in this situation, a scrum half by trade, but she's letting everybody know that they've made a mistake now, and she's going to look to capitalise it and win this ball back for her team.
Yeah, she is. It could be try time here in the corner. I think it is, and it's Ellie Konopka, I think, who's got the scoreline. Got the score in that corner, and it's first blood to the Hammerheads, Sam.
Yeah, and they'll like that. They'll want to get back on the lead early. As we mentioned, they took the scalp of Hearts and Balls in their first tie this afternoon. They'll have wanted to get back on the board early. They've got the experience to do it. You know, we mentioned Abby Evans in the first time. You're reading through this. You've got Holly Williams from Richmond Rugby Club. Kira Deeks, she actually won the Welsh Regional last year with her Pontyclun Falcons, and she had 2 tries in that game. She was player of the match. She knows how to command a team around the room. Got Lou Burgess, ex-Chiefs player. Like, you've got experience up and down the board, people that have played in professional outfits, and as you mentioned, you've got Meg Gaffney, one of the first ever Scotland Sevens players back in 2012 for the women. So she knows what she's doing on a field like this.
She does indeed. Very impressive last year as well, Megan Gaffney on the Melrose 7 stage. As play gets underway, it's a high kick-off. Was collected by Eric Liddell 100, but the ball went forward and was played, so it's going to be a penalty to the Hammerheads, taken by the scrum half Tess Brunavera. Ball inside, taken on this time by Izzy Haney. But fair play to the Eric Liddell 100, they're giving them no time on the ball. There could be a foot race on the far corner this time. That's a great show of pace. Into that far hand corner goes Holly Williams. Not quite under the sticks, but the conversion will be relatively straightforward. But great pair of heels shown by number 4 Holly Williams, Sam, to go around the right side and finish pretty clinically.
Yeah, she did. She just stood up Hannah Walker there on the edge of the defensive line, used her pace and got her flat-footed to get herself round the back there, and down in the bottom in policeman's corner is probably the only bit with a decent bit of shade in this low-hanging sun, so she utilised that to her advantage, and as you can see, they've just got a conversion clean through there. They're now sat 12 points to 0 to the good, and they're going to go and probably be just as malicious as they were last time. They'll probably drop this ball right back on them and be right up in their face.
Yeah, it's been an impressive start, and as Sam says there, conversion was successful, taking us out to 12 points to 0. It's a high hanging restart, just gathered in by Eric Liddell 100, and they look to go from distance here. Nice break, this time by Morven Thompson. The ball goes to ground, taken on this time by April McKenzie, who's got support. Hannah Walker it was, who's taken it on now. There's a real chance and there's a break on. City Ainsworth, it looks like, who's just going to have enough to get to the line. And an important time for Eric Liddell 100 just before the half-time whistle. And they're back in this game, Sam.
Yeah, C.T. Ainsworth's got her justification there. I spoke earlier about how she managed to use the touchline to get Megan Gaffney out. She then did the same thing later on in the half. She's now actually had the chance to get the ball in hand, and she's actually used the work of Sarah Denholm. She's wearing the 10 jersey for Eric Liddell this afternoon. She has been instrumental for Edinburgh in the Celtic Challenge this year, but not only that, she knows her way around the Sevens team with the Uni of Edinburgh, and she's been very masterful. She worked her team up there on this near side. She's the one that sent Nicole Flynn away, recycled the ball, got herself out, and now, how's that? Eric Liddell 100 come into the break. They're only 7 points. They're only 7 points down. So they missed the conversion there. 7 points down at half time after what felt like a long time without the ball for them in that first half.
It did. They didn't have a lot of possession, but when they did, they've made it count. And as Sam says, they're right back into this match. Running through the scorelines we've had so far in this women's competition. The Lionesses 7, Shogun 47, Hammerheads 31, Hearts and Balls 7, Eric Liddell 100, and the last time out beaten 28 points to 7 by Lionesses. We've just seen Shogun dispatch Hearts and Brawls pretty emphatically. We're in the last tie of the women's competition now, and it will be Shogun in that final. At the moment it looks like it will be Hammerheads they'll meet. And as I say, scoreline 12 points to 5 in favour of the Hammerheads at half time, Sam. And they've been pretty good for their lead.
Yeah, they have. Hammerhead sevens. They've just looked like they've just known what they're doing. Similar to how we spoke about the Shogun men's team, they just look like they know what to do in every part of the pitch. They look comfortable wherever they are, and as you can see now, they've now brought on Abby Evans, who's an absolute flyer. So it's not going to get any easier in defence for this Eric Liddell 100.
It is not at all. Abby Evans brings loads of experience from the women's game. The penalty awarded to Eric Liddell 100. Inside their own 22, they'll have to go from deep. That's nice hands though, and a half break up towards that 10 metre line. It was taken on by Ellie Konopka. This time it will be Kira Deeks taking the ball on. Some ferocious tackling going on here. It was Abby Evans. No, it was not, sorry, it was April McKenzie who tried her luck on that far side. Ball's going to bounce favourably for the Hammerheads though. This ball's taken into play just inside the 22. There's a 2-on-1 if they can take advantage, which they have. It's going to be a third try for Hammerheads. It's Tess Bonavera into Ellie Kopnica, and yes, Sam, a pretty well worked try after a period of possession for Eric Liddell 100, but it's Hammerheads who get the next score.
Yeah, exactly that. Eric Liddell 100 had Hannah Walker and Sarah Dedham trying their hardest to get out their 22, but everywhere they looked, they were met by one of these very colourful pink, purple and white jerseys. They had nowhere to turn, and unfortunately they had to cough the ball up. Abby Evans set it through. Next thing you know, you had Ellie Konopka, you had, I think it might have been Kira Deeks or Holly Williams was the try to the assist to the try, but either way, one of them, they knew exactly what to do. They just drew in that last defender, targeted her outside shoulder, and they sent Ellie Konopka through for just a gentle stroll over the last 10 metres, and you can see it now, 17 points to 5, and once again they're probably just going to hang this kick up high as they've done with every kick-off so far and be right up in the face of the team and just smother any attack they're going to try to build.
That's it indeed. In fact, the kick-off is not going to go 10. So it'll be a scrum down. Eric Liddell 100 on halfway. So maybe not quite over yet. There's 12 points separating the sides, 17 points to 5. Hammerheads lead. That's well gathered, really well gathered under pressure. And a good break as well from number 12. That's Sam Tekanokuru. Taking the ground this time by Phila Smalem, but over the ball are Hammerheads. It's going to be a penalty just to relieve the pressure. Of course, they've got the men's semi-finals to follow this match. Durham Uni against the South Barbarians, followed by Shogun OG7s. Going to be two fantastic semi-finals as the Hammerheads break over halfway, and that's going to be the try that seals it. It looks like it's Sarah Denham. Apologies, no it's not, it's Lou Burgess who's going to go in for the try. Fourth try this time for Hammerheads, and Sam, that's going to be a game, set and match.
Yeah, Lou Burgess, she's got the try she's deserved. She's been very consistent all afternoon. She got a try in the first game there, but you know, in how this half's gone, she's just sort of marshalled her team around the pitch. Some of the more experienced players have gone off for a rest. She's came on and she's not let the standards drop, and she's got her absolute just desserts there for that try. It's been very impressive, and she carried herself in for about 40 metres out.
She has, and Lou Burgess has also added the conversion, which takes the score out to Hammerheads 24, Eric Liddell 105. As the music batters our eardrums here after any score in the Green Yard sound system. It's a nice restart, collected in by Eric Liddell 100. Looked to be Sarah Denham who gathered, and a penalty awarded by the referee. That's a nice break on here. Weaving in and out players is number 6, Kira Bell. She stopped just inside the 22, and again it's very, very clinical stuff at the breakdown from Hammerheads, and That's been the story this second half, just when Eric Liddell 100 have made a break, and it's been ferocious breakdown work. It's got Hammerheads in control here.
Yeah, you'd have to say that it was Tess Moreno that managed to get that turnover for the Hammerheads, but Eric Liddell have managed to go back in there, really chasing themselves, now find themselves just inside the Hammerheads 22.
It's a nice play here. There's not going to be space out in the left-hand touchline. It's Kieran Bell who's going to try, and she is. Looked for all the world like they had plenty of players around her to get marshalled in, but she's got enough strength to go right through all three of them for a well-worked try for Kieran Bell, and takes the score to Eric Liddell 110, Hammerheads 24.
Yeah, Eric, it always sounds good when you say Eric Liddell 110, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Really could throw people off there, but no, let's confirm that they have 10 points in this tie. Hammerhead have been really impressive. But I mean, they've had a just resort try. Kieran Bell there, she's a great player. Uni of Edinburgh Celtic Challenge as well, one of this outfit, but you can see it, they're just coming up against that slight golfing class from those sort of semi-professional outfits that they're playing against, you know, players that are playing in the Premiership like Emma Mundy, like Ciara Deeks, like Laurie Harris. They're all getting chances to play against the Premiership level. This Celtic Challenge will still take a few years to get to that sort of level of performance, I think, but you know, it's going in the right track.
It is, as we see a knock on from the restart from Hammerheads. Will give Eric Liddell possession with a scrum midway between try line and the 10 metre line. Can't be long left in this match. And it's going to be
they've turned it over at the scrum. They should
Smaleham who puts the ball into the scrum, but Hammerheads have come out with it. Impressive bit of running there from Hammerheads, takes them over halfway. Looks like it was Essie Haney originally, but the ball's been fumbled again. This time it was Lucy Hode out on this side on the touchline, but the ball didn't quite go to hand, and it's going to be a scrum down. Eric Liddell ball right on the halfway line as the sun beats down here on the green yard. Still a fair bit of wind, the players and the kickers to contend with, but we'll certainly take this over the conditions we had mid-afternoon, which caused havoc with our systems. It's Eric Liddell 100. That's a nice break and line taken. This time it's Millie Whitehouse with the break. There's numbers there if they can use it. Sarah Denham out to Morven Thompson, who picks a fine line, but it's gone forward as she tried to offload. The try was beckoning, and that's going to be the final play of this women's match. It's going to finish Eric Liddell 10, Hammerheads 24, which will see Shogun versus Hammerheads in the women's final, which will take place after the two men's semi-finals, which we're about to start now. First semi-final is Durham Uni against South Barbarians. That'll be followed on by Shogun versus OG Sevens.
Thank you very much indeed to Sam Matthews and to Andrew Fleming. So we know that the women's final will take place just after about 10 to 7. In fact, it will be between Shogun and Hammerhead Sevens, and Andrew and Sam will be back to cover that one, but we're definitely at the business end now, and we reach the semi-final stage in the men's tournament. Coming up is Shogun versus OG Sevens, but we're about to welcome back after their commentary at Mansfield Park, and of course their shift earlier on here at the Melrose Sevens. It will be Robin Purdy and Ewan Welsh back after the break.
This is Rugby Radio. Rugby Radio.
Many businesses struggle when it comes to their comfort or process heating, drying, cooling, chilling and other energy-saving challenges. However, many businesses don't, because they've put their trust in Turnbull and Scott, serving customers for over 90 years in many sectors including agriculture, building services, food and drink, low-carbon energy and more. Our loyal and growing client base value our expertise, integrity and accessibility. Why not find out what we could be doing for your business? Find out more and download our brochure now. Just search the web for Turnbull and Scott.
Based in Galashiels but covering the whole region and beyond, Borders Mortgage Hub is your one-stop shop for all things mortgage related in the Borders. Visit us at bordersmortgagehub.com or call us on 01896 807 008. That's 01896 807 008. Borders Mortgage Hub. Mortgages for the Borders in the Borders.
Rugby Radio bringing you the exclusive Melrose Sevens radio coverage with Turnbull and Scott, providing heating, cooling and energy saving solutions to many local businesses for over 90 years.
Well, we're into our 8th hour now of 9. It's getting very much exciting. We're into the semi-final stage. Shogun versus the OG7s coming up. But it's Durham University against the South Barbarians. And commentating on this one, Ewan and Robin.
And you join us, first semi-final, 0-0. But it should have been at minimally 5-0 to the South Barbarians, because Jamie Mata went fully 60 metres. He was over the try line. He tried to pass it inside to a teammate for a teammate to get a better angle. And it was, and one of the Durham University students got a hand to it and knocked it out of play. So scrum, however, has gone the way of the South, and it's Mata out to his countryman Romero, and he feeds it out to Hector Patterson, and the Hoyt youngster is in for the first try of this semi-final, his third of the afternoon. South Barbarians victors 40 points to 7 against Watsonians in the second round, and a fairly straightforward quarter-final against Hearts and Balls, 38 points to 7, whereas Durham University, they were 35 points to 5 against Gala in the second round, and they nilled Curry 36 points to 0 in the quarter-final. And this should be quite the tie against two very accomplished teams.
Yeah, we're getting to the stages now of the competition where it is the closer teams in terms of quality and skill levels, and that's hopefully what you'll expect is a couple of really close ties in this semi-final, and it's the Barbarians that are off to the best start.
Two Spanish internationals linking up in this Barbarians team, Romero and Jamie Mata, and they're back in possession here, and it's Romero out the back door, this time to Scott Bickerstaff from Madrid to Mar. Here they come again, very much in possession here. Craig Jackson, one of the elder statesmen in this team, spins it out. This time it's to Fergus Watson, and Fergus Watson dots down, and they're off to a flyer, Ewan.
Yeah, and that's, again, we've talked about it a lot this weekend, both last night and today, about how you need to have a team of people, a team of good players, and then maybe the odd bit of flair in there, and that, but by Watson was a real bit of flair. He brushed off the first, the second, and then the third defender, and then stretched the legs out just to get over the line, and so that's the perfect kind of start that you would expect for the South Barbarians, and they'll want to keep up that momentum. Meanwhile, you've got Durham, who'll be really wanting to just try to get a hold of the ball and get some momentum. They've never been up the other end of the pitch yet so far.
That's right, Durham not at the ball yet in this tie, 12-0 to the South. Try was converted. Fergus Watson's third try of the afternoon, 2 in the last game against Hearts and Balls. They've gone deep with the kickoff, and it's been spilled by the Durham player, and it's gone into touch, so everything going the way of the South Babas, coached of course by Scott White, and they've went quick with the line out, and it's Jackson. No, the referee's going to bring them back. Scott White and Craig Jackson, both in the Melrose squad that won this tournament in 2011. That famous try in the final by Alan Dodds. So line out. Oh, it's been palmed back to Patterson. So here they come again. Jackson out to Jamie Mata leaves it for Owsley. Owsley's full of pace, and he's going to have a crack on the outside here, but the students have done well to rein him in. Owsley goes back to Jackson. Jackson with a kick pass, and it looks bang on the money, but no, one of the Durham players is back. That's Lachlan Lawson, anthropology student at Durham Uni. So Durham with their first chance to have a crack here, but they're going to have to go from inside their own 22, deep inside their own 22 at that, and it's Jack Harris. It's back to Charlie Coe, the captain. He played last year here in the qualification tournament. First team player at Durham Uni. He's held on that fraction too long, and a penalty's been conceded, and it's wet, and Mata's gone quickly here. Mata goes one way, then another. Now it's back with the hugely experienced Jackson. Thought about another kick pass. Goes to Romero, however. Romero's got Owsley for company on the outside. That's a high tackle on Romero, and the referee's arm comes out. So playing with a free ball here, and it's been hacked forward by Hector Patterson. Now it's a foot race. Patterson takes the bouncing ball. He's in for his second of the tie, fourth of the afternoon. And we didn't really see this sort of disparity between the teams coming, Ewan, did we?
No, no. This is the first time that I've watched the South Barbarians in action, obviously having been at Mansfield, but no, I think reading it on paper, I was expecting a bit of a closer affair between these two, and I think Durham will feel a wee bit hard done by that they've not really had the ball yet to really show what they're made of. They've had to kind of go on the defensive side, and let's be honest, they're up against some really talented players with the likes of Freddie Owsley and that sort of thing. Hector Patterson there showing a bit of skill with a chip over the top, but it probably came at the end of a long passage of play where Durham just needed a bit breather.
Yeah, Durham, they've done nothing but defend really in this tie so far, and they find themselves 17-0 down against this mix of experience and youthful exuberance for the south of Scotland Babas. Plenty of talent in the ranks. Finn Douglas, Monroe, Job, Fergus Watson, some of these young players to name but a few, and that kick has again gone in to touch that kick off. The Durham hand didn't touch it this time, so they at least will have the line out, playing into what breeze there is here, the students. So they'll be looking to mount something here and try and get on the board in this first half. It's a long way back from 17-0 down, but we're at the business end of the tournament and it's quality teams involved, so they can do it, and that line-out's gone straight to the front and straight into the grateful recipient mitts of a South player, South Babas. So here comes Jackson again. Jackson straightens, goes to Mata. Mata's got Owsley outside him. Now he feeds Owsley. Owsley's the pace man. Owsley's in for number 4, and it almost looks put to bed this tie already.
Yeah, it does. You don't want to speak too soon, but it does kind of seem that way. And again, it comes down to that real cohesiveness between all the players, and they're all great in their own individual way. But Mata there, when he just kind of drew the 2 men in, and in sevens, if you can draw 2 men in, it often gives space to somebody out wide. And on this occasion, the pass just simply went into the hands, and it was just a canter in. And that's a kind of what you'd expect from some of these players. And I think there'll be a lot of the Durham will just feel that they really need to kind of up the tempo a little and try and be accurate when they do get the ball, because a couple of times where they've had chances, they've kind of coughed up the ball a little too easily.
Yeah, it's not a situation they've found themselves in this tournament so far. 22 points to 0 down at half time. Jamie Mata looks full of running in this one. If memory serves correct, he was player of the tournament a couple of years ago for Samurai on that occasion, beaten in the final by the British Army. Many tournaments on the world stage under his belt on the circuit. Him and Romero look to be in fine fettle here this afternoon. 2 tries for Romero, 1 try from Mata, but he's the playmaker, or one of the playmakers, along with Craig Jackson in this South of Scotland Barbarians outfit. Scott White, Kevin Brown, his team manager. Scott White, a 2-time winner of course at Melrose Sevens, Melrose in 2011, and picked up the trophy as the captain of Glasgow, the pro team, in 2014. My word, what a side they brought down the road that day. Nico Matawalu and Carlin Isles, among other regular Sevens exponents such as White and James Eddy, etc. They romped the tournament on that occasion, as we just await the kick-off to the second half, which will be by Jamie Mata. South Babas going to attack the Eildon's end now in this second half. 22 points to 0 to the good, and if Durham Uni are going to get back into this semi, you feel they need to score next, and they need to score quick, and that's a high hanger, and it's caught in the wind, and that'll give forwards the chance to get under it. And there's going to be a hat-trick here, because Hector Patterson's off and running straight from the kick-off. The Hoyk youngster played a bit of rugby in Jed for Jed Thistle as well. Scotland under-20s, Edinburgh, and a hat-trick in a semi-final.
Yeah, and that's a great bit of individual skill, and it's something that we've come to see from Hector Patterson. We've seen it when he was at Jed Thistle, we've seen it when he was at Hoyk last season in the Premiership, and we've seen it when he actually played for the Scotland under-20s in the Six Nations campaign this season. There's a couple of times where he made darting runs like that, and again it comes from that bit of skill where they were able just to, it was a perfectly weighted kick. It hung up in there beautifully, and then it came down to Patterson, and he kind of just ran away with it. And Durham will feel really hard done, but they've it to really have a chance to even run with the ball.
No, and he's going to take a leave of absence now. Young Patterson, he's replaced by Ethan McVicker. Got a bit about him as well. I noticed young Patterson's wearing royal blue socks today rather than green socks. Obviously this is a Barbarian team, so they wear their socks of choice. And Durham finally have got a bit of possession, but again inside their own 22 at the moment. Out through the hands. Cal Grieve involved, the Southern Knight, student at Durham University, and they're still swarmed by the Baba's defence here, but a wee chink of light just came available there for the captain. Now they're still in possession. Chance to break here. That's a high shot by Freddie Owsley, and the referee's arm is out. Referee's going to bring them back when he might have played advantage, so they're going to have to go back here. Tapped by Cal Grieve, and it's Freddie Charles off and running. He's got a support runner there in the shape of Lachlan Lawson. Back inside they're going to have to come though, and the 7 men off. Owsley's not been sent to the bin, so it's still 7v7, and it's been stolen by the South, and Owsley's put boot to ball, and he's pushed his opposite number over, and that's taken him out of the game. And now Coe, the captain, comes for Durham University, and there's a big shot in there by Caxau for the South Babas, but a little bit of open prairies opened up here for Durham, but well closed down was Alex Earnshaw by the Babas, and the Babas are back in, and the balls went backwards, and they're probably going to come up with possession. There's a scrap for it on the ground. Now it's Caxau, Scotland under-20s player, played for Ayrshire Bulls, the ex-GHA man, but held on just that fraction too long. So penalty given to Durham. Here they come, looking to break their duck in this semi. There's a bit of space again opened up here, and they're going to do exactly that, because Lachlan Lawson's going to streak in for his 4th try. He goes under the stick, so you imagine you and 5 will become 7, and that's just what they need, but it could still be a case of too little too late.
Yeah, they've probably conceded one too many tries for it to be a case of a comeback, but no, that's what they've probably deserved. They've probably deserved a bit of an effort with the ball, and from that they've managed to get a try, so fair play to them. Again, we talked about the ability to draw two men in, and Sevens allows that extra room, and that's exactly what was created there, and resulted in a try. So it just shows if you've got players on your team that can create a bit of space by drawing in 2 players, then you're 9 times out of 10 you're expecting a try to come from that.
Indeed, and Owsley's come to the touchline, as has Romero, as the South Babas ring the changes, and under that was Connor Bickerstaff, but Durham have got it back, so still in with a slight shout here as Cal Grieve dances with it in the midfield. Now it's back in the hands of Charlie Coe, the captain. He goes to ground, clear out comes in from his teammates, so back on halfway, here they come once again, fed out by Magnus Broadley, and again looking to expose a bit of space over on the far side. Sun-kissed pitch there, that side of the pitch, just the lengthening shadows of the trees, and Coe comes back inside, shrugs off McVicker, still going. Coe looking for a little bit of support. Played here last year, of course, instrumental, played at Erleston Sevens as well when they won that tournament, and it's been fumbled forward, hacked on, but the referee's playing advantage for South Babas, so they're going to come back for a scrum. And as the clock ticks down, they've battled manfully in this second half, but I don't think it's going to be enough at the end of the day, and the South are probably going to emerge from this quite comfortably.
Yeah, in the first half, Durham very rarely had the ball, and so they just had to try and defend. And against some of the players that are in this Babas team, that's always going to be difficult. So, no, in the second half, they have managed to come into the game a little bit. They've attacked more, they've had more of the territory, and they have obviously got in that try that came from a nice bit of running rugby. But no, I think it's a learning curve for those boys who have obviously came up against a tough team, and they'll need to regroup, and they're going to be at Erleston Sevens in a couple of weeks' time, and that'll be another challenge for them going there as reigning champions. But no, I think they've shown in the second half why they're here. I think they've shown that they're a commendable team, and they have at the end of the day they've reached a semi-final at Melrose Sevens, which no many people can say they've gotten that far.
Absolutely. So head and feed to the South, back in around their own 22, and here comes Jackson, who's come back onto the field, looks full of running. Craig Jackson rolling back the years. Finn Douglas, he's got a bit of toe, shrugs off back inside to Jackson. Jackson holds it up, kick pass once again, good option, ball about the bounce of the ball, and it's gone into the grateful hands of the Durham player. That was Boris Ames, but back with the South, they just can't keep the ball at the moment. The men from Durham, and South now encroaching up into the 22. Monroe Job, recent Scotland under 20 cap, he's on now. Jackson, he flings out the long looper to Bickerstaff, that's Connor Bickerstaff, he bounces a man off but is scragged and dragged to ground. Freddie Douglas is into play, Finn Douglas rather is into play, scrum half. back with McVicker. Once of this parish, since being at Selkirk, and he's pinged for holding on. So Durham from within their own half got another chance to go again. Cal Grieve looking to do his thing, trying to take it to the men in red and white, the famous South colours. But a penalty's been conceded by the South, so Durham looking to give just a bit more respectability to this score line. Becoming a cute line there, a short line, but they've been pinged once again for holding on. Nothing really has gone their way, and this will give the South Babas another crack to try and extend a lead that already sits at 27 points to 7. Hat-trick for Hector Patterson and 1 for Freddie Owsley. Patterson out to 5 tries for the afternoon. He will no doubt be an instrumental figure in the final, as his replacement in this tie has found Monroe Job, and Monroe Job still going, heading towards the post. He's tackled Monroe Job, and now it's going to come back the way of Durham. The students now in possession, and a bit of space is opened up in front of Andrew McCall, who's on. Still in possession, but inside their own half as the wind picks up. Off and running is Jack Harris here, but he's scragged. He tries to fling it out the side door, and it's gone forward, so there's a chance here for Scott Bickerstaff. Scott Bickerstaff's going to maraud in here from 45 metres without a hand laid on him. Wasn't so much of a marauding as a saunter actually, Ewan, and that just puts a bit more gloss on it.
Yeah, it does, and I think that try just comes from the fact that Durham just put everything into trying to get another try. So I think they really tried to put a bit of a show on there to try and get another try, but what actually was the outcome was that they didn't quite manage to do that, and so they got held up a few times, and then the ball got turned over, and because of that they were just out of position, and so being out of position just allowed for the South Barbarians just to get involved in terms of attacking, and when the ball went wide, it was very simple for Bickerstaff, as you say, just to kind of canter in for that final try and end the game on a final flourish, and what was quite a comfortable win for the South Barbarians. But I think Durham will hold their head high at what was an interesting semi-final lineup, and hey, they got to the semi-final nonetheless.
They did indeed. So that one's finished, and it is the South of Scotland Barbarians that will progress into the final, where they will meet either Shogun or the OG Sevens.
Thank you to Ewan and to Robin. We'll be back for the second semi-final very, very shortly. We're going to try and get a word from one of the Durham University players who've certainly contributed this afternoon. Remember, they came into this via winning the preliminary tournament which they had last year, sweeping all aside and earning their place in the Melrose Sevens, and also, of course, the fact that they're going to be back in the area on May the 5th at the Earlston Sevens. So let's go down pitch side now, hopefully, and join Hugh Brown, who hopefully has someone from Durham with him.
I do indeed, Stuart, and in fact it's the skipper of Durham University, Charlie. Coach Charlie, that was a tough game for you.
Yeah, it was a bit one-sided, but credit to the boys. They stuck against a really good side all the way to the end, and I can't be prouder. First tournament, getting to the semis, I couldn't ask for much more.
You were here last year as well, so it's good for you to be back this year.
Yeah, it's one of the best tournaments I've been to. So well organised. Can't beat it. A bit of sun, all the support as well. Oh yeah, just such a good event.
Tell me about Durham University then. It seems like a silly question, but are you all students at the university?
Yeah, all students from first year all the way up to masters. Play a load of sevens, and yeah, just love coming out here and taking on these events.
It's very special here at the Green Yards, isn't it?
Yeah, it's unbelievable, especially with everybody around. Having you guys down here, having the live stream as well, it just makes it a real big event, and I love it.
Now, you won last year at the Hawk, the Earlston Sevens, and that must have been a big event for you, and to win that was something special.
Yeah, I think the lads went there not expecting much and came back with a trophy. We're sending another team there this year as well, so we're looking forward to get that back again.
Yes, we'll be there. Rugby Radio will be there on the 5th of May at the Hawk to watch that tournament as the Kings of the Sevens, and see if you can indeed retain your trophy.
Yeah, fingers crossed. We'll try our best, get a good team there and see what happens on the day.
But you must be happy then with the performance today and how the team played.
Yeah, 100%. We lost to a better side. They played much better sevens than we did. Made a few too many errors, but I'm happy. Can't wait to just go and enjoy the sun and watch the finals.
Absolutely. Enjoy your evening. We'll look forward to seeing you at the Hawk on the 5th of May. Charlie, thanks for joining us on Rugby Radio.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Brown with Charlie Coe, the captain of Durham University, have certainly contributed to this tournament. OK, let's concentrate on semi-final 2 now. Shogun looking to get into their 3rd consecutive final here at the Green Yards. Let's rejoin Robin Purdy and Ewan Welsh.
And you rejoin us when it's 0-0, but Jamie Farndale streaked up the touchline. He's came back inside, yellow boots and all, dots it down under the post, and that's his 5th try of the afternoon, no less. The Scotland International GB Sevens International, and he showed what he was all about there.
Yeah, and let's be honest, there'll be some people around this ground who haven't got a clue who he is, so they'll be having a look, they'll be asking people, and when they hear his name, they'll maybe have a Google him and they'll see just how a prolific player at this game he is, and that just shows the quality that's here today. I mean, that's as big a name as you're going to get here today at Melrose Sevens under the sun. What more could you want?
Yeah, 50 odd international tournaments for Scotland. Like I say, GB man as well. Hugely experienced. 2 series wins, both at Twickenham back in the day for Scotland. Famous wins those were. Scott White, Mark Robertson, etc. And they kick off here 7-0 to the good Shogun, formerly Samurai, of course, against this OG Sevens outfit that's, you could say, flown in under the radar a wee bit. Beat Monaco Impies and Lion Rugby, so they've not had it easy, and they're in possession here through Harry Williams. Ball's gone to ground though, it's gone backwards, and holding on is the call, so penalty conceded, and they've got men over on this side. Comes back inside for Shogun. That looks like Harrison Friday with the try. And all of a sudden, a couple of quick-fire tries, and they're 12-0 to the good.
Yeah, and it's again just it's about ability and skill, and again it was shown there. And just what needs to happen now for the OGs is they just need to try and get a bit of a foothold in the game, try and not make as many errors. I mean, you're going to get the ball hopefully back from kick-off from this score, and you'd be hoping that they would just try and keep the ball for a wee bit and just try and get up the other end of the pitch and try and see if they can turn that into points.
As was the case in the first semi, one of the teams raced into an early lead, and that's what's happened here. So difficult to claw your way back in against these nigh-on professional outfits. And again, they've given the opportunity for their players from the kick-off to try and go forth and compete, but been taken in by OG, so they'll have a chance to mount something. 12-0 down midway through the first half. Bit of footwork there on the far side. That was by Charles Morgan, the captain. Back in the hands of Sean McCartney. He's a big old lump of a boy, and it's gone to ground and gone backwards. Ben McGee it was who spilled it. 4 tries for Ben McGee. Hat-trick in the first against Monaco, no less, so he's no mug. The old Gravonians, FPs of Woodhouse Grove School, for those not aware, and they're still in possession here, but they're not making much headway. So boot has gone to ball, and there's a foot race on here between Farndale and Dan Rundle. Farndale went to ground, and Dan Rundle went down on him needlessly, because it was always going to culminate in a penalty. You've got to let the man up. He looks injured actually here, Jamie Farndale, ex-Edinburgh Accies player back in the day, on the wing, so he's going to receive a bit of medical treatment. It almost looked like a wee bit back in the 22, the OGs just kind of run out of ideas a wee bit and humped it down the field.
Yeah, it didn't look like quite a tactical kick as much as you would have liked. We've seen in the last tie Craig Jackson with a couple of kick passes that were very meticulously planned, whereas that effort just seemed to be a bit more of a kind of hope more than anything, and what it led to was one of the wingers for the OGs try to chase down Jamie Farndale, which is a scareful thing to try and do. So I think it's a lucky ideas for the OGs, and they'll need to regroup and see if they can get this ball back and try and create something in the final third rather than try to go from deep, because that doesn't seem like an option.
Doesn't. And this scrum for Shogun's going to be fed by Freddie Rorick, another GB player, played for Musselburgh at one time. Oh, but they've made a mess of it, the OGs, but no, illegally so. So they're going to get the ball back here. Shogun, pre-tournament favourites for many. Tom Roach takes the penalty. He fires it to Freddie Roddick. Now there's a bit of space opened up again and they're through it. They're looking to maximise the opportunity here. It was a good tackle in the end, but they've still maintained possession. Shogun, they're going to spin it out here. Got the man over. That man on the wing cuts back in field. Jordan Edmonds it is. He's full of power and he feeds it on to Will Handy, and Will Handy's in for his fourth of the afternoon. Another that's been involved with England Sevens. And yeah, it's almost a carbon copy of the first semi, this.
Yeah, and that's maybe a wee bit disappointing. I think when you get to this stage of the competition, you expect it to be a wee bit closer. But you know, it's one of those things. You just have to look at the kind of players that are involved, and you can't be really surprised when you see some of the names that are putting on performances. And that happened in the last semi-final. It's happening in this semi-final as well. It's been they're one-sided affairs, but it's not because of anything other than quality. And can you really complain at that when you're here? And you know, especially when you've got it's going to lead to a final that's going to be quite, you know, keenly contested between the two high-profile sides.
Yeah, certainly at the moment it's looking like Shogun are going to make that final, and if that is the case, it'll be the two best teams on show today. Half time it is Shogun 17-0 to the good. OGs will play with the sun at their back, or the wind at their back rather, in this second half, for all the difference that makes in sevens. But they're going to have to find something pretty quickly, and they're going to have to prevent Shogun from scoring, one would imagine, because if Shogun score again, and if they score first, then you have to say it's game over. They're not going to, a side of this nature, they're not going to concede 4 or 5 tries.
Yeah, and we've seen it in some of the earlier rounds where a team went up at half time by a couple of scores and they were clawed back in the second half. But at this kind of level, you would think that would be a wee bit more difficult to do. And you know, it's three tries are required now by the OGs. So you know, don't get me wrong, they'll be wanting the first try and then it's an open game, because these things can change so quickly in sevens. But I think there'll be a lot of effort by Shogun to really try and get the next score on the board, because that score would pretty much put them into the final.
Farndale's still off. Coached by Fraser Harkness, Nick Wakely. Director Rugby Terry Sands, team manager Neil Hinnigan. And kickoff's been taken by OG, and it's with Shogun as it stands, and they're up and out of their 22, and they're going to be able to go further than that because they've won a penalty. They're going to try and run it from deep here. That looked semi-high, that shot from OG as well, but the referee's happy enough to let it slide, and they're still in possession here. Shogun, formerly Samurai, but players run straight into touch with Freddie Roddick, and they've gone quickly or they've tried to go quickly, at least from the line out, and oh no, another penalty's been given, awarded to Shogun. Not sure what that was for, but they're going to take a scrum, and we know for the first time we've seen this from them today. When they get a penalty, Shogun, they opt for the scrum.
Yeah, and that again, that's something that they'll benefit from. You know, they've had a couple of training sessions, and that's something that you can work on and instill into players, whereas other teams are maybe put together on the day and whatnot. You know, we heard that the South Barbarians are kind of put together just this morning, so that's more difficult to have these kind of strategies in place. But Shogun have obviously learned and trained for this, and this is what their method is. And obviously at sevens, that opens up a hell of a lot of space. And if that's how they feel they can exploit the gaps, then so be it.
So Shogun, if they get through this, they'll get. Oh, that's huge power there from Jordan Edmonds. Another Scotland Sevens man. He just literally blasted through his opponent there from 45 metres out, and he's gone right in under the sticks for what will eventually be a 7-pointer. That'll take them out to 24-0, and it's hard to see a way back now for the FPs of Woodhouse Grove School.
Yeah, and we talked about at half time how the next score would probably be pivotal in terms of if this game was going to be close or not, and I think at this point it's probably going to be curtains. And I think that the biggest thing for me is how one-sided the two semi-finals have been, and I think that's came as a surprise to me. I think at this stage I would have thought it would have been a wee bit closer, but I think it's down to the quality of the players involved. It's down to the, I mean, you look at that try. I'm seeing it on the big screen at a replay there. I mean, he's just completely stormed through 3 or 4 players, and I mean, you can't teach it really, can you?
Yeah, he's directly underneath us, our vantage point just now, Jordan Edmonds, and he is a barrel-chested individual, let me tell you. And they've won the kick-off again, and they're going to be in here for another score straight from the kick-off, and it's as easy as that, Ewan. It's one-sided stuff in this semi-final.
Yeah, and then let's be honest, the OG's heads have kind of dropped now, and that's because they know that their race is run, and I think again it's now a case for Shogun. They've just got to just kind of ease off a wee bit and get themselves through to the final, and without any injuries. Obviously we've seen Farndale looked a bit tender as he went off earlier, and you don't want any more of them because it's the individuals are the ones that are kind of controlling the game in these semi-finals.
Ross McKnight's on for Shogun. He won Super Series with Stirling Wolves this season, with top try scorer as well. Another massive individual that plays on the wing in 15s. So that's the kind of thing you're up against here, against Shogun. Beaten in the last 2 finals, they were looking to go one better this year, but they'll face sterner stuff in the final against the South of Scotland Barbarians. For the time being here though, they're 31 points to 0 to the good as we inch towards full time. They've played a game more than South of Scotland Barbarians. They were in the first round, whereas the Babas had a bye, and they'll also have less of a rest prior to the final as well, so that might have an impact. That will remain to be seen, but for the time being this is a semi-final cakewalk for Terry Sands' men in the Melrose Sevens Hall of Fame. Terry, of course, deservedly so, and they're going to have a crack again and again. Brushes right round his man, Max Pepper, maximum pace, and in he goes.
Yeah, and it's again, it just comes down to that sheer individual skill, but also that cohesiveness as a team. They've worked well they've all moved sideways as a group, and it allowed for a wee bit of space there, and then it just takes a little bit of quick turn of foot and just to hit the gap and just slide right through, and it was a bit like hot knife through butter, and again it raises the efforts. The OGs have kind of dropped a little bit. I think they know they're out of the game, and so it's a wee bit of a slower game. They've not really threatened much in the second half after that try went in that kind of sealed it for Shogun, and I think Shogun are just wanting to see out the last few minutes of this game.
They will be, and it's apologies if we're sounding like a broken record here, but it's hard, they're running in tries for fun, and it's hard not to wax lyrical about their pace and rugby ability and physicality. But here come the OGs, and a bit of space is opened up for Ben Turpin, and Turpin's going to go the length here, trying to get back to him, but that's a great score by Ben Turpin, his first of the afternoon. Kick-off was taken in, and he's gone 60-70 metres under the sticks, and scant consolation at the end, but a great try nonetheless.
Yeah, and he was maybe listening to me when I said that they weren't interested, because he kind of seemed to be a bit frustrated and just caught the ball and just said, I'm going for it, and he just kind of pinned the legs back and went for it himself, and fair play to him because it paid off. And I think the crowd got behind him there as he started to break away from the 4 chasing defenders, and that's what people like to see. You don't want to see teams shut off completely. You like to see them have a wee bit of heart left in it come the end of the game, and people like to see that. And a nice long try like that's what people like to see about Sevens, isn't it? The big long 60-70 metre runs.
Yeah, he scored a lung buster at the famous Melrose Sevens in front of what is a big crowd here today. Certainly up in numbers from last year, I would say, based on what I can see from our vantage point here. As we await the kick-off, there's still life left in this tie. No doubt as to the outcome, and they've taken it in again. OG, and they're going to go down the touchline here, fed back inside, but knocked on. That just about sums up the performance, and they're not hanging about here, Shogun, and they're looking to go from deep now. And again, the power game comes on from Harrison Friday, and they've got a penalty, so they're going to go again. James Reid feeds it out through the hands. Bit of footwork in the midfield there. Back to Reid. Less footwork by him. He's gargantuan. Max Pepper, scorer of the most recent try. Will Hendy. Now there's a foot race on. Man's been shown him outside and he's going to take it here. And it's the aforementioned Ross McKnight. What a burst of pace from a man that'll be 6 foot plus and probably 17 stones on the hoof. And you can't give a player like him the outside and expect him not to take it, can you?
No, and that's something that we've seen in the later stages of the competition, is there is more of that ability just to, you know, be shown the outside and just to say, oh well, thanks for that, and then run away with it. And that's a simple fact, because in the early stages there was less of that because the players maybe haven't got the pace or the skill to do it. But when it gets to these stages, you've got, you know, international players, they're able to do that kind of thing, and they've been very efficient at doing so. And you know, a 43 points to 7 win for Shogun in a semi-final. That's got a big semi-final. When you look at the two scores over the two semi-finals, it's been very one-sided affairs, haven't they?
They most certainly have, Ewan. So that brings the men's semi-finals to a close. We know who's going to duke it out at the big dance. It's going to be Shogun, many people's pre-tournament favourites, against another highly fancied team, the South Scotland Barbarians. Prior to that, we're going to have the women's final.
A quick recap on the League Cup today, because some very important quarter-finals were played. Boroughmuir 17, Newton Stewart 27, and Stirling County 7, Lasswade 35. So Lasswade and Newton Stewart go through to the semi-finals. Falkirk and Allen Glens got through last week. Of course, waterlogged pitches meant the other matches were cancelled then. So it's going to be Lasswade against Allen Glens and Falkirk versus Newton Stewart, both kicking off at around about 3 o'clock on the 20th of April. Semi-finals. The winners of those two matches will be going to finals day at Murrayfield, and that's happening on the 27th of April. We can go pitch side now, I think. Waiting for us there is Hugh Brand.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Stuart. And with me now is Max Pepper. Max, hot stuff. It certainly was today, and you played really well in that game.
Yeah, thank you. We have a few wrongs to right, having lost the last 2 years in the final, so got another opportunity this year, and hopefully we can make the most of it and get that win. So.
And you got to try it.
The Hammerhead
yes,
team.
Yeah.
Izzy Handsey,
one capped a good team performance, so yeah, really happy.
Maddie Vaughan Johnson.
Yes, you mentioned the two losses in the last Hollywood 2 years. That was a samurai. New name this year, and a slightly new confidence too.
Megan Gaffney.
Yeah, massively, I think so. You know, we've got a great squad, supported by some great coaches and some great staff. Yeah, so it's really exciting this year, really exciting.
Yes, one of the coaches being Kelso's Neil Hinnigan as well.
Yes, yeah. It's great to have him on board. I've been to quite a few tournaments with Neil, and they've always been a lot of fun. So yeah, it's really good to have him involved with the team this year.
Now the final up against South Barbarians. Now they have been very, very good in this tournament so far. Do you think it will be a tasty final?
Look, I think for us it's about what we can do. We can't focus on what they're going to come. We've spoken all day about you can only play what's in front of you, and that's certainly the mindset we're going to take into this last game.
How much would it mean to you to lift that Centenary Cup, the team, do you think?
Yeah, massively. Obviously I was really disappointed last year, so coming back this year hopefully we can get some silverware, and yeah, it'll be a really good day.
We wish you well in the final. Max Pepper, thank you very much for joining me down here on pitch side.
Max Pepper talking to Hugh Brown there. Shogun, of course, getting through to that final for this third year running. Can they go one better this time? South Barbarians stand in their way. Right, the women's final is taking place right now. That's Shogun again, the Shogun women. Can they go for a double? They're taking on Hammerhead Sevens, and already some scores on the board. Let's rejoin Andrew Fleming and Sam Matthews.
As you were correctly said, Shogun are 7-0 up to the good. Shona Campbell cut straight through the line after what was a bit of an early back and forth in the two teams, but Shogun have drawn first blood in this final, and they get us underway again with Esme Lovegood, and Abby Evans claims the restart from a knock-on. They've played on advantage, and this is Mariette Lejufkin trying to get the ball to ground to power through, and she's broken through the tackle. She's running away. She's got one woman hanging off her, and now she's running away with Celia Quansah. Celia Quansah is taking herself towards the 5 metre line, looking for support, offloaded off the deck, out once more. There's nobody outside, but she doesn't it. She's wrapped up on the 5 metre line, and it's thrown back. It's getting scrappy now here for Shogun. They're sort of looking for it, and just like that, she's decided, no, enough's enough. She puts her foot in the ground, goes against the grain, and unfortunately, I believe that's Shona Campbell again, actually. She's got a team handshake they've managed to get, passes off the ball to her counterpart. in Alicia Mood. She's had a lot of conversions this afternoon. I'll run you quickly through how both teams got here. So Shogun women's team, they came through with their first game against the Lionesses, winning 47 points to 7, and then they quickly dispatched of Hearts and Balls just over an hour ago, 39 points to 5. Their opponents this afternoon, the Hammerhead Sevens, the elite outfit in 2023. They came through 11 competitions, getting to 10 finals, and they actually won 7 of them, so they're used to lifting trophies in this. And they beat Hearts and Balls 31-7 in their first game, and then dispatched Eric Liddell 100 24-10, and they've now just received the kickoff, looking to get it set up as Abby Evans is on the touchline just under this press box. And an exciting first 5 minutes, Andrew Fleming there. Try to sum that up for us quickly.
Yeah, I think one thing that stands out for me, it was Hammerhead who had the first real attack and move and break, and what really impresses me is just the defensive work of Grace Compton. The pace she has to come back and make tackles and secure turnovers has been a fundamental part in Shogun's success this afternoon. And I think you've got the likes of Shona Campbell, such a willing runner, and she's displayed such attacking prowess, and that's what has Shogun 14 points to the good so far.
She is, and now Kira Deeks for the Hammerhead. She takes the quick tap and go. She sends it down her back line. A rare mistake from Megan Gaffney there, but she's knocked it backwards. It's been poked through by Shogun. It's a race back to their own try line, and that's anybody's guess. From Magali managed to land on that first. The referees are having a quick discussion as an officiating team, and I think they're going to give the benefit of the doubt. We're going to go for a knock-on. Yeah, it looks like Shogun ball on the Hammerhead 5 knock-on, so you will have, I believe, Alicia Mood to feed this in. And there we are, Grace Compton doing what she's done all afternoon, just sides it through. She claims what will be her 6th try of the afternoon there. She got 3 in the first round, 2 in the second, and now 1 in the final to cap off. It's between her and Shona Campbell that are making the most for most tries this afternoon, but Grace Compton looks like she's going to take some beating. Those leggings really helping her run through. She's not phased by this 3G ground when most of us would be worried about having no skin left on her knees and shins.
Yeah, that's it, Sam. It's hugely impressive from Grace Compton this afternoon, and her and Shona Campbell have been real standouts in this Shogun side. And you know how exciting for that Shogun outfit to be potentially do the double at Melrose. Obviously, their men's team in the final against South Barbarians after this looks to be another tasty encounter, and so far their women's team are doing the business here in the women's final.
Yeah, Esme Livegood gets us back underway, and it's taken in by Lou Burgess. She's now shipped it down her line. She's got what looks like Elliot Knopka on the outside running down the wing, and she has now shipped it out to Holly Williams, who has just been bundled into touch there in more of a hope and a prayer rather than a conventional tackle method there by her opposite winger, and I believe that was Grace Compton again. So Grace Compton, I think there must be if there's a piece of artificial turf in this park that she's not touched today, you'll be doing well to find it, and it's probably behind their own try line, because I don't think they've been behind their own try line very much.
I would say so, yeah. She's hugely impressive. A standout performer throughout the whole women's tournament for me. And if there is a player of the tournament award for the women's game, then I wouldn't be surprised if it's awarded to her. It's not just her attacking prowess; it's her, her pace and her work over the ball as well. It's a rare mistake and a knock on there from Shogun on the left touchline, but it's been hugely impressive stuff from Shogun, the quality outfit, and they're doing the business thus far. Yeah,
and Hammerhead have taken the throw in quickly. The line out, we'll give it a throw in. There wasn't a formed line out, so we'll give them the throw in as a benefit of the doubt. Quickly moved on there by Emma Mundy. She's looking to get Hammerheads rolling. A grubber through there by Lou Burgess. Again, she's chasing her own kick through. Shona Campbell's gone back to wrap it up and cover it, and they're looking just to get themselves set up now. A bit of play. Alicia Maud, she's taken quickly from the goal. She's managed to bring 2 defenders alongside with us, create space. Grace Compton, who else, runs through, hands off one, probably solves a couple of calculus equations in her head while she passes the time. She's got no one around her. She stands underneath the sticks, waits to burn off a bit of time, drops the ball down, and Abby Evans and her oncoming Lou Burgess are chasing her back, looking in no hope. But another great performance by Grace Compton again. We're only not even a half into this try, and she's now rocked up what would be her 7th try of the afternoon. So, can she...
She's done all right, Sam, hasn't she?
Well, the number 7's pretty prevalent here, so, she might stop after that, because, if she can say she scored 7 tries in the Sevens tournament at the home of Sevens, she's got a pretty good going, and people count how many times I said 7 in that sentence. We go into the half-time, Shogun 26, Hammerhead 0, and the biggest comment I can say about that is, Hammerhead conceded 17 points throughout this whole tournament up to that. They've conceded more than that in the first half against Shogun, and Shogun look like they're on pace for another 35-plus point romping in the final.
I would say so, yeah. I mean, it's just clinical. Every time they get an opportunity and there's a yard of space, they took full advantage, and it's hugely impressive stuff. We can't get the name out of our mouth, Grace Compton, because she is everywhere, be it both sides of the ball. You know, in attack and defence, she's absolutely everywhere, and she's instrumental in the Shogun success. Hammerheads will be disappointed, but they've hope to get on the scoreboard in the second half.
And we spoke about it in the last game between Hammerhead and Eric Liddell 100. We spoke about the quality of these Celtic challenges coming up to play against the team. You list off the players in the Hammerhead Sevens. Abby Evans played for Scotland 7. She's been at Megan Gaffney. She was an international player for 11 years. She's played Scotland 7. She won't like me for saying this. She was in the first ever Scotland Women's Sevens team in 2012. So that shows how long she's been on the circuit. Kira Deek, and Lou Burgess. She's a lecturer, doctorate. She's got all this skill. She knows how to play rugby, and they're being made to stare at their own post the whole time. So it shows once again there's levels to this women's game as it grows, and you can see the quality out here. So they're worth watching, aren't they?
Absolutely. I mean, as you say, some of the Hammerheads players have got huge amounts of experience and quality, and without sounding too harsh, they're being made to look fairly ordinary in this final, and that just highlights the quality that Shogun have on play. And believe me if I've said this wrong, but is that a mistake from Grace Compton?
Yeah, I think we'll put that one in the collector's box. And as you're right, she's just joined back from the kick-off. Hammerhead kicked off for the second half. Ball went down the line. Grace Compton made the rare knock-on decision. Hammerhead are trying to play with the ball. They want it out as quickly, and you can see it now. They're starting to look around a bit frantically, move around. We've got Tess Bernero there just looking to find space. She's been swallowed up by the Shogun defensive line. It's been set. Abby Evans now brings the ball out. She switches play across. Risky pass, and Shona Campbell's pouncing on that as the outside centre in the 15s code. She knows what she's looking for, and she's quite rightly won the turnover with her teammate. It was
Straight
her
through.
and Emma Hennessy, and Shona Campbell's gone, no, bye-bye, I've seen you've had enough. She's sick of hearing our name, Grace Compton, on the mics, so she's come back in with another try herself. That brings her to the total of 5 today. She can also boast she scored the 150th try of the tournament this afternoon. Not that one in the previous game, but you know, as we alluded to in the last game, if you've got a blonde ponytail and you play for Shogun, you better be fast, because if not, you're going to stick out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, that's it. No, it's been a huge impressive display, and as Shona Campbell comes across to this touchline now, which is just so aware and so aware of the space around her. Obviously, a penalty awarded, quick tap, and she was away just instantly. Hugely impressive stuff, and Shogun take the score out to 33-0. As the kick-off gets back underway,
Yeah,
one-way traffic.
Yeah, Esme Lovegood gets us back under again, and the ball bounce has been missed, and it's been gathered by one of the two. It's been Shona Campbell, and she's supported by Grace Compton, so they're now on the same side of the field. It's now been taken it through by Alicia Maud. She's had a very good game marshalling this Shogun side. She's not been the killer weapon herself, but she's been putting people out wherever she wants to go. Grace Compton has once again got the ball. She's now sidestepping others. She's running. She's just gone past the Hammerhead 22. The Hammerhead 10. Sorry, she's now approaching the 22 of Hammerhead 7s. It's now been distributed out. Alicia Maud's found a player outside her in Shona Campbell. Celia Quonsa is on the far right with a stiff handoff right to the upper chest, almost into the face of her opposition player, and she's touched down over the line for what I believe will be the 5th try of this final for Shogun. And my word, this has turned into a bit of a romp, isn't it? 38-0 with a conversion to come, Andrew Fleming.
Yeah, it's been very, very impressive stuff. And I feel like we're saying the same thing over and over again, but it's just clinical. It's clinical from start to finish from Shogun, just as their male side have been in the 1883 Centenary Cup. Played this afternoon as well. I mean, both Shogun's teams have been hugely impressive, and it's one bit of silverware is secured in terms of women's trophy, and the men will be up for grabs just after this.
Yeah, it is. And now, what do you say to Hammerhead when you're under the post in this situation? Just before Emily Livegood gets this, never mind. They're going quick. They want more here, and they kick it deep. They put it right into that hanging sun. Indecision. It bounces through, and now Hammerhead will have to deal with a line out just outside. Let's say about 7 metres outside their 22 there, and you can see the team's just sort of discussing. There's more step in the bounce of Shogun here as they work across it. They have Alicia Maud's got a ball for some reason. I'm not sure. It's definitely a Hammerhead throw because it went straight out.
I think she thought it was a scrum for Shogun, but Hammerhead with the put in. It's stolen by Shogun, uncollected. I didn't see a foot in touch there, but the line touch judge has the flag up regardless.
Yeah, I think Alicia Maud there, I think she's maybe wearing half a size boots too big there. I think her toe just crept the end of the line. So Hammerhead get a second bite of the cherry here as they throw it in with Tess Bernero.
Knock on.
knock on once again after an overthrown line out. So they'll try a scrum this time. I think it's Tess Brunero to feed this in, so she'll be wanting to get a bit, and they'll want to get hands on the ball. You've got big, strong players in Abby Evans. She's a crossfitter. She's also a Lululemon ambassador. I don't know how she's managed to get that role. That's a very impressive role to get, so you have to be pretty muscular and know what you're doing to get that gig. So she'll hopefully look to hold off this scrum in the tight head position, and then let's see Tessa Brunero see if she can get it out to her outside team. No, again, it's been great play there by, I believe it was Jordan Heel of Shogun. She absolutely harried her opposition scrum half at that scrum. Hammerhead now find themselves outside their own try line. They're making a great break for it here with Isa Preens. She's the Netherlands star, and look at her, she's got place to burn. She's got no one around her. Celia Constance making an effort from the other side of the pitch, but Isa Preens, she's got real estate, she's got room to roam there, and Hammerheads get themselves on the board in the final underneath the post. A great try. She's gone coast to coast, try line to try line. Andrew Fleming, just how important is that, and what does that do in these final couple of minutes?
Yeah, very, very impressive set of wheels shown there. And no, I think they deserve that. They've made life difficult for Shogun in aspects of this final, and you know, there's no slouches in that Shogun team, but that's very impressive play, and Hammerhead deservedly on the board. Yeah, you have to say there, she went up against Celia Conser, who's proven she's neither weak nor slow, so to get round her and make it look quite comfortable, that's pretty good going. You can see Megan Gaffney trotting off with the water, just trying to galvanise the Hammerhead team there. We've got number 14 now. We've got Emma Mundy getting us back underway for Hammerhead here. She's going to take the kick off in just a second, and you've got Abby Evans going after it with Ailey Konopka. And it's a good hanging kick. Indecision. Celia Constance knocked it backwards, so Shogun having to run after it towards their own try line, which they're not used to facing. Abby Evans has wrapped the tackle up here into the ground, and now we get the base. Celia Constance goes in to play scrum half, sends it out to Jordan Heel. It's found itself on the wing to that is not Shona Campbell, that is another blonde lady with a ponytail, and she's been bundled towards touch there. That is Emma Hennessy. She is now trying to fight for her survival as we struggle to read the Shogun tops. We're now with Tabby Bra as she claims she has now bottled herself out just past the Shogun 22. They see they can try to get a bit more structure in this now. They know they've got the lead. They've got the 31-point advantage. They're settling themselves up to try and just sort of see out this game as Jordan Heel gets herself past the Shogun 10-metre line, and they're now looking to get themselves back into familiar territory of this tournament, which is the opposition's half. And Celia Constance doing a very good job of that. Another handoff as she targets the outside shoulder. She's been hunted down by her opposite number, also number 14 in Emma Mundy. Abby Evans has managed to claw the ball back, but it's now been gone, and there we have it. Shogun win the women's tournament, and they are ecstatic as they run on the pitch there. Fair play to Mariette Lutschkin, the Netherlands star. She's over the moon. The final score here in the women's final, Shogun 38 and Hammerhead 7s 7.
Well, that was something, wasn't it, that final? That was Andrew Fleming and Sam Matthews. Sam is now going to go pitch side to rejoin Hugh Brown, player of the tournament, as far as the women are concerned, is going to go to Grace Crompton, which is a fantastic achievement for her. We spoke to her on the programme earlier, and I'm sure we will speak to her again very soon.
This is Rugby Radio.
Rugby Radio. Many businesses struggle when it comes to their comfort or process heating, drying, cooling, chilling and other energy-saving challenges. However, many businesses don't, because they've put their trust in Turnbull & Scott, serving customers for over 90 years in many sectors including agriculture, building services, food and drink, low-carbon energy and more. Our loyal and growing client base value our expertise, integrity and accessibility. Why not find out what we could be doing for your business? Find out more and download our brochure now. Just search the web for Turnbull & Scott.
Based in Galashiels but covering the whole region and beyond, Borders Mortgage Hub is your one-stop shop for all things mortgage related in the Borders. Visit us at bordersmortgagehub.com or call us on 01896 807 008. That's 01896 807 008. Borders Mortgage Hub. Mortgages for the Borders in the Borders.
Rugby Radio, bringing you the exclusive Melrose Sevens radio coverage with Turnbull & Scott, providing heating, cooling and energy saving solutions to many local businesses for over 90 years.
Yes, the Melrose Sevens. I think we're into our final hour now of 9 hours. What are we? Yes, we've got about 45 minutes to go, which means one more final, and that's coming up very shortly. Could we see a Shogun double? It's going to be interesting. Shogun women have won the women's title, but it's going to be Shogun men taking on the South Barbarians in the final. But we're going to go downstairs at the moment because Hugh Brown is witnessing the presentation.
Yes, indeed, Stuart, and in fact I've just watched, and the crowd have just watched the presentation of the women of the tournament trophy, and that went, not surprisingly, to Grace Crompton of Shogun, and she is absolutely delighted. 7 tries in this competition. In the Mike Bleasdale Cup will be presented very, very shortly. You might be wondering who Mike Bleasdale was. Well, he was the former club president of Melrose and also very much an advocate for women's rugby. He was the coach of Melrose ladies rugby team for 22 years, their entire existence. And during that time, Melrose ladies won several Scottish League titles and, in fact, on many occasions lifted numerous pieces of silverware. Hence, it is called the Mike Bleasdale Cup. It was inaugurated last year here at the Melrose Sevens, so this is the second time that the Cup has been played for by the women's rugby teams. And we should have had 6 teams here this year contesting it, but sadly the Tucks from South Africa, from the University of Pretoria, pulled out, and therefore we were left with 5 teams. But I think you'd agree, and everyone would agree, it has been a fantastic afternoon of women's rugby, and a real credit to the ladies, and very much they've made their moment and made their mark on this competition this afternoon here at the Greenyards. Runners up just now are just being presented with their trophy, but here come the winners of the Mike Bleasdale Cup 2024 here at the Melrose Sevens. It's Shogun, and they're receiving their medals, and very shortly will lift that Mike Bleasdale Cup. A very, very decisive victory in the final, as we heard here on Rugby Radio. Deserved winners. And we will be speaking to Grace Crompton once again, because she has, as I mentioned, been named woman of the tournament. And not surprisingly, I mean, 7 tries in any competition is great, but 7 tries at the Melrose Sevens even more so. So as we speak down on the pitch, they're just assembling the ladies. Ready. There we are. The trophy is lifted by the skipper of Shogun Ladies Rugby. And she brings it down to the front to the rest of the team, and here we go. There are the cheers, there's the applause of the massive crowd here at the Greenyards tonight. I think Robin was saying earlier he felt it was a bigger crowd than last year. I must agree with that. I think the stand is absolutely packed. There's not a seat to be had. Here comes the champagne. There we go. I always feel it's such a waste of a bottle of champagne when they do that in rugby and in Formula 1 and other sports. But hey, some of the ladies now having a little tipple from that bottle of champagne. Who can blame them? And as we speak, the 2 teams for the men's final are now coming out from the tunnel, ready to contest the 2024 final of the Centenary Cup.
Number 6, Jamie Mata.
But we will get Grace Crompton back. Here she comes. Grace, we spoke to you earlier. Well done, congratulations.
Thank you so much. What a final, and what a crowd, honestly. It's amazing, and I'm so proud of the team effort today.
You know, you scored 7 tries at the Melrose Sevens. That's really good, isn't it?
Yeah, but it was completely a team effort. I can't take credit. The girls give me so much support and backing for letting me do my thing, and same to them. I'd back them any day. We've got amazing skill set within our team, and it's really, really good to see us all shine together.
And there we are, that was Grace Crompton, the player of the tournament from the women's section. Now it's kick-off time in the final.
And it has been kicked off. It's been kicked off by Shogun, but the free kick's been awarded to South Babas here, so they're going to have the first crack in the final, and it's Mata to Hector Patterson. Hector Patterson, of course, scored a hat-trick in that semi-final, and it's flung out the back door there by Mata to that man Patterson, but it's gone forward. And it's going to be a tough, based on what we've seen in the semi-finals, both won at a canter, you have to say, Ewan, by these teams. That makes this one tough to call.
Yeah, and both teams not really been challenged as such, so that makes it a bit more different as well. You know, both teams have got to answer that challenge to maybe not getting the say so much as they did in the semi-final and the rounds before that, because they basically called the shots, didn't they?
They most certainly did, and the scrum's been fed there. And it's out to the rampaging Jordan Edmonds. Going to be a real battle here, a battle of pace and power, because both these teams are absolutely littered with both. That's the first half break of the final. He's been reeled in though, Will Glover, England Sevens representative. Oh, and lovely piece of footwork there in the middle of the park. Tiago Romero hanging all over the player, but it's Jamie Farndale now, and Farndale again goes out to Edmonds, who bumps off the first man but scragged by the second. Still in possession though. Shogun is formerly known as Samurai, as a reminder, and a little bit of space opened up, but that space has been closed by Freddie Owsley, the winger for the South. But Shogun still in possession, inching their way up this Greenyards pitch here, this synthetic surface. There's a player over that, and the referees deemed that was fine. So here comes Patterson. Oh, and that's been palmed down there in the act of trying to break up the play, and it's going to be Jordan Edmonds who's going to have a couple of minutes to think about his actions. So that possibly changes the complexion. I mean, I'd say Shogun probably came at this as slight favourites, but that changes the complexion of things.
Yeah, now it's about how much can the Barbarians use that to their advantage, and you know they've got an extra man, and at Sevens level, as you know, Robin, there's a lot more space when you've got an extra man, so they'll have to try and get points on the board while they have that extra man.
Patterson comes out the back to Jackson. He's got the Spaniard Mata on the wraparound, and now there's a bit of pace being shown here by Fergus Watson, but he was scragged just before he got to the 22. Shogun with 6 men, of course. Mata, bit of footwork, dancing footwork, Mata, and again he's scragged and hauled to ground as he almost broke through, and a penalty's been awarded to Shogun, holding on in the tackle, the South player. So will they kick this to touch potentially to eat up some of the yellow card clock? Or no, they're going to do as they've done so often when awarded a penalty this afternoon. Shogun, it's clearly a ploy of theirs. They're going to take a scrum, and that of course will probably a smart move, Ewan, because line out or scrum, kick to the anything bar tap and go is going to eat into that clock.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's interesting just watching the South Barbarians there. The way that both Watson and Mata danced around players in the semi-final. They tried to do it again against Shogun here in the final, and it just didn't quite come off, and that just shows the level they're up against.
Oh, and a wee bit of space is open up for Shogun here. Quickly closed down by Freddie Owsley, but they're still in possession, and they'll be delighted with how the period with 6 men has gone so far. In fact, there was a tap tackle, and there needed to be a tap tackle there because Tom Roach was almost gone for the 6 men. Now it's flung out, bit of space. Jackson closes down the space, and Mata half scrags his man. Hector Patterson has to come in and help his Spanish friend. And again, just the gaps opening up for the 6 men, and they're going to score no less. They're in here and very much against what you'd expect to happen. You and Shogun have gone 5 points up with a man in the bin.
Yeah, and it's not something you often see, but I was surprised at how much space there seemed to be there for Shogun, and I think when there is that space there, it's most likely going to turn into a try eventually, and right enough it did there for Shogun. And I think it's a strange one, because the minute I seen that there was a man in the bin for Shogun, I expected that to mean that there would be more points coming the way of the Barbarians, but it's actually went the other way, and that has surprised me, I must say.
And it was Matt Davidson, ex-Scotland Sevens man, with the try, and he's banged over the conversion for good measure. That's him out to 5 tries for the afternoon, as is the case with Jamie Farndale. And on the other side, Hector Patterson. Owsley's got 4, so the tries starting to rack up for these first-class exponents of the abbreviated code. South Babas 0, Shogun 7, and Shogun are going to kick off while we wait for one of the players to remove a sizable plastic bag from the paddock. Rory White, son of the great Scot, has come on to help with that particular problem, and now we're back underway. And that's held up in the wind, that kick. No, it's eventually gone the 10, and it's fallen back into the hands of the Shogun, who are back to the full complement as well. And that's a lovely floated pass. Oh, the referees deemed that to be forward. Touch and go, that one, Ewan, for me.
Yeah, these calls are going to happen, and on this occasion it's went the way it has, and it's Ross Maben's got a difficult job of refereeing a final in the Melrose Sevens, but it'll be a great honour for him as well.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Good referee, Ross Maben. And he's going to oversee this scrum here. South of Scotland Baba's scrum, fed by Patterson. Very tidy young player. Craig Jackson, a very tidy player, last of the young. And now Owsley's going to fancy a crack on the outside. He's all pace, but he's been closed down well by Jordan Edmonds. And they've been they've been bundled into touch. That's wonderful defence by Shogun. They're not all just out and out attack. They're going to have to defend for periods in this game, but they look comfortable there.
Yeah, and I bring it back to what I said earlier. I reckon that's 3 tries now that the South Barbarians would have scored had they been playing one of the teams that they've played earlier today, but it's just not going to be the case against this Shogun outfit.
No, and they've won the line out Shogun as well. So here they come again. Highly impressive so far this afternoon. Not the best pass, but it's been taken in by Jordan Edmonds, and he runs headlong into Jamie Mata. Scotland v Spain on that occasion. And they're digging for the ball here, Shogun, and out it comes with Will Hendy, another man with 4 tries this afternoon. Bit of footwork on, he's breached the defence there, the Shogun runner. Scragged eventually and hauled down before he got to the 22 though. And they're in competing for that the South, but it's came back on the Shogun side. Now there's a kick pass in the general direction of Edmonds, but and a tap tackles deprived Shogun, but it's been fed back to Edmonds. Now is he going to manage to barrel chest his way to the line? Yes he is, and he dots it down in the shadow of the posts. And that was route 1 from the big man, but that's what he can do as well as burn somebody on the outside given his gargantuan size.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that tries a mixture of both the ability of Shogun and also a couple of mistakes for the South Barbarians. I think there was 3 or 4 missed tackles in that passage of play, and at this level when you're playing these boys that are playing for Shogun, I mean you can't really afford to miss 1 or 2 tackles, let alone 3 or 4.
Yeah. As Pepper comes on, referee draws the first half to a close actually, so a couple of converted tries in favour of Shogun, formerly Samurai. They're 14-0 to the good at half time, and I think on the balance of play, you have to say that's probably a fair outcome for that first half.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've talked earlier about how they've had two appearances in the final and came on the losing side of both occasions, and then this year they seem to have ramped up the players. Neil Hennigan spoke about that they've ramped up the number of the players that are playing for them, and they've got some really big names on their side, and off the back of that they're up at half time in the further Melrose Sevens, and I must pay credit to the crowd. I mean there seems to be a right good atmosphere here late in the day. People have been here since the very beginning. There's those that have dribbled in throughout the day, and there's a right good atmosphere, I would say.
Oh yeah, there definitely is, as the music blares round the ground. So both these teams in their huddles. Scott White will be needing to extol all his experience, all his sevens now twice winner here as a player, looking to bring up the 3rd medal as a coach. Whereas on the other side you've got the Sevens Nous, the Shogun side you've got the Sevens Nous, the Fraser Harkness, Herky as he's known, ex-Scotland Sevens himself, Selkirk and Jed legend, coached, and he's got many's a Border Sevens medal in his cabinet. As they trudge off the field, the subs, and yeah, they're very much, as you alluded to, Ewan, very much a party atmosphere happening now. Not seeing Neil Hennigan break out into a dance quite yet, however, as he trudges off the field with Terry Sands. And we're back underway, second half. South, and it's been panned back to Mata, so they'll get the first crack at this defence in the second half. The pass goes to ground, but it comes to Owsley. Owsley's well marshalled there by his opposite number, Matt Davidson. Farndale's in there scrapping for the ball with Mata, but Mata's composed enough to get it away to his countryman, that being Romero, and now it's flung out there to Scott Bickerstaff on the wing. Bickerstaff cuts inside, he's scragged and hauled to ground, but they're still in possession through Jackson, another man with a Melrose Sevens medal. Now that's a high tackle, but he ducked into it, and the referee's indicating that they might want to bring that back. The player does look injured. That's a head knock, and he's out here. The referee needs to have a look at that. That was a hefty challenge on Fergus Watson, an entirely fair challenge, but nonetheless his team are going to go up the park and they're going to score. And it's the man from Mars, Scott Bickerstaff, another ex-Scotland Sevens player, and they're right back in this.
Absolutely, yeah. No, it's the second half's been very much the way of the South Barbarians, and they've worked really hard to get up this end of the pitch, to create a bit of space, and twice to look like they could score, and on this occasion they do manage to get over the line. So no, that's good to see, and it's good to see that player that was, he looked pretty uncomfortable. It looks like he's up on his feet, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, Fergus Watson, he took a dull one of that, there is no doubt, to the concern of a couple of Shogun players, to them in fairness. They're concerned about his well-being. The kick's been missed. Now that could be crucial come the end of proceedings. They're right back in this, however, the South Babas 5, Shogun 14. Tricky conditions for kickers, and you can probably hear the wind there in the microphone as it just picks up again. But that was a good finish by the Mar winger, Scott Bickerstaff. He's done that a number of times over the years in both codes, giving a good account of himself here today. No mean feat to be a starter in a team as star-studded as this one. And it's going to be Mata again to kick us off. He'll be looking to get the wind involved in this to give his runners every chance, and again his countryman's underneath this and gets a hand to it, but it's gone into the possession of Shogun, and they have it through Will Glover, hugely experienced member of this team, as so many of them are. Oh, but it's been fumbled, dropped forward. Oh no, the referee said it's gone back off a South hand, so they managed to dive in it, Shogun, and they flung it out here, and it's been well gathered in under pressure from the man that was smashed, Fergus Watson. He's back on his feet and back in the action. So Shogun here deep inside their own 22, looking to smash their way through, use their power that goes hand in hand with the pace, and they've fallen right over the top there, the South Baba, so that's going to be a penalty clear as day, and they're off and running already, Shogun, and Mata's not 10 for my money, but the referee seems to be happy enough. And anyway, here come, they're a man over here, a 2-on-1 situation. That's a good tackle by Romero, but they managed to get away. That looked forward, and the referee agrees as it was flung out to Jordan Edmonds. So a wee bit of a reprieve there for the South Babas as the replacements enter the fray. Here comes Ross McKnight for Shogun. One giant winger potentially for another. Yeah, it looks like Jordan Edmonds is coming to the sidelines. He's been replaced by McKnight. If anything, he's even bigger. So no drop off in the amount of grunt here for Shogun, who've had the perfect balance of pace and power all afternoon. But Hector Patterson feeds the scrum and receives it out the scrum. Now it's in the hands of Mata, this dancing playmaker. He gives it to Owsley. Owsley goes one way, then the other. Back in field, chips it over the head. Farndale's in and around it, and it's came back on the side of Shogun. Wee bit loose in possession there, Owsley, arguably, but you'll need to get back in defensive line here now because Shogun are back in possession. Short ball there. Meaty challenge in there by Fergus Watson. Good to see. He can dish it out as well as take it. He took a heavy one not so long ago. Tight here in defence. South Babas, you feel that if they're giving up another try before they score one themselves, then it'll be a long way back, and it's still Shogun in possession. Up towards halfway, that's a big challenge by Craig Jackson, just on the sternum, borderline, but referee again happy enough. Still inside their own half here. Shogun, dogged defence by South Babas. You'd expect nothing less from a team managed by Scott White. This tournament is everything to the man, and you'll have instilled that in the players, but they've still got to produce a defensive performance here because they're round the outside. Hector Patterson's chasing violently, but he's not going to get back to Will Glover, the hugely experienced Will Glover. 16 appearances on the world stage for England, and eventually the nut had to crack. It was just possession, and sooner or later a space will occur.
Yeah, and you wonder if the South have maybe just found themselves a little bit, on the wrong side there. I think there was a good opportunity for. I think there was a really good opportunity for the South to have scored, maybe a point or two, but I think what's happened with the try situation for the South is they've just came up short on a few occasions, and I think they'll have liked to have maybe gotten a try. As you say, the next try was going to be crucial. It's went the way of Shogun, and And Shogun now will feel that they're the ones in the driving seat in this one, and they'll be the ones that's, to be honest, it's theirs to lose at this point.
Oh, it is theirs to lose, and if they do go on to win, they will be deserving winners. They're going to kick this off. South Babas need something, and they need it quickly. And it's a decent kick off again. It'll give them the chance to get underneath it. McKnight got to it. He's knocked it on. South Babas 5, Shogun 21 it is now. So 3 scores required. Time at a premium. Going to come back for a scrum. Is going to be in favour of the South Babas, and it'll be Hector Patterson to feed it. Son of Derek Patterson, capped by Scotland in the early 90s. West Hartlepool, Hoyk and Paris player, Stade Francais. And that's flung out now to one of the substitutes that's on. Finn Douglas, young speedster, been caught in possession though. He's gone to ground and he's held on just that fraction too long. Douglas in his first involvement in this final, so the smart money would be on a scrum here. They've been awarded a penalty, and as they've done all afternoon, they're going to take the scrum. That'll eat into the clock. And yeah, I think one thing we maybe can say here, because they've played an extra game, Shogun, now that might favour them, in terms of acclimatisation, if you like. But they arrived here in the region on Thursday, and South Babas, in fairness, they arrived together this morning about 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I think that makes a huge difference. I think that's been the difference between the two sides in the final, because quality-wise, I'd say they've both got lots of quality. But I think it comes down to that, just the gelness, and I don't think the South Babas have quite gelled as much as Shogun have. Yeah,
they've been a well-oiled machine, Shogun, here this afternoon, and they're still in possession. That's a big tackle, though, by the Spaniard, Romero, and he's on the deck there, and he's had a nibble at it. Is the referee going to award a penalty? No, he's awarded a knock-on, and he's less than impressed, Romero, and it matters not a jot, because the referee has blown for full time. And the winners of the 2023 Melrose Sevens, the 1883 Centenary Cup, are Shogun, Ewan, and you have to say they're deserved victors.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's definitely got to be a sense of a great team that have put in a huge performance, and really I can't think of one time where Shogun have ever put a foot wrong, to be honest. I think that they've been faultless, to be honest, and that's probably to do with the fact that they're playing teams that are a level below them, and so based on what we've seen today, obviously we didn't know what we were going to see, because it's the first time we've seen these teams together, but based on what we've seen, it would have been an injustice if they didn't win, to be honest, because they were head and shoulders above everybody else.
Yeah, they have indeed been head and shoulders above everybody else, and it's third time lucky for them as well. They were beaten finalists, British Army 2022, Monaco Impies in 2023, but they've brought the personnel this time as the fans flood onto the field, closely followed by police officers. Nothing untoward happening though, of course, just good-natured singing. Sweet Caroline blaring round in the background. The players on show getting a hug for their efforts. The referees shake hands in the middle as well. Great tournament. The referees, in fairness, always very willing to give up their time, and we thank them for that. But it's finished here at the Green Yards. The winners of the 1883 Centenary Cup for 2024 are Shogun.
Thank you very much to Ewan Welsh and Robin Purdy for their commentary, and great to see third time lucky for Terry Sands, as Robin Purdy mentioned, the owner of Shogun, formerly Samurai, of course, and he's down there celebrating at the front. And let's go, in fact, down to pitchside, and Hugh Brown has got plenty of colour to talk about. Here we go.
Yes, indeed, a very colourful team indeed, the Shogun, with those magnificent strips that they're wearing. Of course, as we mentioned a couple of times, third time lucky for them. They were formerly known as Samurai. This year they're here as Shogun, and they will lift very shortly the Centenary Cup, the 1883 Centenary Cup. It's the 134th playing for the trophy. And as well as that, we've also got the presentation of the Ned Haig Cup, which goes to the player of the tournament. We haven't quite heard who that's going to be yet. So 2 trophies to be presented very shortly. But I mean, both teams enjoying the celebrations actually. And let's not take anything away from Shogun, but South Barbarians were a fantastic team throughout this whole competition this afternoon. And although the final ended 21 points to 5 by Shogun, as I say, it was a good final, a worthy final for 2024. We're just ready now for the presentations, I do believe. Here we are then. We're going to enjoy Shogun receiving the Centenary Cup, and very deservedly so. Last year's winners, of course, Monaco Impis, were defeated earlier this afternoon. We're just about to take the plaudits and stand in front of the winner's billboard and lift that trophy. Freddie, congratulations, you've finally done it. This is third time lucky, I think, for the team.
Yeah, Sandy, the DR, has been talking about winning this tournament for years, so it's finally good to get over the line and get it done, so yeah, pretty happy with that.
You must be, because South Barbarians are a really good team.
They were awesome. That was a really, really good final. Like, probably the scoreline probably didn't reflect how close it was. They were really good. Lot of good players in that team. The 2 Spanish boys ripping it up, and a lot of the boys from down south who are really, really good.
What has it been to the Shogun team to win the Melrose Sevens?
Yeah, mad. It's pretty mad because it's obviously where the birthplace of Sevens, so yeah, it's extra special, and it's such a big, well-run tournament, and the atmosphere, even though we're getting a few boos here and there, it definitely makes it extra special.
And the crowd too are fantastic. I mean, a full stand,
awesome.
Probably somewhere around about 8,000 to 10,000 supporters and watching you. Does that lift you?
Yeah, the crowd was awesome. Like, it just helps to make the event so much better. Sevens is a pretty dark place, so when the lungs are busting, and there's a bit of a crowd going, it definitely makes it a little bit easier.
What about our own Neil Hinnigan, as well as one of your coaches, because he's been part of the setup, hasn't
he? He's a good lad. He's full of funny comments. He's quite hard to understand sometimes as an Englishman. So, but yeah, no, he's a great lad, and it's great to have him with us.
Do you think Shogun will come back in 2025 to defend the title?
Yeah, we'd love to come back. Yeah, definitely. I'm sure Sands will be booking the tickets already. Like, we definitely want to come back and defend the title. Yeah.
And tonight, what's the plan? A few beers?
Yeah, maybe a few beers. I won't go into too many details, but yeah.
Well, congratulations, Freddie. It's been a brilliant day, brilliant competition. You thoroughly deserve to win, and really, we've enjoyed watching Shogun play some fantastic rugby today.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. It's been an amazing day. Thanks.
Freddie Roddick there of Shogun. Thank you very much indeed for joining me down here pitch side at the Greenyards. Craig, congratulations. You didn't quite make it, runners up, but you did really, really well though, didn't you?
Yeah, look, we came together this morning, you wouldn't really believe it, and we've got some great youngsters. That's exactly what we said in the huddle, like we wanted to get to the final and give it a good old crack, and it's exactly what we've done. And to be fair, that Shogun team was loaded with GB players, so we've got some under-20s, under-19 boys. That's going toe-to-toe with GB internationals, so I couldn't be prouder of the boys today, and look, they grafted their hearts out. That's exactly what we said we would do, and I think boys have got big futures ahead of them. We've got a few Spanish boys came over, and it's about learning off these boys, so we've got experience in the group, and I think it was outstanding. Scott White put it together really, really well, and look, we're gutted pretty now, but we ran them close. It was 12-7, one bounce to the ball, it could have been 12 all, do you know what I mean? So look, can't grudge, we're proud of our efforts here, so outstanding day altogether, so really, really appreciative of Scott White pulling it all together, Max Robbie from the Bakehouse sponsoring all these things to go a long way, and especially in the boys' futures, these youngsters don't get these opportunities a lot, so it's a big thing for me.
And this team, South Barbarians, it's nice to see so many lads that we see on the club scene getting this opportunity to come together and play as the South Barbarians, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly that. Like, you've got some youngsters that would never get the opportunity to play at Melrose Sevens, never mind the South, do you know what I mean? They might miss that opportunity because they're going to go into pro level rugby, and look, the history of the South is big. We just got to get to the standard it needs to be, and I think today showed that standard. We had 6-7 South boys, and they're proper South rugby players, and that was the core of our squad there. The Barbarian side of it helped these boys to grow as athletes and people, so I think they'll have big learning curves today, and I think it's been outstanding, the whole thing.
Craig, well done. You played really well, the team played really well, and it's no disgrace at all to finish as runners up in the Melrose Sevens.
Yeah, not too bad. I've been in 4 finals, I've only won one unfortunately, but we'll be alright.
Craig, all the best. Thank you very much for joining. That's Craig Jackson from the South Barbarians, runners up. Might try and grab Neil Hinnigan if we can. I wonder if...
Yes, he was down there, Neil Hinnigan. There he is on the
pitch. Sam can get Neil Hinnigan because he's just over there. Could you get Neil for me? Thank you very much.
He's holding a big box. Yes. That's his pies for the journey home, I think, down there.
And here is Neil Hinnigan. Now, Neil, Stuart Cameron said those are your pies in that box. Is that true?
That's not a very big box, so it can't be my pies.
It's huge, it's huge.
You must be very happy to be one of the coaches of the winning team of the Melrose.
Yeah, well, I've been team manager, so putting it together with Terry in the background, and you know, Terry's guidance has been the catalyst for the GB boys coming in and whatnot, and the other English lads that are involved. So yeah, it's been a roller coaster, because it always is, and it's, you know, losing the two finals previously, you know, once we played so well in the semi-final, I had that feeling again. I was like, surely it's our turn to win it. So absolutely delighted, and I'm really delighted for Fraser Hartness, because you know, 25 years of playing and coaching here, and it's that's how difficult it is to win Melrose Sevens. So yeah, really pleased, and it's great to have been involved.
Must be the change of name from Samurai to Shogun.
Yeah, some people are saying that. Yeah, it's been a bit of an upturn in luck. You know, they won the Hong Kong 10s last week, and I think the women won today as well. So yeah, clean sweep over the last 7 days for them. So it's been absolutely fantastic. You know, the amount of hard work that goes on in the background is phenomenal, and then the players emptied the tank today. I mean, you know, they couldn't have given any more in every tie. They were so professional. And yeah, they fully deserve the credit.
You said it was a clean sweep. It was. The women's team won, but also Jamie won the Ned Haig Cup as well as player of the tournament.
Yeah, that's right. I think well deserved. Jamie's had a great day. I think he scored a couple of hat tricks today, I think, as well. And you know, he's just coming back for injury, and he's fighting for his place with GB. And you know, he's not the only one that had to prove themselves today. And I know the GB coaches, you know, sent a couple of texts in and whatever else, and they're absolutely delighted, because these guys have come through unscathed, you know, at this point. So fantastic for them to do that and win the Melrose Sevens, and as you say, Jamie, to get the player of the tournament.
I think the atmosphere today, Neil, was fantastic. There was a huge crowd here. I mean, there wasn't a seat to be had in the stand.
Yeah. I mean, when the rain was lashing down before, I was thinking, oh my God, this will be a dead duck. But fairness to the crowd, you know, you've got to give them a lot of credit. They hung in there, and then, you know, they cleared up, you know. So the final was blue skies and a bit of wind, but yeah, the crowd was massive, and you could feel it. And I think most of them were cheering the South on, quite, you know, with the name and everything like that. But yeah, I think some people will be delighted that, you know, we've stuck eye and give Melrose a lot over the last 3 years. So to win it, you know, I think we fully deserve it.
Well, you'll have a few beers tonight, probably a few pies as well. You and I have both had a few pies in our time, I think.
Yeah, that's it. It goes well, doesn't it? A beer and a pie, so we'll probably have both. But yeah, thanks very much, Hugh.
Well, congratulations, Dale. Well done to the team, and it's been a spectacular event, and well done to the lads, because they deserve it.
Yeah, they certainly do. And big thank you to Borders Rugby TV and radio, the amount of time they put in as well, with, you know, Stu Cameron, yourself, all the other rest of the team. I know the hard work that goes in as well, and their coverage is second to none, so thank yous as well.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Neil Hinnigan, one of the coaches of the winning team of the Melrose Sevens 2024 Shogun.
Well, thank you very much to Hugh Brown doing a sterling job at pitchside there, and Neil Hinnigan heading off with his pie box, and Dale's very jealous because Dale is here at the moment. Dale Clancy going away with the pies. He's left nothing for you.
Yeah, where's he going? I'm going to follow him. I'm going to track him to see where Neil's
I'll be gone by then. He moves faster. He's deceptive.
He eats fast as well. But it's a great afternoon for Neil. It's great to see that on the third time of asking that Samurai or Shogun can pick up the trophy. And there's, you know, I love when success goes Neil Hinnigan's way. He gives a lot to rugby in lots of different spheres. So great that he's going to have a good evening and success with that Shogun team.
Robin, it's been a tremendous day. I mean, you started off here at Melrose. You went down the road to Mansfield. You saw Hoyk get through 16 points to 3 against Curry. So they're in the final to meet either Embrackis or Mar. Next week they'll be playing. We'll be covering that live on Rugby Radio as well. But overall thoughts, because the Ninehouse has just flown by.
Oh yeah, great day. First of all, Stuart, long day, brilliant day. First, just want to echo what Dale says as well. Delighted for Neil Hinnigan, one of the best guys in the game, in my opinion, and very deserving the win today. But yeah, brilliant day. I think this tournament's went up a notch this year. I think there was a bigger crowd. I think it was a better run event. That, you know, top quality rugby in the final. The semi-finals were slightly disappointing in that they were one-way streets effectively, but good final, and yeah, Shogun deserving winners. They are a top team.
And Stuart McFarlane joined us as well. You've been busy as well over on the television side with the BBC and did a few ties for us as well. So thank you very much indeed for that, gracing us with the presence. Now, you mentioned the quality of the rugby. No doubt about that. There were some fantastic people. Jamie Farndale, the tournament player of the tournament, and also from the women's side, Grace Crumpston from Shogun. So it was a Shogun double today. Obviously, there was concerns that the local sides don't really have a bit of a crack at the quarterfinals. Say Selkirk today were the only team to get through. But what's your own thoughts about what they can do in the future?
Yeah, it's interesting. I suppose it's how much focus that you can afford to put on the Sevens game. I think we noticed a bit of a difference in Jed Forest. They have the appetite for the shortened game. I mean, they were able to dispose of Kelso after extra time. They went out in the second round a bit earlier than they would have wanted to. But Selkirk carrying the standard for the Borders through to the quarterfinals. Curry also emulating the success in 2018 and getting to the last 8 of the competition. But I think a lot of people pleasantly surprised by the overall quality of most, if not all, of the guest sides. British Army were perhaps disappointing, but apart from them, and they of course are former winners, the other sides really showing up well. And I'd just echo the words of Robin in particular. I think that the standard has increased in this last couple of years, but certainly today compared to maybe 3 or 4 years ago.
Well, of course, it was a day of surprises, wasn't it, as well? Because you mentioned there the Monaco Impies going out, the British Army going out early doors as well. But that added to the excitement, didn't it?
It certainly did, and it's a new name on the trophy. And again, Neil and Terry Sands and the contribution they made, particularly to the Sevens game, thoroughly deserving winners. Neil having won it, that's a Borders connection there. But you know, it swings and roundabouts. Time will come where the Border sides will once again be able to perhaps make a greater contribution in the latter stages than they were able to do today.
Well, it's been a fantastic day. That's it for this evening now. We've gone through the afternoon. We've had all weathers, as we always get at Melrose. It's been beautiful sunshine. We've had winds hitting 45 miles an hour. We've had a monsoon here which wiped the equipment out. It's been quite an eventful day on the pitch. It's been fantastic. Plenty of rugby there as well. But 9 hours have just flown by. Congratulations again to the 1883 Centenary Cup winners, who are Shogun. My thanks to our fabulous team here on Rugby Radio. That's Stuart McFarlane, Dale Clancy, Robin Purdy, Ewan Welsh, Andrew Fleming, Kelly Riddle, Sam Matthews, Hugh Brown, Simon Walton, Barbara Shield and Colin Black. We'll be back next week when we come to you direct from Mansfield Park for the Hoyk Sevens. We'll also be popping into Rayburn Place for the semi-final of the Scottish Cup. That's between Edinburgh Academicals and also Mar. So plenty of rugby on for you next week. We'll be on air at 2:30 for that one. Also keeping an eye, as I say, on the Scottish Cup semi-final, which kicks off at 3 o'clock. But for now, thanks for listening. And from me, Stuart Cameron, and the team, a very good night.